Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. This narrative unfolds in a parallel universe known as Blue Star, with its unique worldview encompassing geopolitical dynamics, demographic statistics, cultural identities, and historical trajectories, all bearing no relation to reality. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. From Dormitory 404 at Modi University, a roar echoed through the air. Lin Ziluo abruptly sat up in bed, his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead, as though he had just emerged from a harrowing nightmare. What on earth is happening? Did I not die? Still trembling from the remnants of fear, Lin Ziluo pressed his hands against his face, rubbing it gently in an attempt to awaken from this disorienting experience. But is this truly my hand and face? He felt the smoothness of his palms against his skin and gazed down at his hands. Before him lay a pair of fair, unblemished hands, in stark contrast to his former, calloused ones. What could possibly be happening? Lin Ziluo scanned his surroundings. Is this my dormitory from university? A decade's worth of memories stirred within him, ignited by the familiarity of the environment, and long-forgotten recollections flooded Lin Ziluo's mind. Indeed, this is the dormitory from my university days. I still have a faint recollection of this layout, he exclaimed excitedly, hastily jumping out of bed. Without pausing to put on his shoes, he dashed into the bathroom. Staring at the handsome visage in the mirror, Lin Ziluo found himself momentarily frozen in place. This face, which should have been marred by unsightly scars, now appeared pristine. 10 years. His scarred visage had dissuaded him from ever looking in the mirror during the past decade. Returning to his dormitory, he retrieved his mobile device to check the calendar. Blue Star Year 478, May 23rd. The time, the place, his appearance, and even his current physical condition. I have been reborn. I have returned to the very day the apocalyptic game commenced. Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the events unfolding around him. Those two were always neutral faction demigods who invited me, claiming to celebrate my ascension as a god of war. While we were in discussion, Yao Jinghan led a horde of the zombie emperor crashing in. Together with those two traitorous demigods, they conspired to kill me. What sort of agreement had the zombie emperor forged with the Li family? And how could there be a legendary barrier with such complete lockdown? Seated on a chair, Lin Ziluo reminisced about the events of his previous life. Yao Jinghan, just the mere mention of her name, stirred an unquenchable hatred within him, his fists clenched tightly. This was the girlfriend with whom he had shared a bed, the one revered as the campus belle of Modi University. How utterly revolting! Prior to the apocalypse, she had approached Lin Ziluo under the guise of affection, all while secretly employing various insidious tactics to undermine him, aiming to obliterate his life and spirit. When the apocalypse finally descended, they crossed paths once more, and she, alongside the young master of the Li family, seized the opportunity to conspire against him. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had been remarkably resilient. Though his appearance was ruined, he survived. Yet even then, Yao Jinghan had not relented in her pursuit of him. Under the protection of the Li family, relentless pursuits and oppression were inflicted upon Lin Ziluo, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. How could one man possibly contend against the formidable Li family, one of the three great families of the Dragon Kingdom? It is essential to recognize that this is the Dragon Kingdom of the Blue Star. Although the entire nation is governed by a central authority, the influence wielded by these three families cannot be underestimated. To put it bluntly, they are akin to the legendary local emperors. Each family possesses an incredible depth of resources, employing esoteric techniques that can brainwash individuals to create a legion of fiercely loyal warriors, as well as methods to enhance physical capabilities. These arcane arts have significantly augmented the power of the three families in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Fortunately, at the outset, the Li family did not regard Lin Ziluo as a threat, allowing him to struggle for survival while gaining opportunities for advancement. Even so, by the time Lin Ziluo painstakingly broke through to level 90 and became the 10th war god of the Dragon Kingdom, he had yet to exact revenge on Yao Jinghan. Tragically, he was slain by her, accompanied by a zombie emperor and two other war gods, who utilized a legendary artifact to bring about his demise. For a decade, Lin Ziluo harbored an intense hatred for Yao Jinghan, consumed by the desire to end her life. If it weren't for the continuous protection from the Li family. To kill her. Lin Ziluo's hands trembled with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has not yet descended. Yao Jinghan still pretends to be my girlfriend. I can resolve this matter ahead of time. Wait, let me check the time. Lin Ziluo swiftly steeled himself, a habit cultivated for survival in the apocalypse, as extreme calmness facilitates clearer thinking. He retrieved his worn-out mobile phone. The current time read 5:24 p.m. A message from Yao Jinghan appeared on the screen. The password was Yao Jinghan's birthday. How could Lin Ziluo, who bore deep-seated grudges against her, possibly forget such a number? Upon unlocking the phone, Lin Ziluo read the message. Ziluo, I need to go out to tutor some children at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm sorry, I can't spend your birthday with you. Judging solely by the content of the message, one might perceive her as an independent and diligent girl. The only question mark lies in why she would choose to tutor others on her boyfriend's birthday. Only Lin Ziluo knew that this was no ordinary tutoring. She was off to provide lessons to the young master of the Li family in a far more intimate setting. The young master, known as Li Haobo, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Ziluo, the reasons for which remained a mystery even until Lin Ziluo's death in his previous life. It was only vaguely understood that the animosity stemmed from a grudge left behind by his long-deceased father. Li Haobo, perched on high, treated Lin Ziluo with disdain, engaging in a relentless game of cat and mouse. Yao Jinghan, under Li Haobo's directive, feigned a relationship with Lin Ziluo while secretly subjecting him to various acts of sabotage, humiliation, and trickery. As for how Lin Ziluo retained such vivid memories of these events, it was because on the very night of his birthday, at 7 o'clock, he spent it alone in his dormitory. Li Haobo sent Lin Ziluo the video of Yao Jinghan tutoring him, along with the expense receipts and Yao Jinghan's birthday blessing video. Coincidentally, at 7 o'clock, the time for the doomsday game arrived. Devastated by this blow, Lin Ziluo missed the optimal development phase and fell behind others. Now, reborn, Lin Ziluo was determined not to let history repeat itself. He picked up his phone and messaged Yao Jinghan. Jinghan, it's all right. Since you have something to attend to tonight, let's meet first at the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. After sending the message, Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings. At last, relying on his vague memories, he found a sharp dagger beneath a roommate's bed. Don't ask why it was there. Surely, anyone who has attended university knows that a boys' dormitory would not be complete without a few such items. Lin Ziluo tucked the dagger into his jacket and reached for his phone again. Yao Jinghan had already replied. All right, but why meet there? I must leave before 6 o'clock, so hurry up. Yao Jinghan, because I intend to take your life. Lin Ziluo refrained from sending this thought, deleting it instead, and typed a new message. Because I want to give you a surprise. Seeing the notification that the message had been sent, Lin Ziluo slipped his phone into his pocket and slung on a backpack filled with clothes. He then opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. In the corridor of the boys' dormitory, many were gathered, some boasting, others smoking. A few were discussing why the sky had turned red. Lin Ziluo's previously indifferent expression softened the moment he stepped outside, betraying none of the grim intentions he harbored. Ahead, a boy stood, his phone still broadcasting a specialist's voice. This global phenomenon of the sky turning red is a natural occurrence that happens once in 5,000 years. Please do not panic, simply enjoy the view. Lin Ziluo glanced at the crimson sky, aware that it heralded the impending doomsday game. The people around him remained so carefree. When 7 o'clock struck and the doomsday game commenced, who knew how many would survive the onslaught of zombies and their bites? Lin Ziluo descended the stairs, mentally rehearsing the events that were about to unfold. He realized he had crossed the playground and arrived at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. This desolate place saw little foot traffic before nightfall. After cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he entered the warehouse. Inside, he immediately spotted Yao Jinghan seated in a chair. What a fool I was. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but scold himself. Blinded by love, he had failed to notice the luxurious brands and designer items Yao Jinghan was adorned with. Such possessions were unlikely to be affordable for someone from an ordinary family, each worth a six-figure sum. Yao Jinghan also noticed Lin Ziluo entering the room. She remained seated on her chair, not rising to greet him, and spoke with palpable impatience. Why have you arrived so late? If you have any surprises, Do share them quickly. I am eager to resume my studies. This book is a novel themed around game invasion of reality, primarily focusing on game data flow. Readers unfamiliar with this genre may wish to conduct their own research. The protagonist embodies a character marked by decisiveness and absolute self-interest. The narrative follows a semi-invincible style and is characterized as a feel-good story. It contains no female leads, unnecessary embellishments, or delays. Before delving into the text, readers are encouraged to review the relevant information. If it aligns with your interests, feel free to continue. Should it not resonate, please exit gracefully without wasting your time. All sensitive readers are advised to refrain from engaging with this book, as its content may prove discomforting to you. Chapter 2. The tragic demise of Yao Jing. On Lin Ziluo remained silent as he approached the woman he had harbored resentment towards for a decade. Yao Jinghan furrowed her brow tighter. What do you mean by not speaking? If you don't say anything, I might just leave. With that, Yao Jinghan rose to her feet. At this moment, Lin Ziluo had reached her side. He swiftly extended a hand and grasped her firmly. Yao Jinghan could hardly fathom that the once obedient Lin Ziluo would resort to such actions. She struggled desperately, but to no avail. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. March 16th, for 178, the ultra-modern hotel in Magic City, an expense of 239 yuan. Lin Ziluo's deep voice resonated, but Yao Jinghan appeared bewildered by his words. All she could see was a glinting dagger. March 29th, for 178, the Kaidi Hotel in Magic City. An expense of 984 yuan. Lin Ziluo continued to speak, seemingly absorbed in his own thoughts. Yao Jinghan finally realized that these were records of her rendezvous with Li Haobo. She yearned to explain, to plead for mercy, yet found no opportunity. April 13th, for 178. At a bar, an expense of 999 yuan. Despair filled Yao Jinghan's eyes. April 25th, for 78, the ultra-modern hotel in Magic City, an expense of 320 yuan. April 29th, for 78. Lin Ziluo recited these words, now etched in his mind, with an unsettling calmness. He forcefully pushed her into a chair. At this moment, Yao Jinghan's eyes were clouded with despair, regret, confusion, and bitterness. Lin Ziluo bent down and retrieved Yao Jinghan's fallen phone from the ground. Utilizing the fingerprint unlock, he successfully accessed the device. The screen displayed a chat window. Yao, I can't wait to see you. Li, have you told Lin Ziluo? If not, it won't be as fun. Yao, I told him. He actually thinks I'm going to tutor someone. Li, what about the birthday gift you prepared for him? Yao, don't worry. It's ready. And don't forget about that bag I have my eye on. The chat window transitioned to a video. Recognizing the familiar clip, Lin Ziluo gently tapped it open and turned the screen towards Yao Jinghan. In the video, Yao Jinghan stood before the camera, speaking. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. You should really think about it. As the campus belle of Magic City University, how could I possibly be interested in a penniless orphan like you, who has nothing to offer but a pretty face? If it weren't for the insistence of the young master of the Li family, I wouldn't even spare you a glance. However, I must thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have caught the attention of young Master Li and gained so much. This brief video left Yao Jinghan slumped in the chair, wide-eyed in disbelief. She could not comprehend how the video she had secretly recorded just moments ago was being recited verbatim. Haha. Lin Ziluo laughed. A head has fallen. He sank to the ground. I finally did it. 10 years. A full decade. It has been so arduous, but it is still not enough. Only Li Haobo, who is hiding in the manor, and the Li family from Kyoto remain. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Lin Ziluo's ear. Ding, congratulations. Host, you have successfully reincarnated 10 years into the past, activating the Apocalypse game cheat system. Lin Ziluo took out his phone. The time displayed was 6 o'clock. How could this be possible? The Apocalypse game was supposed to commence at 7 o'clock, transforming the world into a survival game. The entire world would be gamified. And only then would the system exist. Furthermore, I had never heard of this cheat before. Ding, the Apocalypse game cheat system can decipher the data within the Apocalypse game, providing the host with an enhanced gaming experience. The system recognition is complete. Please draw your first super cheat. Lin Ziluo quickly began to analyze what he had just heard. Rebirth? Is this the system I acquired through reincarnation? However, how could this system be described as so powerful? It can even decipher the data of the Apocalypse game. Although Lin Ziluo was skeptical, he tentatively said, Draw the first super cheat. Ding! The first super cheat is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the super cheat, absolute drop rate. Ding! Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies killed by the player from 1 to 100. Chapter 3. Apocalypse Game Cheat System. To be honest, at the beginning, Lin Ziluo did not intend to believe it. However, the benefits presented were simply too numerous. As is well known, the Apocalypse game is a highly challenging endeavor. The difficulty lies in the fact that the combined drop rate for items, equipment, resources, and skill books obtained from killing zombies is a mere 1. This is not merely Lin Ziluo's conjecture. It is a conclusion drawn by numerous researchers after extensive data testing following the apocalypse. A drop rate of 1. And the likelihood is that it will mostly yield survival resources like food and water. Just the thought of it sends shivers down one's spine. Those with misfortune fare even worse. If it were not for the multitude of instance teleportation arrays found in every city, allowing participation in various instances to acquire equipment, resources, and gold, very few would truly survive. Now, this cheat system informs Lin Ziluo that the drop rate of 1 has been elevated to a full 100. This means that for every zombie killed, an item is guaranteed to drop. Lin Ziluo could hardly envision such a scenario. Are you sure this cheat will work? Lin Ziluo tentatively inquired. Ding! Absolute drop rate has been activated. Please feel free to use it. A golden panel appeared before Lin Ziluo. Apocalypse Game Cheat System. Name: Lin Ziluo. Current level: Level 0. Every 10 levels unlocks a new cheat attribute. Super Cheat. 1. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies killed by the player from 1 to 100. Golden Finger Mission. None. Ordinary Golden Finger. None. Ding! The host's level aligns with that of the game. For every 10 levels gained, one may draw a Super Golden Finger. Completing the tasks issued by the Golden Finger system rewards one with ordinary golden fingers, equipment, and various items. Surprise! An overwhelming sense of exhilaration enveloped Lin Ziluo as he rose from the ground. He never anticipated that he would acquire such an extraordinary external aid. In that moment, a thought emerged: the overthrow of the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo had intended to conceal himself after avenging Li Haobo, adopting the guise of a solitary wanderer, gradually growing stronger before methodically undermining the Li family. His decade-long experience of being hunted had instilled in him a profound understanding that strength was paramount. As for the Li family, which had long shielded Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, a colossal entity boasting a vast population and ultimately establishing Li City, its annihilation would be no trivial endeavor. However, the advent of the Golden Finger system ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Ziluo. The Li family? Let us await the unfolding of events. The exhilaration of exacting revenge surged within Lin Ziluo, amplified by the acquisition of the Golden Finger system. He grasped Yao Jing'an's severed head from the ground and hoisted the headless, mutilated corpse slumped in the chair. He unceremoniously discarded both remnants into a large trash bin nestled in the corner of the warehouse, along with his blood-stained garments. Subsequently, he retrieved a clean outfit from his backpack and donned it. With less than an hour remaining until the onset of the apocalyptic game, he needed to prepare a few essentials. With his hands tucked into his pockets, Lin Ziluo donned a nonchalant, leisurely expression as he exited the warehouse. Who could have fathomed that the campus belle of Magic City University lay in a state of dismemberment, discarded within this abandoned warehouse? The playground was bustling with numerous individuals, drawn by the sky, now drenched in a blood-red hue. This surreal spectacle inspired a sense of romance among couples who embraced beneath the crimson sky, whispering sweet nothings to one another. Lin Ziluo, carrying a small backpack, approached a nearby convenience store. "Auntie, I'd like 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread," he requested. After paying the store clerk, he stowed his purchases into his backpack. Although supplies could be procured from the corpses of zombies with a 100 drop rate, there was no need for concern regarding the scarcity of items. He chose to make a purchase as a precautionary measure to test the reliability of the Golden Finger system. What if no items dropped? Nevertheless, the primary concern now was to strategize a flawless beginning. After acquiring his supplies, Lin Ziluo made his way out of the university. It is widely acknowledged that universities represent particularly perilous locations following the advent of the apocalypse. The dense population, primarily comprised of vigorous young individuals, posed a substantial threat to others should they succumb to zombification. In the apocalyptic game, it is not the level that holds significance, but rather the individual's foundational attributes. A professionally trained Special Forces soldier, even at level 0, could easily contend with ordinary players at levels 5 or 6. Therefore, after leaving the school, Lin Ziluo made his way to a small, obscure inn located 2 streets away. Upon entering the inn with brisk steps, he encountered the proprietor lounging in a chair. "Boss, I would like to book a room for an hour," Lin Ziluo announced, tapping the bar to attract the owner's attention. "Single room for an hour is 40. The proprietor replied leisurely, remaining seated. "I understand. Please have technician number 3 come to me as well," Lin Ziluo stated, sliding the remaining 300 yuan across the counter. The owner, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, sat up to scrutinize him. "Ah, I haven't seen you before. Well, 300 is fine. You may keep the room fee. Just head upstairs. Technician number 3 will be here shortly." With that, he tossed Lin Ziluo a key for room 209. Lin Ziluo accepted the key without uttering a word and ascended the stairs. "Coming to indulge in women and still so arrogant?" the owner muttered as he watched Lin Ziluo depart upstairs. Indeed, this inn primarily catered to a rather risque clientele. How did Lin Ziluo know, you may ask? Well, let us not delve into that. He had visited this place following the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo's purpose for coming here was quite straightforward: to complete an achievement. According to his recollection, technician number 3 had ultimately evolved into a prominent figure in this region. She was also the first zombie Lin Ziluo had slain. Presumably, after the apocalypse began, she had transformed into a zombie rather than being infected. Lin Ziluo aimed to locate a secluded place to swiftly accomplish the task of killing a zombie. Without a doubt, technician number 3 was his primary target. Entering room 209, he found the space cramped and the odor unpleasant. The only redeeming feature was the presence of a shower. After all, one must attend to such matters. Lin Ziluo stepped directly into the bathroom and took a shower. Once refreshed, he emerged from the bathroom, dressed once more. Checking his phone, he noted the time, 6:55. There were merely 5 minutes remaining until the game commenced. Coincidentally, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. "Hello, technician number 3 has arrived. Come in." "The door is unlocked," Lin Ziluo responded. The door swung open to reveal a provocatively dressed woman, adorned with heavy makeup and clad in black stockings, who entered with a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon spotting Lin Ziluo, her eyes sparkled with interest. Well, I didn't expect to find a handsome guy here. Not bad at all." However, upon noticing Lin Ziluo reclining on the bed fully clothed, her brow furrowed. "What's the deal? Aren't you going to undress? Hurry up. I have another client waiting." Chapter 4. The arrival of the apocalypse game. "There's no need to undress. Just come over here," Lin Ziluo coolly replied, still lying on the bed. "Oh, are we planning something new? The youth of today are quite something, I must admit. Nevertheless, given your decent appearance, I shall indulge you." With that, the woman strutted over to the bedside in her high heels and sat down with a flourish. "Now what shall we do?" she inquired, extinguishing her cigarette and shedding her clothing. "No need for that. Go take a shower. Once you're done, just leave," Lin Ziluo replied. He had summoned her merely to observe whether she would transform into a zombie. As anticipated, upon her approach, he detected a peculiar scent, subtle yet unmistakably characteristic of the undead. As the onset of the game drew near, those unfortunate souls destined to be selected as zombies began to exhibit certain telltale signs. What a predicament. One cannot fathom their reasoning. "However, you mentioned it yourself. Once you shower, I shall take my leave, and the payment will not be refunded." The woman spat disdainfully before brazenly removing her garments beside him. Thereafter, she boldly made her way into the bathroom, completely unclothed. Lin Ziluo retrieved his phone. The time was already 6:59. Rising from the bed, he extracted the gleaming dagger he had meticulously cleaned from his backpack. Concealing the dagger, he approached the bathroom door. The woman, with her back to him, was washing herself when she heard the commotion and remarked without turning, "I knew you were up to something. If you want to play, make it quick. Standing here is exhausting." Ding. The alarm Lin Ziluo had set for 7 o'clock rang out. Suddenly, the woman froze in place, her skin visibly turning a pale gray at an alarming rate. At the precise moment the alarm sounded, Lin Ziluo thrust the dagger forward. The woman's transformation into a zombie was accompanied by a chilling scream, yet the dagger had already pierced her neck. A black shadow of death loomed above her head. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief, and soon after, a blue notification panel appeared, albeit belatedly. "Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Once initiated, This game will unfold autonomously, with no means of interference. The cruel apocalypse has arrived. 80 of the world's unfortunate souls have transformed into zombies, while the remaining 20 fortunate ones are encouraged to relish the thrilling experience of this game. Remember, survival is paramount, for death offers no second chances. The zombies in this world possess keen hearing but lack visual acuity, only able to perceive moving objects. To enhance your gaming experience, we shall now outline some game rules. 1. Killing zombies or other undead creatures will elevate your level, granting you new attribute points. Your gaming experience is closely tied to your level. 2. There is a slim chance of obtaining equipment, items, or resources by defeating zombies or other undead creatures. Contingent on luck. Who knows if fortune favors you? 3. In this game, equipment and items are categorized by levels, ranging from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, to mythical. As for higher tiers, well, let's not dwell on what is beyond your reach. Various hidden opportunities have been scattered across the globe. Please endeavor to seek them with utmost diligence. All firearms, ammunition, nuclear weapons, and other modern technological armaments will lose their offensive capabilities. Refrain from using them against the undead, including any vehicles. Currently, all human communication devices will be disrupted and rendered inoperative. However, you may keep your phone to read novels or engage in solitary gaming. Zombies will evolve over time, so it is imperative to keep pace with their advancements. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie will result in transformation into one. Do not be overly concerned about the infectious nature of zombie blood. Furthermore, the arrival of nightfall will enhance the fundamental attributes of zombies and zombie-like creatures. So remember to find shelter. There are indeed numerous hints, but let us wait until you have navigated through the initial 7 days of the novice protection period. Heed my advice. The zombies at present are exceedingly feeble. Eliminate as many as you can, and do not blame me for not warning you later. Remember, the apocalypse game is filled with uncertainties and possibilities. Lastly, I wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. The text on the panel concludes here. Lin Ziluo glanced briefly and noted that this announcement was unchanged from the initial version, thus opting to close the page. A new panel emerged. Hello, player Lin Ziluo. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. Would you like to set your game name? Yes, please set my game name as Yaji. Yaji, one of the 9 dragon offspring in ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom, is known for its bloodthirsty nature and combat prowess, capable of vanquishing all evil. However, Lin Ziluo primarily chose the name Yaji for the sake of vengeance. As the saying goes, a favor must be repaid, and the wrath of Yaji must be avenged. Li Haobua, the Li family, and those who aided the Li family in pursuing me, are you prepared to face my retribution? Detected that the player nickname Yaji is not in use. It can be utilized. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed their nickname to Yaji. Character creation is complete. The attribute panel has been loaded. Lin Ziluo opened his attribute panel. Player, Yaji, no title yet. Level, 1 experience, 0-1 reputation, 0 gold, 0 storage space, 0-1 cubic meter basic attributes, strength, 11, normal adult male is 10, affecting physical strength and attack power, spirit, 15, normal adult male is 10, affecting skill potency, cooldowns, and usage frequency, constitution, 10, normal adult male is 10, affecting vitality and defense, agility, 13, normal adult male is 10. Affecting reflexes and speed. Warm reminder. All basic attributes are merely numerical values and will change with combat or player conditions. Talent. Universal mastery, an epic level talent. You possess knowledge of various combat techniques and can adeptly employ a range of fundamental abilities. Skills. None equipment, none quests, none goodness. This panel is vastly superior to my previous life. The enhancements in spirit and agility must be attributed to the reflexes acquired from my rebirth. This epic talent is undoubtedly the culmination of various abilities learned during the 10 years of the apocalypse. However, Lin Ziluo has gained far more than just this. The very moment the apocalypse descended, he killed a zombie, setting the stage for the greatest rewards to come. Chapter 5. The First Blood. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazi for leveling up to level 2, receiving 1 free attribute point. Congratulations to player Yazi for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie, earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood. A global announcement will soon take place. Lin Ziluo clenched his fist. He had succeeded. He had attained this achievement. While the attributes of the achievement may not hold significant weight, the global announcement is undoubtedly the lifelong pursuit of every player. The rewards for receiving a global announcement are truly bountiful. In his previous life, until he became a war god, he had never once received a global announcement reward. The difficulty is, without a doubt, immense. Yet now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, he had already secured this reward. Suddenly, a grand and resonant voice echoed. This sound bore an immense, vast quality as if emanating from the heavens, yet it was also distinctly clear, ringing directly in one's ears. Regardless of whether one was evading the newly transformed zombies or pondering the unexpectedly appeared announcement panel, any player still conscious in this world could hear this proclamation. World announcement: congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to kill a zombie, bravely taking the first step, and earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. In that moment, the world erupted in astonishment. Whether they had accepted the Apocalypse game or regarded it as a mere prank, all remembered this player named Yazzie through this announcement. Wait, how is it possible that someone has already killed a zombie when I haven't even seen one yet? Exclaimed a man still perusing the announcement. Damn it. I don't care who killed the zombie. Just get this hideous zombie off my back. I'm about to die. Shouted a man being pursued by a zombie. Huh. Zombies. What on earth are those? Is someone out there broadcasting to disturb us? A boy engrossed in the game exclaimed as he set down his console. He opened the door to find out who was playing this prank, only to be bitten on half his face by a suddenly emerging zombie. How interesting. Someone is quicker on the uptake than I am, remarked a man who had put down his baseball bat, gazing at the ground before him where a zombie lay with a shattered skull. Wow, this Yazzie is so impressive. I wish he would come protect me, the princess. Mused an ordinary girl hiding in her modest 50-square-meter abode, her imagination running wild. Woof, woof, woof. A small dog barked. Why are you interrupting? And at this very moment, the renowned Yazzie was delightfully claiming his rewards. Congratulations to the player for achieving the First Blood global announcement. Congratulations to the player for receiving the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Excellent. With these rewards, I am undoubtedly far ahead of others. Reputation holds significant value. Certain equipment and items can only be utilized upon reaching a specific reputation level. Furthermore, some exclusive shops offer discounts or complimentary gifts based on your reputation when purchasing items. As for gold coins, they can be used to acquire items from hidden shops scattered throughout the city, including props, equipment, and supply cards. Notably, supply cards are essential for players to procure food and ensure their survival, serving as a guaranteed reward for those less fortunate who fail to obtain drops while battling zombies. The 3 points of free attributes need no further elaboration. Before reaching level 10, each level gained only grants 1 free attribute point, which effectively places me 3 levels ahead right from the start. Additionally, the increased storage capacity has multiplied Lin Ziluo's space tenfold. This storage system prohibits the inclusion of living beings, allowing only personal belongings. Determining whether an item belongs to you is entirely reliant on the game's system. For instance, if an opponent strikes you with a knife and you manage to grasp the blade, you cannot store it. However, if they shoot an arrow at you and you catch it, you can indeed store that arrow. In essence, the scenarios one may encounter are quite intricate, necessitating an absolutely fair and impartial game system for judgment. After claiming his rewards, Lin Ziluo felt immensely pleased and then examined his newly acquired achievement, First Blood. First Blood, a unique title granted only to the first player to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes increase by 1. And the damage inflicted during the first attack each day, post-midnight, is enhanced by 100. Initially, Lin Ziluo held little hope for the title's attributes, but he was unexpectedly delighted. This attribute isn't too shabby. Acquiring 4 free attribute points is quite the boon. Furthermore, the daily attack damage boost of 100 could yield remarkable results if utilized wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo equipped this title. In that very moment, a warm current coursed through his body, and he distinctly felt his physical prowess amplify. It seemed he wouldn't need to change titles for the foreseeable future. Titles can only be worn one at a time, and switching titles incurs a 1-hour cooldown, which can be rather cumbersome. However, this is also to prevent the frequent swapping of titles with exaggerated attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily. As he gazed upon the lifeless body of the fallen zombie, he noticed a necklace shimmering with green light on the ground. Had it dropped as equipment? It suddenly dawned on him that he had previously obtained the golden finger absolute drop rate. After all, he had just been reveling in his newfound rewards. Was the drop rate truly 100? And had he really obtained a piece of bronze-level equipment on his very first try? Ding. Please, host. Make judicious use of the golden finger system and do not forget its existence. Apologies, Lin Ziluo said, bending down to retrieve the necklace from the ground. After simply wiping away the bloodstains from the necklace, Lin Ziluo examined its attributes. Meditation necklace, bronze-level equipment. Upon equipping, it grants 1 to spirit and a 10 increase in mental recovery speed. The attributes are rather mundane, as it is merely a piece of bronze-level gear. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Who cares about the details when it's free? Lin Ziluo donned the meditation necklace around his neck. Successfully equipped the meditation necklace. Friendly reminder, only one piece of jewelry of the same type can be effective when equipped simultaneously. No need for you to elaborate on that. Rings, necklaces, bracelets. Such a pity that the 3 pieces of jewelry I possessed in my former life were all epic-grade treasures. Nonetheless, opportunities to acquire them again may arise. After all, the journey to obtain them was one I personally experienced. Chapter 6. Open the door. Cleanse the filth. Currently, Lin Ziluo possessed 4 free attribute points. Yet he refrained from hastily allocating them. He had yet to contemplate his future path. Numerous terrifying hidden professions from his previous life remained unclaimed, allowing him the freedom to embark on a different career anew. Furthermore, at this stage, Lin Ziluo's attributes were undoubtedly sufficient. Basic attributes: strength, 12 spirit, 17 constitution, 11 agility, 14. These attributes were significantly superior to those of an ordinary person. However, he understood that he could not afford to waste time. He must first cleanse the area of zombies. Under the cover of night, the baseline attributes of zombies would increase by at least 50. The night setting of this apocalyptic game was defined as spanning from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. the following day. This meant that soon, nightfall would arrive, and he must return to a safe location before 8 o'clock. This reveals the insidious nature of the apocalyptic game. At 8 p.m., zombies gain enhancements. Yet they descend at 7 p.m. A mere hour is hardly enough preparation for anyone. Thus, many players met their demise on the first night of this apocalyptic game. Armed with a dagger, Lin Ziluo stepped out of the room. Until he acquired a proper weapon, he had no choice but to wield this attribute-less dagger, often referred to as a blank equipment. Upon exiting his room, he found himself in the narrow corridor of the inn, barely wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. This floor consisted of 10 rooms in total. Lin Ziluo chose to confront room 210 first. His footsteps creaked upon the old floorboards, producing a series of squeaks. Even before he reached the door of room 210, the sound of his steps alerted the occupant within. The soundproofing was atrocious. Suddenly, a growl emanated from inside room 210, followed by the rapid and disjointed sound of footsteps approaching the door. Lin Ziluo decided to strike first. Delivering a swift blow to the door's lock with his dagger, the rusted door lock stood as nothing more than a mere ornament, easily compromised by a dagger's thrust. Lin Ziluo forcefully swung open the door, revealing a zombie clad in a white tank top. This creature, with darkened skin and well-developed muscles, appeared to have belonged to someone accustomed to strenuous labor in life. Lin Ziluo promptly assessed the attributes of the zombie. Ordinary zombie level, 1 base attributes, strength, 12 mental, 5 constitution, 13 agility, 9 fortunately, though its attributes surpassed those of a typical zombie by 2 or 3 points. Lin Ziluo found it quite manageable. He executed a graceful arc with his dagger and initiated an assault on the zombie. The zombie's grayish-white eyes flickered as it lunged with elongated claws aimed at Lin Ziluo's face, evading the lethal talons with a nimble bend at the waist. He dove into the zombie's embrace. The distinct stench of decay enveloped him, yet Lin Ziluo remained unfazed, thrusting his dagger straight into the zombie's throat. Perhaps he had not struck a vital point, for the zombie opened its cavernous maw and lunged to bite him. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo twisted the dagger in his grip, and a shadowy specter of death loomed above the zombie's head. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully slain the zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The system notification chimed in promptly. The zombie's lifeless body toppled backward, crashing to the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply. It had taken merely 2 breaths to dispatch a zombie with relatively high attributes. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction as his performance had been subpar, failing to deliver a fatal blow with his initial strike. To advance from level 2 to 3, he required 10 experience points, necessitating the defeat of 9 more level 1 zombies. Kicking aside the fallen zombie, Lin Ziluo discovered it had dropped a card, which typically represented resources. As anticipated, upon collecting the card, he read, "A medium rare sirloin steak. A medium rare sirloin steak, selected from New Donglon's imported beef tenderloin, paired with a special proprietary sauce, promising a delightful dining experience." The card's usage was straightforward. Upon selection and activation, it would materialize at the optimal temperature in one's hand. At this stage, the resource card held significant value. However, when the shop eventually opened, its approximate price would settle around 100 gold coins, rendering it an item accessible to the masses. Lin Ziluo stowed the card in his storage space, noting that it was not yet time for a meal. Surveying room 210, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a large fabric bag within. Inside lay an assortment of repair tools, suggesting the zombie had been a mechanic in life. Lin Ziluo placed the tool bag into his storage space, extracting a hammer to wield. Given the dagger's short reach, this hammer would facilitate mid-range attacks. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo departed from room 210. Room 210 marked the end of the corridor, where a formidable iron gate completely sealed off the emergency exit. Thus, Lin Ziluo proceeded towards the adjacent room. Room 208 was empty. Room 207, likewise devoid of inhabitants. A sense of disappointment washed over Lin Ziluo. Why were there so few zombies? Finally, as he reached the threshold of room 206, he heard the growls of zombies, 2 of them, in unison. Splendid. Life was stirring. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he smashed the lock with a hammer. He then kicked the door open, shouting, "Open up. Time for a sweet." It must be noted that Lin Ziluo had always been of a taciturn disposition before the apocalypse. During his previous decade-long ordeal in the end times, he maintained a demeanor of cold indifference. However, in this new life, after slaying Yu Jing'an, his personality began to brighten gradually. Perhaps this was the result of long-suppressed emotions finally surging forth. Such phenomena are not uncommon in mental health. It is not rare for individuals to oscillate between depressive and manic states within a short span. Inside the room, the 2 zombies looked utterly bewildered. "I've turned into a zombie, and you still want a sweet?" they seemed to think. Indeed, it was rather scandalous. Both were devoid of clothing. Upon the door's opening, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find 2 completely naked zombies. Then it dawned on him. This was a pink-themed motel, which explained the peculiarity. The 2 zombies were incensed by Lin Ziluo's intrusion. The male zombie charged directly at him. Lin Ziluo cast a glance and remarked, "Seriously, big guy? You're out here playing with that size? Aren't you at a disadvantage?" The male zombie appeared to comprehend Lin Ziluo's words and let out a furious roar in response. Lin Ziluo had previously assessed this zombie's attributes and noted that it was 2 points weaker than the maintenance worker zombie he had encountered earlier. It was no wonder it resembled a diminutive worm. With a swift motion, he brought down the hammer onto the zombie's skull. A dull thud resonated as the creature's cranium shattered, causing its body to lose equilibrium. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo drew his dagger and plunged it into the zombie's neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully killed a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Chapter 7. The Eye of Reconnaissance. As the male zombie collapsed, Lin Ziluo distinctly noticed a cyan object materializing beneath its form. It appeared to be a bronze-level artifact. He refrained from rushing to inspect it, for the now-naked female zombie was already barreling towards him. Remarkably swift, her movements sent the 2 already zombified gray rabbits flailing about. A hasty decision. Perhaps he should not have opted for Technician Level 3. Although his gaze was drawn to the scene, Lin Ziluo's dagger did not falter in speed, accurately striking the female zombie's neck. Typically, female zombies possess greater agility compared to their male counterparts, but their physical constitution tends to be significantly weaker. As Lin Ziluo plunged his blade, the ominous words of death emerged. Then, beside the female zombie, an azure artifact materialized. Astonishing, a double blessing. Lin Ziluo reflected on his previous life. At the outset, after vanquishing over 100 zombies, he had only obtained a half-filled bottle of mineral water. Now, however, he stood in stark contrast, having acquired 3 bronze-level items from merely 4 zombies. The disparity was outrageous. 100% drop rate. How delightful. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, who wouldn't wish to be a fortunate one? Lin Ziluo picked up the 2 small cylindrical objects from the ground. only to discover they were identical artifacts, both familiar acquaintances. Eye of Reconnaissance, a single-use bronze-level item capable of detecting movements within 10 meters. It alerts the user if anyone approaches with a duration of 10 hours. This item had been a treasure in Lin Ziluo's former life. Whenever he was relentlessly pursued by the forces of the Li family or Yao Jinghan, exhausted to the brink, he would reach for a high-level Eye of Reconnaissance. Only then could he sleep soundly. However, due to its immense utility, few were willing to part with it for sale. Consequently, Lin Ziluo had seldom employed it. Now he need not covet it, as he possessed two, albeit both only of bronze quality. No, tonight he must indulge himself and utilize one. Lin Ziluo thought resolutely. Perhaps this is what they call retaliatory consumption once one has become affluent. Thud, thud, thud. The stairs creaked underfoot. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo heard shouts of indignation. Who was making such a racket up there? Damn it, if you're going to play, do it properly. It turned out to be the innkeeper. Awakened from his slumber by the noise, rushing out. Ironically, he had been sleeping so soundly that he missed the earlier global announcement. The panel that appeared before him was mistaken for a hallucination brought on by his abrupt awakening, and he carelessly clicked to close it. Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206 and stood in the corridor. The innkeeper, having just reached the second floor, spotted Lin Ziluo at once. You little brat. Making such a commotion without a penny to your name. Today, you want to leave until you kneel and call me grandfather. By the way, you seem rather well-groomed. Your mother must be quite lovely. Bring her here to work, and I might consider letting you off. The innkeeper was also of a fiery temperament, feeling unsatisfied. He charged at Lin Ziluo, attempting to land a punch on his head. Lin Ziluo sighed. He had intended to spare the man, but after exhaling, he advanced towards the innkeeper with a dagger in hand. The innkeeper, witnessing Lin Ziluo approach, slowly lowered his raised hand, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. Merely facing Lin Ziluo, he felt as though he might suffocate at any moment. Unbeknownst to him, this was the aura of murder, cultivated after the slaughter of countless lives. Typically, Lin Ziluo concealed it remarkably well. However, once Lin Ziluo truly harbored murderous intent, an aura of death would emanate from him. The innkeeper attempted to retreat, only to discover his legs trembling uncontrollably, rendering him immobile. He wished to plead for mercy, yet not a sound escaped his lips. Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze upon the innkeeper and approached him directly. With a single stroke, the head fell. Throughout the decade of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never been a reasonable individual, and the end of the world was hardly a realm of reason. The slaughter of innocents and the disregard for human life were of no consequence. Remember, in the apocalypse, the most potent voice is that of the fist. How many had Lin Ziluo slain in his previous life? He could scarcely recall. He only knew that anyone who provoked him would meet their demise. After becoming a war god, he was even publicized as the guardian deity of the Dragon Nation. Utterly laughable, Lin Ziluo could hardly be bothered to glance at the corpse of the innkeeper, were it not for the inconvenience. He would have turned the body into a zombie before dispatching it, as the likelihood of loot was guaranteed. However, once a player was bitten by a zombie, it would take approximately an hour to fully succumb to the transformation. In that hour, Lin Ziluo could slay countless zombies. With this thought, he knocked on the door of room 205. Hello, I'm here to clear the plumbing. Yet, there was no response. The same was true for rooms 204 and 203, which left Lin Ziluo feeling somewhat disheartened. Finally, upon knocking on the door of room 202, he was greeted by the growl of a zombie. At last, a zombie. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of reunion with an old friend. He kicked open the door and swiftly dispatched the familiar undead with a single blow. The old friend zombie graciously provided him with a bottle of flying Moutai. Excellent, my good brother, I have secured our old friendship, he proclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the fallen form of his old companion. After clearing room 201 and finding it empty, Lin Ziluo stretched lazily. The entire second floor of the inn had been thoroughly cleansed, and he decided to spend the night there. As for the scattered corpses and blood, he wouldn't spare them a glance. During his escape, he had deliberately sought out a horde of zombie corpses to use as a blanket, providing warmth and a means to evade pursuit. It proved to be quite effective. Lin Ziluo had another significant reason for choosing to rest here. The confined space and lack of ventilation would effectively prevent zombies from launching an assault on him. In this narrow corridor, no matter how many zombies there were, they could only confront him one at a time. Regrettably, there were too few zombies. He had only garnered 4 experience points thus far. He was still 6 points away from leveling up. The time was now 7:40. I must not dawdle. I have 20 minutes until 8. It is imperative that I slay 6 zombies within this time frame to reach level 3. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo hurriedly made his way downstairs to the inn's familiar bar. Suddenly, he recalled that this inn had 3 technicians, which meant there should be 3 women. Having already dispatched 2, there should be 1 remaining. Upon this realization, he grasped a hammer and struck the surface of the bar, attempting to create a disturbance to lure the zombies. As anticipated by Lin Ziluo, after a brief period of striking, he heard movement emanating from behind the bar's curtain. He approached the bar and pulled aside the curtain, yet no zombies were in sight. He held his breath, straining to discern the source of the sound. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on a wooden plank on the floor. Astonishingly concealed beneath, it was a clever hiding spot. Chapter 8. The exquisite Tang broadsword. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden plank with one hand, revealing a descending wooden ladder before him. He leaned down to peer into the dim underground chamber where 2 zombies were attempting to clamber up the ladder. Unfortunately, the steepness of the ladder afforded them no opportunity to ascend. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim, "You truly excel at hiding." With that, he leaped down. The subterranean room was not very deep. As he descended, he calculated his angle. As the 2 zombies gaped with their mouths agape, anticipating his descent, he propelled himself off the ladder, landing a blow to each of their heads with his feet. The force of the impact sent both zombies crashing to the ground. Lin Ziluo utilized the momentum from his kick to land gracefully. Next, he drew his daggers. With the right hand delivering a precise thrust into the neck of the fallen zombie, the word death materializing above its head. Meanwhile, his left hand wielded the hammer, striking down the other zombie that had managed to rise. After withdrawing the dagger, he swiftly plunged it into the neck of the recently downed zombie. He encountered significant resistance upon insertion, yet his strength prevailed, allowing him to pierce through the creature. With a soft exhale, he completed a fluid series of actions, dispatching both zombies and acquiring 2 experience points. As he extracted the dagger from the zombie's neck, he noted that the difficulty in insertion was due to the blade having dulled considerably. It was no wonder, as this ordinary dagger had dispatched several zombies prior. Its endurance was commendable. Thus, Lin Ziluo cast the dagger aside, hoping for a more suitable weapon to emerge. In truth, one could engage zombies unarmed, albeit with greater difficulty. As he cleared the corpses of the 2 zombies, a card and a cerulean longsword caught his eye. Could it be that my luck has been blessed? Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that whatever he desired was manifesting before him. First, he picked up the card, which revealed itself to be 2 fragrant steamed buns. Great, a side dish for tonight's steak, he mused. Following this, he eagerly grasped the longsword. Tang broadsword, a bronze-tier weapon. A military sword from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, known for its armor-piercing capabilities and durability. Attribute, Strength 1. Able to penetrate 10 points of enemy defense and slowly recover blade damage after disengagement. How familiar this seems. It turns out to be a distinctive standard weapon of the national region. Such weapons vary according to each country's characteristics. For instance, the hallmark of the Dragon Kingdom includes the Tang Dao, Imo Dao, and Guan Dao. The neighboring island nation features weapons like the Tai Dao and Naginata. In summary, standard equipment can eventually be purchased in stores and is not particularly rare. However, at this stage, Lin Ziluo has acquired a bronze-level Tang Hung Dao, commonly known as the Tang Dao. This acquisition undoubtedly enhances his capabilities, freeing him from reliance on short daggers for close combat. He can now employ the Tang Dao for mid-range slashing, significantly increasing his efficiency in dispatching zombies. Lin Ziluo first stored the Tang Dao in his inventory and then climbed up the ladder. With 10 minutes remaining, he aimed to eliminate the last 4 zombies. The hotel had been completely cleared of zombies by him. He directly opened the hotel door. This road was relatively secluded, which explained the presence of such a type of hotel in this area. Upon observation, Lin Ziluo noted 6 zombies wandering nearby, while approximately 7 or 8 zombies congregated at a distant intersection. Lightly tapping his foot, he whistled. Having dealt with zombies for a decade, he could adeptly control the volume of the sounds he produced, attracting the desired number of zombies within his range. Sure enough, at the precise pitch of his whistle, the 6 nearby zombies began to approach, while the distant group remained still. He retrieved the Tang Dao from his inventory and awaited their arrival. As the zombies drew closer, they caught the enticing scent of fresh prey and quickened their pace, brandishing their claws. Armed with the Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo took a few steps back and re-entered the hotel. This was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic decision. The narrow entrance of the hotel was highly conducive to combat against zombies. although Lin Ziluo was confident in his ability to dispatch the 6 zombies. The possibility of a sudden attack from a side zombie lingered, and his cautious nature compelled him to mitigate all potential risks. Indeed, the cramped entrance impeded the zombies' advance. 2 zombies attempted to enter simultaneously but ended up stuck in the doorway, blocking the others behind them from entering. It seemed he had overestimated the intelligence of the zombies on the first day. Lin Ziluo covered his head, recalling his own solitude on the first day of the apocalypse. Locked away in his dormitory, mourning quietly without ever encountering the zombies. By the second day, many of those zombies had already leveled up to 2 and were far from being this foolish. Observing the 2 zombies trapped in the doorframe, Lin Ziluo stepped forward, empathetically offering them assistance in resolving their predicament. A flash of the blade sliced through the air, and the heads of 2 zombies simultaneously toppled to the ground. Lin Ziluo withdrew his Tang Dao, astonished to find that not a single drop of blood had stained the blade. Nor was there a hint of a nick upon its edge. Truly, the quality of this weapon was exceptional. Lin Ziluo praised it, noting that even identical weapons could exhibit variations in quality. Undoubtedly, his Tang Dao belonged to the finest category. A good sword, of course, deserves a worthy technique. Lin Ziluo resolved to demonstrate one of the many sword techniques he had learned in his previous life. He kicked aside the 2 headless corpses wedged in the doorframe, clearing the way for the approaching zombies. Subsequently, 2 more zombies rushed in, becoming ensnared in the doorway as well. "You 4 must be from the same family," Lin Ziluo remarked, exasperated yet amused. Despite his complaints, he honestly dispatched the 2 zombies with a single stroke, sending their round heads rolling into the room. Remarkably, for neatly arranged heads now lay at Lin Ziluo's feet. "Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a zombie, gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 3, earning 1 attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 30 experience points for the next level up." It was a successful upgrade. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the 2 corpses blocking the doorway once more, only to witness a zombie daringly charging in. He nearly burst into tears at the sight. At last, a foe with a modicum of intelligence had arrived. In acknowledgement of this worthy adversary, Lin Ziluo executed a graceful arc with his Tang Dao. Then, with a deft strike, he cleaved through the zombie's arm. Following the trajectory of the arm, he deftly lifted the blade, slicing through the zombie's jaw, splitting its face in 2 from bottom to top. Chapter 9. A great treasure emerges death. Despite Lin Ziluo's respectful approach to his opponent, his technique still resulted in the immediate demise of the zombie. The creature's body toppled backward, and Lin Ziluo witnessed a book materializing from it, landing on the ground. This was a skill book. Lin Ziluo could hardly believe his eyes. Such a precious item. Suddenly, the partially fallen zombie seemed to be violently propelled from behind, hurtling toward him. Lin Ziluo swiftly averted his gaze from the skill book on the ground and, with remarkable reflexes, pressed himself against the wall. The zombie's body crashed down where he had just stood. Among the 6 zombies, the last one had finally entered. Lin Ziluo's expression grew grave. It was 8 o'clock. The zombie's strength would peak within a minute. He understood the urgency of eliminating this zombie before that time elapsed, for he had already observed its attributes. Level 1 zombie, basic attributes, strength, 15, spirit, 10, constitution, 16, agility, 15. The zombie, bolstered by a significant enhancement during the night, has surpassed Lin Ziluo in its attributes. Moreover, over time, its attributes will continue to escalate. Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation. As previously stated, attributes are merely a reference point, when the disparity in attributes is minimal. Personal condition, mastery of abilities, and even luck become the ultimate determinants of the battle's outcome. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo raised his Tang knife and charged at the zombie. The once pallid eyes of the zombie gradually transformed into a blood-red hue, and its expression grew increasingly ferocious. The flash of the blade struck the zombie's neck, however. Due to the significant enhancement of its constitution, the blow did not deliver a fatal strike. Infuriated by the assault, the zombie lunged at Lin Ziluo with its claws. Lin Ziluo decisively released the Tang knife, which had become lodged in the zombie's neck, and retreated a few steps. He then retrieved a hammer from his storage space and hurled it at the advancing zombie. In the confined corridor, the zombie was unable to maneuver effectively and could only watch helplessly as the hammer struck its face. The force of the blow crushed its nose, eyes, and mouth, causing blood to pour forth profusely. Lin Ziluo seized the opportunity, swiftly stepping forward to catch the hammer as it slipped from the zombie's face and yanked the Tang knife free. Blood gushed from the zombie's shoulder as it sustained grievous wounds to both its face and shoulder. Despite this, the zombie continued its frenzied charge toward Lin Ziluo. With the tang knife in hand, he remained remarkably composed, observing the oncoming threat. In a single, breathtaking strike, he delivered a blow from a cunning angle. With a speed that cleaved through the air, channeling all his strength, the blade arced across the zombie's neck. The knife struck, and death ensued. Lin Ziluo sidestepped, watching as the headless corpse stumbled past him before collapsing to the ground. Thus, all 6 zombies met their end at Lin Ziluo's hands. He exhaled deeply, rubbing his sore arms. The attributes of that last zombie had reached their peak. Lin Ziluo had faced off against a zombie with nearly 20 points in strength and emerged unscathed, a testament to his absolute mastery over his exertion technique. However, now was not the time for contemplation. It was past 8 o'clock, and the outside zombies had all received a minimum enhancement of 50 points. The commotion from the battle with the last zombie had been quite significant. If he did not act swiftly, he risked attracting other zombies. Therefore, Lin Ziluo dragged the corpses toward the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He neatly piled the 6 zombies together, effectively blocking the entire entrance of the hotel. Only then did he allow himself a moment of relief. The light above the hotel bar cast a dim glow. Lin Ziluo had no desire to examine the treasures he had just unearthed. Casually, he kicked aside the 6 zombie heads that lay on the floor and ascended to the 2nd floor, clutching the 6 items. The creaking floorboards announced his presence. He deftly sidestepped the corpse of the hotel owner sprawled in the corridor and placed the eye of detection on the ground. A green barrier, visible only to him, gradually expanded, ultimately enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. What a waste, Lin Ziluo mused. Now, he could rest assured, should any creature, human or zombie, approach, the barrier would swiftly turn red, providing him with a warning that would rouse him from even the deepest slumber. He entered room 203, which he had earlier deemed the cleanest and best furnished during his search. It must have been the finest room in the hotel. Thus, he resolved to spend the night there. He placed his acquired items on the table and proceeded to the bathroom, intending to indulge in a refreshing shower. What was this called? It was the ritual of cleansing before unveiling treasures. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had indeed managed to reveal good fortune through such a process. After enjoying a delightful shower, he donned the last set of clean clothes from his backpack and eagerly settled into a chair. Setting aside the skill book, he began inspecting the other 5 items. The first card read, Peking duck, sliced. Excellent, a delightful addition to his dinner. The second card, mineral water, farmer's 3 punches, was a welcome source of hydration. The third and fourth cards, astonishingly, 2 eyes of detection. Lin Ziluo found himself doubting his luck. How could such valuable items appear so easily? I am not Li Jie, he thought, but he dismissed the concern, thinking that more good fortune was never a burden. The 5th item was a ring radiating a bluish glow, which Lin Ziluo recalled had been dropped by the last zombie he defeated. Ring of the Nightfall, a bronze-level equipment. The Nightfall color serves as the best camouflage. Attributes: 1 agility. When equipped at night, the wearer's presence is reduced by 30. This was a remarkable find. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would greatly assist him in his endeavors that night. He promptly slipped the ring of Nightfall onto his finger. Now, the moment of truth had arrived. Jade Emperor, God, Buddha, Almighty Allah, bless me with a useful skill. Lin Ziluo fervently uttered a string of prayers. Chapter 10, Hidden Profession, Skill Book. Invaluable skill books. If one were to inquire about the drop rate of skill books in Lin Ziluo's experience, it would be minuscule, almost incalculable. The scarcity of such drops can be attributed to the rules governing skills in the apocalyptic game. Firstly, there is no upper limit to the number of skills one can possess. At first glance, one might assume this scenario is akin to others. However, upon delving into the drop rates of skill books, it becomes evident that this setting holds little significance. The drop rates are extraordinarily minuscule. Even if a skill book is obtained, it may not necessarily align with one's needs. This terrifying scarcity dictates that, despite the absence of a cap on skills possessed, acquiring new skills remains a formidable challenge. Throughout the entirety of the apocalyptic game, players are granted merely 3 opportunities to acquire random skills of their class between levels 10 and 80, with each instance yielding 1 or 2 skills. Thus, those with poor luck might only secure 3 skills. Beyond this, there exists no alternative means to acquire skills apart from skill books. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, even as players reach levels 60 or 70 in the later stages of the game, The majority still possess only the innate skills of their class. It is indeed a pitiful state of affairs. The so-called skill god, however, boasts an astonishing 25 skills, the highest in the world. Lin Ziluo considers himself fortunate, having previously acquired 10 skills, surpassing 99% of players. Thus, it is easy to comprehend the immense value of the skill book before him. Rubbing his hands together, Lin Ziluo opened the ancient tome. Spinning Slash, a warrior skill that allows the user to hurl their weapon, inflicting 120 points of strength damage. The weapon returns to the user after striking an enemy or reaching its maximum distance. The distance of the throw and return is identical. If the weapon strikes an enemy during its return, it deals an additional 80 points of strength damage. If obstructed by an object, it will fail to return. Marvelous. Lin Ziluo couldn't suppress his inner delight. A warrior skill that combines ranged attack, throwing, automatic retrieval, and multiple damage instances is indeed exceedingly rare. However, it is apparent that such a skill will have a lengthy cooldown period, necessitating an increase in mental capacity to shorten it. What a tremendous gain! System detects skill Spinning Slash. Does player Yazi wish to learn the Spinning Slash skill? Learn, learn, learn. Lin Ziluo exclaimed eagerly. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully learned Spinning Slash. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the confines of the room proved too narrow for him to unleash his newfound skill, compelling him to stifle his enthusiasm and store the treasures he had just acquired in his storage space. He was thoroughly pleased with his achievements for the day. His level had reached 3, and he had obtained 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment: Meditation Necklace, Nightfall Ring, and Tang Hung Blade. He had mastered the powerful skill, Spinning Slash. Additionally, his storage space brimmed with an array of items, which would have taken him half a month to gather previously. Most importantly, the woman named Yu Jinghan was finally dead. Reflecting on this, Lin Ziluo contentedly retrieved a supply card and activated it. Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Mouta liquor awaited him. After enduring a fierce battle throughout the afternoon, Lin Ziluo found himself ravenously hungry. Upon gazing at the delectable feast before him, he wasted no time and began to indulge eagerly. The Kyoto roast duck was complemented by spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak was accompanied by pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo savored every bite, relishing the moment. It is worth noting that the provisions obtained from this apocalyptic game, especially gourmet items like Kyoto roast duck and steak, rival the culinary creations of 5-star hotel chefs in both texture and flavor. Alas, such delightful moments are fleeting. Before long, the sumptuous dishes on the table had been entirely devoured by Lin Ziluo. He patted his belly, feeling quite content. Discarding the plates and cutlery aside, he proceeded to tidy up the table. Now, it was time to undertake a task of utmost importance: planning for his future. He retrieved a notebook and pen he had pilfered from downstairs and began to write fervently. The first step was to determine his career path. The apocalyptic game has delineated player professions into a simple binary: warrior and mage. It is as straightforward as that. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the vocational quest, one can choose to join either of these 2 paths. However, despite this classification, the ultimate decision rests entirely with the player. The manner in which one wishes to engage in combat and the profession they aspire to pursue is ultimately a matter of personal choice. Should he become a warrior, each level gained would result in a fixed increase in strength and constitution, along with 2 free attribute points to allocate as desired. For instance, if one wishes to adopt a tanking approach, they would invest entirely in constitution. A path of brute strength would necessitate a focus on power, while an assassin might consider enhancing agility. For archers, the concern lies not in attribute allocation, but rather in the ability to hit their target. It should be noted that choosing the warrior path does not preclude changes to one's mental and agility attributes. Rather, the modifications would be minimal. Nevertheless, overall development would still occur as one's strength increases. Conversely, for mages, each level gained would yield a fixed increment in spirit and agility, along with 2 free attribute points for discretionary distribution. Typically, mages invest their points entirely in spirit, though one may opt to allocate points toward constitution or strength to become a melee mage. A bold and commendable choice indeed. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo recognized the immense value of the 5 free attribute points he currently possessed. It is essential to understand that allocating these points in advance would significantly enhance their effects upon successful job transition. This realization compelled Lin Ziluo to proceed with caution. What has been described thus far pertains only to the conventional career paths. In reality, it is projected that 99 of individuals will tread upon these two routes, while the remaining one will embark on the path of hidden professions. Upon closer examination, one can discern that there exists a considerable variety of hidden careers. However, the disparities among them can be quite pronounced. Lin Ziluo's envisioned direction, of course, is to attain a top-tier hidden profession. He inscribed the word phantom in his notebook, his hidden profession from a previous life. With scars that are eternally etched upon his visage and the numerous encounters with mortality that he has endured, Lin Ziluo embodies the essence of the phantom, an illustrious and legendary assassin class, with agility maximized and explosive single-target damage. This is the primary reason he has successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the Li family for a decade, even prior to his second job change. Each level gained would augment his agility and strength by 2 points, alongside an additional 3 points in free attributes, an unparalleled advantage compared to ordinary classes. Lin Ziluo was well aware of the acquisition process for the Phantom class. To him, it was undoubtedly the most accessible hidden profession. He thoughtfully inscribed upon paper the names of illustrious classes: Holy Paladin, Necromancer, Azura, Titan, and Life Reaper. Each of these precious hidden occupations was meticulously documented, as he possessed a considerable understanding of the paths that led to their attainment. Those who wield these classes are destined to become divine warriors or sorcerers of unparalleled caliber. In the twilight of the apocalypse, to assuage public concern and demonstrate the might of their faction, leaders would often have their champions recount their grand sagas and heroic deeds, distributing these narratives in the form of pamphlets for the populace to venerate and emulate. However, Lin Ziluo had yet to experience such a moment, for he had perished on the very first day of his ascension as a divine warrior. After contemplating for a while, he resolutely decided to embark upon the path of the Phantom. His reasoning was simple: the acquisition process for this class was the one he understood best, thereby maximizing his chances of success. As for the other classes, who could discern whether those divine warriors and sorcerers had embellished or omitted details in their recounting? It is well known that the quests associated with hidden professions are fraught with peril. Even the slightest oversight could lead to dire consequences. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious nature, it was far wiser to select a profession he excelled in and comprehended thoroughly. With this determination in mind, he did not hesitate to allocate his free attribute points, 3 to strength and 2 to agility. His fundamental attributes now stood as follows: strength, 16, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17. A warm surge of energy enveloped him, enhancing his capabilities significantly. Having resolved his career path, he turned his focus back to his meticulous documentation. Now, where did I encounter the Holy Paladin? He pondered. Ah, yes, that diamond tier artifact was located at, and I must not forget about this. It could prove invaluable. If only I had written this down sooner. Now, I can hardly recall the precise location of that sword. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a diligent pen. Lin Ziluo's pen danced across the pages, turning one after another as he diligently chronicled all pertinent information regarding vital artifacts and equipment from his previous life. As the night deepened, the clock struck midnight. Lin Ziluo finally set down his pen, exhaling a soft sigh of relief. He has meticulously recorded everything he could remember in this notebook. As for the other matters, he will see if he can recall them later and add them. He returned the notebook to the storage space. Lin Ziluo stood up, turned off the light, and collapsed onto the bed without removing his clothes. Sleeping in attire had become one of the essential lessons of the apocalypse. Soon, he drifted into a deep slumber, experiencing the most comfortable sleep he had enjoyed in the past decade. Outside, the watchful eyes of sentinels stood guard. The pressure from Yao Jinghan had dissipated from his heart. There were no more relentless pursuers, no taut nerves, and no confusion about the future. Damn, where the hell has that wretched woman gone? In the center of a lavishly adorned living room, a man was furiously roaring. He seized a nearby vase and hurled it at a suited bodyguard standing behind him. Beside him, a silver-haired butler spoke up. "Young master, please lower your voice. Such loud noises could potentially attract the zombies outside the manor." The man recalled the previous incident when the estate had been overrun by mutated zombies, transforming numerous servants and bodyguards into the undead. This left the once thriving manor, home to nearly 4,000 people, reduced to a mere 400. He reluctantly fell silent. "Calm down. How can I remain calm? I painstakingly orchestrated such a splendid plot, only to have it obliterated by that harlot Yao Jinghan. Why didn't Tishi come this afternoon? Why didn't Tishi respond to my messages?" Her negligence has left my preparations incomplete, preventing me from timely sending the material to that good-for-nothing Lin Ziluo. If Lin Ziluo had received that message, the despair on his face would have been priceless. Just imagine how exhilarating that would be. If only he were to die of anger. It would mean sending him straight to meet his loathsome father. But alas, because of that woman, because of this cursed apocalypse game, I failed to dispatch the information in time. Damn it all. They all deserve to perish. The man spoke passionately, his voice escalating. The silver-haired butler felt compelled to interject. Young master, please lower your voice. Our bodyguards have already suffered significant casualties. If any more zombies breach our defenses, your life may not be spared. With a sigh, the butler lamented internally. The master's earlier decision to mold the young master in such a manner was indeed misguided. While a family could only afford one capable heir to prevent fraternal strife, this was contingent upon the family's existing dominance. Now, with the apocalypse looming, the young master's temperament could lead to dire consequences, perhaps out of respect for the silver-haired butler or a newfound appreciation for his own life. Li Haobo clamped his mouth shut again. Yet, it wasn't long before he resumed his monologue while seated on the sofa. It was a pity that Lin Ziluo, that good-for-nothing, couldn't he witness the spectacle of me frolicking with that harlot Yao Jinghan. Otherwise, how could I exact my revenge? Damn it, the more I think about it, the more infuriated I become. Li Haobo spat on the ground in frustration. Li Haobo rushed to the side of the silver-haired butler, his teeth clenched in frustration. Zhao Bo, I cannot stand this any longer. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. Did my father not mention just a few days ago that the hunting mercenary group was coming to find me? They should have arrived in Magic City by now. Let them seek out those two individuals. I must find Yao Jinghan, alive or dead, and that useless Lin Ziluo. I will ensure he spirals into madness. I understand. The hunting mercenary group has been trained as loyal assassins for the young master since childhood. They will undoubtedly fulfill all your wishes. The silver-haired butler nodded in agreement. Ha. The mere thought of such a scenario exhilarated Li Haobo. Chapter 12. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie. Gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations player Yazi for leveling up to level 4. Gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 40 experience points for the next level up. A blade radiating a greenish glow spun gracefully through the air, slicing forward. An unsuspecting zombie, oblivious to the impending danger, charged towards a nearby living human. The blade flashed, and the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, its gaping maw still agape. Simultaneously, a gleaming item emerged from its body. This detail, however, was of little significance. What truly mattered was that the spinning blade, upon reaching a certain distance, executed an improbable spiral turn and hurtled back towards Lin Ziluo. Another zombie that lunged at Lin Ziluo had no inkling of the lethal arc that awaited it, as the returning blade effortlessly severed its neck from behind. Congratulations player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Observing the death of the zombie, Lin Ziluo satisfactorily caught the tang knife. The spinning slash technique truly is remarkable, he mused. The only lament was that his mental strength was still insufficient, resulting in a longer cooldown for the spinning slash. It was now 12:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had arisen at 6 in the morning and left the inn by 6:30. This meant he had been traversing the outside for 6 hours. Although he had chosen remote routes where zombies were exceedingly rare, his gains were rather gratifying. The demise of nearly 30 zombies had enabled Lin Ziluo to reach level 4. And with a 100 drop rate, he had obtained nearly 30 items. Today, Lin Ziluo was not as fortunate as the previous night. A significant portion of these items consisted of supplies, a pristine men's shirt, a serving of Kung Pao chicken over rice, a precisely timed wristwatch. In summary, Lin Ziluo stuffed everything into his storage space, knowing he had gathered enough provisions for 3 days. He donned the watch on his wrist. Managing time in this apocalyptic game was essential. Relying on his second-hand phone to check the time was cumbersome, and he dreaded the thought of the city's power grid collapsing due to lack of maintenance, rendering his phone useless for charging. As for the other items, there was a reconnaissance eye and a stealth mask. Concealed mask, a bronze tier item that, when donned, conceals one's nickname, level, and other basic information for 30 minutes. Usable twice daily. It is indeed a splendid mask, which Lin Ziluo promptly affixed to his face. He stepped forward to collect the items dropped from the 2 zombies he had just vanquished. A serving of shredded ham fried rice. He casually tucked the card into his storage space and turned his attention to the scroll emitting a bluish glow. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze tier item capable of enhancing bronze-level equipment. The enhanced gear will receive attribute boosts. The first enhancement is guaranteed to succeed, while the success rate of subsequent enhancements diminishes with increasing levels. Lin Ziluo smiled, finally obtaining something of value. Without hesitation, he slapped the Equipment Enhancement Scroll onto his Tang Dao. Enhancement successful. Congratulations player Yazi for acquiring Tang Hung Dao 1. Tang Hang Dao 1, a bronze tier weapon. A military saber modeled after the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, renowned for its armor-piercing and durability traits. After enhancement, it boasts even greater attributes. Attributes: Strength 2, capable of breaching 15 points of enemy defense, and consecutive strikes will amplify damage by 10. After disengaging from combat, it can gradually mend any blade injuries. The edge of the Tang Dao in Lin Ziluo's hand gleamed with a sharpness that reflected the blinding sunlight. He then allocated the attribute point earned from reaching level 4 into strength. By the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes had already reached the level of a Special Forces soldier. Base attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, Agility 17. As he felt the surge of power within him, Lin Ziluo's stomach audibly protested at an inopportune moment. It was about time for a break. He thought he would resume his efforts in the afternoon. If he reached level 5 today, he could directly challenge that place tomorrow without needing to search for a dungeon. He was currently headed from the small inn to the Leaf family manor. Originally, he intended to seek out the dungeon teleportation array. For dungeons are the most crucial means of acquiring experience, food, and equipment in this apocalyptic game. After all, there were only so many zombies, and one could not slay too many. Players merely need to locate the numerous dungeon teleportation arrays scattered throughout the city to be transported to the dungeon waiting room, where they can select the dungeon they wish to participate in. Naturally, there also exist some special solitary dungeons, akin to hidden dungeons, offering substantial rewards. However, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength was advancing rapidly, and there was no need to squander time waiting. After traversing for the morning, he had covered about a third of the distance and arrived at a secluded path. Aside from the 2 zombies he had just dispatched, no other living beings were in sight. The path was flanked by low, modest houses. These routes were carefully chosen by Lin Ziluo, intentionally avoiding densely populated areas. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse, and few dared to venture out alone to face zombies. He casually selected one of the low houses, cleaved the door lock with a single strike, and stepped inside. The room lay in disarray, a myriad of objects strewn across the floor. It was evident that one among the family had succumbed to the fate of a zombie, while the others desperately attempted to evade the ensuing chaos. He remained vigilant, the bloodstains on the ground and the peculiar scent wafting from his nostrils serving as ominous reminders of the lingering presence of the undead within the household. Gripping his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo traversed the untidy living room and approached the corridor leading to the bedroom. Suddenly, a ferocious roar erupted from a room to his right. 2 sharp claws pierced through the wooden door, reaching out for him. With heightened reflexes and an agility score of 17, Lin Ziluo narrowly evaded the lethal grasp. He swung his Tang Dao with precision, severing the claws as if they were mere twigs. The zombie behind the door relentlessly battered against the wooden barrier, which creaked under the strain. Lin Ziluo, undeterred by the door, thrust his blade through it, the blade penetrating deep enough to impale the creature's chest. Clearly, the chest was not the zombie's vulnerable spot, for it continued to thrash wildly against the door, its severed arms still flailing in the air. Lin Ziluo delivered a powerful kick to the door, causing it to break free from its frame and crash to the floor, ultimately pinning the zombie beneath it. He approached and effortlessly decapitated the creature, concluding the battle. Relaxing, he returned to the living room and plopped down beside the dining table, rummaging through a thick stack of cards. "Oh dear, there are so many options, I can't decide what to eat," Lin Ziluo lamented. If those outside, still fighting for their lives, were to hear this, they would surely be aghast. Yet, he quickly devised a solution, drawing cards. He randomly selected 4 cards and chose to activate them. In an instant, an array of steaming, aromatic dishes materialized upon the table. He eagerly dug into a plate of stir-fried rice with pork and sausage. Chapter 13. Those who stand in my way shall perish satisfied in full. Lin Ziluo reclined on the sofa and opened a second-hand mobile phone to review a pre-downloaded map. He found himself on Panshan Road and planned to head east, estimating he would reach his destination by afternoon. He was still a bit short on experience points to reach level 5, but slaying zombies along this path would surely suffice. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo stowed away his phone and rose from the sofa, humming an unknown tune as he made his way outside. Interestingly, just as he approached the doorway, he halted, and his melody abruptly ceased. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's keen hearing detected 3 distinct breaths outside the door, indicating the presence of 3 individuals lying in wait for him. Is he out yet? Ji Yao inquired nervously. Not yet. I distinctly heard footsteps moments ago, Ji Kaiji replied. Gripping a kitchen knife, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Listen to me. You all smelled that delicious aroma from the dishes. That person undoubtedly possesses cards capable of conjuring gourmet food, Gu Gaojie remarked, wielding a fire axe, his expression darkened by suspicion. He had witnessed someone manifesting culinary delights from cards the previous night. However, committing robbery does not seem appropriate. Ji Yao expressed her dilemma. What is inappropriate about it? We can simply wait for him to come out, strike him, and then threaten him to surrender the cards he possesses. Gu Gaojie shot Ji Yao a glare. Indeed, sister, we are justified. He has damaged our door, which gives us grounds to accuse him of breaking and entering. Hearing Gu Gaojie's words, Ji Kaiji felt they held merit and comforted Ji Yao. Ji Yao recalled the delicious aroma she had just sensed and instinctively touched her empty stomach, nodding in agreement. There was no other choice. After all, you possess food. Since yesterday afternoon, she had not consumed anything. Ever since the apocalypse began, her father had transformed into a zombie, leaving her and her brother in a panic-stricken flight, taking nothing with them. She considered asking others for food. But now everyone understood the critical importance of sustenance and had received no assistance. After finally deciding to venture out in search of food, how could she return empty-handed? Ji Yao declared, All right, let us rob him. We shall take everything he has. Gu Gaojie was quite pleased, knowing that the Ji siblings had been persuaded. Once they undertook this act, there would undoubtedly be a second. At that point, they would become his pawns, leading the charge. I advise you not to show any mercy. Aim for his legs first. If he resists, just as his words hung in the air, the window to Gu Gaojie's left shattered. A gleaming green blade emerged through the broken glass, striking the back of Gu Gaojie's neck. Unaware of what had transpired, Gu Gaojie's head fell to the ground, blood gushing from his severed neck. The thick crimson liquid splattered onto Ji Yao's face, who was about to echo Gu Gaojie's sentiments. Staring in shock at the sudden brutality, Ji Yao instinctively opened her mouth and screamed. We cannot allow you to attract the zombies. I had hoped to conserve some mental energy, Lin Ziluo lamented. With that, he extended his entire right hand out of the window, channeling his mental power to initiate a spinning strike. His right hand swung forcefully, the tang knife whistling through the air as it sliced forward. Perfectly aimed. The knife severed Ji Yao's upper and lower lips, forever parting them. Furthermore, the tang knife continued its pursuit of Ji Kaiji, who had already fled in terror upon hearing the window shatter, not even glancing back at his sister. Having run over 10 meters, he was about to turn and see what had transpired when a long blade struck his left waist. The tang knife continued to spin, resembling a meat grinder, completely severing Ji Kaiji's torso. Having completed its task, the knife abruptly changed direction and flew back toward Lin Ziluo. Ji Kaiji's upper body still writhed on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood behind. Yet, ultimately, after crawling just over a meter, his head fell limply to the earth. The emergence of 3 deaths signifies that 3 individuals lurking in ambush have lost their lives. Accepting the tang knife, Lin Ziluo stepped out of the kitchen. Upon hearing the faint sounds of breathing, he opted not to venture outside, but rather chose to retreat into the kitchen on his left. The kitchen window was situated just to the left of the main entrance. Unbeknownst to Gu Gaojie and Ji Yao, concealed at the left side of the door, their conversation was clearly overheard by Lin Ziluo, including the threats articulated by Gu Gaojie. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo maintained his cheerful demeanor. After all, they had approached him first. Their attempt to seize a person had backfired. It was undoubtedly a reasonable outcome. Lin Ziluo felt they should be grateful to him, for at least he had expedited their demise, sparing them from further tribulations in the apocalypse. Sighing, he quipped that he should be awarded a Good Citizen award by the government for his virtuous deed. His journey continued. The thought of being able to personally vanquish Li Haobo the following night invigorated him. The Li family, none of you shall escape. To clarify, Yao Jinghan was merely a puppet standing in the forefront. After all, how could a woman, devoid of any prowess, possibly command the Li family? Thus, initially, The animosity was confined to a personal vendetta between Lin Ziluo, Li Haobo, and Yao Jinghan. However, after Lin Ziluo eliminated several henchmen dispatched by the Li family, the enmity transformed into a broader conflict between Lin Ziluo and the Li family itself. To the Li family, Lin Ziluo's existence was akin to a fishbone lodged in their throat. If left unaddressed, the Li family's reputation would continue to suffer, becoming the subject of ridicule. Consequently, the Li family no longer required the leadership of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. Every member sought to eradicate Lin Ziluo, the source of their disgrace. Yet, they had not anticipated that Lin Ziluo, akin to a resilient cockroach, would persistently rise from the brink of death, ultimately evolving into a war god. The presence of a war god harboring animosity towards the Li family was intolerable. The Li family incurred immense costs, engaging two war gods and even greater sacrifices to summon a zombie king. Ultimately, Yao Jinghan, accompanied by the zombie king, stormed into the negotiation venue. With two war gods and a zombie king, three entities of equal caliber surrounded him. They even utilized legendary-grade barrier artifacts, completely sealing off his escape routes, leaving Lin Ziluo with no opportunity to flee and facing his demise there. However, heaven bestowed upon me, Lin Ziluo, another chance. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those two war gods, and the zombie king, along with every individual, family, and team that aided the Li family in their pursuit of me. None shall escape, regardless of intent, be they virtuous or vile. Anyone who has provoked me shall meet with certain death. Chapter 14. A chunk of raw flesh slays the internet princess. Dear, come quickly and see the Superman. A woman exclaimed in astonishment, leaning against the window. What Superman? I'm blocking the door, preventing the zombies from getting in. Her husband hurriedly ran to her side, breathless. There, the woman pointed towards the window. Her husband followed the direction of her finger and saw a man wearing a green mask on the street. A flash of blade glinted before the man, as he decapitated the approaching zombie. Two more zombies lay defeated beside him. Wow, what a master! Her husband exclaimed, then, employing the newly acquired method, attempted to check the man's information. Basic information, nickname, title, level. Strange, why can't I access his information? The woman's husband pondered aloud. Never mind, quickly, let us call for Superman to save us. The woman exclaimed excitedly. Her husband immediately stopped her, speaking calmly. Don't be foolish. Shouting will expose our location and attract the zombies. We would be doomed. Besides, this Superman has concealed his information. Clearly wishing to keep his identity hidden, why would he want to rescue anyone? Upon hearing this, the woman found his reasoning sound and admired him, saying, Husband, you're so clever. No, it's just simple logic, he humbly replied. Yet, such simple reasoning eluded some. Hey, kind sir, come save me. On the opposite building, a woman opened the window and called out to Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo picked up 3 cards from the ground, disregarding her plea, and continued walking forward. It was now nearly 5 in the afternoon. Lacking secluded paths nearby, Lin Ziluo was compelled to venture onto the bustling street. Once on the street, he needed to guard against others accessing his information. After all, his game name had gained tremendous notoriety overnight. Fortunately, the hidden mask he acquired was quite effective. As he walked, he examined the items he had just collected: dried vegetable and pork, 666 cold medicine, and a tube of toothpaste. Lin Ziluo stowed the 3 cards back into his storage space, preparing to move on. The woman upstairs, seeing Lin Ziluo ignoring her, felt exasperated. Who did she think she was? A true internet princess. She boasted over 30,000 followers and a wealthy benefactor who showered her with luxury cars. Yet now, a masked man barely acknowledged her. In her frustration, she seized a nearby flower pot and hurled it in his direction. Naturally, Lin Ziluo evaded the pot with ease. Taking a few steps to the side, he turned to regard the woman with an impassive expression, though with a mask, one's expressions remained concealed. Seeing that she finally captured Lin Ziluo's attention, the woman was elated. She quickly spread her arms and called out, I'm over here. Kind sir, please come save me. There are several zombies here, and I'm so scared. If you rescue me, I'll hold your hand. Lin Ziluo remained silent. Retrieving a card from his storage space, a piece of raw meat, seemingly marinated, appeared in his hand. At that very moment, the zombies along the street simultaneously lifted their heads, their gray-white eyes widening in unison. This piece of flesh, infused with the zombie virus, had affectionately been dubbed the zombie lure artifact by players in the post-apocalyptic world. Its allure for the undead could reach an astonishing distance of 100 meters. Once revealed, zombies within that radius would relentlessly pursue the meat. Indeed, as soon as Lin Ziluo produced the raw meat, it captivated the attention of numerous zombies. With a gentle toss, he flung the meat through a window, where it landed precisely inside a woman's home. The woman furrowed her brow in annoyance, exclaiming, "I don't want food. I want you to take me to safety. Can't you understand human language?" She hurled insults at Lin Ziluo, completely oblivious to the fact that the zombies below were beginning to converge on her position. Ignoring her outburst, Lin Ziluo quickened his pace, seizing the opportunity while the zombies shifted their focus. How ironic it was. Just when he was distressed over the overwhelming number of approaching zombies without knowing where to lead them, someone had conveniently opened a window to call for help. What a blessing for a good man. The woman continued her tirade, her voice even drowning out the sound of her doorframe being battered. It wasn't until a resounding crash echoed that she turned to look. Her door had been smashed down by the zombies, frame and all. A horde of zombies surged into her home. The woman shrieked in terror, her body trembling uncontrollably, and a stream of yellow liquid trickled down her pants to the floor. Ultimately, she was so frightened that her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the pool of liquid, sending ripples across its surface. One could only wonder how her prominent online supporter would react upon witnessing such a spectacle. The zombies, flailing their arms, scrambled eagerly toward the raw meat, which was soon torn into shreds during the struggle between two of them. Each managed to snag a piece, shoving it into their mouths. As for the other zombies who had failed to obtain the meat, their appetites were piqued, and they ceased their pursuit of humans, instead turning their ravenous bites toward the woman. A piercing scream erupted, echoing throughout the street, causing those who had been hiding in their homes and had witnessed the events to tremble in fear. They vowed never to approach strangers for help again. A lesson in survival that Lin Ziluo had inadvertently imparted. One must recognize their own limitations in this apocalyptic world. With the screams fading, a skeleton appeared where the woman had stood, remnants of flesh clinging to the bones, the skull shattered from the assault, preventing the consumption of brain matter. The zombies, satisfied, departed from the dwelling, and Lin Ziluo, too, made his exit from the street with ease. Indeed, this was the place. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, leaving 2 hours until nightfall. He had arrived at the Shanghai Sports Center, initially planning to come the following day. But the day's journey had been unexpectedly smooth, allowing him to arrive over an hour early. Lin Ziluo was not inclined to squander time. Although time was not necessarily abundant, it was sufficient for him to delve into the matter for a while. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo examined his status panel. Throughout the afternoon, he had not acquired any notable equipment. He suspected that the bountiful loot on the first day was solely due to the hike and drop rates implemented at the outset. As for the cards, his harvest was indeed fruitful. He had amassed nearly 30 cards within that afternoon alone. He still possessed 2 cards of raw meat soaked in zombie virus. Unfortunately, this was the irony of a 100 drop rate. The sheer volume of items rendered the worthwhile ones less remarkable. Chapter 15. 1 against 100. The Magic City Sports Arena stood as one of the iconic edifices of the metropolis. In the context of the apocalyptic game, it was established that special occurrences would transpire within the city's landmark buildings. For instance, there could be the presence of dungeons, hidden merchant robots, or wild treasure chests. As far as Lin Ziluo was aware, within this Magic City Sports Arena, there existed a silver-tier wild treasure chest. It was termed a wild treasure chest because it was scattered throughout various locations, accessible to anyone. In contrast, the standard treasure chests required one to eliminate foes before they would drop. Although the latter offered greater value, they were considerably more challenging to acquire. Nevertheless, even a silver treasure chest guaranteed at least one silver-grade piece of equipment or item, along with additional assorted goods. Given Lin Ziluo's current circumstances, obtaining a silver-grade piece of equipment would undoubtedly enhance his prowess significantly. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo prepared to seek a side entrance to the arena, opting to avoid the main entrance, which was guarded by at least a dozen zombies. At that moment, the apocalyptic game cheat system, which had been dormant for some time, suddenly emitted a notification sound. Ding. Host detected entering the Magic City Sports Arena. Ding. The environment of the Magic City Sports Arena meets task requirements. Ding. Task 1 against 100 issued. 1 against 100. An exemplary host is required to demonstrate their strength now. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena. Level unrestricted. Task requirements 0-100. Task rewards: 1 random ordinary cheat and 1 bronze-grade equipment. Task duration: 24 hours. Ding. Does the host accept the task? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. 100 zombies. As the second day of the apocalyptic game progressed into the afternoon, the majority of zombies had reached level 2, signifying a marked improvement in strength compared to their initial level. Not to mention, the spacious arena would likely attract a multitude of zombies with even the slightest commotion. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to circumvent densely populated areas of zombies, leveraging his personal stealth to access the treasure chest. However, with this unexpected task in play, he found solace in the fact that the task duration spanned a full day, providing ample time. However, to err on the side of caution, Lin Ziluo inquired, "What are the penalties for refusing a task or failing to complete it?" Ding. Please rest assured, the existence of the Golden Finger system is designed to enhance your gaming experience and allow you to relish the journey. Ding. Therefore, there will be no penalties for declining a task or failing to complete one. Instead, the host will be rewarded with a consolation package of 100 gold coins. Astonished, Lin Ziluo was taken aback. This truly exemplified an improved gaming experience. Even the refusal of a task could yield a consolation package. Knowing numerous locations that could trigger tasks, he realized that not only could he refuse tasks, but he could also effortlessly accumulate gold coins. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the task. Upon completion, he would be able to draw a regular golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. He had witnessed the formidable power of the Super Golden Finger, capable of elevating a mere 1 drop rate to an astounding 100. Did this imply that the regular Golden Finger could transform each zombie's drop from 1 item to 2? Even in the event of failure, there was no loss. The objective was merely to open a silver treasure chest, along with the added benefit of earning 100 gold coins. Ding. The task of facing 100 foes has been accepted. May the host accomplish it with success. After accepting the task, Lin Ziluo did not hasten to enter the gymnasium. Instead, he studied the internal structure map of the gym's entrance, formulating a strategy in his mind. Based on his recollection, the silver treasure chest should be located in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. However, the time available today was far from sufficient. He decided to complete a portion of the zombie clearing task for the day. He would enter through the side door and ascend the 1st floor along the safe passageway. By the time he reached the infirmary on the 2nd floor, it would likely be around 8 o'clock, when night would fall. The infirmary contained a bed, where he could rest for the night and continue his ascent the following day. By noon the next day, he anticipated reaching the warehouse on the 3rd floor, opening the treasure chest, and then leaping down along the outer edge of the building to make a swift escape. Having merely observed the map once, Lin Ziluo meticulously planned every route and action. With his preparations complete, he refused to squander any more time. The sharp tang knife materialized in his hand. He deftly picked the lock of the side door at the back of the gymnasium and pushed it open. A blood-soaked zombie stood rigidly behind the door. As Lin Ziluo was about to assess the situation, he was momentarily stunned. What a stroke of luck! An auspicious encounter right at the door. What business did this zombie have lurking at the back entrance of the gym? The two stared at each other, a human and a zombie, locked in a contest of gazes. Reacting quickly, the zombie opened its mouth, preparing to emit a deafening roar. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo drew his knife. Before the zombie could utter a sound, he thrust the blade into its gaping maw. The sharp tip penetrated through the zombie's mouth, emerging from the back of its neck, silencing any potential roar. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo retrieved the hammer he had not discarded earlier. With one decisive blow, he struck the zombie's face, causing blood to splatter. This ensured that the zombie was utterly deprived of its capacity to scream. Lin Ziluo drew his Tang Dao and swiftly dispatched the zombie lurking by the back door. A chilling end met with the specter of death. A sigh of relief escaped him. Had the creature called out, he would have been unprepared and forced to retreat strategically. However, he found some satisfaction in the encounter. This zombie had inadvertently provided him with a unique opportunity for a special examination, akin to what would incur a fee in a hospital. Not to mention, he had also given it an impromptu facial reconstruction with a small hammer, another service that would typically demand payment. Lin Ziluo chuckled at the thought. The fallen zombie, having met its demise, now found itself in debt. Yet, the downed zombie had contributed in its own way, for beneath it lay an object radiating a bluish light. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the corpse and picked up the item. Super Flash Bomb, a single-use bronze-level item capable of emitting a blinding white light, rendering those who gaze upon it temporarily sightless. The duration of blindness depends on the length of exposure to the light and the sensitivity of the observer. Quite a remarkable find indeed. This would serve as an invaluable crowd control tool for the impending invasion of the Li Manor tomorrow night. With great satisfaction, Lin Ziluo stowed the super flash bomb into his storage space. The back door of the gymnasium effectively functioned as a small storage area. To truly gain entry, he needed to unlock the inner door of this storage room. Feeling around the waist of the zombie's corpse, he unearthed the key. Chapter 16. A heavenly operation completed with a spinning/third-floor storage, second-floor office. Badminton Hall. Lin Ziluo examined the key he had found. What an unexpected stroke of fortune. With this key, he could bypass the need to force the door open, minimizing the noise that would attract more zombies. Grateful for the fallen creature, he proceeded to search for the door it unlocked. Found it. He retrieved the key marked for the back left door. Growling. Inside the ping-pong hall, a dozen zombies began to meander slowly. As night approached, their activity intensified. Click. A faint sound echoed. A wooden door creaked open. Lin Ziluo crouched low and cautiously entered, slipping beneath the nearest ping-pong table. Using the table's limited space, he concealed his body. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo began to count the zombies. By the end, he realized there were 17 in total. This number struck a chord within him. These zombies were comparable to him in attributes. Typically, an ordinary person would expend all their effort to deal with a single one. However, under his command, 17 were not insurmountable. Moreover, the main door of the ping-pong hall was closed. As long as he kept the noise to a minimum, the external zombies were unlikely to intrude. The tables were sufficiently high, allowing him to maneuver strategically. Glancing at his experience bar, he noted that he needed just 4 more points to reach level 5. Each second-level zombie offered 2 points of experience. He resolved to eliminate 2 first. After leveling up, he would employ a tactical evasion against the remaining 15 zombies, an entirely feasible plan. Upon this realization, Lin Ziluo noticed a zombie advancing in his direction. It's you. He swiftly deduced the zombie's trajectory and pace, tensing his body like a poised serpent, silently awaiting the creature's approach. As the footsteps drew nearer, he held his breath. The moment the zombie's foot landed on the meticulously calculated spot, Lin Ziluo decisively struck. Emerging from beneath the ping-pong table, he rose, and with remarkable precision, his Tang Dao sliced through the zombie's neck. Before the creature could react, it was severed, its head floating away, marked by the ominous words death. Due to the extraordinarily swift and fluid execution, the other zombies remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's actions. He quickly slipped back under another ping-pong table. The thud of the zombie's body and head hitting the ground attracted the attention of the remaining zombies. In an instant, they were all roused, their chaotic footsteps echoing. Colliding against the ping-pong table, and the metallic sound of the table shifting filled the air. Fortunately, the gymnasium had been fitted with slip-resistant, sound-absorbing flooring, and the doors between the venues provided sufficient soundproofing. Thus, the commotion did not alert the zombies outside the ping-pong hall. As Lin Ziluo peered from beneath the table and noticed 3 pairs of feet gathering near the fallen zombie, he decisively swung his Tang Dao toward the ankle of one of the zombies. The blade, sharp and infused with Lin Ziluo's strength, effortlessly severed the 3 feet at the ankles. One zombie, now footless, could no longer maintain its balance and toppled over. Another, having lost 1 foot, stumbled forward a few steps before crashing to the ground. However, Lin Ziluo's position was now compromised. He emerged from beneath the table, disregarding the other zombies, and aimed for the uninjured zombie furthest to the right among the initial 3. This zombie, relatively robust, withstood a strike but did not perish. Lin Ziluo chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he bent low to evade a zombie lunging from behind. Grabbing the footless zombie, he hurled it towards the approaching horde. The startled zombies had no time to react before the thrown zombie collided with them, sending 3 or 4 tumbling to the ground. With a swift motion of his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo decapitated the struggling zombie attempting to rise. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yaji for leveling up to level 5, gaining 1 attribute point. Player Yaji requires 100 experience points to reach the next level. Upon reaching level 5, the experience required for further upgrades significantly increases. Lin Ziluo calmly allocated his newly acquired attribute point to agility. Then, with a leap, he sprang onto the ping-pong table. The entire table tennis hall was besieged by zombies rushing towards Lin Ziluo. The previously knocked down zombies had risen once more, with only one severed of its feet. still crawling. Standing atop the tennis table, Lin Ziluo had a broad vantage point. His mind raced with thoughts, and years of combat experience swiftly led him to determine the optimal angle for a spinning slash. He hurled his Tang Dao, which sliced through the air, leaving a brilliant azure arc in its wake. The blade cleaved through a zombie's neck, and another that charged from behind collided with the blade, resulting in 2 dark deaths. But that was not the end. As the Tang Dao reached its apex in rotation, it traced a perfect arc and flew back towards Lin Ziluo. A trajectory he had precisely anticipated. A zombie lunging at him was met with the blade's return, severing its life from behind. Lin Ziluo effortlessly caught the Tang Dao, having dispatched 3 zombies with a single spinning strike. This feat could not be merely summarized as a skill. It embodied the combat instinct Lin Ziluo had honed over a decade of apocalypse. His delicate manipulation of the throw's angle, his intimate understanding of the blade's parabolic flight, and his precise anticipation of the zombie's movements underscored his prowess. Beneath his mask, Lin Ziluo's expression remained as tranquil as still water. In just a minute, amidst the onslaught of 17 zombies, he had effortlessly eliminated 5, a mere trifle for him. Now, only 12 fearless zombies continued their relentless charge, alongside the one still tenaciously crawling towards him. As 2 of the closest zombies reached for his calves, Lin Ziluo propelled himself with his right foot, bending his body slightly, and leaped onto the opposite tennis table. The 2 zombies, having lunged for his previous position, collided heavily with the hard surface of the table, letting out frustrated roars. Chapter 17. Stab. Thrust. Strike. At this moment, the vicinity of Lin Ziluo's table was devoid of zombies, granting him ample time to await their approach. After a brief respite, the 2 fastest zombies arrived at the table's edge. Lin Ziluo struck first, leveraging his elevated position to deliver a powerful kick to the foremost zombie's face. The immense force sent it reeling backward, rolling completely on the ground. The remaining zombie met the same fate as Lin Ziluo unceremoniously severed its head. Suddenly, the opaque door of the table tennis hall reverberated with knocking and crashing sounds. Damn, the zombies' roars had drawn the attention of those outside, Lin Ziluo lamented. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. He resolved to eliminate these zombies and execute a strategic retreat, with the hall's closed doors still holding firm for the time being. Lin Ziluo leaped down from the table and briskly approached the recently toppled zombie. Perhaps the lingering strength of the blow had rendered the zombie incapable of rising. With a determined strike, the creature was rendered utterly immobile. At that moment, only 10 zombies remained capable of movement within the confines of the table tennis hall. Lin Ziluo felt confident that, with his current agility, he could outmaneuver them and wear them down. Thus, he engaged in a game of hide-and-seek amidst the gaps between the tables. As a horde of zombies lunged at him, Lin Ziluo deftly crouched beneath the table, emerging from the other side to deliver a swift blow to a pursuing zombie. Surrounded by the undead, he leaped onto the table tennis surface, then jumped to another table. With a fluidity of motion, he dispatched 5 zombies with remarkable efficiency. Yet, his stamina had waned considerably. To engage in combat with 17 similarly endowed zombies, and to have vanquished the majority in such a brief span of time would surely be met with disbelief. Just as he leaned against the table for a moment's respite, he noticed a crimson vial at his feet. This was a reward dropped by the very zombie he had just slain. Lin Ziluo, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure, swiftly retrieved the vial. Evading a lunging zombie, he uncapped the bottle and consumed the vibrant red liquid in one gulp. The sweet elixir coursed through his mouth, its delightful flavor prompting him to wish for more. As the potion flowed into his body, an astonishing surge of new strength enveloped him, revitalizing his entire being. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-grade item that instantly restores 20 stamina, additionally allowing for a recovery of 5 stamina per minute for a duration of 5 minutes, usable once every 30 minutes. Indeed, what Lin Ziluo had just consumed was the famed stamina potion known as the Little Red Bottle. The sensation of renewed vitality was blissful. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, then raised his Tang knife, casting it forth. The cooldown for his spinning strike had finally elapsed. Although this execution lacked the precision of the previous one, each strike nevertheless claimed the life of a zombie. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo bent down to search for the items dropped by the defeated zombies. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, and an auspicious start. All 3 items he retrieved were resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were now alarmingly close. After picking up the last item, which shimmered with a verdant glow, he decisively dove beneath the table once more. He examined the object he had just acquired. It turned out to be a bracelet of earthy yellow hue. Intricate magical patterns adorned its surface, bestowing it with an air of grandeur. Spiked bracelet, a bronze-grade piece of equipment, imbued with magical properties. Attributes: 1 to spirit. Accompanying skill: spike assault, capable of summoning a vertical row of spikes from the ground, delivering a heavy blow to a specified area. Skill cooldown: 24 hours. Good heavens, an item with an accompanying skill. One might say fortune was indeed on my side. This jewelry-type equipment is exceedingly rarer than conventional gear, such as shoes, trousers, or garments. On the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo managed to gather a complete set of 3 types of jewelry: a ring, a necklace, and a bracelet. Most importantly, one of these pieces possessed an accompanying skill. Priceless. Lin Ziluo hastily adorned his wrist with the bracelet, which conveniently adjusts to the size of one's arm, making it quite user-friendly. As he examined the attributes, Lin Ziluo found himself surrounded by a horde of zombies encircling the ping-pong table where he stood. However, unfazed, he swiftly severed a zombie's legs with his tang knife. Seizing the opportunity created by the fallen creature, he slipped through the gap. 2 remaining zombies lunged toward him. With a dismissive smirk, Lin Ziluo bent low, evading their onslaught, and swiftly dispatched the incapacitated zombie on the ground with 2 precise strikes. At that moment, the entrance of the ping-pong hall thunderously collapsed, and a swarm of zombies began to relentlessly surge inside. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario would necessitate a strategic retreat for Lin Ziluo. Yet, he instead charged toward the approaching horde. Thus, he found himself sandwiched between 2 pursuing zombies behind him and an uncountable mass of them advancing before him. In the face of this perilous situation, a faint smile graced his lips. He halted in his tracks, standing still as he awaited the encroaching zombies. They drew nearer, close enough for him to detect their nauseating stench, and within moments, nearly 10 of them swiped at him with their sharp claws. Now was the moment. A glimmer flickered in Lin Ziluo's eyes. He forcefully propelled himself off the surface of the ping-pong table, momentarily soaring into the air. With a graceful backflip, he landed behind the 2 zombies that had been pursuing him. In that instant, all the zombies formed a straight line before him. The skill, Spike Assault, activated, and the bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist radiated a warm ochre glow. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Without warning, a massive spike, forged from earth, erupted from the ground, piercing through the foremost zombie with lethal precision. Congratulations! The player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. But was this the end? Not at all. The tremors continued, as if brewing an even greater power. Chapter 18. The flood of kill notifications. The spike that had just emerged did not deter the fearless zombies. They continued their relentless advance. Therefore, an even greater surprise awaited. As the ground quaked, additional spikes surged upward, rising with unimaginable speed to impale the rushing zombies from foot to head. Blood sprayed, and flesh scattered through the air, as all the zombies had been lured into a single line by Lin Ziluo. The timing and precision of the ground spike assault were thoroughly mastered by Lin Ziluo. This resulted in a line of destruction. Within the range of the spikes, not a single zombie escaped unscathed. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying another level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 coins. In an instant, over 20 notifications flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar was visibly rising at an astonishing rate. Before him lay 4 items glowing with a cerulean light, recently dropped. Items with accompanying skills possess a remarkably unique effect. The first usage of the skill unleashes its utmost power and effect. This is due to the energy imparted by the system at the moment of the item's drop. After the initial use, the skill requires the player's mental energy for recharging, at which point its power returns to a standard level. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo never anticipated that the initial usage of this ground spike assault would yield such tremendous potency. The destructive capability of this skill could rival that of a level 20 mage. Regardless, he had already reaped significant rewards from this encounter. With the spike still protruding from the ground, Lin Ziluo disregarded the blood and remnants scattered about and began hastily rummaging through the area. Without pausing to examine the cerulean equipment and items, he swiftly stashed them into his storage space. He couldn't even be bothered to collect the cards strewn across the floor, not out of arrogance, but because zombies were still charging, toward the ping-pong hall. The spikes on the ground gradually retracted, and the zombies resumed their relentless advance. Lin Ziluo gathered every visible cerulean item he could find. With urgency mounting, he noticed the approaching zombies and decisively retreated towards the back door from which he had entered. He quickly reached the entrance and shut the door behind him. The relentless zombies continued their assault, crashing against the back door, which soon succumbed to the onslaught of numerous undead. They surged forward through the fallen door. But to their bewilderment, the previously audacious man who had dispatched dozens of their companions had vanished without a trace. The zombies refused to relent. They lingered in the vicinity, attempting to catch a whiff of the man's presence. Strangely, he had completely disappeared. After 10 minutes of searching, the zombies finally conceded. Some retreated back into the ping-pong hall, while others began to wander aimlessly. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. At this moment, he found himself on a small protruding platform above the back door of the gymnasium. This platform was just large enough for him to stand upon sideways, with numerous zombies lurking below. He did not rush to descend, but instead began to inspect the 5 newly acquired bronze-level items. 2 old acquaintances, the Eye of Investigation. 2 identical short-range launchers. Short-range launcher, a disposable bronze device capable of propelling an object that can fit within it to a designated location, not exceeding a 30-meter radius. Splendid! Lin Ziluo let out a considerable sigh of relief. With this contraption, he would soon be able to re-enter the gymnasium. This device could maneuver objects around corners, allowing him to toss items into hidden nooks, provided he was familiar with the terrain. Lin Ziluo then produced the 5th item, a shoe radiating a cerulean glow, designed in an ancient style, adorned with magical patterns resembling wings. Could this be another piece of equipment endowed with special abilities? Lin Ziluo quickly examined its attributes. Boots of the Gale, bronze-tier equipment that can summon the swift winds. Attributes: Constitution 1, Agility 1, capable of muffling footsteps. Additional skill: Gale Dash, for 10 seconds. Increases movement speed by 20. Cooldown 1 hour. Upon discovering that the Boots of the Gale also possessed an additional skill, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. However, after reviewing the skill, his expression returned to a placid state. Well, the effect is rather mediocre. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo, ever honest, promptly removed his pair of sports shoes. With a somewhat awkward stance akin to a golden rooster standing on one leg, he eventually donned the cerulean Boots of the Gale. After system adjustments, the size of the shoes was perfect and comfortable. Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. After slipping into the shoes, he glanced at his base attributes. Base attributes: Strength, 18, Mind, 18, Constitution, 12, Agility, 18. Even an average individual reaching level 10 would not possess such attributes, unless they had successfully changed classes. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that he had already transitioned long ago. Setting a modest goal, he determined that post-class change, his attributes would be double that of an average individual at the same level. With this small ambition in mind, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. He cast a glance at the zombies still wandering below. He retrieved the recently acquired short-range launcher, then pulled out a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus, a perfect combination. He would utilize the short-range launcher to propel the meat to a designated spot, drawing a horde of zombies toward it. In the ensuing chaos, he could slip into the gymnasium. With the plan firmly in place, Lin Ziluo expertly manipulated the short-range launcher. After adjusting all the settings, he activated the card in his hand. The raw meat materialized before him. Nearby zombies began to stir, drawn by the scent of their favorite delicacy. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo stuffed the meat into the launcher and initiated the launch. A muffled thud echoed as the raw meat was swiftly propelled into the air, floating as if guided by invisible strings. First, he circled around to slip through the back entrance, then continued his flight into the table tennis hall, deftly maneuvering through layers of obstacles before landing in a corner, precisely 30 meters from the launch point. During the flight with fresh meat, all nearby zombies were roused, leaping frantically below, their hunger palpable. They paid no heed to jostling against one another. Chapter 19. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. At this moment, the zombies surrounding Lin Ziluo had fled, no longer concerned with his whereabouts. Now was the time. He gently leaped to the ground. The superb material of his swift-wind boots minimized the sound of his landing. Such a subtle noise failed to attract any zombie's attention. Following the back entrance, Lin Ziluo observed a throng of zombies frantically vying for the fresh meat in that corner, a scene filled with their howls. This corner was directly opposite the main entrance of the table tennis hall. Lin Ziluo activated the swift movement skill of his boots. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged within him, rendering his body light as a feather. The 10 seconds of swift movement were incredibly precious. He took off, sprinting with vigor. In 1 second, he burst through the back entrance. In 2 seconds, he entered the table tennis hall. In 5 seconds, he dashed out through the main door. The layout of the sports hall was etched in Lin Ziluo's memory, and this process flowed seamlessly without any delay. Before the frenzied zombies could react to the commotion, he had vanished without a trace. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo had arrived at the safety corridor of the sports hall. Given the convenience of elevators and escalators in the hall, it was evident that the safety corridor was seldom frequented. Indeed, upon pushing open the door to the corridor, he found it devoid of any zombies. He closed the door behind him and took a moment to catch his breath. The recent sprint had drained much of his stamina. Fortunately, he had moved swiftly enough that none of the zombies had noticed him. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time was already 7 o'clock in the evening. An hour remained before nightfall, when the attributes of the zombies would significantly increase. At that point, the situation would be far less manageable. Thus, it was imperative to find a safe spot and wait until 6 o'clock the following morning to act. Resting directly in the safety corridor, although currently devoid of zombies, was risky. The nocturnal activity of zombies could easily lead them inside, as the doors were merely ajar, easily pushed open. Lin Ziluo rested for nearly 20 minutes, ensuring he had regained sufficient combat capability before resuming his journey. He slowed his pace and began to ascend the stairs. It took little time to reach the second floor. The staircase to the third floor was within reach, yet Lin Ziluo chose not to ascend further. Due to the positioning of the exit on the third floor of the safety passage, which lies on the far right, juxtaposed with the warehouse on the far left, Lin Ziluo realized that in order to access the silver treasure chest, he would have to traverse the corridor from one end to the other. The constraints of time and energy precluded such an endeavor. Consequently, he opted to push open the door to the second floor of the safety passage. The entire second floor was enveloped in silence, with only a handful of zombies lingering. The recent commotion had evidently drawn a substantial number of them to the first floor. The scant few zombies present were completely oblivious to Lin Ziluo's stealthy entrance through the safety passage. The layout of the second floor was rather straightforward, housing larger venues such as the badminton and basketball courts. Lin Ziluo had previously set his sights on the infirmary on this floor, as it was conveniently close to the safety passage and contained beds, ample space, and potential medicinal supplies. He cautiously made his way toward the infirmary, the key already in his grasp. With the sparse number of zombies on the second floor and Lin Ziluo's intimate understanding of their line of sight, coupled with the stealth granted by his windwalker boots, he moved with utmost discretion. Thus, one could observe an individual navigating the corridor, with the zombies seemingly ignoring his presence. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ziluo was skillfully maneuvering in their blind spots. Moreover, he executed an even more audacious maneuver, silently approaching a zombie from behind. He awaited the moment it turned its head before decisively striking with his Tang Dao. This sudden, unanticipated blow severed the zombie's head from its body. In an instant, Lin Ziluo stowed the Tang Dao into his storage space, then, with remarkable reflexes, extended his left hand to catch the head before it could hit the ground. While his right hand supported the soon-to-be fallen headless corpse, he gently placed both the head and body on the floor without a sound. As the other zombies continued to wander aimlessly, utterly unaware that one of their own had collapsed. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve the card dropped by the slain zombie, departing with an air of nonchalance. Raw meat infected by zombie virus, as the adage goes. Fortune favors the bold. He had acquired yet another zombie trap. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo arrived at the door of the infirmary. The large door was firmly shut. He approached and tugged at the doorknob, discovering it was indeed locked. Although he had prepared the key in advance, the situation struck him as peculiar. The apocalypse had commenced at 7 o'clock. Logically, the infirmary should not have been locked at that hour unless it was secured post-apocalypse. Lin Ziluo swiftly analyzed the situation, furrowing his brow in hope that the occupants within would be compliant. With a click, the lock of the infirmary door yielded. The interior was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. A faint smile crept across Lin Ziluo's lips. Then, as if nothing had happened, he stepped into the infirmary and casually locked the door behind him. Lin Ziluo found himself enveloped in darkness. Upon suddenly entering such a shadowy environment, one's eyes require a moment to adjust. At that instant, a small knife unexpectedly emerged from the gloom. Simultaneously, A low male voice inquired, "Who are you, and how do you possess the key to the infirmary?" Chapter 20. I am truly a good person. Lin Ziluo remained silent. He harbored a strong aversion to having a knife pointed at him. Therefore, he extended his right hand to seize the hand that had emerged from the darkness. With a forceful twist, he rotated that hand a full 180 degrees. Just as the individual in the shadows, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, opened his mouth to scream, Lin Ziluo swiftly retrieved a rag from his storage space and stuffed it into the man's mouth with his left hand. In that fleeting moment, the knife was on the verge of dropping to the floor. The sound of the knife clattering down would undoubtedly alert the zombies outside the infirmary. Thus, Lin Ziluo's leg moved. He first planted his foot on the blade, redirecting the knife from its vertical descent to a horizontal position. Subsequently, he deftly positioned his right foot on the ground to catch the knife as it lay sideways. The crisis was averted. Lin Ziluo released the individual whose wrist he had just dislocated. Then, he lifted his right foot, causing the knife to vibrate before he effortlessly caught it. Remember, you are indeed vigilant, but you have provoked someone you cannot afford to antagonize, Lin Ziluo remarked lightly. The knife twirled in his grasp, reminiscent of a fluttering butterfly. Within the dim confines of the infirmary, several heavy breaths could be heard, along with the muffled cries of a man whose mouth was gagged by the rag. Lin Ziluo turned around and rummaged through his storage space for a thick cloth he had modified. This cloth was adorned with numerous suction cups, practical tools he had crafted during his leisure time in this apocalyptic world. He affixed the thick cloth to the door of the infirmary, completely covering the upper portion of the glass window. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no other areas would allow light to seep through, he commanded, "Turn on the lights." At first, no one responded. After a moment, a woman's voice protested, "Turning on the lights will attract the zombies. Can't you see I've already covered the door? Turn on the lights," Lin Ziluo retorted. However, just as the woman was about to continue her argument, the lights flickered on. The environment within the infirmary came into view. The woman who had previously voiced her concerns was seated on the floor, clad in a nurse's uniform. The one who had activated the lights was a female doctor dressed in a white coat. Lin Ziluo regarded her thoughtfully. On an examination table sat two men who appeared rather unassuming, their clothing emblazoned with the word maintenance. They were clearly maintenance workers. The nurse and the two workers gazed at Lin Ziluo with expressions of terror, for his entrance had instilled a palpable sense of fear in them. Only the female doctor appeared to maintain her composure. "Ah, I almost forgot. There lay a young man on the ground, writhing in pain. He was the one who had just attempted to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger. The rag he had previously stuffed into his mouth remained, and he glared at Lin Ziluo with a venomous stare. This malevolent gaze resembled that of a viper, ready to strike at the slightest opportunity for retribution. Alongside this gaze came a hint of murderous intent, which could not possibly escape the keen perception of Lin Ziluo. He bent down, scrutinizing the young man on the floor. After a decade of apocalyptic trials, he had encountered such looks countless times. Even the most inconspicuous individuals could emerge at critical moments to deliver a fatal blow. Lin Ziluo had witnessed many fall victim to their own mercy, ultimately receiving a knife in return. Why must you act so brazenly? He pondered. Allow me to impart a lesson. In this desolate world, never cast a resentful gaze upon others. With that, Lin Ziluo raised the small knife in his hand and plunged it directly into the young man's neck. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. The young man's body ceased its trembling, and his pupils began to dilate. He could hardly fathom that after narrowly escaping the clutches of a zombie, he would meet his end at the hands of Lin Ziluo. However, with his demise, another dagger, long concealed, came into view. It turned out he had intended to ambush Lin Ziluo with it all along. The medical room felt as though it had been frozen in time. None of the four individuals present anticipated that the man wearing the green mask would be the one to slay the young man. The little nurse, sitting on the ground, trembled in fear as she beheld the lifeless body. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, ready to scream. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze toward her, his eyes betraying no emotion beneath the mask. Yet, every hair on the nurse's body stood on end, a primal response to the horror before her. She realized that should she utter a sound, this masked man would surely take her life as well. Overwhelmed by terror, she hastily tore a piece of gauze and stuffed it into her mouth to stifle any cries. The two maintenance workers nearby also trembled uncontrollably, their innocent faces etched with fear, yet they too dared not make a sound. Only the female doctor, still positioned by the light switch, displayed a flicker of terror in her eyes but remained resolutely silent. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet. and the palpable aura of menace that had pervaded the medical room dissipated in an instant. The others shuddered, suddenly aware that they had been drenched in cold sweat over a matter of mere seconds. "Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am a good person," Lin Ziluo declared, spreading his hands in feigned innocence. "A good person? Then it seems we are all paragons of virtue here," murmured the others inwardly. "You all witnessed it. He provoked me first, and I had no choice but to retaliate. I am a person who values reason greatly. As long as everyone shares love and harmony, nothing untoward will occur," Lin Ziluo stated innocently. The medical room fell into a profound silence, with no one believing Lin Ziluo's words, rendering the atmosphere quite awkward. Ultimately, the female doctor cleared her throat, shattering the stillness. "Well, that individual got what they deserved. We all witnessed it," she asserted, her expression betraying no hint of embarrassment. The others nodded in agreement. "That's reassuring," Lin Ziluo remarked. After speaking, he took a couple of steps forward, intending to find a place to rest. As he moved, the two maintenance workers who had been seated on the examination table were startled into standing, while the small nurse on the floor hurriedly retreated. Lin Ziluo, indifferent to their reactions, located a comfortable office chair and sat down, closing his eyes to rest. He had been on the move all day, in a relentless state of struggle, and was genuinely fatigued, especially after the battle at the ping-pong hall that evening. Although Lin Ziluo had accomplished the extraordinary feat of defeating 17 opponents, a feat most would scarcely dare to imagine, he remained unsatisfied. Had he been in peak condition that morning, he was certain he could have performed even better. Once more, the medical room fell silent. Suddenly, with his eyes still closed, Lin Ziluo spoke. "Dispose of the body and the blood. When a commanding presence speaks, who would dare to disobey?" The female doctor and the nurses began to address the bloodstains, while the two maintenance workers carried the body away, wrapping it in a bedsheet. After they completed their tasks, Lin Ziluo finally opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards the female doctor, and began to examine her basic information. Chapter 21. An old acquaintance. Basic information. Nickname: Zhong Yeshua. Title: None level. Level 0. Indeed, he recognized that face from somewhere. It was someone he had encountered during the later stages of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua, the possessor of the hidden profession of divine healer. Lin Ziluo remembered her so distinctly because he had sought her help to treat the scars on his face. Upon finding Zhong Yeshua with great anticipation, he was heartlessly informed that the scar, being tied to his soul, could not be repaired. However, on several occasions following that, when Lin Ziluo sustained severe injuries, he sought her treatment again. Yet, he had only met Zhong Yeshua during the latter part of the apocalypse, a time when everyone was scarred by the devastation of the end times. At that time, her visage and demeanor differed significantly from what they were now, which is why Lin Ziluo did not recognize her immediately. Fate is indeed peculiar. On the very next day following the apocalypse, he encountered an old acquaintance. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo harbored no particular thoughts about Zhong Yeshua. He had no desire for the hidden profession of divine healer that she possessed. In Lin Ziluo's perspective, true influence stems from strength. While divine healers are indeed respected and face no immediate danger to their lives, fundamentally, they are merely tools. Without strength, one could easily find themselves at the mercy of others. Where is the freedom of one's own illusion, swift and unrestrained? As for the remaining three individuals, Lin Ziluo conducted a cursory examination of them. They were all exceedingly ordinary people, each at level 0, having never even dispatched a single zombie. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. The time had already reached 8:30. The zombies outside had long since been empowered by the attributes of night, becoming terrifyingly formidable. The commotion of the zombies was audible to everyone in the medical room. Thus, the long-anticipated feast had arrived. Lin Ziluo retrieved a thick stack of cards from his storage space, casually drawing 4 of them. A delightful mix of meat and vegetables, with wine and delicacies. He approached a desk and activated the cards. In an instant, several exquisite dishes materialized upon the table. The culinary creations were visually appealing, aromatic, and utterly tantalizing. The 3 individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They had merely watched Lin Ziluo move about, expecting him to engage in some mundane task, never anticipating that a mere flick of his cards would conjure an entire spread of delectable food. Moreover, the dishes appeared utterly delectable, their fragrant aromas wafting through the air. The little nurse's stomach audibly protested, harmonizing with the moment. Lin Ziluo, seemingly oblivious, removed his mask and, engrossed in his own enjoyment, began devouring a plate of kung pao chicken over rice. The little nurse struggled to swallow, her gaze flitting between Lin Ziluo and the sumptuous feast before her. It was uncertain whether she was captivated by Lin Ziluo's handsome visage or the exquisite cuisine. The two maintenance workers fixated intently on the food, their audible gulps betraying their hunger more than the little nurse's. Even the most composed, Zhong Yeshua, could not resist the allure of such culinary delights. After all, more than 24 hours had elapsed since the onset of the apocalyptic game last night. While they had replenished their energy with glucose and other supplies from the medical room, who could resist the temptation of such delicious fare? Yet, none dared to make a hasty move, not even utter a word. The gruesome image of Lin Ziluo dispatching that young man was still fresh in their minds. Who could predict whether this formidable figure might take offense and strike them down? Ultimately, after Lin Ziluo had consumed half of the dishes on the table with astonishing speed, Zhong Yeshua could no longer contain herself. She approached slowly, speaking in the gentlest tone she could muster. Where does this food come from? Might we have the opportunity to partake? Lin Ziluo silently thought to himself. She has taken the bait. Indeed, the reason he had laid out the food was to capture the attention of these four individuals. Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of calm. After savoring a spoonful of the exquisite abalone soup, Lin Ziluo lifted his gaze towards Zhong Yeshua. You wish to partake, do you? He inquired. Zhong Yeshua nodded. The three individuals behind her also bobbed their heads in agreement, like chicks pecking at grains. It is quite simple. Assist me with one task, Lin Ziluo stated nonchalantly. Zhong Yeshua quickly responded. What is it that you require? It is quite simple. Lin Ziluo retrieved 2 sheets of paper from his storage space. Each sheet contained a list of medications that he required. He instructed you and the young nurse to gather them and package them for him. One of the sheets detailed various small items that he needed. He urged the 4 of you to diligently craft these items throughout the night, for he intended to depart at 6 o'clock the following morning and would reward you with food based on your production. Lin Ziluo elucidated his true intentions. He felt more secure in trusting the medications to 2 professionals, while the small items were akin to the thick fabric with suction cups that hung on his door. In essence, they were objects that would greatly aid in surviving the impending apocalypse. Although Lin Ziluo could create these items himself, he preferred not to squander precious time. He could eliminate a considerable number of zombies if he rested instead. Thus, it was more prudent to expend some food to enlist the help of others. Meanwhile, the 2 repairmen approached to examine the papers. Lin Ziluo inquired, what do you think? Are these items feasible to produce? Yes, we have our toolkit right here. It's quite simple to make. One of the repairmen nodded, gesturing towards the corner. Lin Ziluo glanced at the toolkit in the corner, satisfied, and nodded in approval. He then produced a piece of uniquely shaped iron, a pullable thin line, and a collection of cards that could serve as materials. He activated these cards, leaving them for the repairmen to utilize as resources. In that case, get to work. It would be best to work through the night. I shall retire now. But remember to find me at 6 in the morning for your food, Lin Ziluo concluded, stifling a yawn as he entered the infusion room. Chapter 22. The contrast between one person dining on 3 dishes and 4 individuals sharing one dish. The infusion room lay behind the medical office, featuring several small beds for infusion treatments. Lin Ziluo found a space resembling a private infusion room, entered, and placed a reconnaissance eye at the entrance before lying down on the bed. He accessed his panel to review his status. He was merely 20-some experience points away from leveling up to 6. A few more zombie kills the following day would suffice for his advancement. He then inspected his storage space to ensure nothing was amiss. Finally, he opened the panel for his golden finger system. 1 against 100, an exemplary host must demonstrate their prowess. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Complex, level unrestricted. Task requirement, 45, 100. Task reward, draw a random ordinary golden finger and acquire a piece of bronze-level equipment. Task deadline, 24 hours. Upon review, he realized he needed to vanquish 55 more zombies. With 6 hours to spare tomorrow morning, he certainly had the opportunity to meet that quota. With this thought, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, donned his gear, and drifted into slumber. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm he had set the previous night chimed. Lin Ziluo swiftly opened his eyes, shook his head, and within a second was fully awake. Alas, my vigilance has waned. It used to take me less than a second, Lin Ziluo lamented. The eyes of reconnaissance on the ground had not yet lost their efficacy. Lin Ziluo stepped out of the single room and discovered the infusion room to be entirely vacant. It appeared that the 4 hired workers had been quite diligent in their tasks. Exiting the infusion room, Lin Ziluo found the two maintenance workers and Zhong Yeshua still engrossed in their handiwork, while a petite nurse leaned against the wall, succumbed to slumber. The dark circles under her eyes attested to a night of relentless effort. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the three sluggishly lifted their gazes towards him. Indeed, their work was impressive. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. The two maintenance workers exhibited considerable skill, as the items they had crafted bore little difference from his descriptions on paper. On the floor lay a box containing the necessary medications Lin Ziluo required. After a cursory estimation, he realized that the array of tools, combined with the medications and his own Tang Dao and miscellaneous items, would suffice to fill his storage space to the brim. That will do. No need for further work, Lin Ziluo declared. The trio promptly ceased their activities. Lin Ziluo meticulously stored the items in his storage space, and then, amidst their eager anticipation, produced a card, even unactivated. The sight of the card caused them to involuntarily swallow. Lin Ziluo, not one to be stingy, contemplated briefly before retrieving 4 cards. The sustenance provided by these resource cards far exceeded that of ordinary food. For those not engaged in combat, a single card was sufficient to sustain them for an entire day's worth of activities. Distributing one to each, he deemed the exchange fair and reasonable. He approached to hand them the cards, simultaneously rousing the slumbering nurse. The two maintenance workers immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude, as did Zhong Yeshua. No need for thanks. We each take what we require. Lin Ziluo waved off their thanks. This illustrated the absurdity of resource management. To Lin Ziluo, 4 cards were merely the effort of dispatching 4 zombies. The organization of medications and tool creation would demand at least 16 hours of his time. With those 16 hours, he could accomplish far more. Of course, the 4 individuals would not be at a disadvantage. For Lin Ziluo, those 4 cards were easily obtained, but for them, acquiring such items without slaying hundreds of zombies or participating in side quests was no simple feat. Esteemed one, how does one utilize this card? Zhong Yeshua suddenly inquired. Lin Ziluo chuckled wryly, imparting the activation method to them. One must wonder, this apocalyptic game truly lacks even a novice tutorial. It then struck him that in his previous life, it had taken him several days just to learn how to open his storage space. He retrieved 3 cards for himself and began to relish a sumptuous breakfast. After a brief discussion, Zhong Yeshua and the others extracted 2 cards and commenced their long-awaited meal. Thus, tears of joy nearly welled in their eyes. After nearly 3 days, they finally had food to eat. Satiated and refreshed, the 4 felt the need to catch up on sleep, while Lin Ziluo prepared to set forth on his journey. He had also done a favor for Zhong Yeshua. He informed them that around noon, he would be ready to depart without delay, as by that time, he would have cleared away a significant portion of the zombies. However, he chose not to disclose this reasoning to them. Whether they heeded his advice or believed in him was entirely irrelevant to him. After turning off the lights in the infirmary, Lin Ziluo gathered the thick cloth and peered through the glass above to assess the situation outside. The number of zombies had increased slightly compared to the previous night. He counted the zombies within his line of sight. There were more than a dozen. Eliminating them was quite straightforward, provided he kept the noise to a minimum. Attracting the hundreds of zombies on the first floor would complicate matters. Lin Ziluo surveyed the terrain and identified the passage leading to the public restroom as a suitable option. The passage extended approximately 10 meters in length and about 2 meters in width. Standing alone in the center, Lin Ziluo had the opportunity to deal with all the zombies present. Most importantly, this approach would eliminate the need for excessive movement, reducing the commotion significantly. With his plan in place, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer. He gently opened the infirmary door and stepped outside. After closing the door behind him, he adopted a tactical maneuvering style. He bent his body at an optimal angle to evade the line of sight of the taller zombies. Yet, this posture did not hinder his pace or speed. He also determined the best positions based on the standing zombies and utilized various obstacles to obscure the remaining zombies' fields of vision. Not content with merely evading, he repeated his actions from the previous night, swiftly dispatching a nearby zombie with a single strike. He carefully placed the lifeless body down without making a sound. A fishing rod was acquired. One could hardly say it was useless, as the line could still serve other purposes. Lin Ziluo tucked away the card and continued his advance. One must admit, had anyone witnessed Lin Ziluo's seamless execution, they would undoubtedly regard him as a master. He could assert without exaggeration that, at present, he was unequivocally the best in the world when it came to stealth and assassination. After all, before his rebirth, He had faced off against a man once hailed as the world's greatest assassin. That individual, who had survived in the apocalypse for several years, had never bested him. Let alone now. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter in the ladies' room. Double joy thus, after effortlessly eliminating another zombie, Lin Ziluo arrived at the passage he had initially identified. However, he refrained from acting hastily, as this passage was not the only potential source of approaching zombies. The men's and women's restrooms behind him might also contain lurking threats. Should a confrontation arise with zombies emerging from within, it would certainly escalate into a grave situation. Therefore, Lin Ziluo cautiously proceeded along the passage to the sink area of the restroom. He first stood attentively by the men's restroom door, listening intently. Inside, a slow, shuffling sound echoed, and Lin Ziluo, brandishing his tang sword, entered the restroom, only to discover a zombie pacing back and forth. This creature likely underwent its transformation while attending to nature's call, as it had not even managed to pull up its trousers, which hung awkwardly at knee level. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entrance, the zombie immediately sprang to life, lunging toward him with fervor. However, in its haste, it forgot the entanglement of its legs in the fabric, resulting in a comical tumble to the ground. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of frustration. Rather than engaging in a proper fight, the creature resorted to such antics. The commotion of the fall was considerable. He paid no heed to the struggling zombie attempting to rise and instead peered down the corridor. Relieved to find that the noise had not attracted any further attention, with a swift stroke, he dispatched the foolish creature, securing its card before meticulously examining the men's restroom. Aside from a severed arm on the floor and an eyeball floating in the sink, there was nothing else of note. It was undeniable that the survival rate within this gymnasium was alarmingly low. However, this was somewhat understandable. Most individuals who frequented such places possessed decent physical conditioning, which, after transformation into zombies, resulted in an even greater enhancement of abilities. For ordinary players, this was a calamitous predicament. After concluding his inspection of the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the women's restroom. Upon entering, he swiftly surveyed the layout, which bore a striking resemblance to that of a previous women's restroom he had visited. Ahem, let there be no misunderstanding. The women's restrooms I have frequented were all post-apocalyptic establishments. After all, restrooms provide an excellent means of concealment. Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, methodically checking each stall one by one. When he reached the penultimate stall, he found the door surprisingly locked. As he pushed against it, two distinct growls emanated from within. Two growls, each with a different tone. Curiosity piqued, Lin Ziluo bent down and, as anticipated, beheld 4 feet, 2 in front and 2 behind. The latter pair was unmistakably masculine. Goodness. It appeared that these two were engaging in a rather audacious endeavor within the women's restroom of the Magic City Gymnasium. When it came to adventurous exploits, city dwellers certainly had their own flair. Disturbed by the intrusion, the two zombies began pounding against the stall door. To prevent the noise from escalating, Lin Ziluo decisively sliced through the lock with his tang sword and swung open the door. What unfolded before his eyes was a shocking tableau. 2 zombies, their skin tinged with a grayish hue, were entwined in a tight embrace. The female zombie was positioned in front, while the male zombie lingered behind. Were it not for the ghastly whiteness of their eyes and the blood smeared across their mouths, Lin Ziluo might have found the scene remarkably picturesque. Moreover, upon the sight of Lin Ziluo, both zombies simultaneously advanced. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, followed in perfect synchrony by the male zombie. They moved as if connected by an unspoken bond, their steps, direction, and actions entirely in unison. Subsequently, both zombies unleashed their right claws, striking towards Lin Ziluo in unison. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo retaliated with a blade, eliminating this peculiar pair of doomed lovers. Congratulations, player Yaji successfully killed a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The heads of the 2 zombies fell to the ground simultaneously, yet their bodies remained upright, balanced by their 4 legs, standing straight despite the loss of their heads. Stunned, Lin Ziluo found himself at a loss, neglecting to collect the bronze item that had dropped. Nor did he ponder why only a single notification had sounded for the item's emergence. In haste, he retrieved his worn second-hand phone, capturing photographs of the 2 headless corpses, including several close-ups. This scene was truly unparalleled. Lin Ziluo had never encountered such an extraordinary combination of zombies in a decade of apocalypse. However, a sudden realization struck him. The scene in the sports arena of Magic City, the 2 zombies, the height of the male and female zombies, Could it be that they resembled the infamous zombie couple? The zombie couple, whose strength was second only to that of the zombie king, exhibited an unparalleled bond. Together, they could contend with deities of war or even the zombie king himself. The couple had first been discovered by humans in the Magic City sports arena, and their recorded heights matched those of the zombies Lin Ziluo observed. Could it truly be the zombie couple? Remarkably, their fate in this life had been so tragic, meeting their end on merely the third day of the apocalypse. After taking nearly 100 photographs, Lin Ziluo finally stowed his phone away. Bending down to retrieve the dropped item, a stone glowing with a bluish hue. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level. A one-time bronze level item capable of merging two identical bronze level equipment to create new gear, with a high probability of elevating the equipment's rank to silver. Lin Ziluo was elated. Such a valuable item had emerged. No wonder the two zombies had dropped only one item, they had merged into one. He stored the fusion stone in his inventory, as he had yet to assemble any matching equipment. He could only hope for a formidable weapon to drop next, allowing him to combine it with his tang knife. Lin Ziluo refrained from approaching the two headless corpses, still standing entwined, and instead opened the door to the last stall in the women's restroom. He was instantly taken aback. A blue treasure chest lay quietly beside the squat toilet. The chest was adorned with intricate, complex, and esoteric patterns, and a glowing symbol resembling a hexagram beneath it spun incessantly. What luck I have today! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, marveling at the discovery of a wild bronze treasure chest. Then, he crouched down and placed his hand upon the treasure chest. Detected that the player, Yazzie, has discovered a bronze treasure chest. Reward, reputation 10 points. Does the player, Yazzie, wish to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the chest will require 30 seconds. Chapter 24. Physique Fruit. Opening a wild treasure chest necessitates a certain duration. During this interval, the hand of the opener must remain on the wild treasure chest. Should the hand leave the chest, the countdown to reopen it must commence anew. Thus, each treasure chest opening must be conducted without interruption. Currently, Lin Ziluo is the sole occupant of the ladies' restroom, and without concern. He firmly placed his hand upon the chest to initiate the opening. Player Yazzie is currently opening the bronze treasure chest. Please be patient. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30-second opening time swiftly elapsed. Lin Ziluo steadied himself, eager to discover what he might acquire. Player Yazzie successfully opened the bronze treasure chest. While opening the bronze treasure chest, the player received a boon from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. After opening the bronze treasure chest, the player's experience received a boost, gaining 10 experience points. While rummaging through the bronze treasure chest, the player successfully retrieved 134 gold coins. The prompt concluded here. Each time a chest is opened, a small portion of storage space, some experience, and a random quantity of gold coins may be obtained. What remains are the tangible rewards. The bronze treasure chest gradually opened, revealing a greenish fruit, resembling an apple, nestled at the center. Beyond this, there was nothing else. However, Lin Ziluo felt no disappointment, for he had recognized the fruit's significance. He hoped that this fruit represented strength or agility. Lin Ziluo silently prayed and decisively reached for the fruit. Physique Fruit, Bronze Level. A one-time bronze level item. Known as the Divine Fruit. Attributes, upon consumption, permanently increases physique attribute by 2. The Physique Fruit is quite satisfactory. Although the physique attribute is not his primary preference, the prospect of a permanent increase of 2 brought joy to Lin Ziluo. Attribute fruits are indeed rare, being among the few items capable of offering permanent attribute enhancements. Moreover, for a bronze-level attribute fruit, an increase of 2 is the utmost limit. The minimum might not yield any increase at all, necessitating the consumption of 2 fruits together to achieve even a single point of enhancement. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet. In truth, washing was unnecessary, as the chest treasure was still quite clean. However, considering it was retrieved from the ladies' restroom, Lin Ziluo deemed it prudent to wash it. He took a bite of the fruit. A sweet flavor instantly filled his mouth, accompanied by a burst of juice. The chest products are undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Lin Ziluo consumed half of the physique fruit in just 2 bites. The player, Yazzie, consumed a physique fruit, resulting in a permanent increase of 1 point in physique attribute. In fact, attribute fruits possess another utility. When 2 individuals form a team and acquire a fruit that can enhance attributes by 2 points, it is customary to consider splitting it, thereby allowing each person to gain 1 point. However, should the fruit only yield a single point, One must consume the entire fruit entirely, leaving nothing behind. Otherwise, the attribute increase will not be realized. Fortunately, the fruit lacks a pit. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would not hesitate to take 2 bites, swiftly finishing the remaining fruit. The player, Zizi, consumed a physique fruit, resulting in a permanent increase of 1 point in physique attribute. Lin Ziluo accessed his attribute panel. Basic attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 18, Physique, 14, Agility, 18. Excellent. With this, he now possessed no apparent weaknesses. Lin Ziluo surveyed the women's restroom. Isn't it peculiar? This modest restroom evoked a sense of warmth and familiarity within him. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Certainly not merely due to acquiring the fusion stone and discovering the bronze treasure chest within this restroom. What lay ahead was a fierce battle. He needed to keep the noise to a minimum, for there were hundreds of zombies lurking in the lower floors and the annex. Should he attract their attention? Facing hundreds of zombies was not a challenge he was foolish enough to embrace. He splashed water on his face at the sink. Time spent in the restroom had been excessive. He could not afford to linger any longer. To save time, it was time for him to take the initiative. The gleaming Tang Dao glimmered ominously. Lin Ziluo stood at the entrance of the passageway, retrieving a large, heavy carpet from his storage space and activating it before laying it on the ground. He then gently whistled towards the hall. Instantly, the zombies within the hall turned their gaze towards him. Of course, this commotion failed to attract the attention of the zombies on the lower floor and in the annex. Lin Ziluo waved at the zombies and retreated back into the passageway. Upon sighting a living person, the zombies were relentless, charging towards the passageway. Just as the first zombie was about to step into the passage, a gleaming flash of the blade cut through the air. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, though the impact was muffled by the carpet beneath it. Subsequently, the following zombies surged forward. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the corpse of the previous zombie, clearing space on the carpet. He then struck at the approaching zombies once more, and yet another head fell to the carpet below. Unbeknownst to him, the number of zombies in the second-floor hall diminished rapidly, from a dozen to merely 7 or 8. Congratulations to player Zizi for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 6, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Zizi requires 200 experience points for the next level up. He allocated the attribute point to Strength, raising it to 19. Chapter 25. Equipment of various body parts. The attributes of the lion's wrist guards have been significantly enhanced. The remaining number of zombies has dwindled to a pitiful few. What is there to hesitate about? Lin Ziluo strode forth from the passage, charging toward the last few zombies. These remaining undead were all clustered together, denying him the chance for a solitary battle. Yet what of it? Lin Ziluo willingly plunged into the horde of zombies. His figure danced among them, each swing of his blade resulting in the precise demise of a zombie. There was no alternative. This was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. By this evening, it was expected that a portion of the zombies would have reached level 3. In contrast, Lin Ziluo had already ascended to level 6, double that of the zombies. He was adorned in a set of remarkably luxurious equipment, a rarity in the early days of the apocalypse. His swordsmanship, positioning, and awareness were the fruits of a decade of rigorous training. To slay these zombies with ease would be an affront to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His ethereal form weaved through the throng of zombies, each strike of his tang sword producing a spray of crimson. These creatures, terrifying to outsiders, appeared to Lin Ziluo as delightful bundles of experience. As he delivered the final blow, he came to a halt. Within the passage, the last standing zombie collapsed upon its fallen companions, making little noise. Thus, all the zombies in the central hall of the second floor lay defeated beneath Lin Ziluo's blade. The front half of the passage, including the entrance, was now a barricade of zombie corpses, leaving no room to step. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 against 100 quest and discovered that he had dispatched a total of 62 zombies. Only 38 remained before he could witness the genuine nature of an ordinary golden finger. He sheathed his tang sword and began to scour the battlefield. After rummaging beneath each zombie corpse, he ultimately unearthed 2 items radiating a greenish glow. The remaining finds were all representative cards of resources. One of the bronze-level items was a super flashbang, of which Lin Ziluo already possessed one. While it had little effect on zombies, it proved highly effective for humans, making it one of the items he required. The second was the long-awaited bronze-level equipment. To elaborate on the classification of equipment parts within the Doomsday game, the head can be adorned with either a helmet or a mask, with only one being effective at a time. The neck is reserved for jewelry. The upper body is fitted with armor or cloaks, while the lower body consists of trousers. The arms can wear wrist guards, gloves, bracelets, or rings, and the feet are shod in shoes. As for weapons and handheld armor, there exists a myriad of styles. Each type of equipment can only be effective one at a time, even if multiple items are worn. Of course, there are also some special items that do not occupy equipment slots, such as headscarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, these items are exceedingly rare, do not enhance attributes, and possess peculiar abilities, thus not counted among the standard equipment. Lin Ziluo received a remarkable piece of equipment this time, a black wristband adorned with a vividly lifelike lion motif. This lion's wristband is a bronze-grade item, imbued with the power of the lion, possessing the ability to instill fear in others. Attributes: Strength 1, Constitution 1, and a 10 chance to induce a stunning effect on the opponent for 1 second during an attack. The stunning effect reduces the target's bodily coordination. If they are in the midst of casting a skill, it will be interrupted. This equipment greatly pleases Lin Ziluo, as it not only enhances his attributes but also offers a special effect. He had previously experienced this stunning effect, which could disrupt an enemy's skills or combat rhythm at a critical moment. Although the 10 chance is fraught with uncertainty once triggered, Lin Ziluo's prowess is sufficient to ensure the outcome within that fleeting second. With the lion's wristband equipped, his strength attribute successfully soared to 20 points. Feeling the surge of power within, Lin Ziluo, utilizing his innate talent, quickly acclimated to his new attributes. On the second floor of the gymnasium, there are various dedicated venues, including a badminton court. Currently, all these venues are closed, each containing a significant number of zombies. Lin Ziluo had no intention of wasting time searching for zombies within. He strode directly through the lobby to the secure passage he had entered on the second floor the previous night. Slowly opening the door to the secure passage, he cautiously peered inside. It remained empty, devoid of any zombies. Lin Ziluo stepped into the secure passage and proceeded directly to the entrance of the third-floor secure passage. He did not rush to push open the door, but instead took a moment to adjust his state and sipped a small amount of the freshly burst bubble tea to quench his thirst. The overall layout of the third floor had long been simulated in Lin Ziluo's mind. He understood that a fierce battle awaited him. Unlike the first and second floors, which housed sports venues, the third floor contained the main office for sports projects in the city. Upon entry, he found a long corridor flanked by various offices and conference rooms. Once the battle commenced, he would need to charge through the secure passage of the corridor and reach the storeroom at its end without any opportunity for respite. Retreating would only lead him back into the secure passage, where the noise would undoubtedly attract the zombies from the first floor. In that scenario, with hundreds of zombies converging from below, Lin Ziluo would find himself in a perilous situation. With this thought in mind, he drew his tang knife and pushed open the door to the third-floor secure passage. Since a battle was inevitable, he resolved to fight with all his might. Chapter 26. The zombie cat's betrayal. The door to the third-floor secure passage was pushed open for the first time since the apocalypse began, revealing a space that had long since descended into a hellish realm. As he opened the door, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. The corridor was devoid of any living creatures, including zombies. Countless corpses lay sprawled across the hallway. In the presence of humanity and the undead, the demise of the latter is particularly harrowing. Their skulls are violently shattered, resembling crushed watermelons. A gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter oozes across the floor, splattering against the walls. Moreover, due to the nature of the office setting, the entire third floor is adorned with thick, heavy carpets. Presently, these once soft carpets are strewn with dismembered limbs and human remains. The walls of the corridor are nearly engulfed in congealed blood, with only fragments revealing the original white beneath. Amidst the scattered remnants of flesh, one can even discern brain matter, teeth, and eyeballs among the disarray. A mere glance at this hellish tableau would send even the faint-hearted fleeing in terror. However, Lin Ziluo remains unfazed. He has witnessed scenes 1,000 times more horrifying. Nonetheless, he heightens his vigilance. This scenario deviates from his expectations, although he was forewarned of the presence of a silver treasure chest. The true nature of the events that transpired remains a mystery. Ordinary zombies typically do not conjure such nightmarish scenes. They merely bite humans and await their transformation into kindred spirits. Only in moments of frenzied emotion do they resort to consuming humans and feasting on their brains. The dismemberment of both human and zombie corpses, coupled with an insatiable appetite for brain matter, suggests two possibilities. One is the emergence of a superior breed of zombies, possessing greater strength than their ordinary counterparts and exhibiting an inclination to regard humans as sustenance, even resorting to cannibalism in the absence of humans. The second possibility is the zombification of animals. The likelihood of animal zombification is relatively low. Otherwise, humanity would have long been overwhelmed by countless undead creatures. Generally speaking, the more powerful the animal, the more susceptible it is to zombification. Weaker species, such as mosquitoes, flies, or caterpillars, might see only a minuscule fraction achieve zombification. Zombified animals have a particular affinity for humans, relishing the consumption of human brain matter, yet they do not spare their own kind. With his vast experience, Lin Ziluo quickly deduces the source of this infernal scene: zombified cats. Through the scratch marks on the walls, the wounds on the corpses, and the severed limbs, Lin Ziluo confidently concludes that a zombified cat is responsible for the chaos. Indeed, it is the very creature he detests most. Stepping forward, he enters the safe passage. The Gale boots beneath his feet do not encounter the expected softness of the carpet. Instead, they feel as though they tread upon muck. For the carpet is saturated with blood and remnants of flesh. Lin Ziluo does not rush ahead. The zombie cat possesses keen hearing and perceptive abilities, undoubtedly aware of his arrival. Now, it remains to be seen whether the zombie cat intends to launch a surprise attack or to confront him head-on with malicious intent. It did not disappoint Lin Ziluo. As the apocalypse has just commenced, the zombie cat, with its limited intellect and already inflated ego, chose to appear before him. A chilling cry echoed through the air, and from the warehouse at the end of the corridor emerged a zombie cat roughly the size of a cheetah. Its size had increased several-fold, a testament to its enhanced strength. Although the outline of a cat could still be discerned through its grotesque exterior, significant transformations had occurred in various parts of its body. The zombie cat's eyes glowed a blood-red hue, and under the crimson veil, its feline gaze appeared particularly unsettling. Its once furry paws revealed 3 glistening claws. Even a gentle swipe across a blanket could tear through it, leaving scratches on the ground beneath. Lin Ziluo maintained an impassive expression as he proceeded to examine the attributes of the zombie cat. When analyzing the attributes of undead or similar creatures, if their level surpasses his by 5 tiers, only their name is displayed, obscuring the specific attributes. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level was not excessively high, allowing Lin Ziluo to view all of its attributes. Clawed zombie cat, bronze level. Level, 9 base attributes, strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20 talent, claws. Inflicted wounds remain in a torn state, decreasing healing speed by 40 and increasing bleeding speed by 40. Skill, phantom pounce, instantly increases speed by 30, launching towards the enemy to inflict 120 points of strength damage. During this time, the body is in a phantom state, reducing incoming damage by 50. Cat's gaze can ensnare enemies in a terrifying illusion crafted by its gaze, inducing fear and reducing all attributes of the target by 20. The effects persistently influence the opponent's combat state. Impressive. The prefix of clawed signifies its elevated existence among the zombie creatures. Furthermore, the claw talent is exceedingly fearsome, diminishing healing speed and amplifying bleeding speed. This indicates that once an opponent sustains damage, that area will be nearly impossible to heal throughout the battle. Likewise, the zombie cat's level and attributes are exceptionally formidable, surpassing Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. Truly, it is a zombie creature endowed with a superior template, inherently instilled with high levels. However, despite the zombie cat's elevated level, attributes, and abilities, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged. He harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to slay the zombie cat. This confidence stemmed from a profound belief in his own combat prowess. Is it merely a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then let me unleash my terrifying combat experience to vanquish you. Detected player Yazzie encountering a bronze-level clawed zombie cat, triggering the mission to eliminate the zombie cat. The ungratefulness of the zombie cat. Mission description: a stray cat endowed with extraordinary talents has long been a frequent visitor to the 3rd floor of the gymnasium. Some cat enthusiasts bring it delicious cat food daily. However, when the apocalypse struck, the cat, infected by the zombie virus, immediately unleashed a wave of slaughter. Its claws tore into the very humans who once aided it, leaving them to perish in agony. Mission requirements: eliminate the zombie cat. Mission rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze level item. Mission time limit: 8 hours. Mission penalty: level reduction by 1. Permanent reduction of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is equivalent to failing it. Ding. The golden finger system has detected that the host has activated the mission The Ungratefulness of the Zombie Cat and is currently optimizing mission-related issues. Chapter 27. The Insane Zombie Cat. The Ungratefulness of the Zombie Cat. Mission requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat. Mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. And a bronze level item. Mission rewards have been optimized. Mission time limit. 24 hours. Mission time has been optimized. Mission penalty. None. Abandoning the mission or failing it will incur no penalties. Ding. Mission modifications complete. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Even in the face of an impending battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the mission panel 2 or 3 times. Is this still the apocalypse game I know? Is this the same mission system that has deceived me countless times? Before my rebirth, who didn't he know that the missions in the apocalypse game were the most treacherous? The difficulty was exceedingly high, penalties were severe, and refusing a mission brought consequences. For ordinary individuals with a mere 1-drop rate. The mission rewards seemed appealing at first glance. But one must consider who the opponent is. A level 9 bronze. At the onset of the apocalypse, it would be challenging to complete this mission without a team of dozens. If the task were accepted, those dozens would barely be able to claim any rewards. Yet, this once dreadful mission has transformed into a bountiful opportunity with no penalties under the golden finger system's miraculous touch. I accept the mission, Lin Ziluo declared decisively. He had already set his sights on the silver chest. The emergence of this mission was merely the icing on the cake. With no penalties, accepting it posed no risk. Player Yazzie has successfully accepted the mission The Ungratefulness of the Zombie Cat. Please complete the mission within 24 hours. The Apocalypse game system stated emotionlessly, displaying no awareness that the original 8-hour limit had been extended to 24 hours. The golden finger system truly possesses remarkable capabilities. Lin Ziluo quickly redirected his focus back to the zombie cat. Since its appearance, the zombie cat had remained in place, fixating its gaze on Lin Ziluo, with a hint of mockery gleaming in its blood-red eyes. In its perception, Lin Ziluo was merely a toy to entertain its boredom. In regard to the toy, the zombie cat extended a paw to lick it, then plopped down onto the ground, squinting its eyes. This series of actions was a blatant provocation directed at Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo remained impervious to such trivial taunts. Once he entered a state of combat, he maintained an unwavering calmness. Emotions such as anger and fear would only create vulnerabilities in his fighting technique. Thus, he stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the zombie cat. The peculiar balance between the man and the cat persisted. To further escalate the situation, he produced his second-hand mobile phone, skillfully locating a previously downloaded novel, and began to read with great enjoyment. The zombie cat, with its eyes closed, was keenly attuned to Lin Ziluo's movements. After a prolonged silence, it opened one eye and gazed towards Lin Ziluo's location. It then beheld Lin Ziluo, engrossed in his phone, a smile gracing his lips. The zombie cat was incensed. Here I am trying to provoke you, and yet you are contentedly engrossed in your phone? This is a blatant disregard for my presence. Fury surged within the zombie cat. It failed to recognize that it was the one attempting to incite Lin Ziluo. Now, it found itself ensnared in a fit of rage. The zombie cat rose to its feet and began to approach Lin Ziluo slowly, moving without a sound. Gradually, it closed the distance between them. Lin Ziluo, however, remained absorbed in his phone, unaware of the cat's advance. Ah, foolish human, I can no longer be bothered to play with such a simpleton. The zombie cat, losing interest, resolved to end the encounter swiftly. At this moment, it was merely 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. Enraged, the zombie cat activated its skill, Shadow Strike. It took 2 steps forward, its forepaws accelerating suddenly, appearing almost ethereal as it lunged towards Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The shadow of the zombie cat drew near. Die, human. Its claws extended, aiming directly for Lin Ziluo's neck. At that instant, Lin Ziluo, still focused on his phone, made his move. The device in his hand was swiftly exchanged for a tang knife, which he thrust forward at the moment of the switch. Now, if the airborne zombie cat continued its trajectory, it would undoubtedly impale itself upon the blade's tip. A flicker of regret flashed in the cat's eyes. It realized it had been outwitted by this cunning human. Nevertheless, this was not the time for lamentation. It was on the verge of colliding with the sharp edge. The zombie cat showcased its remarkable agility. As it lunged through the air, it quickly adjusted its posture, redirecting its claws towards the Tang knife's tip in an attempt to block the impending thrust. Lin Ziluo's reaction was equally adept. Like a prophet, he anticipated the zombie cat's maneuver and adjusted the direction of his knife attack once more. This was the art of reading moves and predicting outcomes. He had foreseen the zombie cat's subsequent action long before it occurred. At this very moment, the zombie cat found itself devoid of any opportunity to adjust its body. Despite the myriad reactions from both sides, in reality, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. In the next heartbeat, the zombie cat collided with Tang Dao. Accompanied by a piercing scream of agony, the zombie cat swiftly leaped back, frantically retreating to its initial position before the assault. With a gaze full of resentment, it fixated on Lin Ziluo. At this juncture, blood was incessantly oozing from the claws of its right foreleg. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the 3 originally sharp claws had been completely blunted. Those claws constituted the primary source of the zombie cat's combat prowess. Unexpectedly, in the very first exchange with Lin Ziluo, the zombie cat had lost an entire claw from its right foreleg. The zombie cat glared at Lin Ziluo with fury. This was its first injury since its transformation, an affront that could not be forgiven. Lin Ziluo regarded it with a smile, casually gesturing toward the 3 severed claws on the ground. The expression on his face seemed to taunt. Is that all? You've lost your claws. Come at me. The zombie cat could scarcely endure such humiliation. It bared its fangs and charged once more at Lin Ziluo. Shaking his head, Lin Ziluo, with his seasoned eyes, could immediately tell that the zombie cat had completely lost its reason. Its forward rush was riddled with vulnerabilities. With the Tang Dao held defensively across his chest, Lin Ziluo braced himself. He intended to impart a more painful lesson to the zombie cat this time. Chapter 28, Comparing Bloodlust with Me? The zombie cat launched another charge, this time with even greater speed. Lin Ziluo's eyes remained fixated on the zombie cat's every movement as he meticulously analyzed its actions. The zombie cat had become cunning. Aware that its pounces could be effortlessly anticipated by Lin Ziluo, it opted for direct hand-to-hand combat. As the cat's claws reached out towards him, Lin Ziluo swung the Tang Dao. The sharp clang resonated as he successfully blocked the claws with his blade. The zombie cat retaliated with another swipe. Lin Ziluo deftly turned the Tang Dao, once again intercepting the attack. The zombie cat unleashed its most fervent strikes. Each swipe was accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed at Lin Ziluo's vital points. Yet, he remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly, creating an impenetrable wall of defense with the twisting of his body and the Tang Dao in hand. Every attack from the zombie cat was thwarted. Aside from a single hair being blown away by the gust of its claws, Lin Ziluo sustained no injuries whatsoever. The same could not be said for the zombie cat. It had been on the offensive the entire time. With its already low stamina waning, its movements began to slow. Moreover, the loss of its right claws forced it to rely predominantly on its left for attacks. The incessant clashes between the claws and the Tang Dao indeed left numerous dents on the blade. However, the wear on the zombie cat's claws was far more severe. Yet, undeterred, the zombie cat continued its relentless assault on Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, it emitted a strange cry. A flicker of purple light glimmered in its blood-red eyes. This was the cat's gaze of fixation. This skill can be employed against anyone in front of him, even if that individual does not gaze into the eyes of the zombie cat. Lin Ziluo felt a sudden lethargy enveloping his body, and his vision dimmed perceptibly. He had been ensnared within an illusion. Amidst the boundless darkness, a grotesque, terrifying visage of a colossal cat materialized before Lin Ziluo. The monstrous feline face was adorned with eerie patterns, from which blood, brain matter, and entrails flowed forth from its enormous eyes. Simultaneously, the cat's face drew ever closer, exerting an oppressive aura upon Lin Ziluo. Is this all? Lin Ziluo regarded it with disdain. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. A torrent of blood-red fury radiated from Lin Ziluo, transforming the entire void of darkness into a crimson expanse. Countless souls emerged in a frantic rush, filling the vast emptiness. They screamed, wailed, and wept, their ghastly visages forever etched in memory. After 10 years of apocalypse, having slaughtered 100,000 zombies in merely a zombie-tied dungeon, who dares to compare their terror to mine? You are truly unworthy. As Lin Ziluo uttered these words, the blood-red aura, accompanied by the legion of souls, surged towards the cat's face. The terrifying visage, intended to intimidate foes, now betrayed a look of fear. Meow. The cat howled in a chilling cry and turned to flee. The illusion shattered like a fragile bubble. Lin Ziluo regained his senses. The zombie cat emitted a mournful cry. retreating several steps in trepidation. It gazed at Lin Ziluo with fear, utterly shaken by the overwhelming terror of the approaching souls. It could not fathom how this individual could emit such a dreadful aura. Lin Ziluo's presence had become indelibly etched in its mind, transforming into its eternal nightmare. All that occupied its thoughts now was escape. The zombie cat, battling against the mental backlash of the shattered illusion, galloped towards the far end of the corridor. However, the backlash was too severe, rendering its movements awkward. Lin Ziluo had awaited this moment patiently. With a swift maneuver, he executed a spinning slash. He hurled the tang knife from his hand. The sharp blade, spinning rapidly, pursued the zombie cat like a relentless meat grinder. The zombie cat's keen ears caught the whistling wind behind it, filling its eyes with despair. Why, despite its ability to toy with humans at will, to slaughter zombies indiscriminately, had it found itself in this predicament? The tang knife sliced through the air, severing the cat's head, which fell to the ground. Its body, deprived of its cranium, continued to lunge forward for several meters due to inertia before collapsing entirely. Blood splattered against the walls, staining the last remaining patches of white a deep crimson. Death. Lin Ziluo reached out to catch the returning tang knife. Congratulations to player Yazzie on successfully defeating a level 9 bronze tier clawed zombie cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the quest Zombified Cat's Grateful Betrayal. Congratulations to player Yazzie for receiving quest rewards: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier item. Congratulations on advancing to level 7, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires an additional 400 experience points to level up again. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to slay a bronze tier creature in the apocalyptic game, achieving a globally unique accolade, Bronze Lament. A server-wide announcement is imminent. In an instant, the information flooded the screen. As Lin Ziluo single-handedly defeated a bronze-tier foe, the rewards were astonishing. The substantial experience propelled Lin Ziluo to the next level, filling half of the experience needed from level 7 to 8. Moreover, the first kill of a bronze-tier enemy granted a precious, unparalleled server-wide announcement. At that moment, Lin Ziluo distinctly witnessed the spectacle of the global announcement being made. Through the glass of the adjacent office, he observed the once bright sky dimming at that very instant. Not only in his city, magic capital, but at that moment, the skies across every corner of Blue Star darkened. The sudden gloom captured the attention of players worldwide. Regardless of their location, activities, or identities, everyone heard that familiar, grandiose yet somber voice resonating once more across the globe. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to independently slay a bronze-tier creature in the apocalyptic game, shaking the world with formidable prowess, and earning the globally unique accolade, Bronze Lament, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this achievement. In that moment, Blue Star, which had lost much of its vitality due to the apocalypse, erupted with excitement once again. The name Yazzie was once more on everyone's lips. Chapter 29. The Call of the Zombie Cat. Yazzie. It's Yazzie again. Who is this person? Why is he the center of every world announcement? A man hiding in his home lamented. Damn, I haven't even killed a single zombie, and the esteemed Yazzie has already taken one down solo. It's absurd. A youth in a shopping mall warehouse echoed the sentiment. Isn't it true for all of us? Damn it, we're all players. How can there be such a disparity? Another individual beside the youth chimed in. Wow, brother Yazzie is so handsome. When will he come riding on a rainbow to marry me, the princess? A common girl hiding in her modest 50 square meter apartment still held onto her fantasies. Humph. A mere attention seeker. I disdain such announcements, a burly man remarked with palpable bitterness. No way. If he can achieve that, I must strive harder. A youth picked up a kitchen knife, bravely stepping outside, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie lurking just outside his door. Bronze tier? Damn. How is this fellow so powerful? I've been killing zombies nonstop. I must seek out a bronze tier creature too. A man smashed the head of a nearby zombie in frustration. This name, imbued with the vibrant hues of Dragon Kingdom mythology, surely belongs to one of our own. Should such a formidable individual choose to join our ranks, our strength would experience a remarkable enhancement. Within a certain manner, a prominent figure calmly analyzed the situation with his subordinates. Bark, bark, bark. The little dog yelped once more. Hee hee, I am still alive. Yazzie. This name has resurfaced in the eyes of the crowd for the second time, and with its appearance comes news of astonishing magnitude. while the first kill of a zombie could merely be attributed to good fortune. The first defeat of a bronze-level creature served as a resounding slap to the faces of those who questioned his prowess. In a world where 999 individuals had yet to encounter a bronze-level adversary, Yazzie managed to vanquish one in single combat. What a staggering revelation. This commotion has indeed escalated. It seems I must take care to conceal my handsome visage from now on. On the third floor of the Magic City Sports Arena, Lin Ziluo touched his face and sighed with resignation. Afterward, he retrieved a card labeled a chair. Upon activation, a chair materialized before him, and he plopped down onto it. Panting heavily, he began to catch his breath. Throughout the entire battle with the zombie cat, he had remained in a state of heightened mental tension. Each collision with the powerfully endowed zombie cat demanded every ounce of his strength. Anticipating the next move of the zombie cat also consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. With remarkable tenacity, Lin Ziluo endured the physical strain of combat. Furthermore, he managed to complete the entire fight without allowing the zombie cat to land a single hit. He had truly achieved an unscathed solo victory against a bronze-level foe. Congratulations. Player has received a global announcement for the achievement, the Sorrow of Bronze. Congratulations. Player has been awarded 1,000 prestige points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. The global announcement rewards arrived belatedly. Lin Ziluo, disregarding any desire for rest, began to examine his gains. His prestige had risen to 2,000 points, signifying that his authority within the apocalyptic game had reached an extraordinary level. The accumulation of gold coins had similarly soared to 5,000, a quantity that would typically require others to slay over 1,000 level 2 zombies to attain. The 3 points of free attributes, combined with an additional point gained from reaching level 7, were allocated by Lin Ziluo as 2 points to strength and 2 points to agility. His attributes experienced a significant enhancement. The storage capacity now expanded to 24 cubic meters, a size 24 times greater than that of others. Additionally, he had received a bronze-level item as a quest reward in the achievement of the Sorrow of Bronze. The Sorrow of Bronze, a unique title granted only to the first individual to slay a bronze-level creature in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 2 to all stats, and a reduction of 5 to the base attributes of entities below bronze level or of ordinary nature. This achievement, how remarkable! Lin Ziluo effortlessly replaced Bronze of Sorrow with First Blood. Of course, the effects of this achievement would only take effect after an hour. Currently, Lin Ziluo possessed more than just these 2 accomplishments. He also had achievements such as the Zombie Butcher for slaying 100 zombies. However, these accolades were commonplace among players, and their attributes were not particularly impressive, leaving Lin Ziluo devoid of interest in them. After donning the Bronze of Sorrow, his attributes saw a significant enhancement. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 16, Agility, 21. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat were to resurrect, Lin Ziluo was confident he could easily overpower it. He wondered what heights his attributes would reach upon class advancement. After organizing his gains, he opted to claim the bronze-level item as a quest reward. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-level item that, when consumed, instantly restores 20 stamina. Additionally, it restores 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes. Usage grants a 30-minute cooldown. An old acquaintance. This is a lifesaver in critical moments. Lin Ziluo decisively stored it in his inventory. After resting in his chair for nearly half an hour, he finally regained his composure. He approached the corpse of the zombie cat. If he recalled correctly, it seemed to have dropped a white object upon its demise. A silver-level piece of equipment? Or perhaps an item? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed a silver-level item. He bent down to pick it up. Horn of the Zombie Cat. Blowing this horn summons a claw zombie cat that the player can command in battle for 30 minutes. Horn cooldown, 48 hours. The zombie cat inherits 60 of the player's base attributes, and all experience and gold from slaying zombies belong to the player, though the zombie cat does not drop items upon kills. Wow, a summoning type item, and a growth type at that. Truly impressive. Chapter 30, New Skills and Silver-Level Equipment. The Horn of the Zombie Cat allows for the summoning of a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's own attributes. This is known as a growth-type summoning item. Many summoning items call forth entities with fixed attributes, which are often discarded as players' strengths increase. However, summoning entities that inherit attributes are not easily cast aside. As long as the master's strength is not abysmally low, it essentially provides an additional permanent combat ally. Moreover, this summoned entity retains its original template, including previous talents and skills. What a tremendous windfall. This must be the reward for being the first to slay a player in this world. Lin Ziluo hoisted the corpse of the zombie cat off the carpet. Undead animals can be considered treasures in their entirety. Although in this apocalyptic game, as opposed to genuine online games, one cannot extract resources directly from their bodies. However, the fur, flesh, and claws of the zombie cat can be fashioned into attribute-less cloaks, sustenance, or even weapons. Lin Ziluo deftly maneuvered, wielding his Tang Dao with a flourish. In a short while, he reduced the zombie cat to a mere fragment of its former self. Satisfied, he stowed the cat's hide, claws, and flesh into his storage space, finally placing the remnants of the zombie cat aside with a sense of contentment. Yet, the surprises were far from over. The silver treasure chest within the warehouse awaited his discovery. With such fortuitous luck today, he thought it only fitting that he should receive a silver-grade piece of equipment. With that in mind, Lin Ziluo stepped into the warehouse. The scene inside the warehouse was even more chilling than outside. It appeared that the zombie cat had claimed this place as its lair. Its abode was a nest constructed against the wall, lined with a pile of cotton cloth. Beside this nest was a designated area for storing its collection. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find hundreds of human eyeballs amassed like glass orbs. The zombie cat's taste was truly unique. Most would feel a shiver down their spine being scrutinized by such a multitude of eyes. Lin Ziluo, however, was undeterred. As he rummaged through the pile with his Tang Dao, seeking to uncover any hidden treasures. To forego this opportunity would be a significant loss. Alas, he was disappointed. The zombie cat had indeed filled the space solely with eyeballs. After perusing the warehouse further, Lin Ziluo discovered an array of brand-new sports equipment, much of which had been vandalized by the zombie cat. This creature had even repurposed dumbbells as playthings. Finally, at the innermost corner of the warehouse, Lin Ziluo spotted the silver treasure chest he had been longing for. This silver chest was tucked away in the farthest recess, adorned with intricate and esoteric carvings far more elaborate than those on the previous bronze chest. A luminous hexagram spun beneath it, emanating a silvery glow. Approaching, Lin Ziluo knelt and placed his hand upon the silver treasure chest. Player's eye has detected the silver treasure chest, earning a prestige reward of 20 points. Does player's eye wish to open the silver treasure chest? Opening the silver treasure chest will require 60 seconds. Open. Player's eye is in the process of opening the silver treasure chest. Please be patient. 60, 59, 58, 57. The wait of these 60 seconds was indeed excruciating. Lin Ziluo resorted to his previously employed method of fervent prayers to all the deities he knew, hoping for a favorable outcome from this treasure chest. After invoking every divine figure he could think of, the countdown to opening the silver treasure chest finally reached 0. Player's eye has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Upon opening the silver treasure chest, player's eye received a boon from the chest, successfully expanding their storage space by 0 for cubic meters. Player's eye's experience has been enhanced, gaining 50 points. While rummaging through the silver treasure chest, player's eye successfully retrieved 360 gold coins. The radiant light dissipated. Lin Ziluo eagerly gazed into the depths of the silver treasure chest. Inside lay 2 items, quietly arranged. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo was elated. Indeed, fortune had smiled upon him. One was a piece of silver-grade equipment, a relatively rare type of cloak. The other was a skill book for the whirlwind slash, a technique he had employed to vanquish numerous zombies. Goodness, a silver chest yielding both silver equipment and a skill book. What a splendid windfall. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo seized the skill book. Explosive double slash, a warrior skill that allows for 2 rapid strikes, each dealing damage equivalent to 70 points of strength. If both strikes land on the same foe, they will trigger an explosion, dealing additional damage equal to 70 points of the user's strength. Remarkable. This is precisely the warrior skill he required. Moreover, the execution of such a skill demands considerable finesse. Most individuals would struggle to respond in time, and the instantaneous double strike could easily miss, thus failing to activate the subsequent explosion effect. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that within his grasp, the double strike would never falter. System detects the skill explosive double slash. Player Yazi, do you wish to learn the explosive double slash skill? Learn it, why not? Lin Ziluo replied. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully learned explosive double slash. Thus, the second skill appeared in Lin Ziluo's skill bar. The whirlwind slash served as an area damage skill, while the explosive double slash compensated for his current lack of single-target damage capabilities. After mentally rehearsing the execution of the explosive double slash, Lin Ziluo picked up the silver cloak. The cloak was entirely white, adorned with pristine feathers. It felt exquisitely smooth to the touch, and the back was etched with a pattern resembling a pair of avian wings. White Wing Cloak, a silver-grade equipment crafted from the feathers of various rare birds, imbued with a special incantation that allows for brief gliding. Attributes: 2 Constitution, 2 Agility. Additional skill: Brief Hover, allows for a momentary suspension in midair during jumps or descents. Skill cooldown: 20 minutes. This cloak possesses an additional skill. Without a second thought, Lin Ziluo donned the cloak. The 4 attribute points were instantly added to his stature. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was an incredible gain. After battling the zombie cat and claiming such rewards, Lin Ziluo felt his strength had undergone a profound transformation. Originally, he had planned to spend the day elevating his level to 7 and acquiring 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment before seeking trouble with Li Haobo in the evening. However, it seemed the goal was too modest. Perhaps he should set a new, more ambitious target? To send everyone in the Li Manor away. Chapter 31. Slaughtering the Zombie Denver. The safety door on the 3rd floor swung open as Lin Ziluo stepped into the corridor. After unlocking a silver treasure chest, he also managed to slay a single bronze creature. Now, only one objective remained: to complete the daunting task issued by the Golden Finger system, which required him to face 100 foes alone. The reward of bronze equipment did not particularly excite Lin Ziluo. His standards had risen, and he found himself well supplied. It was the intriguing potential of the ordinary Golden Finger's effects that truly fueled his motivation. He had no intention of descending to the 1st floor. Despite his newfound strength, he was not foolish. The 1st floor currently housed at least several hundred zombies, and venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Conversely, the scattered venues on the 2nd floor presented a far more strategic option. By sweeping through just 2 venues, he could effortlessly accomplish his mission. Just think about it. He had struggled to dispatch zombies in a single table tennis hall the previous night, and now, facing 2 venues, he was employing terms like sweep and ease. Pushing open the safety door to the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo returned with purpose. He stretched his legs and wiped his shoes, meticulously cleaning off the remnants of flesh and blood. He then made his way to the nearest badminton hall. The door to the hall was not locked, merely ajar, which posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. After sifting through his cards, a bicycle lock materialized in his hand. He swung open the door to the badminton hall and scanned the area. Upon realizing that no zombies had detected his entrance, he promptly secured the door. What was this? It was a classic case of closing the door to beat the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door caught the attention of a nearby zombie, which emitted a guttural roar. The surrounding zombies turned their gaze towards him and began to surge forward. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo returned the key to his pocket before turning around. He then raised his sharp tang knife, which had previously suffered numerous nicks from an extended clash with a zombie cat. Fortunately, the tang knife possessed a self-repairing attribute, and upon being drawn by Lin Ziluo, it regained its former razor-sharp state. Inside the badminton hall, approximately 20 zombies had congregated around him. Rather than wait idly, he opted for a proactive approach. The swift effect of his Windwalker boots was instantly activated as Lin Ziluo took long strides forward. With an impressive agility score of 23, compounded by a 20-point speed boost, his pace far outstripped that of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziluo found himself before the foremost zombie. With a powerful push from his legs, he launched himself into the air, activating the temporary suspension of his white wing cloak. He found himself floating gracefully, gliding slowly downward. If Newton were to witness this spectacle, he would surely rise from his grave, exclaiming, "This is the Dragon Kingdom. It's not my domain, but belongs to my formidable brother." In the air, Lin Ziluo was far from idle. At that moment, he had reached the head of the first zombie, plunging his Tang Dao straight down. The blade penetrated the zombie's skull, embedding itself 1/3 of the way into the head. Only after extracting the blade did he witness the white matter of the brain oozing from the gaping wound. Lin Ziluo stepped firmly upon the zombie's head, leveraging this force to propel himself upward once more. Executing a spinning slash, he adeptly calculated his movements while airborne, hurling the Tang Dao into the fray. The blade spun rapidly, hurtling towards the mass of zombies with overwhelming momentum. 1, 2, 3. As the Tang Dao passed 3 zombie heads were severed from their bodies. On the return journey, it claimed 2 more zombies, showcasing the terrifying area of effect damage afforded by Lin Ziluo's substantial strength attribute during his spinning slash. He caught the Tang Dao and landed gracefully on the ground. He estimated that his brief moment in the air lasted approximately 10 seconds. Of course, the actions and posture he assumed while airborne would also influence the duration of his levitation. However, this was of little concern. He had mentally simulated hundreds of applications for the skill. Once grounded, he truly embodied the essence of a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep. There was no need for evasion as he wielded the Tang Dao, driving it directly into the horde of zombies. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 2 zombies met their demise. Spotting a particularly towering zombie before him, Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed with determination. This one would do. As his inaugural kill with the explosive dual slash, he infused his energy into the Tang Dao. The sharp blade emanated a radiant azure glow. Once the glow enveloped the entire edge of the blade, Lin Ziluo swung the Tang Dao with incredible speed, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, the blade found its mark at the zombie's neck. The first strike embedded the blade deep into the zombie's throat. The second strike retracted swiftly then, in a synchronized motion, cleaved once more into the same wound. The zombie's head fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, this was not the end. As both slashes had struck the same target, the explosive attribute of the dual slash was activated. A mark resembling a miniature Tang Dao appeared at the neck of the zombie. The mark flickered twice before a resounding explosion ensued. The blast obliterated the area above the zombie's collarbone into a shower of debris. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this outcome and skillfully used the Tang Dao to deflect the resulting fragments. This was his first attempt at the explosive dual slash, and he was thoroughly satisfied. It was noteworthy that this formidable zombie possessed attributes at least 30 points higher than those of its counterparts. Yet, under the power of the explosive dual slash, it not only lacked the ability to retaliate, but succumbed before even experiencing the full force of the explosive damage. Moreover, the speed of the explosive dual strike, which delivers 2 swift blows in an instant, is commensurate with the speed at which Lin Ziluo normally executes a single strike. This effectively underscores the formidable single-target damage potential of the explosive dual strike. After testing his newly acquired equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally assumed a serious demeanor. After all, when confronting these zombies, it is fundamentally unnecessary to expend mental energy on utilizing skills. Lin Ziluo's figure weaved through the horde of zombies with agility. With a swift motion of his blade, the zombie was decapitated. The sound of notifications for slaying zombies rang incessantly. Lin Ziluo concentrated intently, familiarizing himself with his physical attributes as he gradually began to reclaim the combat instincts from his previous life. Just as Lin Ziluo reveled in the exhilaration of slaughter, he suddenly realized that there were no zombies left before him. Turning to look back, he beheld the ground strewn with the corpses of the undead. Within the entire badminton hall, not a single living zombie remained. Chapter 32. The First Ordinary Golden Finger. Remarkable. The door of the badminton hall swung open, and Lin Ziluo stepped outside. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck by acquiring too many valuable items earlier. Inside the badminton hall, the handful of zombies that had perished had primarily dropped resource cards. The sole usable item that emerged was a single bottle of stamina potion. Lin Ziluo checked his kill count. It was still insufficient. He needed to eliminate several more zombies to complete the task. Furthermore, he was just over 100 experience points away from achieving level 8. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo made his way towards the tennis hall across from the badminton hall. Upon pushing open the door to the tennis hall, he counted approximately 20 zombies within. Perfect. That number would suffice. Locking the door behind him, Lin Ziluo prepared to dispatch the zombies within. Ding. The host has successfully slain 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Hall, completing the task of defeating 100 foes alone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward, a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding. Would the host like to claim the task reward now? Wait a moment, Lin Ziluo interjected. There were still 5 zombies remaining before him. He decided to deal with these zombies first. He was quite eager to discover what golden finger and equipment he might draw. Thus, he held nothing back. With alternating use of the spinning slash and explosive dual strike, he swiftly concluded the lives of the remaining 5 zombies. Utilizing skills consumed a fair amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental attribute was notably high. After executing 2 rounds of each skill, he still had a considerable reserve of mental energy. Following the extermination of the zombies, He did not immediately collect the items they dropped, but instead accessed the golden finger system right on the spot. Draw? How does one draw? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. What reward does the host wish to draw first? Let us draw for the equipment first. I want to obtain the equipment before saving my luck for the golden finger. Lin Ziluo responded. This was a habit of his. He is accustomed to revealing the most important and valuable items at the end. Others may be unaware, but for him, such an order generally yields favorable results. Ding. Extracting bronze-level equipment. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have obtained bronze-level equipment. The blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring, a bronze-level item. An ominous ring that can absorb the vitality of enemies in battle. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution. Ability: 5 of the damage inflicted on enemies can be converted into vitality and transferred back to oneself through the weapon. Initially, upon seeing it was a ring, Lin Ziluo felt a wave of disappointment. After all, one can only wear 1 ring at a time, and he already possessed the Nightfall ring. So he was not in need of another ring-type equipment. Although the attributes of the Nightfall ring were not particularly impressive, he never anticipated that the blood-sucking ring would possess such rare attributes. The ability to absorb damage and convert it into vitality was immensely valuable in Lin Ziluo's past life. Even many individuals of godly combat prowess donned golden-level equipment that featured vitality-absorbing capabilities. It was simply too enticing. Those of godly status were inherently powerful, and their skills were formidable. During battles, they could unleash a series of area skills against hordes of zombies, effortlessly regenerating a significant amount of vitality through this attribute, allowing them to re-engage in combat swiftly. In essence, this was an effect that greatly aided one's endurance in battle. Thus, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He promptly removed the Nightfall ring and equipped the blood-sucking ring. Although he sacrificed a bit of mental attributes, the added strength and constitution made it quite a worthwhile trade. At that moment, Lin Ziluo suddenly felt a pang of concern. What if the luck he expended in drawing the blood-sucking ring resulted in an unfavorable outcome for the golden finger? Ding. Please rest assured, host. Every ordinary golden finger possesses practical effects that can provide substantial assistance to you. Very well, I trust you. Please proceed with the extraction of the golden finger. Lin Ziluo spoke. Ding. Extracting an ordinary golden finger. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn an ordinary golden finger. Auto pickup 1. Lin Ziluo's breath became heavy with excitement. Auto pickup. Could it possibly be as he imagined? He quickly examined the attributes of auto pickup. Auto pickup 1. Capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host. Automatically entering the storage space within a radius of 0.5 meters from the host. If the storage space is insufficient, further pickups will be halted. Wow. 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 This is absolutely mind-blowing. Even though Lin Ziluo had already experienced modifications to the golden finger system and changes to the tasks of the apocalyptic game, the revelation of this ordinary golden finger still astonished him. The ability to automatically collect dropped items. What does that entail? No longer would he need to expend energy cleaning up the battlefield. There is no need for him to be wary of others stealing his hard-earned achievements in battle. Anything he personally acquires will seamlessly enter his storage space. From this moment onward, he can relish the thrill of battling zombies while enjoying a remarkable 100 drop rate, continuously gathering resources. Truly, the golden finger system lives up to its name. Previously, Lin Ziluo harbored concerns that with such a high drop rate, he should minimize his zombie slaying in the presence of others. After all, who wouldn't he entertain wild thoughts upon witnessing the absurdity of a zombie dropping an item? But now, after he dispatches a zombie, the items effortlessly and discreetly enter his storage space. Who could possibly see that? The only thing puzzling Lin Ziluo was the meaning of the number 1. System. Does this 1 represent the level of the ordinary golden finger? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Correct. The 1 signifies the level of the automatic pickup golden finger. The host can draw upon opportunities to enhance the automatic pickup, thereby increasing its level. And what benefits arise from raising this level? Lin Ziluo questioned further. Ding. Enhancing the level of automatic pickup will expand its range and may even confer additional effects. An expanded pickup range? How outrageous. Lin Ziluo felt an insatiable desire. Are there any tasks remaining? Please provide me with more tasks. I wish to continue drawing. Ding. Tasks from the golden finger system will be randomly triggered based on the host's environment, status, and events. Please maintain a calm demeanor and enjoy the apocalypse game without undue concern. Very well, Lin Ziluo replied casually. Such matters were not within the realm of possibility. As for the ordinary golden finger he had initially drawn, he was quite satisfied. Meanwhile, he eagerly anticipated the possibilities of other golden fingers. What effects might they possess? Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would have another chance to draw a super golden finger. The previous ability, with its extraordinary drop rate, was already formidable. One could only imagine the potential of an even more divine golden finger. With newfound abilities, he felt an irresistible urge to test them. Lin Ziluo approached the zombies he had just defeated, eager to collect the items they had dropped. Chapter 33. Who Killed Yao Jinghan? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a resource card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a resource card, a power bank with only 50 charge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a bronze level item, Eye of Reconnaissance. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a resource card, Delicious Crab Roe Burger. As Lin Ziluo approached the corpses of the zombies, a cacophony of information resonated in his ears, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He couldn't quite grasp what he had received. This automatic pickup is convenient, but this notification sound is utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo lamented. Ding. Apologies, the system did not take the host's feelings into consideration. The automatic pickup golden finger is now being optimized for the host. Ding. The automatic pickup function has been optimized. From now on, it will only announce the equipment and items acquired by the host. Ding. Material cards will be automatically organized into various categories and stored in the host's inventory. That's quite considerate, Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of surprise after hearing this. He inspected his storage space and discovered that the material cards had indeed been sorted into several stacks. The leftmost stack contained food, followed by water, tools, and waste materials. The categorization was meticulous and exceptionally thoughtful. Next time, Lin Ziluo would not have to sift through a thick pile of cards to find what he needed. Among the recently acquired materials, besides a scout's eye, there were no other special items. Not paying much attention, Lin Ziluo exited the tennis hall. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already noon. Oh dear, I miscalculated. I initially intended to simply open a silver chest on the 3rd floor. I didn't expect to encounter a zombie cat, which delayed me considerably. Now, there isn't enough time for a leisurely lunch. I need to hasten my journey to the Li family manor. This time, he wouldn't have to attract the attention of the hundreds of zombies on the 1st floor. As Lin Ziluo directly opened the window in the corridor and leaped out. Logically, jumping from the 2nd floor of the gymnasium was quite perilous. Considering the gym's 2nd level was significantly higher than an ordinary floor, with a drop of at least 10 meters to the ground below, it was akin to jumping from a height of several meters. Even with his current physical attributes, such a feat would be challenging. Not to mention the tremendous noise upon landing that would surely attract numerous zombies. However, one must not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary hovering ability. Outside the window, he was plummeting swiftly towards the ground, the white-winged cloak billowing dramatically in the wind. Just as his handsome visage was about to make contact with the earth, Lin Ziluo activated his temporary hovering ability. His rapid descent was instantaneously mitigated, and he performed a 180-degree somersault in midair, landing gracefully on his feet. Lin Ziluo donned his concealment mask once more. Although the effect of obscuring his information had not been activated, in this early apocalyptic phase where not everyone would check attributes, it served as an excellent means to conceal his identity. Li Manor. In the opulent living room, Li Haobo reclined on a woman's lap, while another woman was providing him a full-body massage. Why haven't they returned yet? Are they just idling away? Have they really spent the entire morning looking for just 2 people? Li Haobo, who had been flirting with the woman a moment ago, suddenly struck her face. Erupting in anger, the silver-haired butler stepped forward, saying, "Young master, the hunting mercenary group departed from Magic City University at 7 this morning. With the multitude of zombies within the university and the complex situation, their search is understandably challenging. Damn it, more zombies. I'm going to be driven mad by these undead." Li Haobo fumed. What kind of absurdity is this? I am the one who slays the zombies. Why can't I gain any experience? He then pointed at the sky and shouted in anger. Upon hearing that the apocalyptic game upgrade could enhance one's attributes, Li Haobo was quite intrigued. Given his already frail condition, he thought this method of augmentation could be beneficial. He instructed his subordinates to severely weaken the zombies before he moved in to reap the rewards. However, after slaying 10 zombies, he barely gained a modicum of experience. Not only did he fail to level up, but he nearly exacerbated his own weakened state. Unbeknownst to him, this was a unique mechanism of the apocalyptic game. To prevent high-level players from assisting lower-level players in leveling up, the acquisition of experience was entirely contingent upon one's personal contribution to the kills. Attempting to cheat or claim kills for rewards proved to be quite challenging. Just as Li Haobo was venting his fury, the grand doors of the villa's hall swung open. A man clad in black tactical gear entered, hauling a heavy black bag, which emanated a faint scent of blood. "Uncle Rome, you're back. Did you find that little wretch and the orphan?" Li Haobo inquired anxiously. "Young master, we found the woman, but the man is missing," the man in black replied, tossing the bag onto the ground with a calm demeanor. Li Haobo's eyes lit up at the mention of Yao Jinghan, but his expression darkened upon hearing that Lin Ziluo was still unaccounted for. "Where is she? Bring her to me at once. How dare she hide away?" he barked, his face grim. "She's here," the man in black indicated towards the bag on the floor. "Here?" Li Haobo echoed, confused. "Based on the information you provided, we located a still-living roommate of hers in her dormitory. The roommate mentioned that the woman had remarked about bad luck before heading to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. We scoured the entire warehouse and ultimately found her body in a large barrel, along with a blood-stained men's shirt," the man explained. Li Haobo remained silent as he approached the bag, pulling it open. A strong, metallic scent of blood assailed his senses. Inside lay a body so brutally mutilated that it was scarcely recognizable, with Yu Jingyan's bloodied head marked by a series of grotesque patterns and her eyes wide with terror. Li Haobo could hold back no longer. He retched, emptying the contents of his stomach directly onto the bag. He had always prided himself on his prowess in tormenting others, finding ease in both killing and torturing. Yet, confronted with such a repulsive sight, even he was overwhelmed. The yellowish vomit splashed onto Yao Jingyan's head, as if giving her an unwelcome cleansing. The two women behind Li Haobo fainted at the sight. The man in black, maintaining his composure, spoke again. "Based on the numerous wounds on her body, the gashes on her neck, and the state of her remains, it is evident that she endured horrific torment before her death. The locations of the injuries correspond to areas where the pain-sensing nerves are most developed, including acupuncture points revered in the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Even the most professionally trained assassins would find it challenging to achieve such precision. With each incision, it appeared that a uniquely intricate method of vibration was employed, rendering the surrounding muscle tissues utterly mangled. This excruciating technique surpassed even the capabilities of the world's foremost assassin, the Reaper, with whom I once collaborated. The unimaginable torment, combined with a terrifying proficiency in blade work, was fueled by an intense animosity towards the woman in question. Therefore, young master, do you know who was responsible for her demise?" Chapter 34. The Hunt for the War God Who Killed Her? Li Haobo retorted. "How would I know who the murderer is?" he said, clearly perplexed. "Young master, I have conducted an investigation into the deceased woman. She was quite ordinary, hailing from an unremarkable family. Logically, she could not have provoked someone with such formidable power. Her only distinguishing feature is her connection to you, which leads me to believe that her misfortune is likely linked to you," reasoned the man in black. "Indeed, Yao Jinghan was merely an unremarkable campus belle. Had it not been for her association with that worthless individual, I wouldn't have given her a second glance," Li Haobo echoed, equally bewildered. "Could it be that worthless person?" Li Haobo mused, thinking of Lin Ziluo. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan, bereft of parents. How could he possess the formidable strength you speak of?" Li Haobo swiftly dismissed this ludicrous notion. Moreover, the surprise I had prepared for him has yet to be delivered. He could not possibly know that Yao Jinghan betrayed him, he reiterated. "Young master, who are you referring to?" the man in black inquired, furrowing his brow. "It's that Lin Ziluo, the one who narrowly escaped death," Li Haobo clarified. "He is the son of Lin Jian?" The man in black seemed to recall someone. "Yes, that's him," Li Haobo affirmed. "Logically, it shouldn't be him. He possesses no abilities. And such a method of killing is beyond the reach of anyone who has not claimed 1,000 lives or dedicated decades to rigorous training," the man in black concurred. "However, it is conceivable that this young man, by sheer chance, managed to enlist the aid of a special expert." The man in black continued his analysis. "No, young master. Regardless of who it might be, the intent to kill Yao Jinghan alone seems implausible. It is highly likely that the target is also you. Confronting such a top-tier assassin, my group of over 100 may not suffice. We need additional security personnel," the man in black advised. "What? Rongshu, you're not sufficient? You are among the top 10 experts in the Dragon Kingdom, and you lead a complete mercenary team," Li Haobo exclaimed, shocked, as the terrifying potential of this unseen enemy dawned on him. "Young master, I have stated that what even the world's foremost assassin could not achieve has been accomplished by this adversary. He is extraordinarily fearsome, the man in black declared solemnly. Very well, then hurry to the back mountain and recruit more bodyguards for me. Even those who have not undergone final training will suffice. I refuse to die. I absolutely cannot die. I will not die. Li Haobo exclaimed in panic. Rest assured, young master. With me by your side, I shall protect you at all costs, spoke the man in black. From the moment of his birth, he had undergone countless sessions of indoctrination. In their minds, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives for the Li family. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 coins. Congratulations. Player has leveled up to level 8, gaining 1 free attribute point. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. Before him lay 3 zombies, their heads recently severed. Phew. Finally level 8. This progression is much swifter than I anticipated. I thought it would take until the 4th night of the Apocalypse game to reach this level. But this is for the best. With such rapid advancement, I need not seek out dungeon entrances to participate in quests. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. At this moment, he was hastening towards the Li estate. Along the way, apart from casually consuming some bread and pancakes for lunch, he devoted the rest of his time to traveling and scavenging for supplies. Due to his deliberate choice of a secluded route, encounters with zombies were scarce. Nevertheless, he did not overlook the few zombies he encountered, as he was still short several experience points from leveling up. Finally, as Lin Ziluo approached the base of the mountain where the Li estate was situated, he had slain enough zombies to reach level 8. Let's add to my strength, Lin Ziluo decided. His strength now stood at 24 points. After allocating his attributes, he lifted his gaze towards the imposing Drum Mountain. It was hard to fathom that in this land of exorbitant prices, the Li family could transform the entire Drum Mountain into their private estate. The entrance at the foot of the mountain had originally been fortified with several checkpoints. However, with the advent of the Apocalypse game, these defenses had been abandoned. Furthermore, following the discovery of Yao Jingan's corpse, all of the Li family's security forces were stationed outside the estate, making the perimeter more heavily fortified. Lin Ziluo did not rush up the mountain. A competent assassin must first assess the surrounding environment before devising a plan. He circled the main road around Drum Mountain, observing for a time. From his observations, only one road led directly to the estate. As for secret passages, after some exploration, he uncovered the exit of a concealed route. Hidden within a dense thicket, Lin Ziluo chose not to block the Li family's secret passage just yet. Leaving no loopholes would make it difficult to ensnare them all at once. This principle is part of one of Dragon Country's renowned strategies to surround the enemy. Leave them a gap. By providing these individuals a sliver of hope, a means of escape, they would be less inclined to fight desperately and less likely to consolidate their forces in rebellion. Only through relentless pursuit could Lin Ziluo gradually consume them all. However, the layout of the Li estate indeed prompted a shift in his plans. Initially, Lin Ziluo intended to divert attention by using raw meat infected with the zombie virus to lure a horde of zombies to deplete the Li family's security forces. Yet, within a kilometer of his surroundings, zombies were already exceedingly rare, having been thoroughly cleared by the Li family as personnel. This rendered Lin Ziluo's strategy challenging to execute. Every situation carries its own advantages and disadvantages. Although unable to divert the impending disaster, he must nonetheless prevent any interference from the undead during the nocturnal hours. It is not that he is incapable of contending with the zombies empowered by the Veil of Night. Rather, should all his energy be consumed in vanquishing these fiends. How could he inflict torment upon Li Haobo? Lin Ziluo, having approached a secluded area outside the Li family estate near the mountain's summit, began to scrutinize the estate security arrangements through the telescope he had procured. Numerous sentinels guarded the various access points to the estate, their vigilance palpable. One could discern that these were seasoned warriors, truly formidable in their capabilities, members of the Hunter Mercenary Corps. Lin Ziluo immediately recognized his old adversary. During his flight in the past, he had often fallen prey to the ambushes laid by the Hunter Mercenary Corps, which constituted Li Haobo's most loyal subordinates. Each member had been indoctrinated and trained from a young age by the Li family, exhibiting both remarkable strength and unwavering loyalty. Lin Ziluo was intimately familiar with their faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits, which afforded him a significant advantage. To outsiders, the defensive layout appeared impenetrable, yet Lin Ziluo perceived considerable vulnerabilities. However, familiarity with the enemy did not inflate his confidence. his cautious nature compelled him to repeatedly observe the movements of the hunter mercenary corps and the surrounding environment. Finally, as dusk approached around 6 o'clock, Lin Ziluo beheld a very familiar figure emerging from the estate, commanding the mercenaries to alter their defensive strategies. It was Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, renowned as the god of hunting. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been the leader of the hunter mercenary corps, operating under the auspices of the Li family, and was particularly adept at close-quarters combat and directing his mercenaries in pursuit of targets. Following the failure of the corps to capture Lin Ziluo, he chose to take matters into his own hands, having cornered Lin Ziluo on multiple occasions, making him one of Lin Ziluo's most formidable foes. Conversely, Lin Ziluo represented Rongzhan's greatest humiliation, for he alone had managed to escape Rongzhan's grasp, shattering the legend surrounding him. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their animosity flares. Upon seeing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's gaze turned icy. However, he promptly concealed his telescope and melted back into the shadows. While Rongzhan was elucidating the defensive positions to his mercenaries, an acute awareness suddenly gripped him. A chill coursed through his body, and in that instant, he sensed the very essence of death. Yet, this sensation dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving Rongzhan questioning his own perception. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo acknowledged his own quick reflexes. After all, as a long-standing adversary, he was well aware of Rongzhan's heightened sensitivity to threats and the aura of danger. Upon witnessing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo decisively stowed away his telescope, concealing all traces of his energy. Nevertheless, he felt an exhilarating surge of fervor coursing through his veins, a sensation long absent. The encounter with this old rival, the thrill of the match, ignited within him an urgent desire to showcase his utmost strength. In this confrontation, Rongzhan's demise was inevitable. Moreover, with his death, Lin Ziluo would sever an essential limb of the Li family. How could he allow such a splendid opportunity to slip through his fingers? With this thought, Lin Ziluo quietly took cover. He began to meticulously organize his cards, supplies, and all resources he would soon require. Only by clarifying his situation could he execute his plans with precision. Once he had perfected all his items and strategies, Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the arrival of night. It was only with ample patience that he could strike at the most opportune moment. Time flowed steadily, darkness gradually enveloping the sky. The Li family's stringent security measures were in constant flux. As the clock struck midnight, the mansion illuminated brightly. "Brother Rong, may I retire for the night? It is already 12, deep into the night, and with the zombies so active outside, who would dare come to kill me?" Li Haobo lamented with a weary expression. "Young master, it is wise to remain cautious. My instincts tell me we are undoubtedly being watched," Rongzhan replied, unperturbed by Li Haobo's words. Years of combat experience had bestowed upon him a formidable intuition for danger. Even in the absence of any indication from Lin Ziluo, a sense of unease crept over Rongzhan. "I don't care. I'm utterly bored. Why should I stay awake for a worthless coward who won't even show his face?" Li Haobo exclaimed in frustration. "Young master, if you find it boring, you may seek some entertainment," suggested the silver-haired butler standing behind Li Haobo. "Indeed, I shall seek amusement," Li Haobo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Although Rongzhan wished to interject, he glanced at the silver-haired butler and ultimately refrained. "By the way, Brother Rong, I heard you captured a zombie during the day. Is that true?" Li Haobo pondered for a moment before speaking up. "Indeed, young master. We captured a zombie to bring back for research," Rongzhan confirmed. "There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me have some fun with this one," Li Haobo declared eagerly. "Young master may certainly have his fun, but I am primarily concerned about the potential danger it poses to you," Rongzhan replied, not outright refusing. To him, using the zombie to placate the young master seemed a prudent choice. "Rest assured, my approach will not be harmful to myself," Li Haobo laughed heartily. Before long, a zombie, its hands, feet, and mouth restrained by metallic devices, was brought into the center of the hall. This creature was muscular, clearly possessing remarkable physical prowess. The zombie struggled desperately, but was utterly immobilized by the restraints, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on those around it. "Bring my large iron cage over here," Li Haobo commanded, his excitement palpable upon witnessing the zombies. Moments later, a sizable iron cage measuring 20 square meters was pushed into the center of the living room by a dozen bodyguards. Within the confines of this cage were women of exceptional beauty, yet they appeared soulless, their gazes vacant and expressions dazed as they lingered in their prison. Thick iron chains were fastened around their necks, and throughout the process of moving the cage, The women remained immobile, as if they had surrendered all hope of resistance. Li Haobo took out a bell and gently shook it. Instantly, the women in the cage responded, rushing toward him, only to be thwarted by the bars that separated them. This eerie tableau sent chills down one's spine, evoking a visceral horror that made one shudder to think about the inhumane torments these women must have endured to reach such a state. Yet, Li Haobo was far from satisfied. This is too dull. I've grown weary of these individuals after just a few months. Were it not for the impending apocalypse, I would have dispatched my subordinates to capture fresh specimens from the mountain villages. Only new faces bring the thrill of training. As he spoke, a look of petulance crossed his face, akin to a child deprived of a cherished toy. However, in an instant, his expression transformed. Excitement ignited within him, and a sinister smile crept to his lips. But fear not, these dogs can still serve one last purpose. Li Haobo rose, animated with fervor. Quickly, throw the zombies in. Remove all the handcuffs and leg irons. I want to see it. I want to witness the zombies devour. His words grew increasingly fervent, culminating in applause. The onlookers, save for the silver-haired butler and members of Rongzhan's hunting squad, wore expressions of discomfort at the thought of unleashing a vicious zombie upon a group of helpless women. Any vestige of conscience would recoil at the idea of such an act. Chapter 36. A hellish scene yet. Rongzhan and the other members of the hunting mercenaries wore smiles, their faces betraying an unsettling anticipation for the unfolding events. A diminutive mercenary known as Skinny Monkey, renowned for his adeptness in reconnaissance, stepped forward. Young master, let me take charge. This is my favorite task. He eagerly volunteered. Laughter erupted among the mercenaries. Li Haobo, feeling he had found an ally, quickly replied, "You're the one." Commanded by Li, Skinny Monkey gleefully seized the keys from the grand table. He first unlocked the large iron cage holding the women, but curiously, despite the door being ajar, they did not dare to escape. Subsequently, Skinny Monkey tugged on the leash that restrained the zombie and let it into the cage. He then unsealed the zombie's mouth, which immediately gaped wide, eager to bite the approaching Skinny Monkey. However, he stayed well outside its reach, ensuring the creature had no chance to strike. Suddenly, with a loud thud, the bodyguard behind Li Haobo could no longer bear the sight. He knelt before Li Haobo and implored, "Young master, this is too cruel. Please, spare them." He bowed his head 3 times, beseeching mercy, unable to witness the impending brutality. Memories of his mother's words about kindness echoed in his mind. However, Li Haobo, still in high spirits, immediately darkened his expression. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, attempting to pull the kneeling bodyguard up. "I apologize, young master. This is Wang Dahu, a recent recruit after that fellow perished last night. He possesses immense strength, but lacks intellect. Please do not hold it against him." Despite his efforts to lift Wang Dahu, the latter remained steadfastly on his knees. "Oh, are you instructing me on how to conduct myself?" Li Haobo's gaze turned icy, akin to that of a venomous serpent. "I would never dare, my lord. I was in the wrong," the bodyguard quickly retorted, retreating to the ranks of his peers, leaving Wang Dahu still kneeling. His resolve unyielding as he murmured, "I implore you, young master, spare them." "Ha! It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled with rage, unleashing a terrifying laughter. "Wang Dahu is it? You think you can fight? Bring him down," he commanded. A member of the hunting mercenary group swiftly approached, seething with anger at Wang Dahu's interference in their entertainment. Known for his strength, the fearsome black ape could single-handedly bear the heavy firepower of the group. With a menacing expression, Black Ape swung a punch toward Wang Dahu's head. To his astonishment, Wang Dahu, still on the ground, caught Black Ape's fist with ease and pushed him away. Oh, Rongzhan, who had been merely spectating, felt a flicker of surprise. Black Ape, pushed back, felt his pride wounded. He had lost in this contest of strength. Yet, he had also witnessed Wang Dahu's prodigious might and refrained from advancing further. Instead, calling out to the hunting mercenary group, "Bring me 2 men to assist in subduing him." "Black Ape, have you been consorting with too many women lately? How could an untrained bodyguard overpower you?" 2 robust men emerged from the hunting mercenary group, Violent Bear, known for his volatile temper and penchant for torturing enemies before delivering the final blow, and Crocodile, a master of hand-to-hand combat who relished devouring his foe's flesh. Though jesting, both Violent Bear and Crocodile stepped forward. The members of the hunting mercenary group were perceptive enough to recognize Wang Dahu's formidable strength. With a sigh, Rongzhan pondered Wang Dahu's potential, albeit one that was likely to be extinguished. Yet, what did potential matter? The Li family had never lacked for those with promise. What they sought were obedient hounds. The three advanced toward Wang Dao, who continued to plead fervently, "I beseech you, young master, have mercy on them. Please, spare them." The three individuals suddenly launched an assault, employing the distinctive grappling techniques of the battlefield to subdue Wang Dahua's limbs and head. Despite Wang Dahua's immense strength, he was utterly powerless to escape the grasp of the three exceptionally skilled mercenaries. He was forcefully pinned to the ground, and his desperate struggles proved futile. The black ape unleashed three brutal punches upon Wang Dahua's face, each blow resonating with a dull thud, causing blood to pour from his visage and flesh to split open. "Do not kill him," Li Hao was suddenly interjected. Everyone present turned to him in astonishment. Such words seemed uncharacteristic of the young master. Was he not intent on safeguarding those women? Let him witness their demise firsthand. A grotesque grin spread across Li Hao's face. The black ape could not help but admire Li Hao and remarked, "The young master knows how to play the game." Subsequently, the black ape forcefully turned Wang Dahua's face toward the iron cage, using his fingers to keep his eyes from closing. Wang Dahua emitted a mournful cry of agony, yet he could not shut his eyes, forced to watch the impending horror unfold within the cage. "Thin monkey, what are you dawdling for? Close the door and unleash the zombies," Li Hao urged. Obeying the command, Thin Monkey swiftly began to unlock the shackles binding the zombies. As the restraints were removed, the zombies began to stir restlessly. Finally, upon the removal of their leg irons, a zombie lunged at Thin Monkey. He deftly dodged the attack, escaping the cage and securing the door behind him. The zombies were enraged. The pent-up fury from being confined, coupled with a day of provocation, erupted violently. They slammed against the iron cage, yet it remained steadfast, unyielding to their assaults. With no means to vent their wrath, their fury turned toward the remaining dozen women within the cage. Despite the ferocity of the zombies, the women remained eerily still, as if oblivious to their peril. A zombie lunged at the nearest woman, sinking its teeth into her neck. She offered no resistance, allowing the creature to tear at her flesh. It seemed as if she had lost all sensation of pain and awareness, devoid of any regard for her life. In no time, the unfortunate woman was reduced to half her former self. Wang Dahua watched in horror as the woman was devoured by the zombie. He let out a pained wail, desperately wishing to close his eyes, but to no avail. The black ape held his eyelids open, compelling him to witness the gruesome spectacle. Soon, the zombie pounced on another woman, feasting ravenously. 1, 2, 3. With each woman that fell victim to the zombie's bite, the mercenaries and Li Haobo on the sofa erupted into shrill laughter. How thrilling! Such a bloody scene exhilarated them. In fact, after the last woman was consumed, Li Haobo trembled uncontrollably, wetting himself. Having dispatched all the women, the zombie began to ram against the iron cage with newfound vigor, causing it to creak ominously. Li Haobo was initially taken aback. However, upon realizing that the zombie could not breach the iron cage, he breathed a sigh of relief. This revelation sparked an idea within him. "You've imprisoned this fellow named Wang Dahu, who possesses immense strength, Haven Tiyu? I wish to witness who is stronger, him or the zombie." Chapter 37. The midnight chime. Li Haobo's brilliant notion instantly invigorated the atmosphere in the living room. Thus, it was clear that Master Li was indeed a cut above the rest, far more clever than our brutish selves. We could never have conceived such an ingenious idea. The lean monkey, half in admiration and half in flattery, turned to Li Haobo and spoke. The mercenaries of the Hunter-S Guild echoed their agreement. Even Rongzhan, seated beside the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up. Encouraged by the affirmation from his peers, Li Haobo's excitement reddened his face. It was his first experience of such praise. Wang Dahu remained pinned to the ground by 3 mercenaries. The kind-hearted man had just witnessed the gruesome demise of several women before his very eyes. The horrific scene rendered him speechless, robbing him of any will to resist. Tears of utter despair streamed down his cheeks, mingled with traces of blood. The black gorilla and the crocodile lifted Wang Dahu. The lean monkey cautiously approached the side of the iron cage. The zombie continued to batter against the cage, oblivious to the monkey preparing to open the iron gate from the opposite side. Rongzhan stood up, vigilant to prevent the zombie from escaping. As the gate swung open, Wang Dahu was unceremoniously thrown into the cage. The lean monkey swiftly locked the iron door once more. Phew, what a thrill! The lean monkey exhaled in relief. The zombie, having devoured a number of women, had significantly increased in power. Even with its back turned to the lean monkey, it radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. The fear Wang Dahu felt, standing so close to the zombie within the cage, was immeasurable. The zombie sensed the commotion behind it. Turning around, it beheld a bloodied man struggling to rise. Was food being delivered to it once more? Wang Dao finally managed to clumsily get to his feet, staring at the zombie. Now less than 3 meters away. He was horrified by the creature's mouth smeared with fresh blood and bits of flesh, and the dismembered remains of women littering the cage. However, his fear was not of the hellish sight before him. Rather, he feared for his own survival. "Mother, I cannot return home to care for you." Wang Dao wept. Yet he did not surrender. The thought of his mother waiting for his return rekindled his determination. His gaze grew resolute. He must survive. He charged at the zombie before him, a courageous act that appeared utterly ludicrous to those outside the cage. Nevertheless, the onlookers erupted in exhilarated cheers, eager for such exhilarating spectacle. The previous women had offered no resistance against the zombie, leaving them unsatisfied. The zombie, too, sprang into action, lunging directly at Wang Dao. In the iron cage, a solitary figure engaged in a desperate struggle for survival against a relentless zombie. Alas, Wang Dao, merely a novice bodyguard, had yet to acquire any combat skills. He possessed only brute strength and a not-so-bright intellect. Remarkably, he opted to engage in a brutal exchange of blows with the undead. With a powerful fist, he struck the zombie's head, warping its visage grotesquely. The creature, devoid of pain, relentlessly plunged its claws deep into Wang Dao's abdomen. Blood pooled upon the ground, intensifying the metallic scent that permeated the hall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, fueled by sheer will and tenacity. Wang Dao continued to hammer the zombie's skull with his fists. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie, undeterred by its own injuries, raked its sharp talons across Wang Dao's body, leaving deep lacerations in their wake. At that moment, Wang Dao's abdomen was a gruesome tableau of flesh and blood. Intestines and organs protruded from his wounds, rendering him a ghastly figure, drenched in crimson. Driven by an inexplicable conviction, this zombie, cultivated by Li Haobo to be a formidable foe, was ultimately vanquished in this brutal melee. Its lifeless form collapsed to the ground, landing amidst the remains of a dozen deceased women. Within the iron cage, only the blood-soaked Wang Dao remained standing. Outside the cage, onlookers could no longer contain their excitement, applauding the gripping confrontation. Had Wang Dao triumphed? Not at all. His injuries were so grievous that even the divine would lament. He had lost consciousness, mechanically murmuring, "I was wrong, I was wrong." He was not in error. His kindness was commendable. Yet, in this terrifying, dark apocalypse, compassion had led him to his demise. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dao could no longer endure. His gaze grew vacant as he collapsed within the cage. The clock struck 1 in the morning, seemingly bidding farewell to Wang Dao, while also tolling the final countdown to death for Li Haobo and his companions. No one noticed that the fallen Wang Dao's skin was gradually turning gray. He was not dead. He was on the brink of transforming into a zombie. The chime of 1 o'clock resonated through the forest surrounding the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred. After lying in wait for a full 7 hours, he finally moved. Between 1 and 2 in the morning, when the weary night owls felt the heaviest fatigue and their attention waned, the pineal gland of the human brain secretes a substance known as melatonin. This secretion peaks in the dimmest hours, inducing a profound sense of drowsiness. Conversely, a skilled assassin remains alert and energized in the depths of night. Lin Ziluo rose, extinguishing the glow of his equipment, which he had long since died to seamlessly blend with the shadows of the nocturnal landscape. The equipment produced by the Doomsday game possesses an automatic cleaning function. In the dark forest, Lin Ziluo's location resembled a shadow, rendering any human presence imperceptible. After carefully observing the defensive layout of the manor once more, Lin Ziluo sprang into action. His body darted forward with the swiftness of a cheetah, the wind generated by his movement stirring the fallen leaves of the forest. Strangely, despite his feet treading upon the earth, not a sound escaped him. Before long, Lin Ziluo emerged from the forest, stealthily advancing toward the manor. Around the manor, mercenaries stood atop the surrounding walls at regular intervals, employing tactical flashlights to scrutinize the movements beyond the estate. The beams of light danced back and forth, suggesting a thorough examination of all corners outside. Lin Ziluo, however, did not pause for an instant. He continued to approach the wall, moving as casually as if strolling in his own backyard, with light, assured steps and an air of nonchalance. Yet, remarkably, his path went unnoticed by the beams of the flashlights, as if the light itself were instinctively evading him. This exemplified Lin Ziluo's formidable perception. In the preceding hours, he had meticulously observed every action of the surrounding mercenaries. Each individual possessed certain habitual quirks, and the mercenaries were no exception. While they scanned the area outside the manor with their flashlights, the positions they occupied and the angles of the beams followed a discernible pattern. Lin Ziluo had grasped these patterns entirely, calculating the optimal route in his mind. This enabled him to navigate an almost supernatural path toward the wall. One mercenary stationed on the wall remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, stifling a yawn due to fatigue. It was this very moment of distraction that Lin Ziluo seized. As he pressed himself against the wall and began to scale it with his bare hands, his movements were exceptionally light, producing not a sound. In the blink of an eye, he had ascended the wall, just as the yawning mercenary opened his eyes. He was met with the sight of Lin Ziluo clad in black and adorned with a black mask, looming before him. In disbelief, the mercenary prepared to call out. But a dagger swiftly sliced across his throat, silencing him forever. This dagger had been scavenged from a knife shop during Lin Ziluo's approach. Not only did he possess this blade, but also several others of varying designs, including one particularly unique dagger. Withdrawing the dagger, Lin Ziluo stifled the flow of blood by gripping the artery, preventing any spill that might alert others. He then applied a prepared piece of cling film over the wound to contain the scent of blood, effectively resolving the issue. At this moment, the mercenary's lifeless body remained propped up, not yet collapsing. The flashlight in his hand continued to sway as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ziluo shielded himself with the corpse of a mercenary and began to meticulously observe the scenes within the estate. The lights in the other smaller buildings had all extinguished, leaving only the grand villa at the heart of the estate aglow. Moreover, from his current position, he could hear loud roars and howls emanating from the first floor. As if many were inside venting their emotions, Lin Ziluo paid them no mind, for today, his objective was to leave no one alive. Their raucous noise only facilitated his infiltration. He laid down the mercenary's body, secured the flashlight, and then leapt over the inner edge of the wall into the estate, stealthily approaching a nearby mercenary. Let us not even speak of Lin Ziluo's unparalleled stealth skills, who among the mercenaries, while intently observing the situation outside the estate, would anticipate the silent arrival of a deathly specter behind them? Under the cloak of night, Lin Ziluo continued to reap lives along the perimeter. A swift strike to the throat, a body lowered, the flashlight adjusted, and he moved on to the next. He epitomized the essence of assassination with remarkable precision. Within a mere 2 minutes, he had erased nearly half of the mercenaries along the wall. At that moment, one mercenary finally grasped the situation. What is going on? Lao Zhu, why has your flashlight stopped moving? He inquired curiously. Unbeknownst to him, that very question cost him his life mere seconds earlier. As he turned to check on his comrade, a dagger sliced through his neck, extinguishing his life. Though he was dead, the lingering drowsiness of the other mercenaries evaporated the instant he spoke. What is going on, Audie? What happened to Lao Zhu? Another mercenary queried from a distance. Nothing much. That kid was so tired he nearly fell asleep. I just gave him a nudge, Audie replied. Well, that is fine. Damn it, it's absurd. The captain and the commander are reveling in the hall while we're stuck here on guard duty. Upon hearing Audie's words, the mercenary raised no suspicion but began to complain. It was not that he wished to doubt, but Lin Ziluo had perfectly mimicked Audie's voice. What this mercenary uttered became the spark that ignited further complaints from the surrounding mercenaries. Exactly. After a whole day of cleaning up zombies, we have to stand watch at night. They don't see us as human. You've got that right. I Haven T slept in nearly 24 hours. It's ridiculous. If they truly wanted safety, why don't the captains come out to check for themselves? Lin Ziluo smiled faintly and continued in Audie's accent. To put it plainly, they don't regard us as human. We are merely cannon fodder. His words were not intended to sow discord among the mercenaries, for as death warriors, they would not be so easily incited. However, complaints are inevitable. They serve to incite grievances among the mercenaries, diverting their attention to disparaging others and reminiscing about their own injustices. As anticipated, after Lin Ziluo set the precedent, the mercenaries in the vicinity entered a frenzy of complaints. What a farce. Today, I spotted a stunning female university student from that college. Before I could make my move, that scoundrel crocodile snatched her away, leaving me with nothing, not even a sip of soup. And it doesn't end there. I killed a zombie that dropped a piece of bronze-level equipment. The first of its kind for our mercenary group, only for them to seize it. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps it was the accumulation of pent-up resentment or merely a means to dispel the current drowsiness, but more and more mercenaries joined the discussion. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo resumed his clandestine assassinations. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo specifically targeted those who had just begun to speak. Such individuals, having just uttered a word and subsequently fallen silent, are unlikely to arouse suspicion among others in a short span of time. Thus, he continued to enact his judgments on the mercenaries present. Finally, as only a handful remained, the FAAD began to crumble. "Isn't my experience similar to yours, Xiaoji? What do you think?" one mercenary inquired of the last speaker. Regrettably, to receive a response from Xiaoji, he would have to seek it in the depths of hell. "Xiaoji? Xiaoji?" The mercenary called out twice before suddenly realizing the dire situation. Alarmed, he produced a rectangular object. Lin Ziluo immediately recognized it as the signal flare unique to the hunting mercenary corps. In the context of a post-apocalyptic world where communication is severely limited, signaling is exceptionally effective. The mercenary acted with resolve, firing the flare the moment it was drawn. In the next instant, a dagger sliced through his throat. The flare had already been launched. Lin Ziluo held his breath, focusing intently as he hurled the dagger with all his might. Did he intend to sever the flare before it could signal? How could that be possible? Chapter 39. A grudge must be repaid. Is it human or divine? Lin Ziluo demonstrated that nothing is impossible in his hands. The speed of the dagger far surpassed that of the flare. When the flare had traversed halfway, the dagger struck true, embedding itself within the flare's casing. This seemingly inconspicuous dagger executed a flawless division of the flare, rendering it permanently mute as it fell to the ground, bouncing twice. How can this be? The last surviving mercenary on the wall witnessed the entire ordeal. No one answered his question. The blade flashed, and the mercenary's head tumbled to the ground. Thus, all personnel guarding the Li family estate met their demise. Lin Ziluo approached the fallen flare, retrieving his dagger from its casing, effectively thwarting the flare's explosion. He remained steadfastly confident. Who could fathom the countless encounters he had with signal flares in the past? Surely, it exceeded 100. Subsequently, he meticulously examined numerous finished signal flares from the Li family. Immersing himself in the intricacies of their internal structure led to the mastery of the perfect technique to thwart the flight of signal flares. Ding. The external security forces of the Li estate have been utterly vanquished. Ding. The path of vengeance for the host has commenced. Ding. A mission is hereby issued. Revenge must be exacted. Revenge must be exacted. The grievance of even the slightest slight must be avenged. None who provoke the host shall leave unscathed. This night, the host shall transform into the harbinger of death, reaping all lives within the Li estate. Mission requirements. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals at the Li estate, 0269. Mission rewards. The selection of a random ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze tier equipment. Mission deadline, 12 hours. Ding. Would the host like to accept the mission? Lin Ziluo's cold visage revealed a fleeting expression of surprise, swiftly replaced by tranquility. Excellent. Li Haobo, you have granted yourself yet another reason to perish. Accept the mission, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. The mission, revenge must be exacted, has been accepted. The vengeance barrier is now activated. Should any of the 269 individuals at the Li estate attempt to flee beyond its confines, the host shall be able to locate the escapee. Ding. May the host successfully fulfill the mission. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of exhilaration. The vengeance barrier was an exceedingly precious high-level item, one he had never encountered before. He understood its general purpose, as stated by the Golden Finger system. It prevents enemies from escaping the barrier. Once they do escape, he would have the right to track their locations for a minimum duration of 1 month. What does this entail? For an entire month, regardless of how far one might flee, evasion of pursuit would be impossible. The torment of such a realization alone could drive one to despair. This phenomenon first emerged when the Dragon Kingdom deployed it during its national conflict with the Yamato nation. After the Dragon Kingdom established a vengeance barrier over the Yamato capital, the citizens relentlessly pursued those who fled, relentlessly striking them for days, leaving the entire Yamato nation in tears. Now, Lin Ziluo was poised to experience this for himself. He rummaged through the bodies of the mercenaries, casually taking a few items before stealthily advancing deeper into the estate. The central villa remained enveloped in an atmosphere of merriment, blissfully unaware that its security personnel had already fallen to Lin Ziluo's hand. However, as he stealthily approached the adjacent building to the main structure, Lin Ziluo found himself bemused. He observed the numbers on the mission panel escalating continuously. 7269, 8269, 9269. What is happening? I have yet to make a move, and deaths are already occurring? Ah, crocodile. What are you doing? Have you dispatched the last woman as well? The chimpanzee exclaimed with ire. The villa's hall was already strewn with the corpses of several women. Following the mutual destruction of Wang Dahu and the zombie, the enjoyment had vanished for these individuals. One by one, they sat in their seats, sighing with boredom. How could the hospitable Li Haobo let everyone down? With a grand gesture, he summoned all the women from his estate, including even the cleaning lady in her 40s. He intended to host a magnificent revelry. However, he overlooked the ferocity of the mercenary group, a band of brutes. How could these women withstand the assault of men as brawny as wild beasts? Before long, they succumbed to agonizing torment. Apologies. I got a bit too rough and broke her spine, Crocodile remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Of course, his regret was merely for damaging his comrade's plaything, not for the loss of life. Now that the last one is gone, what are we supposed to play with? The chimpanzee grumbled. Play with me. A voice suddenly echoed through the villa's grand hall, coming from at least 4 directions. Who? Rong Zhan, who had been feigning sleep on the sofa, sprang to his feet. The moment the voice resonated, every hair on his body stood on end. A murderous aura, a killing intent like never before. Rong Zhan was certain that to describe it as a thirst for blood was not an exaggeration. Throughout his years on the battlefield, he had taken the lives of thousands. Yet this overwhelming killing intent made his past deeds seem trivial in comparison. Not only Rong Zhan, but the other members of the mercenary group also became alert. They were seasoned killers themselves and could not be oblivious to such hostility. Li Haobo had yet to comprehend the gravity of the situation. But his silver-haired butler swiftly positioned himself in front of him, providing steadfast protection. After the voice fell silent, it dawned on Li Haobo, someone was indeed here to kill him. It has come. It has truly come. He shouted in terror. Young master, remain calm. The silver-haired butler urged. Li Haobo quickly closed his mouth, though his eyes were filled with dread and his body trembled incessantly. Who could this master be, and what is their intent? Can we negotiate? Rong Zhan shouted, his fear palpable. This expert had managed to approach the villa undetected, indicating that all the guards outside had been dealt with. These were members of the mercenary group, not elite soldiers, but capable of holding their own against 10 foes on the battlefield. Yet, without a single sound, they had all perished. Who or what was outside? A man or a deity? Chapter 40. A second bloom. I may be human, but in this moment, I am the reaper of your lives. The voice that had just spoken belonged to Lin Ziluo. After eliminating all those in the nearby buildings, he ascended to the second floor of the villa and beheld the devilish scene unfolding in the hall below. However, Lin Ziluo merely observed with a cold gaze, for the events transpiring were still relatively minor in nature. A decade after the apocalypse, nearly everyone grapples with varying degrees of psychological turmoil. Disturbing and grotesque actions have become commonplace. As for sympathizing with these women, as Lin Ziluo once remarked, perishing in such a manner might indeed be a peculiar form of happiness. The true horror lies in the inability to escape death, even when one longs for it. Seizing the moment of their unrestrained indulgence, Lin Ziluo strategically installed 4 loudspeakers at designated locations on the second floor. After configuring the settings, he unleashed a cacophony of sound. This was not a mere act of stirring the grass to scare the snake. It was a calculated effort to heighten their awareness. In a state of heightened vigilance, any slight disturbance would surely capture their attention. This was Lin Ziluo's intent. Approaching the corner of the villa's entrance, he produced a small, pitch-black sphere. A single-use bronze-level item, super flash grenade. He hurled it directly inside. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall was fraught with tension. Each individual scanned their surroundings, desperately attempting to locate Lin Ziluo. When they observed a small spherical object soaring into the air, all eyes fixated on it. It was not their fault for being caught off guard. After all, they had never encountered such a device before. Suddenly, the small sphere erupted in a blinding flash of light. The brilliance was so instantaneous that no one could react in time. A chorus of screams filled the hall. Oh, my eyes. Am I blind? The once alert hall descended into chaos. Most of the disorder stemmed from Li Haobo's contingent of bodyguards and servants, while the well-trained mercenary team remained vigilant. In full view, Lin Ziluo boldly strode through the villa's entrance, activating the speed-enhancing skill of his Windwalker boots. With terrifying swiftness, he approached the center of the hall. Aside from a few individuals who managed to regain their senses, the rest remained incapacitated by blindness. Now was the moment. Upon reaching a pre-planned position, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's hand glowed with an earthy hue. Spike assault. The very technique that wreaked havoc in the ping-pong hall just days prior was poised to reveal its terrifying capabilities once more. Previously, it had successfully dispatched dozens of zombies. This time, facing foes who were oblivious to evasion and possessed inferior physical attributes compared to the undead, how many lives would it claim? The villa's floor began to fracture. Luxurious marble tiles and rare carpets were torn asunder by rising spikes. Those who had been preoccupied with shielding their eyes were utterly unprepared for the calamity that ensued. They were impaled from below, their bodies shattered and torn apart. A vertical line of spikes ensured that none within that column emerged unscathed. A deluge of blood and mangled flesh coated the center of the hall. The hall, already filled with corpses, transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Li Ziluo, gripped by terror, was screaming with his mouth agape when an unknown eyeball unexpectedly landed in his mouth. Instinctively, he closed his jaws and bit down hard. Instantly, the fluid within the eyeball burst forth, and he inadvertently swallowed it. Lin Ziluo observed that several individuals were on the verge of recovering from their blindness. He retrieved the second and final super flash grenade from his storage space and hurled it high into the air. The Tang Dao materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. Spiral slash. Lin Ziluo bellowed loudly as he forcefully hurled the Tang Dao toward the location of the mercenary group. He then sprinted towards the villa's entrance. The Tang Dao, akin to the scythe of death, swiftly severed the necks of the black bear and the crocodile, and on its return journey, it dispatched 2 more mercenaries. At that moment, many who had just begun to regain their sight instinctively glanced toward the spot where Lin Ziluo had uttered spiral slash. The super flash grenade, having been thrown up, was now in free fall, approximately 18 meters above the ground, perfectly aligning with their gaze. Oh no, not again, they lamented within their minds. Utterly unprepared for this second onslaught. The blinding white light erupted once more, the consecutive flashes inflicting painful tears from many eyes. Some individuals experienced such swelling that their vision would likely remain impaired for several hours. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo, now at the villa's entrance, caught the returning Tang Dao and vanished into the night. The chaos within the villa's hall subsided only minutes later. Rongzhan's face was ashen, realizing that as a battle-hardened warrior, he had failed to even glimpse the enemy before losing a significant number of his men. The thin monkey, trembling with fear, approached Rongzhan. "Boss, we have tallied the death toll," he said, his head bowed. "How many?" Rongzhan inquired urgently. His earth spike attack had nearly annihilated young Master Li's security and servants. The spinning blade had claimed the lives of his mercenary brothers, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Before the thin monkey could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Rongzhan. "Enough. Just tell me how many of us are left. Excluding the young Master Yu and Uncle Zhao, there are still 66 of us, including 10 severely injured and several others whose sight has yet to recover." The thin monkey hesitated before revealing the grim figures. "Damn it. When has our mercenary group suffered such devastating losses? We didn't even catch a glimpse of that person." Rongzhan erupted in fury, hurling his cup against the wall, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, Li Ziluo, having fainted from the repulsive experience of swallowing the eyeball, regained consciousness. "Who was that? Who did this? It's utterly revolting. Uncle Rong, Uncle Zhao, you must avenge me. I desire to see him torn to pieces." The fury consumed Li Ziluo, rendering him irrational as he bellowed incessantly. "Do not worry, young master. Regardless of who he is, I shall ensure he pays dearly." Rongzhan replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 41. The Hidden Master, Butler Zhao Task Requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals of the Leaf family estate. Remarkably precise. "That figure is," Lin Ziluo mused as he closed the task panel. At that moment, he was concealed on the second floor of the villa. Indeed. After fleeing through the main entrance, he had executed a swift about-face, stealthily returning to the villa's upper level. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can often be the safest. How could the group downstairs fathom that the very reaper who had just claimed the lives of their brethren was now right above them? Lin Ziluo overheard every word spoken by Shouho, Rongzhan, and Li Ziluo. "Torn to pieces and I shall pay the price?" he thought disdainfully. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, which was precisely why he had retreated earlier. The individuals in the hall were seasoned combatants, and their numbers were substantial. Unlike battling zombies, where one only needed to focus on the intricacies of combat, humans were capricious and could resort to cunning tactics to avert any unforeseen disasters amidst overwhelming odds. Lin Ziluo wisely opted for a timely withdrawal. Moreover, Lin Ziluo made an astute decision not to hastily eliminate Li Haobo out of a desire for vengeance. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo was the weakest link within the entire team. As long as he remained, Rong Zhan and the others would center their attention on him, possibly even dispatching a portion of their ranks to ensure his safe escape. This was Lin Ziluo's intention. If facing over 60 adversaries posed certain risks, then confronting merely 30 would allow Lin Ziluo to maintain complete control. As anticipated, the discussions among those downstairs unfolded precisely as Lin Ziluo had predicted. Although their voices were hushed, he was able to read their lips and discern their conversation. "Uncle Zhao, take the young master and show Ho into the secret passage. I will hold off the assassin with the rest." Rong Zhan was negotiating with the silver-haired butler. This prompted Lin Ziluo to cast a curious glance at the butler, as he had no recollection of such a figure in his memories pertaining to the Li family. Consequently, Lin Ziluo chose to examine the attributes of Rong Zhan and the silver-haired butler. Just as he accessed the attribute panel, the butler suddenly became alert. Scanning the surroundings before stating, "He has not left. I sense he may be observing us." Upon hearing this, Lin Ziluo promptly withdrew his gaze. "This truly comes as a surprise. I did not anticipate that this silver-haired butler was a master in his own right, possessing skills that surpass even those of Rong Zhan." After all, Lin Ziluo was able to read Rong Zhan's lip movements without detection, yet when it came to the silver-haired butler, also known as Butler Zhao, he was immediately discerned. Despite their heightened perception, they remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's location. Once he had concealed himself again, Lin Ziluo leisurely began to examine the profiles of the two individuals. Basic information: nickname, leader of the hunting mercenary group. Title, zombie hunter. Level 5. Basic information: nickname, Zhao Qiguang. Title, none. Level 2. The information above pertains to Rong Zhan, while the latter details Zhao Bo. Rong Zhan boasts a notably high level, at least when compared to ordinary individuals. However, when juxtaposed with a player like Lin Ziluo, who achieved level 8 by the third day of the apocalypse, he pales in comparison. Zhao Bo, whose true name is likely Zhao Qiguang, has reached level 2 solely due to his prolonged tenure at the Li family estate, safeguarding Li Haobo. However, to assess these two solely based on their levels would be a narrow perspective, much like Lin Ziluo, who initially possessed superior mental attributes. Both of these individuals have honed their physical prowess over the years, one through countless battles, the other through rigorous training in ancient martial arts. Their physical attributes are likely several points higher than the average person, perhaps even more so. It is conceivable that some may struggle to reach their level even at level 10. Lin Ziluo had also noted that Rong Zhan was equipped with 3 pieces of bronze-level gear, presumably having concentrated the entire mercenary group's equipment upon himself. In contrast, Zhao Qiguang bore no equipment whatsoever. After Lin Ziluo had examined their attributes, a commotion arose from downstairs. This was the prearranged method to counter Lin Ziluo. Shifting his position, Lin Ziluo peered out once more. In the center of the hall, Zhao Bo and Li Haobo had vanished, along with a significant number of mercenaries. Only Rong Zhan and a small contingent of mercenaries remained, which included those severely injured and unable to regain their sight. Alas, Rong Zhan had overestimated himself. Such an arrangement was most advantageous for Lin Ziluo. At this moment, Rong Zhan had settled into a sofa. Though unaware of Lin Ziluo's precise location, he nonetheless called out, "Come forth and show yourself. Hiding your face is unbecoming of your stature." Lin Ziluo could not help but curl his lip in amusement at such a feeble provocation. Yet, it was understandable, as Rong Zhan's true intention was to buy time for Li Haobo and the others to escape. "Regrettably, I shall not allow you to have your way," Lin Ziluo thought, drawing a dagger and hurling it towards the chandelier that hung in the center of the hall. The swift dagger struck precisely at the chandelier's suspension wire, severing the electrical connection. Instantly, the light from the chandelier extinguished, plunging the once bright hall into a dimmer ambience. Amidst this obscured setting, a low, resonant horn sounded. A white zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, materialized beside Lin Ziluo. He activated the silver tier item, Horn of the Zombie Cat. This zombie cat appeared dazed, devoid of any independent consciousness. To manipulate it, one could either issue specific targets or exert control through one's own will. However, issuing targets rendered the zombie cat too rigid. Only by exerting his consciousness could Lin Ziluo unleash the true agility of the creature. Naturally, he opted to control the zombie cat directly. Moreover, he intended to multitask. After directing the zombie cat to leap from the second floor, Lin Ziluo sprang into action himself. The chandelier, severed from its cord, plummeted swiftly. Its trajectory was aimed directly at the sofa where Rongzhan was seated. As the hall darkened, Rongzhan instinctively reacted, springing to avoid the imminent impact of the chandelier. However, the gravely injured and blind individuals had been situated around the sofa and were not as fortunate. Helpless against the chandelier's descent, they remained immobilized. The falling chandelier crashed onto the ground, pinning their bodies beneath its weight. This opulent chandelier had originally cost the Li family a staggering 10 million yuan. The massive bulbs shattered, scattering shards of glass that lacerated the bodies of numerous mercenaries. Several sharp, decorative elements of the chandelier pierced through the flesh of those beneath. Countless mercenaries succumbed to the agony of this torturous fate. Chapter 42. The Death of the God of Hunting as the chandelier struck the ground. Claiming the lives of the gravely injured mercenaries, the hall erupted with agonized screams. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split their paths, one charging from the left, the other from the right, both rushing towards the mercenaries. Lin Ziluo's Dao sword sliced through the air, while the zombie cat's claws slashed out. In an instant, they claimed the lives of two mercenaries. At that moment, Rongzhan finally beheld the true visage of death. Clad in black, his face obscured by a mask that appeared both enigmatic and oddly mundane, the figure exuded an air of ease as he reaped the lives of the mercenaries. His eyes bright yet emotionless, Rongzhan attempted to probe the attributes of this Grim Reaper. Basic information, nickname, title, level. Why could he not discern this individual's information? Rongzhan was bewildered. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had long since activated the mask's concealment effect. In that fleeting moment, Rongzhan's subordinates fell like cut stalks of grain beside him, each one slain by Lin Ziluo. The mercenaries he dispatched did not even have the chance to scream. Those attacked by the zombie cat, however, cried out in anguish. The zombie cat had inherited only 60 of Lin Ziluo's base attributes, and while it held a slight advantage over the mercenaries, it was not an overwhelming force. Thus, it could only rely on its clawing talent to inflict deep gashes upon the mercenaries' necks, hastening their demise through blood loss. The process was excruciating, as the wounds inflicted by the zombie cat bled profusely, refusing to be staunched. He could only watch helplessly as his life's essence ebbed away, ultimately leading him to the brink of death. Enough. Who on earth are you? Rongzhan felt himself on the verge of madness. His subordinates were falling one after another, while he was relentlessly mocked, still oblivious to the identity of his adversary. In desperation, Rongzhan sprinted in the direction of Lin Ziluo. Yet Lin Ziluo, indifferent to his plight, paid him no mind. After observing the earlier skirmish, Lin Ziluo had lost all hope in Rongzhan. His lackluster skills, meager attributes, and even his demeanor failed to exhibit the calmness expected of someone years his senior. It was far more pragmatic to eliminate these mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo, however, failed to consider his own current prowess. With 2 world announcements and 6 attribute points gained, he had risen 3 levels, enveloped in divine armor. No matter how formidable Rongzhan became in the late apocalypse, he could never match Lin Ziluo's strength in this moment. Rongzhan was engulfed in despair. He could not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's speed. He could only watch as Lin Ziluo struck time and again, while he lagged behind, powerless. Even when he attempted to alert his subordinates to Lin Ziluo's position, his words never left his lips before his men were slain. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, every mercenary in the hall succumbed to death. The few remaining gasped for breath, writhing in agony upon the ground, teetering on the edge of demise. Rongzhan fell into utter despair, collapsing to his knees. This sense of powerlessness, unable to halt Lin Ziluo's bloody rampage, extinguished any remnants of hope within him. He knew that, with his current strength, he could not thwart Lin Ziluo's savage slaughter. Lin Ziluo first withdrew his consciousness from the zombie cat, then commanded it to pursue Li Haobo and his companions. Observing the situation, it appeared they had not chosen to flee from the Li Manor, as the revenge barrier had yet to activate. Upon receiving Lin Ziluo's order, the zombie cat darted out swiftly. Although transformed into a zombie, it still retained its feline abilities, effortlessly tracking their retreat. Lin Ziluo approached the kneeling Rongzhan. Move, he commanded, addressing the leader of the mercenary group. Rongzhan lifted his gaze to meet Lin Ziluo's, suddenly erupting into a frenzied laughter, his voice hoarse. Ha ha. The mercenary group has been nearly annihilated, and yet I still call myself their leader? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of satisfaction. Even without engaging Rongzhan directly, Witnessing his disheartened state brought Lin Ziluo immense joy. Before Rongzhan's eyes, Lin Ziluo systematically slaughtered all his subordinates, obliterating years of his dedication and effort, leaving him devoid of any will to resist, as if his very soul had been stripped away. This was the pinnacle of vengeance. The torment of the flesh paled in comparison to the anguish of the spirit. Lin Ziluo was convinced that even if he spared Rongzhan's life, he would never recover from this devastation. That said, killing was still imperative. If slaying Rongzhan would bring him greater satisfaction, then why refrain? Rongzhan gazed at Lin Ziluo before him, a flicker of longing appearing amidst his despair. He hastily inquired, "Who are you? Who exactly are you? Tell me, or I shall not rest in peace." Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the phrase "not rest in peace." Was there such a fortunate circumstance? The Tang Dao sliced through the air, and a head rolled to the ground. Rongzhan's severed head spun several times, his eyes wide with shock. Bewildered by Lin Ziluo's sudden action, without uttering a word, he died without ever discovering Lin Ziluo's identity, truly achieving the fate of not resting in peace. Lin Ziluo approached the severed head, nudging it with his foot until it faced him, then spoke, "I still vividly recall that day, your sinister visage. You trampled me underfoot, declaring that a wretch like me was not worthy of your attention. You called me merely an orphan, a useless being. How dare I challenge the might of the Li family? You labeled me a filthy bug, asserting that killing me would sully your hands. In truth, I owe you gratitude for your arrogance. It provided me the opportunity to escape, and I even severed 2 of your fingers. Your actions imparted a vital lesson. Before taking a life, refrain from excessive prattle. If action is possible, do not waste breath. You see, I have removed your head while conversing with you. Does that not bring a certain delight?" By the end of his words, Lin Ziluo could not suppress a laugh. No, he must not indulge in too much joy. Li Haobo awaited him. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo brought his foot down hard. Rongzhan's head burst open like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering forth, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes in a gruesome mix of red and white. The formidable war god Rongzhan, one of the 3 guardians of the Li family, one of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, an esteemed figure revered by thousands after the apocalypse, had thus fallen. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the invisible shackles upon him lighten considerably. He proceeded to strip Rongzhan of 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment. Just as he prepared to assess their attributes, a thought echoed in his mind from the zombie cat, indicating that it had located Li Haobo and his companions. Without delay, Lin Ziluo attuned himself to the zombie cat's position, meticulously inspecting the corpses he had just slain. Once he was assured of their demise, he confidently set out in pursuit. Chapter 43. One is enough by merely placing his consciousness within the zombie cat. Lin Ziluo could accurately trace the route it had previously traversed. He now comprehended the location of the Li family's secret passage. It must be said, they were quite astute. The individuals who had fled earlier had merely been a ruse to deceive Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat, initially inclined to follow them, soon realized there was no trace of Li Haobo among them, and thus redirected its pursuit toward him. Ultimately, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobo and Butler Zhao were actually hiding in the basement of the villa. Li Haobo remained blissfully unaware that the zombie cat had completely grasped their whereabouts, still clinging to the hope that Lin Ziluo would not discover him. Lin Ziluo, however, had no intention of seeking out Li Haobo and Butler Zhao just yet, as the zombie cat was keeping a vigilant watch over them. His priority lay in addressing the remaining 20 or so individuals hidden within the secret passage, in a secure room within the Li family's basement. Li Haobo exclaimed in a state of panic, "Butler Zhao, what do we do? What do we do?" A noticeable odor emanated from him, suggesting that the young master of the Li family had been so frightened that he lost control of his bodily functions. "Master, please remain calm," Butler Zhao reassured him. "Rongzhan and his hunting mercenaries can undoubtedly fend off that assassin, especially since we have deployed others to the secret passage. He would never suspect our presence here." Despite his words, Zhao's heart was heavy with unease. Could the situation truly be so easily resolved? Would this enigmatic individual who had infiltrated the Li family estate really be deceived by such trivial ruses? Undoubtedly, this assassin was sent by Lin Ziluo. There was no doubt about it. He had first orchestrated the death of Yao Jinghan, and now he sought to eliminate me as well. Li Haobo firmly believed Lin Ziluo was behind it all, though he was perplexed as to how this information had reached him beforehand and from where he had procured such a formidable assassin. Could it be that Lin Jian left a contingency plan for Lin Ziluo? Butler Zhao pondered aloud. Impossible, impossible. When we eliminated Lin Jian, Our family nearly uprooted every last remnant of the Lin family. There was no way Lin Jian could have left behind a contingency plan. If it weren't for that commander insisting we preserve a single bloodline of the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have long since met his demise. Otherwise, I would have used that wretched Yao Jinghan to inflict unbearable sorrow upon Lin Ziluo and dispatched someone to kill him ages ago, Li Haobo declared vehemently. This was indeed unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed he was being targeted by the Li family due to the affronts suffered at the hands of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, leading to escalating tensions and relentless pursuits by the Li family. Little did he know, all of this was part of Li Haobo's elaborate scheme. Including Yao Jinghan's relationship with Lin Ziluo and her subsequent infidelity, all aimed at psychologically tormenting Lin Ziluo until he was utterly shattered. How intriguing. Came Lin Ziluo's voice from beyond the metallic door of the safe room. Lin Ziluo, yes, that is indeed your voice. Li Haobo shrieked. So I have been in your sights all along. It seems there are many tales woven into my existence. Lin Ziluo continued to speak. Li Haobo, I should have perished at your hands. I should have arranged for your demise long ago. Fear gripped Li Haobo, and he resorted to threats as a means to dispel his terror. The metallic door of the safe room emitted a grating sound as it was being forcibly tampered with. Lin Ziluo was attempting to breach it. I am quite curious. Who is Lin Jian? What do you mean when you say the Li family has eradicated every root of the Lin family? As Lin Ziluo pried open the iron door, he spoke in a calm tone. Ha ha, you orphan, you don't even know your father's name. This is what you deserve. Back when Lin Jinfei chose to report my father just as he was about to be promoted, it disrupted the intricate plans our Li family had cultivated for years. For this alone, your entire Lin family should perish. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the only survivor of the Lin clan. I am simply curious. Who is the ally willing to assist you? Otherwise, with your capabilities, I could easily send a bodyguard to eliminate you. Listening to the sounds of excavation outside, Li Haobo grew increasingly anxious. He could only vent his inner fear through incessant insults and loud shouts. Moreover, he was convinced that Lin Ziluo had enlisted help. Your words are futile, Lin Ziluo replied calmly. Whether you speak or remain silent, I shall ensure the annihilation of the entire Li clan. What Lin Ziluo had just uttered was merely a casual inquiry about the circumstances. In truth, he had long ceased to care about the specifics. As he stated, regardless of how he became an orphan or whether his parents were indeed killed by the Li family, those matters had become insignificant. His personal vendetta against the Li family was profound. Who could have anticipated that, upon finishing his statement, Li Haobo would burst into laughter? Even Steward Zhao, who had been by Li Haobo's side, displayed a look of disdain. How absurd. Lin Ziluo thought he could topple the Li family, a colossal entity that had dominated Long Country for over a millennium, simply because he had found some unknown ally, even as they recognized their impending demise. Neither Li Haobo nor Steward Zhao believed for a moment that Lin Ziluo possessed the slightest chance of destroying the Li family. At that moment, the metallic door of the safe house finally emitted a sound of strain under pressure. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo slowly pulled the door open. Steward Zhao sprang into action, having awaited the moment Lin Ziluo would unlock the door. The instant the metallic door began to move, he darted towards it with the speed of an unleashed arrow, almost imperceptible to the eye. This velocity belied his status as a man in his 60s or 70s. As he ran, a golden aura shimmered around his hand. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this maneuver. Unfazed by Steward Zhao's approach, a zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, suddenly leaped out from behind him, using its body to absorb Zhao's powerful punch. After taking the blow, the zombie cat disintegrated into thin air, leaving Steward Zhao momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. This was due to the summoning time of the zombie cat reaching its limit. True to his principle of efficiency, Lin Ziluo allowed the creature to withstand one attack before it vanished. At this juncture, the metallic door had been pried open sufficiently for Lin Ziluo to pass through. He decisively stepped inside, positioning himself directly in front of Steward Zhao. Zhao, the steward, emerged from his momentary confusion. He gazed at the masked figure before him, comparing it to Lin Ziluo, and realized that their physique and features were identical. In astonishment, Zhao exclaimed, "You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin from before was you. It has been you all along." Hidden in the shadows, Li Haobo ceased his trembling, incredulity etched across his face. It's impossible. He couldn't have done it alone. How could Lin Ziluo become this powerful? One person is enough, Lin Ziluo declared. Chapter 44. Archaic Principles in Survival During the Apocalypse. It's impossible. The strength to kill Rong Zhan. The ability to infiltrate the manor cannot be accomplished by a mere inexperienced youth. Zhao still struggled to believe it. His 50 years of martial arts experience insisted that this was utterly implausible. "Ah, you old-fashioned fool, I understand now why you Haven Tea survived," Lin Ziluo observed. He recognized that individuals like Zhao, practitioners of martial arts, were utterly unwilling to accept the fact that a system could enhance attributes. Some were even stubbornly resistant to augmenting their own stats. To them, these were all heretical practices. As a result, once the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalyptic game ended, their decades of hard-earned skills were rendered inferior to the average zombie on the street. This led to their dismal fates. Ideally, those with martial arts backgrounds should thrive in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, Lin Ziluo encountered very few who truly mastered the martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom throughout the later stages of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo, disinterested in further conversation with Zhao, launched a powerful punch directly at him. Despite Zhao's decades of martial training, he quickly reacted to Lin Ziluo's mighty blow. He grounded himself and crossed his arms in a defensive posture. With a series of thuds, Zhao was forced to retreat 3 steps before he could dissipate Lin Ziluo's force. "Not bad," Lin Ziluo acknowledged, now viewing Zhao with newfound respect. Had his punch landed on Rong Zhan, it would have knocked him down instantly. A hint of fear flickered in Zhao's eyes. He realized he was at a disadvantage. It seemed he would have to fight for his life. With this thought, Zhao's gaze turned icy. Employing an unknown technique, his body began to swell. Although Lin Ziluo was unaware of Zhao's methods, he knew that a normal person would never simply wait for an opponent to unleash a powerful move. With a tang sword in hand, Lin Ziluo charged forward and swung at Zhao's chest. Zhao, feeling cornered, had no choice but to halt his buildup of strength. Stumbling backwards several steps to narrowly evade Lin Ziluo's blade. "You lack martial ethics," Zhao shouted in anger. "Who cares about your martial ethics? Your principles mean nothing to me," Lin Ziluo retorted, exasperated. "Brother, the Qing dynasty has long fallen. Why still cling to martial ethics? Why not discuss such ethics with a zombie instead? Truly, you are a quintessential relic." Taking advantage of Butler Zhao's heightened anger, Lin Ziluo struck out once more with his blade. Butler Zhao dared not confront the Tang knife head-on, retreating 2 steps in resignation. Cursing under his breath, he lamented that he should have studied weaponry during his martial arts training instead of solely focusing on bare-handed combat, which left him at a distinct disadvantage. Frustration welled within him. Lin Ziluo had anticipated Butler Zhao's retreat. With a sudden surge of speed, he aimed his Tang knife at Zhao's outstretched right hand, executing a devastating double strike. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a fleeting shadow, before making direct contact with Butler Zhao's right forearm. The first blow cleaved into the radius, and before Zhao could fully comprehend the situation, a second strike found its mark in the same location. This time, the radius could no longer withstand the assault. It shattered, and the entirety of his forearm was severed, falling lifelessly to the ground. Butler Zhao stared in disbelief at the severed limb, his heart heavy with despair. After decades of honing his martial skills, he had lost an arm in a single encounter. He held up his remaining arm, watching his blood gush from the jagged wound, unable to express the profound grief that engulfed him. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar mark at the site of the amputation, a mark resembling the explosive imprint of the double strike technique. As the explosive mark activated, Butler Zhao was still transfixed on his injury when the explosion erupted. He had no time to react, witnessing helplessly as the remnants of his arm were obliterated. The proximity of the blast left his face mangled, blood obscuring his vision, rendering him unable to see clearly ahead. Patiently awaiting the aftermath of the explosion, Lin Ziluo raised his Tang knife, his gaze steely, and executed a final strike. Butler Zhao felt a chilling sensation in his throat before consciousness slipped away entirely. A pitiful and obstinate man, he remained stubbornly fixated on the notion that martial arts hinged solely on technique, even amidst the apocalypse. Still mulling over the concept of martial ethics, the truth became evident. One must possess not only formidable strength but also a keen grasp of the situation and the ability to adapt to the times. Lin Ziluo paid no further heed to Butler Zhao's lifeless body, but instead turned his attention to Li Haobo, who cowered in a corner of the safe house, having fainted from fear. With purposeful strides, Lin Ziluo approached and plunged his knife into Li Haobo's thigh. Instantly, the excruciating pain jolted Li Haobo awake, eliciting a horrific scream. "Ah, you're awake now, no longer pretending to be dead." Lin Ziluo removed his mask, yet his Tang knife did not relent. It continued to pierce Li Haobo's thigh with a visible tremor, employing a technique of Lin Ziluo's own invention, reminiscent of the horrific blade wounds that Rong Zhan had mentioned concerning Yao Jinghan. This peculiar technique involves a remarkably unique vibration as the blade penetrates, effectively shredding the surrounding muscular tissue, thereby amplifying the agony inflicted by the wound. Li Haobo, born with a proverbial silver spoon, had been coddled throughout his life. How could he possibly endure such torment? After a heart-wrenching scream, his tear-streaked visage succumbed to unconsciousness once more. Lin Ziluo withdrew the tang knife, plunging it into Li Haobo's other thigh. The searing pain surged again, prompting Li Haobo to emit a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "I beg you, in my life, please, kill me swiftly." Li Haobo, unable to bear any further, felt his sanity teetering on the brink of collapse. "Kill you? Rest assured, I certainly intend to do so. Had you not reminded me, I might have forgotten." Lin Ziluo feigned an apologetic expression, seemingly remorseful for neglecting to adequately entertain Li Haobo. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo retrieved an exceptionally peculiar dagger from his storage space. What made it special? It was, in fact, a discarded blade, its edge riddled with nicks and the blade itself marred by rust. Lin Ziluo had immediately recognized this treasure. Was it not the legendary tetanus knife? As the saying goes, the duller the knife, the more difficult it is to cut. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus knife and aimed it at the recent wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Li Haobo's body convulsed violently. "Oh, my apologies. This knife is too dull to penetrate. That's my mistake." Lin Ziluo quickly apologized. It turned out that the knife had not penetrated at all. Rather, Lin Ziluo had merely forced the blunt edge to split the wound wider. In an effort to rectify his blunder, Lin Ziluo lifted the dull knife once more, this time summoning all his strength to drive it forcefully into Li Haobo's palm. "This stab is for myself," he declared calmly. With a decisive thrust, the blade traced the path of his 10 years of evasion, teetering on the edge of existence. "Regrettably, the suffering you endure pales in comparison to even 1% of my own." A smile crept across Lin Ziluo's face, which, in Li Haobo's eyes, resembled that of a demon. 10 years? What does he mean by 10 years? "I only began to contemplate tormenting you after discovering that matter 3 years ago." Li Haobo remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's intentions, yearning to argue. However, in the next moment, his confusion and attempts at defense fell silent, for the dagger began to move. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ziluo finally withdrew the dagger. "This stab is still for myself." With that, the dagger plunged once more. Yet, Li Haobo could no longer utter a cry, as his throat had become utterly wrecked. "This stab is because I am pleased." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Ziluo's mouth, devoid of warmth, rendering Li Haobo's entire being frozen with fear. "This stab is for the Lin family. Although I have never met them, it is only right for a son to avenge his father." Lin Ziluo's exquisite knife skills finally found their purpose. With this strike, it mattered not for whom it was delivered. Drawing forth a dagger, Lin Ziluo selected a card to activate. A useful pair of tweezers, he cast a meaningful smile at Li Haobo. "Do whatever you wish," he said. Li Haobo, now rendered speechless, could only emit a vague sound from the friction of his throat, fear gripping him. The physical pain, after enduring such torment, had left him numb. Yet, the smile of Lin Ziluo pushed his spirit to the brink of collapse. "I must thank you. This is your own invention of torture. You have no idea how many souls you have tortured with this method. I must commend you. You possess a remarkable talent for inflicting suffering." With that, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobo's mouth. Li Haobo seemed to recall something. A thought from the past surfaced in his mind. Could it be? He began to struggle desperately, his efforts more fervent than when he was in pain. But it was utterly futile. No. Alas, it was too late. Li Haobo's spirit shattered completely. In that moment, his pride and dignity crumbled. He ceased to struggle, becoming as still as a dead pig. His eyes lost their luster, turning a dull gray. If not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, one might have mistaken him for a corpse. "Is this all you can endure? I have only inflicted upon you less than 1% of what you have done to others, and yet you falter. The methods of torture you devised still hold much potential." Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had only just begun to torment Li Haobo, yet he had completely broken down. In such a state of mental disarray, ignoring pain and suffering rendered further torment meaningless. Could it be an act? Lin Ziluo resumed his assault with a series of rapid stabs from the dagger. However, Li Haobo remained entirely unresponsive. It seemed he had underestimated him with such acting skills. He could not possibly feign such a state. Nevertheless, the fact that Li Haobu's spirit had been shattered was sufficient proof that this entire ordeal had reached its limit. After all, this was a culmination of Lin Ziluo's 10 years of honed experience. Observing Li Haobu on the ground, Lin Ziluo rose to his feet. Grasping the dull blade of his tetanus knife, he unleashed the skill of the explosive double slash. The dagger struck Li Haobu's head in a swift double cut. Although the force was minimal, it did not reach the core. Yet, the next moment, the mark exploded. Li Haobu's head was instantaneously detonated. Had Lin Ziluo not swiftly drawn an umbrella to shield himself, he would have been splattered. Simultaneously, the antique clock of the Li Manor chimed 3 times, signaling the arrival of 3 o'clock in the morning. It also signified that everyone within the Li family estate had met their demise this night. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. Before the cataclysm, one relentlessly sought to enhance his power, all in anticipation of this moment of vengeance. Now, the heavy burden upon his heart has finally been lifted. Detected a shift in the player's mindset, successfully activating the innate talent, Heart of Vengeance. Chapter 46, Heart of Vengeance. The second ordinary golden finger. Detected a shift in the player's mindset, successfully activating the innate talent, Heart of Vengeance. The system's notification resonated. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of astonishment. Has the talent been activated so swiftly? In the apocalyptic game, talent and skills are distinct concepts. Skills can be acquired through skill books, whereas talent can only be activated autonomously when various conditions related to one's attributes, emotions, mindset, experiences, and abilities align suitably. This activation process cannot be achieved through skill books. It solely relies on fortune and prowess. Much like Lin Ziluo's Omni-Mastery talent, which was a culmination of numerous skills he mastered over a decade in the apocalypse. Once acquired, he would never forget the abilities encompassed within that talent. Now, by a twist of fate, Lin Ziluo has obtained a new talent, Heart of Vengeance. Grudges must be avenged. For your enemies, you shall possess formidable strength. Attribute. Upon identifying an adversary, your attributes will be enhanced based on the level of enmity. The greater the hatred, the higher the enhancement. With a maximum increase of 20 to fundamental attributes. Lin Ziluo's face illuminated with delight. He had not anticipated this Heart of Vengeance to be so remarkably effective. An enhancement of up to 20 to fundamental attributes may seem modest at present, yet as his base attributes escalate, the potential for enhancement will grow exponentially. It is indeed a talent capable of continual growth. Naturally, one must not forget the rewards from the game and the golden finger system. Ding. Host has successfully eliminated the remaining 269 individuals of the Li family estate, completing the task. Grudges must be avenged. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward, a random selection of an ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding. Would the host like to draw now? With vengeance fulfilled, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated and, without hesitation, commanded, draw, starting with the equipment. Ding. A bronze-level equipment is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the bronze-level equipment, Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand, bronze-level equipment, exclusive to mage professions. This wand enhances magical power and increases casting speed. Attributes. Skill power increases by 5, casting speed enhances by 5, mental recovery speed improves by 20. Well, this time, luck has not favored him. Drawing a mage-type equipment is of no use to him. However, one cannot entirely dismiss its value. Compared to typical mage equipment, this is undoubtedly a fine piece, given its comprehensive attributes. At that moment, selling it would also be a splendid choice. Lin Ziluo blissfully stored the Little Magic Wand in his personal storage space. He then took out 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment that he had stripped from Rongzhan. It is worth mentioning the killing mechanism in the Doomsday game. Although murder in this game does not incur the same penalties as in traditional online games, such as being marked as a criminal once you kill someone, the deceased storage space will vanish permanently. You will also be unable to acquire any items from that person's storage. You can only loot their corpse for any valuables. Currently, there exists an opportunity to loot the body. After some time, once everyone becomes aware of the death mechanism, they will typically resort to a strategy of mutual destruction. Even if you kill me, I will ensure that all my treasures are stored away, preventing you from gaining any benefits. By that point, unless one can achieve an instant kill, the act of killing generally yields little advantage. This can be regarded as a measure to discourage murder within the Doomsday game. Lin Ziluo held the 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. After a cursory glance, he identified them as a bracer, a necklace, and a ring, leather bracer, mana regeneration ring, and purification necklace. It must be said that these individuals were quite fortunate, having acquired numerous pieces of jewelry. Lin Ziluo glanced at the attributes of the leather bracer and mana regeneration ring, deciding to store them away. As his own vampire ring and lion's bracer were far superior to these inferior items. Only the purification necklace stood out as a minor gem among them. Purification necklace, bronze-level equipment, a necklace with purifying capabilities. Attributes, 1 spirit. Additional skill, purification, instantly removes 1 negative status effect, such as petrification, dizziness, or blindness, with a cooldown of 12 hours. Although the attributes of this necklace do not surpass those of Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, the additional skill is quite formidable. The ability to remove 1 control effect could very well save his life in practical scenarios. Thus, Lin Ziluo promptly stored the meditation necklace and donned the purification necklace. With the spoils organized, Lin Ziluo found himself at the most thrilling juncture, the extraction of a common golden finger. To his astonishment, he had the opportunity to draw twice within 24 hours. Having already drawn an automatic looting feature earlier in the day, he was eager to see what surprises the next common golden finger would bring. System, please extract the common golden finger, Lin Ziluo exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. Ding. Extracting the common golden finger. Ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing the common golden finger, absolute enslavement 1. Lin Ziluo was left bewildered. What did this mean? Absolute enslavement? Who would he enslave? With these thoughts racing through his mind, Lin Ziluo hurriedly reviewed the attributes of his new golden finger. Absolute slavery 1. The ability to enslave a zombie whose strength does not exceed that of the host as one's own servant, wherein the enslaved zombie will obey any command from the host absolutely. Everything revolves around the host, even to the point of sacrificing itself to ensure the host's safety. The zombie will possess a portion of the player's panel, allowing it to grow alongside the zombie and even grant certain permissions of the player. Once the bound zombie perishes, this golden finger will vanish. Oh my goodness, this is astounding. Even with Lin Ziluo's extensive experience, he now felt dizzy, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of this power. The ability to subdue zombies and to grant them a player panel. Throughout his 10 years of experience, Lin Ziluo had encountered various items or abilities that allowed enslavement. Animals, plants, and even humans. Ahem, one could easily misinterpret that. Yet, the notion of enslaving zombies was unthinkable, something no one dared to imagine or accomplish. This was utterly absurd. It was beyond the realm of possibility. I am in awe, truly. The golden finger system is remarkable. Chapter 47. The zombie in the cage. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger with immense satisfaction. Following the betrayal by Yao Jinghan, he had maintained a vigilant stance towards all individuals. It was only logical. Even those deemed closest to you could betray your trust. Could one still engage joyfully with others under such circumstances? Thus, Lin Ziluo had initially resolved to tread a solitary path, akin to his previous life. Now, however, the system informed him that he could possess an utterly loyal zombie slave, one that would diligently assist him with tasks, thereby liberating him from menial labor. Considering this, Lin Ziluo inquired, what effects will upgrading the level of this absolute slavery golden finger yield? Ding. Upon leveling up absolute slavery, the number of zombies one can enslave will increase by 1 for each level attained. More quantity. Instantly, Lin Ziluo envisioned commanding thousands of zombies as they advanced towards Leisure City. However, he quickly extinguished that thought. Realistically, how many times must the level of absolute slavery be upgraded to reach such a level? Perhaps this was merely a fantasy. Yet, which zombie should he enslave? The few that could potentially evolve into zombie kings were unknown to him. Among the zombies he could recall, each exhibited considerable potential, yet none seemed perfect. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether they could evolve to the same degree as in his past life after being enslaved. After all, every successful individual or zombie had encountered unique fortuitous events that facilitated their success. Never mind, why dwell on such matters? It was already past 3 o'clock. He needed to rest. With that thought, Lin Ziluo cast one final glance at the mangled corpse of Li Haobo on the ground and unleashed the cooldown explosion of the double slash once more. This time, the Tang Dao struck twice at the abdomen. The explosion had brutally reduced Li Haobo's body to a mere mass of flesh. Lin Ziluo believed that even Li Haobu's own parents would be unable to recognize this mangled remains. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo whistled cheerfully as he exited the safe house. Outside the safe house lay the basement of the Li family estate, which was filled with numerous valuable treasures, priceless ancient calligraphies and paintings, gold and silver jewelry, precious gems, and various antiques. However, Lin Ziluo paid no heed to the jewelry. As in the apocalypse, such items held no real value. They were scarcely worth the discomfort of carrying them. Yet, he made an effort to gather the calligraphies and paintings, as they would prove useful later on. Though he had forgotten the specifics of their utility, it seemed they could be exchanged for something. Regardless, rolled up, they occupied little space. So he decided to keep them. Upon searching through the basement once more, he indeed discovered several exquisite blades resembling daggers. However, these blades were adorned with gemstones and lacked sharpness, prompting him to discard them in disappointment. Even these tools were inferior to his rusty, dull knife. After thoroughly ransacking the basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a tune as he ascended to the first floor of the villa. Since he was there, why not spend the night? To be honest, he had never had the opportunity to sleep in such a luxurious villa. To reach the bedroom on the third floor, he needed to pass through the grand hall on the first floor to take the elevator, so he made his way directly to the hall. As he walked, however, Lin Ziluo sensed something amiss. The hall, devoid of chandeliers, was enveloped in an oppressive darkness. Within that dim space stood a solitary figure. Impossible. Everyone in the Li family was dead, a fact even the system acknowledged, and it was unlikely to be mistaken. This dark silhouette was extraordinarily tall, its muscular outline resembling that of a beastly human. It stood motionless, akin to a statue, seemingly devoid of the need to breathe. Wait, it wasn't he breathing. Lin Ziluo observed that the figure had not taken a single breath since he had first seen it. Its abdomen and chest exhibited no movement whatsoever. In Lin Ziluo's mind, only one entity could match such a trait: a zombie. He recalled the scene he had previously observed in the hall. The place where the figure stood was the large iron cage, which he remembered contained a deceased zombie and several dismembered female limbs, along with a robust man who lay bloodied and mangled on the ground. At that time, the man had shown slight signs of zombification. Thus, the figure now standing in the hall was undoubtedly the zombie that had emerged from that man. Upon discovering that this was indeed a zombie, Lin Ziluo's curiosity intensified. This particular zombie was peculiar. Its body had remarkably healed. Furthermore, the hall was strewn with blood and flesh, almost carpeting the floor. Logically, one would expect a typical zombie to be drawn to such gore, becoming agitated. Even if it could not break free from its cage, it would incessantly batter against it. However, this zombie stood there, eerily calm. Lin Ziluo, emboldened by his artistic prowess, stepped briskly to the front of the cage and produced a flashlight, directing its beam towards the zombie. At that moment, he finally discerned the zombie's visage. Was this truly a zombie? Lin Ziluo suddenly found himself questioning his earlier judgment, opting instead to examine the zombie's attributes. Zombie level: 4 base attributes: strength, 25 mentality, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 nighttime enhancement attributes, talent, innate might, and epic level talent. Your strength will receive additional augmentation as your level increases. Any items or equipment related to strength will yield improved effects in your possession. The skills you employ will only consume stamina, not mental energy. Skill: full force strike, concentrates all bodily strength into a single punch, inflicting 150 points of damage based on strength attributes. Chapter 48. The simpleton indeed, it was a zombie. Yet, why was its skin not the customary gray? Moreover, it exhibited few characteristics typical of zombies. Aside from its crimson eyes, its fangs and claws were not nearly as elongated as those of other zombies. Well, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the extraordinary power of this zombie. Although its attributes were currently enhanced by the night, they could easily be classified as bronze level. No, even bronze level beings seldom possessed an epic level talent. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo had an epiphany. No wonder he had drawn the absolute domination ability. This zombie was evidently intended for him. At that moment, the zombie, illuminated by the flashlight, stirred. It glanced at Lin Ziluo, yet remained stationary. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. What was going on? Goodness, I am human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me? He tapped on the cage in an attempt to attract the zombie's attention. The zombie looked at him again, scratched its head, and resumed its stillness. What a peculiar creature. Did this zombie possess a personality, Or was it simply dim-witted? Lin Ziluo then noticed that the zombie's mental attribute was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. It seemed that in an apocalyptic scenario, such a score might be reminiscent of a 2- or 3-year-old infant. No wonder. He had presumed it had character, only to realize it was genuinely foolish. System. Given this zombie's current high attributes, can I choose to enslave it? Lin Ziluo inquired with curiosity. Ding. Yes, due to the deficiency in this zombie's mental capabilities. Its overall attributes do not exceed those of the host. Indeed, it was possible. Lin Ziluo found himself engulfed in contemplation. I must admit, this zombie is quite impressive. Its strength and constitution are remarkably high, and its agility is not to be underestimated. As for its innate talent, Lin Ziluo finds himself rather envious. However, its mental faculties are somewhat worrisome. Perhaps ignorance is a blessing. A fool is often more obedient. Very well, system, I shall proceed to enslave this zombie. After much deliberation, Lin Ziluo ultimately resolved to enslave the creature. Given its talents, potential for growth, and substantial power, it was a sound decision. Aside from those zombie monarchs, this was the highest caliber of zombie he could hope to find. Ding. Does the host confirm the use of absolute enslavement to enslave this zombie? Confirmed. Lin Ziluo's response was resolute. He was not one to waver once a decision was made. Ding. Commencing the enslavement process, the zombie may exhibit some resistance. But the host need not worry. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a faint red glow emanating from his forehead. The red light shot straight towards the zombie before him. Upon contact, the glow began to spread, gradually enveloping the entire form of the creature. The zombie lowered its head, gazing at the crimson light that cloaked its body. Was it about to struggle? Lin Ziluo was curious about how this zombie might resist. In an unexpected turn, the zombie abruptly lifted its head, then fell completely still. Good grief. Is it really that simple-minded? Lin Ziluo felt a pang of regret. Could he truly manage a creature with such a low intellect? The enslavement proceeded smoothly, as the zombie offered no resistance. Once the red light gradually faded, Lin Ziluo sensed a connection had been forged between himself and the zombie. He could now mentally control it, directing its every movement while also perceiving its general emotional state. Ding. The enslavement of the zombie was successful. Please name your newly enslaved companion. A name? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given this creature's imposing stature, formidable strength, and its epic innate talent of immense power, he decided to name it Big Fool. Lin Ziluo finally spoke. Well, that was quite a lengthy deliberation, leading to an utterly nonsensical conclusion. Ding. The zombie has been successfully named Big Fool. Congratulations to the host for successfully subduing Big Fool, who will obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even at the cost of its own life. Ding. Absolute enslavement 1 has been bound to Big Fool. Ding. Creating player panel for Big Fool. Soon, Big Fool's player panel appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Player. Desha level. For experience. 3250 reputation. Data lost. Unable to access coins. 0 storage space. Data lost. Unable to access basic attributes. Strength. 25. Spirit. 3. Constitution. 26. Agility. 18. Title. None talent. Innate giant strength skill. Full power strike. Equipment. None ding. A warm reminder. Host. Desha's player panel, due to a forced implantation by the system, is unable to inherit reputation and storage space functions, and consequently cannot enjoy experience rewards from quests or gain experience from defeating zombies. Desha's leveling method and progress are akin to that of zombies. Ding. However, Desha, when vanquishing zombies, can still earn coins like an ordinary player, and possesses a 1 equipment and item drop rate. Lin Ziluo attentively listened to the system's introduction. Well, as anticipated, it is already astonishing to possess such abilities. Desha, Lin Ziluo called out. Desha immediately turned to him. Come, prove yourself. I do not believe this cage can restrain your current attributes, Lin Ziluo urged. Understanding the command, Desha raised its impressively large arms, grasping the 2 alloy columns of the cage. Then, it began to exert force. The alloy columns emitted an excruciating sound, visibly bending under the strain. 1, 2, 3 columns. Desha forcefully pried open sufficient space to step out. Emerging from the cage, Desha looked at Lin Ziluo, scratched its head, and smiled. Chapter 49. Desha's peculiar hobby. Lin Ziluo felt quite satisfied. A little foolishness in a human, or rather, a zombie, matters not. As long as it is obedient and possesses some ability, that is enough. He happened to have an unnecessary leather bracer to equip De Sha. The mana-regenerating necklace and small magic staff could be disregarded. With De Sha's innate giant strength, there was no need for mental power or the speed of mental recovery. It is worth noting that additional mental power does not elevate De Sha's intelligence. Leather bracer, bronze-level equipment made from fur. Attributes, Constitution 1, Strength 1. A rather ordinary piece of equipment. Lin Ziluo glanced at De Sha's attributes after donning the leather bracer and discovered that the equipment did not confer the unique nighttime attribute bonus that zombies possess. Thankfully. If it did, that would be rather absurd. Yawning, Lin Ziluo remarked, "I can't go on like this. I am far too tired and must quickly retire for the night." He promptly led De Sha to the elevator, ascending to the third floor, where he selected an unoccupied bedroom. This room was evidently uninhabited. The life of the affluent is indeed simple and dull. Zombies do not require sleep, thus. Lin Ziluo instructed, "De Sha, just guard the door and ensure nothing disturbs my slumber," although he knew that all the zombies in the vicinity had been cleared. This is merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. De Sha nodded firmly, signifying his commitment to completing the task. He then turned around, his towering figure blocking the bedroom door. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, reliable indeed. Subsequently, he closed the bedroom door and positioned a surveillance eye at the entrance. Although De Sha served as a solid safeguard, exercising a bit of caution never hurt. Most importantly, there were now over 10 surveillance eyes stored in his space. Lin Ziluo, uninterested in pondering other matters, donned his gear and collapsed onto the soft bed, swiftly succumbing to slumber. It was now the early hours of the fourth day of the apocalypse, around 4 a.m. Upon awakening, Lin Ziluo found it was already noon, 12 p.m. He employed his usual method of instant awakening. After a quick wash, he opened the door. De Sha remained dutifully stationed at the entrance. Only upon hearing the door creak open did De Sha turn to glance back. "Well done, my friend," Lin Ziluo praised him. De Sha instantly broke into a goofy grin. The duo descended the stairs, confronted by the gruesome scene that awaited them. The air in the hall was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The floor was littered with corpses, leaving Lin Ziluo with little room to step. To make matters worse, the copious amounts of blood pooled around the bodies had transformed the once pristine white carpet into a deep crimson. Lin Ziluo carefully navigated over the bodies, with De Sha following closely behind. However, due to De Sha's considerable weight, many of the corpses were crushed beneath his feet. Reaching the large table in the living room, Lin Ziluo discarded a severed finger that had been resting on a chair and plopped down. He then retrieved food classification cards from his storage space, casually activating a few. A sumptuous lunch appeared before him, a feast for the senses. As Lin Ziluo savored his meal, he gazed at the horrific scene in the hall. "De Sha, why not partake in their remains?" Lin Ziluo suggested, gesturing toward the bodies on the ground. While zombies typically do not require sustenance to replenish energy, they often have an inclination for human flesh. Surprisingly, De Sha deviated from the norm. He glanced at the corpses, shaking his head vigorously. Lin Ziluo raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "You truly are an extraordinary zombie." Moreover, De Sha cast his eyes toward the lavish spread before Lin Ziluo, swallowing hard without leaving a trace. Lin Ziluo, with his keen observation, noticed this subtle gesture. Adopting a playful tone, he pointed at the food and said, "How about you try some?" Just as Lin Ziluo finished speaking, De Sha's previously vacant expression transformed. His head nodding enthusiastically like a chick pecking at grain. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead, bemused. "Goodness, what a peculiar zombie you are. You won't eat human flesh, yet you crave cooked food." He had never encountered such a peculiar preference in zombies during the past decade. Lin Ziluo, feeling generous, decided to share with his little brother. With a grand gesture, he produced 5 or 6 cards and activated them, instantly causing 5 or 6 dishes to appear on the dining table. "Help yourself," Lin Ziluo gestured towards the dishes. The simple-minded De Sha, grinning broadly, stood up and began to scoop food onto his plate, shoveling it into his mouth. "You should sit down and eat," Lin Ziluo said helplessly. By this time, he had finished his own meal and merely watched De Sha consume his. De Sha promptly took a seat and began to feast heartily. Lin Ziluo observed closely, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, De Sha's intelligence appeared to elevate significantly while eating. His eyes sparkled, and his movements became much more agile. Incredible, a pure food-loving zombie. With food, he gained strength. Lin Ziluo decided to test some of De Sha's actions, and sure enough, he seemed considerably more astute. However, once the last morsel was devoured. Desha reverted to his usual simple self. Well, I was once troubled by the surplus of resource cards with nowhere to store them. Now, at least Desha can help share the burden, Lin Ziluo mused, spreading his hands. After their meal, Lin Ziluo retrieved a map from his storage space. This map was one he had discovered the previous day in a shop, detailing the overall layout of the Magic City. Moreover, he had marked it with annotations indicating various special locations. As he scrutinized the map, Lin Ziluo began his search. After a considerable time, his eyes lit up as he pointed to a spot and declared, "Let us head here now." Chapter 50. The Scroll Within the Magic City Museum. As the saying goes, no plan survives contact with reality. Lin Ziluo's initial intention was to seek revenge on Li Haobo when he reached levels 5 or 6. This revenge, of course, merely entailed assassinating Li Haobo. However, due to various unforeseen circumstances, by the time he sought vengeance, he had already attained level 8, possessing the strength to eliminate everyone in the Li family estate. Following his revenge, Lin Ziluo had originally planned to delve into a familiar dungeon in the heart of the Magic City for rapid leveling. Now, with his level 8 status, splendid equipment, and Desha as a formidable ally, he could bypass the leveling phase entirely. Instead, he would pursue his originally set objective, the hidden profession of Phantom. To transition to this profession, one must venture to the Magic City Museum, where an ancient scroll is housed. This scroll is the key to the class change. Once activated, it transports the individual to the class change space. Completing 3 trials therein will grant them the scroll for the Phantom profession. Failure to complete the trials or meet the time requirements results in annihilation. Of course, Lin Ziluo would only fully grasp these details after his class change. In truth, during his previous life, he was coerced and somewhat misled into entering the class change space. Initially, the entire Magic City buzzed with rumors of treasures within the museum, prompting Lin Ziluo and his 3 superficially friendly roommates to seek out the Magic City Museum. It was there that Lin Ziluo encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and their bodyguards. In his previous life, Yao Jinghan's survival had prevented Li Haobo from summoning the hunting mercenaries from the very beginning. They had arrived a day earlier than Lin Ziluo and learned that anyone who activated the scroll would meet an untimely demise. Upon Lin Ziluo's arrival, due to a misunderstanding, a quarrel ensued with Li Haobo and his companions, causing Li Haobo to lose considerable face in front of others. Given the throngs gathered at the Magic Capital Museum, Li Haobo refrained from attacking directly. Instead, he discreetly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them ample incentives to betray him. Their method of betrayal was straightforward. They persuaded Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll, misleading him into believing that doing so would enhance his powers. Navi and enraged, Lin Ziluo failed to discern the deceit. Coupled with Li Haobo's threats nearby, he ultimately chose to activate the scroll. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Ziluo successfully underwent the job transition and obtained the illusionist scroll. Unfortunately, during the transition, his face was marred by a creature from the 3rd trial. This encapsulates the essence of the events that transpired on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game. Now, on the 4th day, the Magic Capital Museum was devoid of visitors. Lin Ziluo resolved to act swiftly, with a clear objective in mind. He recalled the trial process vividly. What was there to hesitate about? Thus, he set forth. After tidying up a bit, he returned to the basement safe house to admire the remains of Li Haobo, now a mere puddle of flesh. He also decided to disguise Big Fool, procuring a tailored bodyguard outfit that fit his stature from the floor where the bodyguards resided. With sunglasses to conceal Big Fool's zombie-like red eyes and fangs, he appeared as a formidable and reassuring bodyguard. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo managed to obtain some weapons from the hunting mercenaries, taking several daggers while Big Fool wielded a hefty cleaver. Together, they strode confidently away from the Li family estate. It was now the 4th day of the apocalypse, and most players had begun to acclimate to their new environment. The supplies in typical households had been largely depleted over the past 3 days. Consequently, a multitude of players ventured outdoors, actively hunting zombies. Among them were fortunate players who acquired 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or items, while many others received supply cards. Additionally, the thrill of gaining experience and leveling up through zombie kills spurred a frenzy among a select group of players. Despite any initial fears of confronting zombies, the game had proclaimed that the first 7 days of the apocalypse were a novice protection period. The intelligence, attributes, abilities, and the rate of level advancement of zombies are often significantly suppressed. A typical adult can easily engage a single zombie in combat. To be frank, most of today's youth have either played online games or read apocalyptic novels. Faced with such a tangible end-of-the-world scenario, they draw upon the experiences gleaned from literature and gaming, showcasing humanity's remarkable adaptability. Before long, they began to form teams and collaborate, uniting in the face of adversity. Whether this unity is genuine in the context of an apocalypse remains a topic for debate. Moreover, numerous strategies for defeating zombies have emerged, including luring them, setting traps, and dividing their ranks. As their strength increases, an increasing number of players have turned their attention to a particular location within the heart of the city, the Magic City Museum. Typically, the Magic City Museum is a bustling tourist attraction. However, following the onset of the apocalypse, it has devolved into a veritable hell on Earth. A multitude of zombies has trapped those who were unable to escape the museum. Aside from a handful of victims, the rest have been transformed into their companions, resulting in an overwhelming number of zombies both inside and outside the museum. This location presents an excellent opportunity for leveling up and gaining experience. Players have begun to devise strategies centered around the Magic City Museum. Chapter 51. How to enter the Magic City Museum. Lin Ziluo shares this conundrum. At this moment, Lin Ziluo and Dasha have arrived at the city center of Magic City. Although they have yet to approach the museum, they can already observe the mountains of corpses at its entrance. Their swift journey took over 3 hours, during which they hardly managed to defeat any zombies. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo was fortunate enough to acquire a useful item, Fireball Spell Scroll, a bronze level, one-time use item that, when activated, releases a fireball of fixed energy. The player can control the fireball to attack enemies or choose to detonate it for explosive damage. While it may seem unimpressive, Lin Ziluo understands that such one-time scrolls can wield tremendous power. During their journey, Lin Ziluo conducted a test to determine whether Dasha, now possessing a player panel, could still be considered a zombie. The answer thrilled Lin Ziluo immensely. Indeed, Dasha's proximity to zombies does not attract their attention unless he actively chooses to attack them, prompting the nearby zombies to retaliate. What does this imply? It suggests that Dasha can approach zombies stealthily and launch surprise attacks, potentially overcoming even those with superior attributes. Additionally, Dasha can unlock wild treasure chests. Consider the wild treasure chests hidden among the horde of zombies. Typically, a regular player must defeat a significant number of zombies to access these chests, but Dasha is exempt from such requirements. The foolish giant swayed and managed to infiltrate the horde of corpses, casually opening treasure chests as if nothing were amiss. What a sight it was. However, under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo would not permit such reckless behavior from the giant. For if the giant were to open the chests, he would gain no experience, reputation, or storage space, merely a waste of resources. Lin Ziluo set aside his binoculars. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies near the museum had been largely cleared by players, allowing them to gather at the entrance to discuss the scroll. Now, with so many zombies congregating at the entrance, it was indeed quite challenging for just the two of them to eliminate the threat. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. It was a pity that the scroll served as a fixed teleportation point, immovable as it was. Otherwise, he could have simply sent the giant inside to retrieve it and then hidden in a corner to activate it with ease. Currently, Lin Ziluo found himself atop an unfinished building. Surrounded by walls, the area was relatively sparse of zombies. Without much effort, he and the giant ascended to the rooftop, where they could clearly observe the external situation of the Magic City Museum. Sitting on a wooden plank, Lin Ziluo began to contemplate strategies. A direct assault was out of the question. With so many zombies, he would be overwhelmed in no time. Stealth was impossible as well, no matter how agile he was. Navigating through a museum teeming with zombies was unfeasible. Perhaps he could use a throwing device to hurl some tainted meat? However, the throwing distance was limited, and getting too close would attract unwanted attention. What if he sent the giant to lure the zombies away? The giant could carry the tainted meat and draw a significant portion of the undead away, allowing Lin Ziluo to confront a smaller group and potentially reach the scroll. He glanced at the giant, who stood there in a daze, suddenly shivering. The giant puzzledly touched its head. How strange. I am a zombie. Yet why do I feel cold? Lin Ziluo quickly averted his gaze. Ahem, whether he could activate the zombies was one matter. But it was certain that if a throng of zombies pursued the giant, it would meet its demise without question. What to do then? Lin Ziluo cast a few furtive glances toward the museum and suddenly spotted a location of interest, a shopping mall located 2 streets away from the museum. Behind the glass of the mall's top floor, he noticed signs of significant activity. Grabbing his binoculars, he scrutinized the scene closely. The top floor of that mall appeared to be teeming with people, predominantly robust young men. Their demeanor and gaze suggested they were seasoned fighters against the undead. Among them, positioned near the floor-to-ceiling windows facing the museum, Lin Ziluo could distinctly see 4 or 5 individuals gazing down, observing the Magic City Museum. As they scrutinized the scene, they engaged in animated discussion, gesturing as if orchestrating some elaborate plan. Due to the considerable distance and angle, Lin Ziluo could not fully comprehend their conversation. However, a few scattered words piqued his interest. Exterminate this group of zombies inside the museum, and we lack manpower. After a prolonged discussion, the individuals vanished from view before the floor-to-ceiling windows, presumably to confer with those gathered nearby. Lin Ziluo set down his binoculars, piecing together the dialogue and the ensuing actions. He realized that the zombies at the museum's entrance were likely those that these individuals had cleared away. The reason they disseminated this information was that all who had touched the scroll had perished, reaping no benefits whatsoever. In light of this, why not ally with them? Joining their ranks to eliminate the zombies would alleviate many burdens on himself, while also sparing the rather simple-minded Dasha from sacrifice. As for concerns about others reaching the scroll first, that was laughable. If anyone could complete the trial, he would not have had to wait 2 days for Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll in his previous life. Forming temporary alliances is quite commonplace in apocalyptic scenarios. However, such ad hoc teams rarely meet with favorable outcomes. In the face of self-interest, few adhere to rules, especially in a world governed by the supremacy of strength like that of the apocalypse. Lin Ziluo sheathed his tang knife and stowed away his binoculars, calling to Dasha. Together, they descended the stairs, eager to rendezvous with those on the top floor of the mall and perhaps spur them to launch an offensive sooner. Chapter 52. The Reapers Club at the top of the Shaorun FA Mall. Nearly 100 players congregated in the warehouse, which was brimming with supplies. These resources were initially intended to replenish the merchandise within the mall's stores. However, with the advent of the apocalyptic game, the warehouse had transformed into a hub for players to procure necessities. Generally, places like malls, which experience high foot traffic, are teeming with zombies, deterring many from venturing inside. Yet, the freight elevator at the back of the Shaorun FA Mall conveniently led directly to the warehouse, allowing players to avoid encounters with the zombies within. Thus, any players familiar with the Shaorun FA would opt to use the freight elevator to ascend to the top floor and collect essential supplies such as food. A visionary individual, recognizing this situation, decided to establish a gathering point here. Those who came to retrieve supplies were brave enough to venture outside their homes and slay zombies, representing a pool of exceptional talent. By uniting these capable individuals, a formidable organization could be formed. With this optimistic vision, the gathering point quickly attracted numerous members, prompting the leader to name it the Reapers Club. In his eyes, the individuals who congregated here were indeed reapers, capable of bringing death to the undead. Within a mere 3 days, the Reapers Club amassed 100 members. Through their collective efforts, they successfully eradicated several small zombie clusters. In essence, we are referring to small supermarkets, quaint shops, and modest residential buildings. The exhilaration derived from several successful raids, along with the spoils and the thrill of advancement, has inflated the egos of the players within the Grim Reaper Club. They bicker amongst themselves, eager to execute a grand heist. Meanwhile, the founder of the Grim Reaper Club has begun to sense that events are spiraling out of control. As the membership swells, he finds himself unable to rein in his members. Reluctantly, he realizes he must acquiesce to their desires. This illustrates the peril of insufficient personal strength and a lack of authority. Where should the Grim Reaper Club direct their ambitions? The zombies lurking below are absolutely out of the question. They are not only numerous, but also perilously close. Should a confrontation arise, should they falter, their very club could fall, and the supplies within their warehouse would be lost. After conferring with a few respected leaders within the club, the founder ultimately settles on the Shanghai Museum as their target. Its location is neither too far nor too close, and the open space at the museum's entrance is conducive to combat. Of course, they do not harbor the arrogance to believe that 100 of them could launch an attack there. Instead, they agree to hold off until they can muster 200 members before proceeding. Very well, it is settled then. Everyone should prepare their own weapons, spoke Gao Dong, the founder of the Grim Reaper Club. The members rose to their feet, erupting in cheers. In my opinion, waiting for 200 members only belittles our brother's capabilities. We should charge in right now, one exclaimed. Indeed, it would be splendid to uncover a resource card for a whole roasted lamb, The taste from yesterday was exquisite. Another added eagerly. Damn it. I can hardly contain my excitement. I need to grab another bag of ham. Gao Dong opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. He wished to counsel his members to conserve their supplies and to act discreetly to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies below. Yet, he knew that his words would fall on deaf ears. After all, who wouldn't he relish the opportunity to indulge in a feast during an apocalypse? Who wouldn't he delight in the unrestrained revelry of a lawless club? Gao Dong felt as though he had strayed from the right path, but was reluctant to abandon the club he had founded. Ultimately, he found enjoyment in the illusion of power and the adulation of his members. Consequently, under his indulgent watch, the members grew increasingly reckless. Damn it, big yellow hair. Keep your hands to yourself. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A woman wielding an iron rod pointed accusingly at a man with yellow hair. Behind her, a striking young woman cowered. Gao Dong needed no further evidence. Big Yellow Hair had once again attempted to inappropriately touch the girl. Unfazed, Big Yellow Hair retorted, "Listen here, Tianjing. Don't think you can flaunt that bronze-level iron rod and intimidate me." He spat on the ground defiantly. "What do you know? It's better for this pretty little thing to submit to me sooner rather than later. It's for everyone's benefit. Can you really protect her? For how long?" He mocked, casting a derisive glance at Tianjing. Tianning, composed yet trembling with indignation, exclaimed, "You, with your unkempt yellow hair, what schemes do you harbor? I am aware of your intentions, and I would never yield to you. How dare you presume to deserve my attention?" The surrounding onlookers erupted into raucous laughter. The expression on the yellow-haired man's face darkened, as he felt his dignity slipping away in front of the crowd. What a foul-mouthed wretch. Do not be hasty. I shall maintain my gentlemanly demeanor for now, but mark my words, when the opportunity arises, I will make you regret ever crossing my path. He recognized that he was no match for the equipped Tianning at this moment and could only resort to empty threats. "You dare to toy with me? Take a good look at yourself in the mirror, you pitiful creature. You are utterly laughable." Noticing the yellow-haired man's retreat, Tianning pressed her advantage. The crowd once again erupted in laughter, and the yellow-haired man's countenance grew even darker. He stepped aside and retrieved a large wooden stick. Gao Dong, unable to remain passive, sensed that if the situation continued to escalate, a serious conflict was inevitable. "Enough." Gao Dong stood up and declared, though his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of laughter. As the commotion intensified, more and more spectators gathered, reveling in the chaos. "Fight, yellow-haired coward. How can you cower before a woman? Tianning, give him a good beating. I wish to see how your fine figure moves in combat." Unbeknownst to anyone, the freight elevator capable of reaching the top floor slowly opened its doors. A masked man stepped inside, followed by an exceptionally tall bodyguard wearing sunglasses. Chapter 53, The Deceiver. Lin Ziluo the newcomer was none other than our protagonist, the dashing Lin Ziluo, who, like the readers, exuded charm and sophistication. At that moment, he had stowed away all his gear and donned a simple outfit of men's clothing. Even so, the attire fit him impeccably, showcasing his poise and allure. Lin Ziluo had always preferred to remain low-key, a habit formed from a previous life of constant evasion. Any hint of ostentation could easily attract the attention of the Li family. Initially, he had intended to disguise himself, but then reconsidered. Why should he continue to act timid? Should he fear the remnants of Li Haobuo's former self coming to trouble him again? Thus, he confidently took the freight elevator to the top floor of the Zairanfa shopping mall. Normally, there would have been a guard at the elevator entrance, however. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle, all the guards had rushed over to join the fray. Consequently, Lin Ziluo and his companion, the foolishly simple-minded one, boldly entered the Death God Club, where they soon spotted the crowd gathered in excitement. Among the throng, Gao Dong's anxious demeanor immediately caught Lin Ziluo's attention. This fellow appeared familiar. He seemed to be the one Lin Ziluo had glimpsed when activating the scroll the other day. The recollection was vague due to the passage of time, yet a faint impression lingered. It appeared he held some influence, perhaps a leader of a certain organization. It was clear that this was indeed that very group. As Gao Dong captured Lin Ziluo's gaze, both Lin Ziluo and his companion simultaneously attracted the attention of others. With a mask adorning his face, Lin Ziluo was already a sight to behold. Following him was an imposing figure, a towering man exceeding 2 meters in height, clad in a bodyguard's attire. Who wouldn't feel intimidated in such a presence? Upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo and his companion, one individual immediately subdued his earlier excitement, wary of making excessive noise that might provoke Lin Ziluo's displeasure. This quietude piqued the curiosity of another, who, upon seeing Lin Ziluo and the hulking figure, swiftly fell silent as well. Thus, news of their presence spread from one person to another, and soon the entire top floor was enveloped in an eerie hush. Even the previously heated argument between Tian Ningjing and the yellow-haired man was silenced. All eyes were apprehensively fixed on Lin Ziluo, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Gao Dong was the first to respond. He stepped forward with an air of authority. I am unaware of how to address this esteemed brother. What brings you to our Reaper Club? He inquired politely. I merely came with my brother. We noticed a considerable gathering here and thought we might join you. Lin Ziluo replied candidly. It turned out that the imposing figure behind him was not a bodyguard, but rather his brother, which instantly relieved the crowd. The oppressive aura of status that had initially loomed over them dissipated. Everyone had assumed that the hulking man was Lin Ziluo's protector, implying that Lin Ziluo held a remarkable status. However, upon learning that they were merely brothers, the crowd's perception shifted considerably. Gao Dong was filled with delight. If he could integrate these two into his circle, his influence would significantly increase. Your desire to join our Reaper Club is warmly welcomed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Dong, the president of the club, he proclaimed, revealing his position. Oh, so you are the president, Lin Ziluo acknowledged with understanding. Indeed. May I inquire as to your name, brother? Gao Dong asked. At this juncture, he remembered to check Lin Ziluo's attributes. However, upon inspection, he was met with an entire screen of question marks. What was this? Skeptically, he glanced at the attributes of Lin Ziluo's companion. Basic information, nickname, Big Fool title, none level. For how could someone name themselves Big Fool? Gao Dong was thoroughly perplexed by the duo. I am Lin Luo. And this is my brother, Big Fool. He may be a bit simple-minded and mute, but he works as a bodyguard for the wealthy, Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong felt an even greater sense of elation. The fact that this individual was a bit foolish suggested he could easily be manipulated. Excellent. Lin Luo. On behalf of the Reaper Club, I extend a warm welcome to your addition, Gao Dong said, extending his hand. Lin Ziluo reciprocated the handshake amicably. With his arrival, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. After exchanging a few final insults, Tian Ningjing and the yellow-haired man concluded their conflict. Of course, the resolution of their feud depended on their internal sentiments. The rooftop of Little Ruin File once again became a haven of merriment. Lin Ziluo and Big Fool were ushered into Gao Dong's office. Lin Luo, Big Fool, I feel an instant camaraderie with you both. I wonder what your preferences are. As your brother, I shall make arrangements for you, Gao Dong said, his fondness for Big Fool evident as his gaze remained fixed on him, despite addressing Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo began to question Gao Dong's sexual orientation. Ahem, well, you see, Brother Gao, my brother and I are the combative type. Our primary goal is to grow stronger. And we often venture out to slay zombies and level up. We mainly came here to get acquainted, Lin Ziluo stated, laying the groundwork for his future actions. By professing a penchant for exterminating zombies, he aimed to expedite their decision-making when discussing an assault on the museum. Concurrently, Lin Ziluo had no intention of spending all his time with this group. Caution had always been his guiding principle. Those who were arrogant and overestimated their abilities often met their demise swiftly in this apocalyptic game. Moreover, once the time limit on his hidden mask expired, his true identity would be revealed. This formidable identity could intimidate most, yet it was not foolproof against those with ill intentions. It was not that Lin Ziluo feared these individuals. Should anyone provoke him, he would ensure they regretted ever entering this world. However, these individuals currently served as invaluable allies for his entrance into the museum, and he could not afford to squander them. Ah, the desire to grow stronger, Gao Dong exclaimed, betraying no suspicion, as many within the Reaper Club shared similar sentiments. A pained expression crossed Gao Dong's face as he continued. If you wish to become stronger, I happen to have an extra skill book that I can reluctantly part with for my brothers. Skill book? Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, what an unexpected boon. If it weren't for my composure, I might have burst out laughing. Did Gao Dong truly understand the value of a skill book? Or was he simply willing to make such a sacrifice to curry favor? A smirk danced within Lin Ziluo's mind, yet he hesitated, saying, a skill book. That must be quite precious, right? This was the approach. Such a demeanor was most likely to entice a favorable response. As anticipated, Gao Dong promptly responded with generosity. Oh, we are all brothers here, what's precious or not. Here, Lin Luo, take it. With that, he retrieved a book from his storage space and thrust it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Wow, it truly is a skill book. Lin Ziluo was astounded. Was it his method of opening that was flawed? Were players in this apocalyptic game truly this generous? He opened the book, revealing Wrath of the Lost, a warrior class skill that, once activated, plunges the user into a state of uncontrollable rage, losing all awareness and transforming into a mindless attacker of nearby living beings. All attributes increase between 20 to 50, depending on the intensity of the fury, lasting for 2 minutes. 2 minutes later, he would enter a state of chaos based on the level of enhancement. The higher the enhancement, the longer the duration of chaos. This skill has significant side effects. Use with caution. Lin Ziluo's expression turned peculiar. Although Gao Dong could not see Lin Ziluo's face, he could tell from Lin Ziluo's prolonged silence that his little ruse had been uncovered. Gao Dong awkwardly explained. While this skill does have considerable side effects and results in a loss of consciousness upon use, it is, nonetheless, a lifeline in desperate situations. Do you think I'm foolish enough to disregard a skill book? Is this skill meant for others? Losing consciousness completely for 2 minutes. Let's not even discuss the possibility of harming one's allies. It is well known that even with enhanced attributes, a person devoid of consciousness possesses combat capabilities inferior to those who are aware. Take, for instance, the comparison between zombies and humans with equivalent attributes. Humans often manage to slay zombies precisely because the latter lack awareness. Players are certainly not naive. After one player utilized the skill book, he immediately exchanged it for a piece of bronze-level equipment with Gao Dong, who, rather obliviously, agreed to the trade. Each time Gao Dong reminisced about this incident, regret washed over him. Oh, never mind, never mind. I can see your good intentions, Brother Gao. I truly appreciate this skill book, Lin Ziluo said calmly as he stowed the book away in his storage space. If you truly value it, why haven't you learned the skill yourself? Gao Dong assumed Lin Ziluo was merely providing him an avenue to save face. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he quickly added, I owe you an apology, Brother Lin. How about this? I have a resource voucher for a fried chicken family bucket. Let us all enjoy it together? See, this is the charm of words and actions. He managed to obtain a skill book for free while instilling a sense of guilt in Lin Ziluo. Ah, no. I must go out with the Shah to hunt zombies for experience, Lin Ziluo declined. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong said, all right then, we're good brothers. Your growth brings me joy as well. Go on, my friends. Take whatever you need from the warehouse without hesitation. Gao Dong spoke with grand generosity. Lin Ziluo nodded in acknowledgement, not truly intending to gather supplies, and exited the office instead. The Shah, who had been quietly observing the camaraderie between the two, immediately followed Lin Ziluo as he prepared to leave. Gao Dong remained in the office, reveling in his good fortune. Brother Lin Ziluo is truly remarkable. I gifted him a mere skill book, and he showed no disdain. What a good brother, Gao Dong mused. However, the moment Lin Ziluo stepped out of the office, he sensed something was amiss. His keen intuition informed him that from the instant he crossed the threshold, 3 or 4 individuals had fixated their attention upon him, as if anticipating his emergence. Ah, it seems trouble is brewing, Lin Ziluo thought with resignation. I am but a kind and honest person. Why must you bully the innocent? As expected, just halfway to the freight elevator, Lin Ziluo found himself encircled by several individuals blocking his path. A man clad in fur, cigarette in mouth, emerged from the throng. This was the very thorn in Gao Dong's side. A man of considerable influence who sought to usurp Gao Dong's position as the leader of the Death God Club, frequently undermining him both overtly and covertly. With an arrogant demeanor, the man fixed his gaze on Lin Ziluo and boldly proclaimed, Brother, I'm not threatening you. Merely advising you to keep your distance from Gao Dong. Otherwise, no matter how skilled your friends may be. Lin Ziluo, growing impatient with the lack of training among his associates, interjected, Big fool, why are you just standing there? Get to work. The man's speech was abruptly interrupted, igniting his fury as he prepared to unleash his wrath. Big fool stepped forward from behind Lin Ziluo. Oh, so being big makes you special? You're just a level 4. Let me tell you, I have several level 4s backing me up. However, the man's words would remain unspoken, as Big Fool delivered a powerful slap that sent the man's head spinning a full 180 degrees. The burly men who had been standing behind their leader were struck with panic at the sight of his face now staring at them from an unnatural angle. 2 of them so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. The revelers in the hall turned their curious gazes towards the sound of the slap. With a resounding thud, the man's lifeless body fell to the floor. Lin Ziluo calmly clapped his hands and stepped over the body, making his way to the freight elevator. He pressed the button, and, as if nothing had transpired, departed the top floor alongside Big Fool. Chapter 55. A moment of silence and fury. Silence reigned. An almost unbearable quiet enveloping the once lively hall. All eyes were fixed on the corpse sprawled on the ground, leaving the onlookers speechless in terror. Even Gao Dong in his office sensed something amiss, chastising himself for neglecting to escort Lin Ziluo downstairs. Realizing the cacophony outside had abruptly ceased, he opened his office door. "What is happening?" he began, but his words faltered as he beheld the lifeless form on the floor. "Isn't that Jia Tai? How did he meet his end?" Gao Dong exclaimed in astonishment. This utterance shattered the stillness, prompting several onlookers to react with screams and murmurs of shock. "A murder! My God!" A single slap turned his head halfway around. "I feel nauseous. This is sickening." The hall soon erupted back into chaos, even more tumultuous than before. One of Gao Dong's loyal subordinates approached him, recounting the recent events. Upon learning that Lin Ziluo had instructed Big Fool to deliver the fatal blow to Jia Tai, Gao Dong nearly burst into laughter. His greatest rival had fallen so easily. Lin Ziluo and Big Fool are truly my good brothers. I must go all out to curry their favor next time. He surveyed the scene, instructing his men to clean up the body. Then, retreating back into the office, he exclaimed with excitement, "This brother Lin Luo has bestowed upon me a magnificent gift. I have inadvertently presented a grand offering to Gao Dong as well. However, this is quite advantageous. It establishes my authority and saves me considerable trouble. During the assault on the museum, I shall undoubtedly possess significant influence." Lin Ziluo pondered within the confines of the freight elevator. Moreover, Gao Dong has also granted me a remarkable gift. He reflected on the madness fury skill, feeling a surge of joy, an entirely free acquisition of a practical skill book. Indeed, to others, it may appear as a mere trifle, or even a skill book intended for self-destruction. Yet, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it transforms into a treasured gem. This treasure is not for Lin Ziluo alone, but rather for the great fool. The madness fury skill can indeed cause players to lose their sanity, potentially attacking their allies. However, the great fool is exempt from this peril. Lin Ziluo had already consulted the Golden Finger system, which assured him that the great fool would never harm Lin Ziluo, regardless of his mental state. This instinct has been ingrained by the Golden Finger system and is entirely independent of rationality. In fact, Lin Ziluo could manipulate the great fool's actions himself. This implies that once the great fool enters a state of madness fury, he could unleash a surge of attributes without restraint, either attacking all creatures except Lin Ziluo or being entirely under Lin Ziluo's control. It is yet another game. The apocalyptic game never envisioned that the seemingly useless skill of madness fury could be wielded so creatively by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo retrieved the skill book of madness fury and presented it to the great fool, who promptly learned the skill with understanding. Observing the newly added skill on the great fool's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel at the great fool's fortuitous blessings. During the day, he might have the upper hand over the great fool. Yet, as night descends, bolstered by the darkness and the dual enhancement of madness fury, Lin Ziluo would find himself overshadowed within those 2 minutes. No, he must strive to level up quickly. He needed to reach level 10. His power would experience at least a 2-fold increase upon class transition. The elevator came to a halt, arriving at the back corridor of the mall. The entire corridor had long been cleared by the members of the Death God Club. Lin Ziluo and the great fool swaggered out confidently. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, with 2 hours remaining until nightfall. They could casually seek out a location to grind for experience, hoping to uncover the missing pants, gloves, or chest armor. Wait a moment, what does night have to do with me? Both he and the great fool could effortlessly crush zombies enhanced by the night. Lin Ziluo realized he was still influenced by the thoughts of his past life. If that is the case, then let us indulge. While others are relegated to cowering at home during the night, he would carve a path through the horde of zombies, skyrocketing his experience. What a delightful prospect. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and eagerly pulled out a map to search for a location where he could continuously slay zombies without being surrounded. It is preferable to seek areas abundant with wild treasure chests or other game items. As for the dungeons, they can be disregarded, for there are none nearby. However, there exists a splendid location. Lin Ziluo cast his gaze upon the map, identifying the Magic City Library. The library is a mere 4 kilometers from the Shao Ruinfa shopping mall. Although the library itself is expansive, its corridors are rather narrow. Each genre of book is segregated into a distinct, enclosed chamber, Most importantly, there is a game store located on the library's rooftop. Currently, Lin Ziluo's account boasts nearly 6,000 gold coins. Considering that a quality bronze-grade item costs 2,000 gold coins, he is fully capable of acquiring pants, gloves, and a chest plate. Thus, the Magic City Library it shall be. Lin Ziluo set off with his companion, Big Fool. The 3-kilometer journey was not particularly arduous. Along the way, numerous zombies had gathered. However, under the combined efforts of Lin Ziluo and Big Fool, these zombies were utterly crushed. Lin Ziluo had even specifically instructed Big Fool to merely incapacitate the zombies, leaving them for him to deliver the final blow. Although this meant he would not gain experience, his 100 drop rate was no mere boast. With the automatic pickup feature continually activating, Lin Ziluo merely needed to deliver a strike to the zombies that Big Fool had weakened, and an abundance of cards, items, and even equipment would fill his storage space. It was truly terrifying. With the triumphant synergy of an assured drop rate, relentless efficiency, and automatic collection, Lin Ziluo transformed into a merciless monster-slaying machine. He continued this relentless pursuit until they approached the vicinity of the Magic City Library. Chapter 56. The decapitating demon blade. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. At this moment, he and Big Fool had successfully infiltrated a small shop outside the Magic City Library. After dispatching the zombie shopkeeper, Lin Ziluo plopped down onto a chair. Casually, he grabbed a packet of spicy strips from the shelf and savored the treat. He was eager to see what treasures had been yielded along the way. During his journey, Lin Ziluo had slain over 100 zombies. Considering the previous kills, he had successfully filled half of the 800 experience points required to reach level 9. As for the cards, they were numerous, thick stacks piled up, with only the tool-related cards of potential future use warranting his attention. The other cards were hardly worth a glance. It was the items and equipment that truly mattered. In total, he had acquired 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment, besides the items he already possessed. He had obtained a new item, Tattered Scarecrow, a one-time bronze-grade item that, when placed on the ground, can redirect the aggro of hostile creatures towards the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow will only be attacked until it is completely destroyed, after which the creatures will resume their assault on the player. This Scarecrow is indeed a valuable asset, a reliable means of survival. Remarkably, this includes players as well. Even if a player is aware they should attack you, their body will instinctively target the Scarecrow, such as its enchantment. After securing this splendid item, Lin Ziluo retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment he had acquired. Combo Gloves, a bronze-tier equipment that grants a chance to execute consecutive strikes when worn. Attributes, Strength 1, Constitution 1, with a 5 probability of adding an additional attack after a single strike. Ringed Blade, a bronze-tier equipment, crafted from steel through repeated folding, forging, and quenching, resulting in a straight-edged longsword. Attributes, Strength 3. What a remarkable acquisition. Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the combo gloves. The inherent attribute enhancements were already substantial, complemented by the added effect of consecutive strikes. Once triggered, the consecutive attacks resembled Lin Ziluo's explosive double slash, capable of delivering 2 rapid strikes, albeit with slightly diminished power and lacking the explosive effect. Nevertheless, with the added attribute, what more could one desire? As for the ring blade, Lin Ziluo could only commend its unparalleled enhancement of strength. It discarded all supplementary effects in favor of maximizing power. It can be considered one of the finest among bronze-tier equipment. With a flicker of thought, Lin Ziluo recalled his Tang Hung blade, which was equally exceptional. This implied that the fusion stone he had long treasured could now be utilized. The fusion stone materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand, a reward from vanquishing the fused zombies in the arena. Its function was to amalgamate 2 bronze-tier, type equipments into one. If the quality of both items was sufficiently high, there was a significant chance of forging a silver-tier equipment. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed Tang Hung Blade 1 and Ring Blade upon the table and promptly selected to employ the Fusion Stone. Player Yazi activates Fusion Stone, about to merge the Ring Blade with Tang Hung Blade 1. Are you certain about the fusion? Post-fusion, both items will permanently vanish. Fusion, Lin Ziluo declared. Fusion commencing. Estimated time, 30 minutes. The Fusion Stone in Lin Ziluo's hand emitted a radiant white light, enveloping both blades and entering a state of amalgamation. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo resolved the dinner issue with Das Hai. Just as Lin Ziluo set down his bowl and chopsticks, a melodious system notification echoed in his ears. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player, on acquiring a silver-tier equipment. Decapitating Demon Blade, a silver-tier weapon. Splendid, his offensive capabilities would surely see a significant elevation. Lin Ziluo hastily examined his new equipment. The decapitating demon blade. The once pristine, gleaming blade had transformed into a profound shade of black, with only a hint of brilliance visible along its sharp edge. The shape of the decapitating demon blade bore no distinction from the Tang blade, yet its sides were adorned with exquisite and intricate patterns. As Lin Ziluo grasped the decapitating demon blade, he distinctly sensed an increase in weight of approximately 30. No matter, after a brief adjustment, he acclimated to the heft. Decapitating Demon Blade 1, silver-tier equipment, forged from the Tang Hung blade and ring blade, successfully merged to create this demonic blade that enhances decapitation actions. Attributes: Strength 4. Constitution 1. Capable of gradually restoring the blade scars post-battle. Passive skill: Decapitation. During the decapitation process, the speed of decapitation is increased by 20. Upon a successful decapitation, the player gains an additional point of strength for a duration of 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 layers. A delightful surprise. Lin Ziluo never anticipated that 2 top-tier bronze-level pieces of equipment could be fused into such an exceptional silver-level weapon. The decapitating demon blade can indeed be described as extraordinary. It possesses an inherent attribute that enhances strength by 4 points, and when combined with the passive stacking effect of decapitation, the maximum enhancement can reach a staggering 6 points of strength. Lin Ziluo eagerly examined the attributes of his newly acquired decapitating demon blade. Basic attributes: Strength, 27, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was truly impressive. With his new weapon in hand, Lin Ziluo felt invigorated. However, upon noticing that Big Fool was still engrossed in his meal, Lin Ziluo felt a pang of frustration. "What are you eating, Big Fool? We need to set off for the Magic City Library." Chapter 57. A bold assault on the library. Reluctantly, Big Fool set down the roast chicken he was enjoying. He stood up and picked up the large iron stick he had just found, though his expression remained one of gloom. Lin Ziluo chuckled and said, "Put in some effort tonight, and I'll get you 2 roast chickens tomorrow." Instantly, Big Fool perked up, raising the iron stick high, his eyes sparkling with renewed vigor. Ah, the world of food enthusiasts is so simple yet monotonous. The Magic City Library is a circular structure with 2 arched doors at the front and back. Due to the apocalypse that began at 7 in the evening, there were not many people left reading in the library at this hour. Consequently, the number of zombies gathered at the entrance was far fewer than at the gym previously. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, some zombies had even reached level 3, with a few advancing to level 4, exhibiting an increase of around 5 points in their basic attributes. This posed a greater challenge for ordinary individuals below level 4. However, for Lin Ziluo and Big Fool, did it truly matter? As per usual, Lin Ziluo first located a detailed map of the library's internal structure in front of the main entrance. He plotted his route and, with Big Fool in tow, charged boldly towards the horde of zombies congregating at the entrance. With approximately half an hour left until nightfall, they needed to breach the library within that time frame to avoid being surrounded by zombies. Lin Ziluo, feeling an itch for action, surged ahead, wielding the demon blade which sliced through the air, leaving behind a dark shadow. With a swift strike, he cleaved at the neck of the foremost zombie. Decapitation was indeed the objective. The blade glided effortlessly through the zombie's neck, making the task feel remarkably less laborious. Thus, the increased speed of decapitation effectively rendered the act more efficient. The zombie's head tumbled to the ground, and Lin Ziluo felt a warm sensation emanating from the blade in his grasp. Strength 1. What a splendid weapon! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to ordinary silver-grade equipment, this executioner's blade was exponentially more effective. The surrounding zombies evidently noticed the unwelcome guests converging upon him and Dashin. "Dashin, there's no need to hold back. Follow my lead and charge forward. Let's breach the library first," Lin Ziluo instructed, glancing back at Dashin. He then charged directly into the horde of zombies. Receiving his master's command, Dashin immediately raised the hefty iron rod in his hand and swung it fiercely at the nearest zombie's head. The immense force he exerted caused the rod to crush the zombie's skull with a sickening crack. Blood and brain matter splattered forth as the head burst open. Unfazed, Dashin allowed the gore to splatter onto him. Lin Ziluo had to remain vigilant, dodging the zombie's claws and bites, but for Dashin, such concerns were trivial. What could these zombies do to him? With his formidable physique and fierce strength, Dashin resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the throng of zombies. In contrast, Lin Ziluo displayed a more refined demeanor. Each swing of the executioner's blade struck true, severing the necks of the zombies with precision, transforming them into experience and gold that would forever accompany him. He elegantly twisted his body, flawlessly evading the claws of two zombies that lunged from behind, and dispatched yet another zombie. As an overwhelming mass of zombies blocked his path ahead, Lin Ziluo raised the executioner's blade, carefully calculating his angle before launching it with all his might. The spinning slash, for the first time, fused with the silver-grade executioner's blade. The speed of its rotation was astounding. In flight, the blade's edge was indistinguishable from the handle, creating a swirling black ring that relentlessly reaped the lives of the zombies. 1, 2, 3. Upon its return, Lin Ziluo successfully caught the executioner's blade. This singular skill had dispatched 7 zombies. With the passage cleared, Lin Ziluo seized the opportunity to surge forward, the library's entrance drawing ever closer. He glanced back at Dashin, who seemed to be lagging behind. Once more, Lin Ziluo swung his blade, fortuitously triggering the combo effect of his gauntlet. The zombie he had dispatched with one strike was unfortunate enough to receive a second blow as well. Lin Ziluo's lion's wrist guards often activated their intimidation effect. But for these zombies, whether they were intimidated or not, they were invariably felled with a single strike. The effect was virtually imperceptible. After obliterating the last zombie in front of him with a devastating dual strike, Lin Ziluo successfully reached the entrance of the library. Fortunately, the doors remained open, allowing him to dash inside. The few zombies at the entrance were easily dispatched, leading him to his favorite spot, the lengthy corridor of the public restroom. Ahem. The reason for his fondness was primarily its defensibility. In the midst of the corridor, Lin Ziluo firmly established his footing and continued to engage in combat with the zombies that had followed him into the library. Despite his body aching, he boldly retrieved a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At that moment, the hulking figure of Dasha rushed into the library, immediately charging towards Lin Ziluo. Before long, the man and the zombie were successfully reunited. "What in the world happened to you?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. Dasha's once exquisite suit had been torn to shreds by the zombies, rendering him almost indistinguishable from a beggar upon closer inspection. Lin Ziluo's gaze drifted downward, noting, indeed, a true beast of a man. Chapter 58. Dasha, your roast chicken is gone. Dasha, hold your position for a moment while I check the restroom. Lin Ziluo instructed. Dasha nodded, though his formidable iron rod was nowhere to be found. Instead, he picked up 2 zombie corpses from the ground to use as makeshift weapons, smashing them against their undead foes. The corridor, already narrow, became even more constricted as the 2 bodies toppled a handful of zombies. Dasha, pleased with the results, picked up 2 more zombie heads and hurled them at the encroaching horde. Seeing that Dasha could maintain control of the situation, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and rushed into the restroom to ensure it was free of zombies. Only after clearing the restroom could he confidently engage in battle within the corridor. Lin Ziluo adopted a rather aggressive approach this time. Upon entering the restroom, he did not bother checking each stall for zombies. Instead, he simply thrust his enchanted blade through the doors. And should there be any survivors? Apologies, but that would be mere collateral damage. After thoroughly stabbing through the men's restroom, he was disappointed to find no zombies lurking within. Unyielding, he charged into the women's restroom and systematically pierced through all the stalls, yet still encountered no one dead. Lin Ziluo was utterly disheartened. Look at this. Both are restrooms. The one in the sports arena yielded a bronze treasure chest and fusion stones from a zombie couple, while this library restroom is as barren as can be. With no time to lament, Lin Ziluo hurried back to the corridor, where Dasha was struggling to maintain their defensive line, retreating while simultaneously fending off the zombies. Lin Ziluo rushed to his aid. With his support, Dasha found some relief, and together, they deftly managed the situation, alternating between strikes and blows to keep the zombies firmly at bay. As the pile of corpses in the corridor grew, Lin Ziluo intentionally gathered the nearby zombie bodies, successfully obstructing part of the passage. The pressure from the incoming horde lessened considerably. Breathing heavily, Lin Ziluo reflected on the intense series of battles that had drained his stamina since their charge into the library. Had it not been for that stamina potion, he would have collapsed long ago. Even Dasha, with his bull-like physique, was beginning to feel the strain. Though the zombies are incapable of feeling fatigue, their physical constitution imposes limitations. Once their bodies reach a certain threshold, excessive use of limbs inevitably leads to complications. Lin Ziluo could discern that his movements were becoming noticeably sluggish. The silver lining was that only a scant 20 or so zombies remained before him. He realized that the effects of his stamina potion were still in play, thus he decided to let the big fool take center stage. A nearby zombie let out a chilling howl, its attributes evidently surging with its cry. Night had fallen. Lin Ziluo understood that there was no time to linger. Summoning all his strength, he hurled the executioner's blade forward. Subsequently, he produced a cushion and settled down upon the ground. The zombies before him were far less dense than before. Even with the optimal angle, he managed to fell merely 5 zombies. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for leveling up to level 9, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires an additional 1,000 experience points for the next level up. Finally, he had leveled up. As he sat on the ground, Lin Ziluo caught the executioner's blade and exhaled a sigh of relief. The experience gained allowed him to calculate that he had eliminated nearly 150 zombies during this endeavor. What does that signify? It translates to the collective effort of the entire Grim Reaper Club, which would take them almost 6 hours to achieve. Observing the remaining few zombies, now fully empowered by the darkness, charging towards him, Lin Ziluo remained calm and composed as he announced, "Big Fool, activate Berserk Fury." Without a moment's hesitation, the Big Fool complied, unleashing a torrent of rage that enveloped its limited consciousness entirely. With a thunderous roar, the Big Fool tore apart the last remnants of its tattered clothing. Its fangs and claws, previously dormant, were now revealed. "Those zombies before you devoured your roasted chicken, and you shall have none tomorrow." Lin Ziluo decided to stoke the flames of fury further. It was well known that the attributes enhanced by Berserk Fury were proportional to the intensity of one's anger. True to form, Lin Ziluo's words incited even greater wrath within the Big Fool. Its skin, tinged with a gray hue, flushed crimson with rage, while muscles bulged with visible veins. Without pausing to contemplate why these zombies had taken his roasted chicken, the once rational Big Fool charged forward, shattering the barricade of zombie corpses before it. With a fierce grip, it seized the nearest zombie by its arms. With a mighty roar, the Big Fool forcibly wrenched the zombie's arms from its body. Blood splattered across the walls, creating a scene that was particularly violent and gory. Sitting on the ground beside this chaos was Lin Ziluo, delicately sipping from a freshly brewed cup of Longjing tea. Witnessing the fierce display by the hulking figure known as Dashu, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Well done." He took another sip of his tea. Upon hearing his master's praise, Dashu became even more invigorated. With a swift motion, he twisted the zombie's head a full 360 degrees before yanking it off, leaving several blood vessels still attached at the neck. Chapter 59. Energy resupply. The duration of the Berserk Fury was a mere 2 minutes. Just moments ago, it took Dashu 10 seconds to dispatch that one zombie. This pace was unsustainable. At this rate, the remaining zombies might not be eliminated. "Dashu, your movements were too slow, allowing them to snatch away a prized pig trotter," Lin Ziluo urged, stoking Dashu's fury further. Upon hearing this, Dashu was incensed. "How dare you steal my beloved pig trotter?" Rage consumed him entirely. With the Berserk Fury attribute reaching its maximum value of 50, such a figure was nearly unimaginable, even in apocalyptic games. One would hardly expect a player to fully harness their wrath to achieve such attributes. It was only someone as blissfully naive as Dashu who could accomplish this. With the Berserk Fury and Night Rage attributes both astonishingly at 50, Dashu's overall power doubled under their influence. No longer content to resolve matters with mere fists, Dashu charged toward the zombies in the passageway, his eyes blazing red and breath heavy. The 3 zombies at the forefront were sent flying upon impact, the sound of shattering bones echoing around. Blood spewed forth, and entrails spilled out as they fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies' tenacious vitality allowed them to cling to life, struggling to rise once more. Yet, Dashu trampled them down with a few heavy steps, as if they were mere insects under a steamroller. Their bodies were deeply indented into the ground, utterly immobilized. The remaining zombies met a similarly grim fate. Under Dashu's brutal onslaught, the dozen or so that remained were nearly obliterated, collapsing within less than a minute. Facing the last zombie standing at the end of the passage, Dashu raised his fist. A crimson glow gathered around it, a manifestation of his skill, the full power strike. When the red light reached its utmost intensity, Dashu unleashed his punch. With a deep, resonant sound, his fist struck the zombie's chest, the sound of cracking ribs reverberating through the air, while simultaneously, the zombie's back suddenly bulged outward. As the bulging area suddenly ruptured, an enormous fist emerged, accompanied by a cascade of blood. Dashaw's punch had astonishingly pierced through the chest of the zombie. Lin Ziluo, seated on the ground savoring his tea, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a testament to innate strength." To penetrate the chest of an adult male with a single blow is no small feat. The zombie's lifeless body collapsed with a resounding thud. The state of frenzied rage seemed to be nearing its end, and Dashaw was approaching his limit as well, plopping down onto the recently felled zombie. What is this situation? Aren't zombies supposed to be devoid of fatigue? Lin Ziluo's initial confusion swiftly gave way to clarity. It must be the chaotic effect resulting from the frenzy of rage. "Dashaw," Lin Ziluo called out. Upon hearing his name, Dashaw immediately turned his head, albeit in the direction opposite to Lin Ziluo. Well, he was indeed disoriented, completely devoid of a sense of direction. Lin Ziluo chose not to disturb him. Thus, the two, one human and one corpse, sat quietly in the corridor in this peculiar posture. Beneath their feet, and even beneath Dashaw, lay a vast pool of blood, numerous severed limbs of zombies, and a collection of round, rolling heads. At this point, not a single zombie remained at the entrance of the library's main hall. Wait, there was still one, Dashaw? After a brief rest, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to examine the spoils of this battle. The automatic pickup range was still somewhat limited. For instance, the zombies killed by Lin Ziluo's spinning strike had not been collected due to their distance from him at the time of their demise. A minor setback. Contentedly, Lin Ziluo began to inspect his newfound treasures. First, he spotted cards. His eyes lit up at the sight of Dashaw's favorite roasted chicken and pig trotter. He promptly activated them and approached Dashaw, presenting the food. Despite being in a state of confusion, Dashaw, even without a sense of direction, accurately received the roasted chicken and pig trotter from Lin Ziluo's hands. How astonishing! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel. Dashaw's talent for food seemed to rival his innate strength. Dashaw quickly proved Lin Ziluo's judgment to be correct. While he munched away, Lin Ziluo was astounded to observe that the scratches and bite marks on Dashaw's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. What is this? Lin Ziluo opened Dashaw's status panel, and indeed, a new talent had appeared in Dashaw's attributes. Energy restoration. Your eating speed has increased by 30. While in a state of consumption, the food you ingest will swiftly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Although Dashaw may appear foolish, in certain respects, he is undoubtedly a genius. With his innate strength as a power-based talent, he now possessed the tank-like ability of energy restoration. The path of the battle tank seems to extend infinitely, and I find myself filled with joy. Dashaw is my loyal subordinate, and his enhanced abilities signify my own growth and strength. As my power increases, so too does my happiness. Is there any issue with that? None whatsoever. Moreover, I am on the cusp of further augmenting my own prowess. Lin Ziluo gazed into his storage space, a thrill coursing through him. Chapter 60, The Guardian Chestplate. Few things could incite such excitement within Lin Ziluo, but the equipment enhancement scroll undoubtedly ranked among them. To top it off, there were not one, but two enhancement scrolls. They lay quietly within his storage space, awaiting his command. And that was not all. The coveted chest plate he had longed for had finally materialized. What a bounteous harvest. Observing Dashaw relish his meal, Lin Ziluo began to tally his spoils: 3 bottles of stamina potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Mental potion, a one-time bronze-grade item that instantly restores 10 mental power upon consumption. Additionally, it provides a continuous recovery of 5 mental power per minute for a duration of 4 minutes, usable once every 30 minutes. A short-range launcher and a super flash grenade were also among the finds, and even a hidden mask had been acquired, allowing Lin Ziluo to switch between 2 masks at will. He extracted the chest plate, examining it with meticulous care. Crafted from metal, it appeared robust, yet felt surprisingly light in his grasp. At the center of the chest plate was a protrusion designed to safeguard the heart. Guardian chest plate, a bronze-grade armor imbued with protective power. This lightweight metal chest plate boasts the following attributes: 1 constitution, 1 agility. Skill, Guardian, allows the user to manifest a transparent shield around their body for 3 seconds. Should it endure an attack exceeding a certain threshold, it shatters prematurely. The skill has a cooldown of 1 hour, and once the shield is broken, the cooldown extends to 12 hours. This chest plate possessed an unusual charm. with its agility-enhancing properties perfectly aligning with Lin Ziluo's needs. Initially, he had intended it for Desha, assuming it to be heavy armor. However, now he donned the Guardian chestplate with satisfaction, feeling an immediate increase in both constitution and agility. He also allocated the attribute point he had just earned from reaching level 9 to agility. But the excitement did not end there. The enhancement scrolls remained unused. Lin Ziluo retrieved both scrolls, mindful that the current drop rate was limited to bronze-grade enhancement scrolls. Thus he set aside thoughts of enhancing his silver-grade cloak and magic dagger. What, then, should he enhance? He swiftly surveyed his equipped items, ruling out those that had seen excessive use, and finally settled on the vampiric ring. The vitality drawn from the vampiric ring was still insufficient, having failed to keep pace with his combat expenditures in the recent battle. Moreover, he was still in the novice phase. Faced with relentless waves of low-tier zombies, the necessity for enduring stamina became apparent. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo decisively placed an equipment enhancement scroll upon the blood-sucking ring. A flash of green light illuminated the air. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for acquiring blood-sucking ring level 1. Yet, the endeavor did not conclude there. Lin Ziluo applied another enhancement scroll to the same ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the greater the risk of failure, yet a success rate of 2 remained quite favorable. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazi for acquiring blood-sucking ring level 2. With my self-proclaimed royal luck, how could I possibly fail? Lin Ziluo grasped the blood-sucking ring. Its intricate patterns now more elaborate, and its crimson exterior even more vibrant. Blood-sucking ring level 2, a bronze-tier equipment. This malevolent ring siphons the vitality of enemies during combat. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2. Damage dealt to foes converts 12 points into vitality, transmitted through the weapon back to the wearer. Excellent, my attributes have multiplied significantly. After enhancing the blood-sucking ring, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached new heights. Base attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 20, Agility, 24. The surge of newfound power invigorated Lin Ziluo. He rose and ventured along the path he and the foolish giant had taken to enter, seeking out items that had not been automatically collected. Perhaps luck had run dry. After a thorough search, he found only a few cards, including one dropped by the foolish giant. Noting that this card could not be automatically collected, Lin Ziluo pondered the reason until it dawned on him. This was a reward from the giant's loot drop, which could not be automatically picked up. Upon returning from his exploration, the foolish giant finally regained some composure. Rest is sufficient. Let us proceed upstairs, Lin Ziluo called out. The library of the Demon City was indeed splendid. Equipped with a direct elevator, they could ascend to the 5th floor, the location of the shop, without the need to laboriously climb floor by floor as one would in the gymnasium. The foolish giant rose and closely followed Lin Ziluo. The pair, a man and his accompanying corpse, traversed the corridor strewn with bodies until they reached the observation elevator. Dubbed an observation elevator, this transparent cased lift offered a view of the surroundings. Inside, they could observe the state of the rear hall. Ding! The elevator door slid open. Although stained with blood, the lift was devoid of any persons or zombies. Lin Ziluo and the foolish giant stepped inside and pressed the button for the 5th floor. The elevator ascended slowly, allowing Lin Ziluo a moment to survey the situation in the rear hall. The number of zombies in the rear hall was not fewer than those at the front. It appeared there were around 200. All congregated at the massive iron gate leading into the front hall. Previously, they had been drawn by the sounds of combat between Lin Ziluo and the zombies, only to be halted by the imposing gate. Moreover, as the elevator ascended at a leisurely pace, Lin Ziluo successfully observed several suspicious locations. Chapter 61. Oh, it turns out I am simply too affluent. The so-called suspicious areas are, in fact, places that have suffered severe damage. For instance, the shattered tables and chairs within the library, the bookshelves with gaping holes, and the forcibly torn iron doors, all these spots have endured considerable destruction. Such devastation could not have been wrought by ordinary zombies or humans. The source of such power is straightforward, another one. Although Lin Ziluo had visited this place in his previous life, his knowledge of the library and the Magic City was rather limited. In his past existence, by the time he had truly acquired strength, most of the city had already been ravaged. As for now, I shall graciously accept this one. Lin Ziluo did not rush to search immediately. What he needed to do now was to ascend to the shop on the top floor to make some purchases. Acquiring items and equipment of use, Lin Ziluo glanced over at Dashin. Just as they entered the elevator, He had taken a set of clothes from his storage space and handed them to Dashin. Now, Dashin had changed into the new attire. Ding! The sightseeing elevator had arrived at the 5th floor. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the sound attracted the attention of the zombies on this floor. They quickly gathered towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on the 5th floor, no more than 30. Well, indeed. Lin Ziluo had the right to say that 30-odd zombies were rather insignificant in the face of a fully rejuvenated Lin Ziluo and Dashin. They swiftly dispatched all the zombies with ease. During the encounter, a piece of equipment, strength gloves, dropped. However, its attributes were rather mediocre, inferior to Lin Ziluo's combo gloves. So he bestowed it upon Dashin. After eliminating all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo headed directly to an office situated in the corner of the floor. The door to the office was closed, and it had originally featured a plaque indicating it was a manager's office. Yet it had been modified by the all-powerful Doomsday game to read Magic City Shop. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo gently twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. Congratulations, player, for successfully discovering the Magic City Shop, earning 10 points of reputation. The game's notification sound reverberated. The familiar layout of the shop materialized before Lin Ziluo. The once ordinary office was now entirely enveloped in a peculiar metal. The walls, the floor, and the ceiling were all cloaked in a silvery metallic sheen. One should not underestimate this unknown metal. Its hardness is unimaginable. Even a demigod-level figure could merely leave scratches on its surface. Within the room, aside from the metal, there were 3 chairs provided for individuals waiting in line to make purchases. At the center of the room stood a small metallic chamber, allowing individuals to make purchases once they stepped inside. This was designed to prevent customers from being ambushed while engrossed in their transactions. It is essential to note this point. In the store, the use of force is not prohibited. However, should you find yourself in a brawl, if a punch or spell strikes the metallic walls, you are liable for exorbitant repair fees, regardless of whether the metal is unscathed. Should you cause another to bleed or splatter their blood upon the ground, you will incur substantial cleaning fees. Do not inquire how fault is determined. The Apocalypse game offers no rational discourse. Should fortune frown upon you, both parties may be penalized. The fines can be so severe as to bankrupt even the wealthiest of players. Thus, the store is universally regarded as a sanctuary for all players. However, one may not linger within its confines for more than 30 minutes daily, lest they incur hefty fines. This rule deters those who might seek refuge from vengeful pursuers. What? You claim you lack funds? Unable to pay the fines? Wishing to be a deadbeat? Then eradication is the solution. Lin Ziluo is well acquainted with the store's regulations and wastes no time, decisively entering the metallic chamber. As the door seals shut, a panel materializes before him, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome to the Magic City Store." Simultaneously, a dispassionate mechanical voice greets him. "Dear player Yazzie, welcome to the Magic City Store. As you are our first customer, you are entitled to a 50% discount on your first purchase." Ah, what a delightful surprise. This is an experience he has yet to encounter. Originally, Lin Ziluo possessed over 6,000 gold coins. After vanquishing a multitude of zombies downstairs, his coin count has now risen to 6,545. Skillfully bypassing the welcome message, Lin Ziluo begins to navigate the store. Initially, he intended to purchase a pair of trousers. However, with the half-price discount on the first item, he cannot limit himself to mere trousers. How could he justify such a discount without acquiring something of greater value? Equipment, items, and resource cards, 3 options await him. Lin Ziluo opens the Items tab, and a dazzling array of goods unfolds before his eyes. Super Flashbang. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 100 Short-Range Launcher. Price, 500 gold coins. Stock, 100 Ice Spike Spell Scroll. Price, 3,000 gold coins. Stock, 3 Strength Pill. Price, 1,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. As he peruses the merchandise, disappointment washes over Lin Ziluo. What is this? The items in the store remain unchanged. Yet he feels none of the exhilaration he once experienced while shopping in his previous life. Oh, it dawns on him. He has become too affluent. No wonder he finds these goods unworthy of his attention. Ding. It has been detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items in the Magic City Store. The option to purchase hidden items has now been unlocked. Chapter 62. Exclusive Equipment of the Magic City. Ding. It has been detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items in the Magic City Store. The option to purchase hidden items has now been unlocked. Just as Lin Ziluo contemplates what to buy, the sound of the golden finger system resonated like a celestial melody. Lin Ziluo was taken aback, pondering its meaning. He was aware of the existence of hidden merchants within the city, yet he had never encountered the notion of concealed items within stores. Ding. Every shop in the city possesses exclusive hidden goods. Ding. These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city. The host now has the purchasing privilege activated. Lin Ziluo was genuinely astonished. He had never heard of such a thing before. Reflecting on his past, he realized he had not made substantial contributions to any city. Let me see what treasures lie hidden in the magical capital store. Lin Ziluo navigated the interface and successfully located the newly unveiled button for hidden items in the magical capital store. Upon opening it, he found only 3 solitary items. Magical Capital Honorary Badge. Price, 200,000 gold coins. Stock, 1. Magical Capital Order Uniform. Price, 12,000 gold coins. Stock, 10. Magical Capital Guardian Emblem. Price, 10,000 gold coins. Stock, 20. In the store, images of the items were visible. Upon viewing the picture of the Magical Capital Order uniform, Lin Ziluo finally recognized it. He had seen it worn by a legendary warrior from the Dragon Kingdom. Although similar in style, that version was pure gold, with more intricate details and an abundance of inscriptions. An item that a warrior would wear consistently was undoubtedly a treasured possession. Unfortunately, the attributes of items in the shop could not be viewed. One had to purchase them to uncover their true characteristics. Even identical items could have variations in attributes, albeit minor fluctuations. As for the Magical Capital Honorary Badge, Lin Ziluo did not even contemplate it. In the apocalyptic game, items with such stringent purchasing conditions had already undergone significant markdowns. Given the exorbitant price even after such discounts, this item was far beyond his current means. Lin Ziluo deliberated between the Magical Capital Order uniform and the Magical Capital Guardian emblem, ultimately opting for the former. With a discount available, he naturally chose the more expensive item. After all, the shop was not going anywhere, and he could still acquire the 10,000 gold coins required for the Magical Capital Guardian emblem later. Player, are you sure you wish to purchase the Magical Capital Order uniform? Due to the player's enjoyment of a 50 discount on a single purchase, the cost will be 6,000 gold coins. The mechanical voice echoed. Purchase, Lin Ziluo declared. The transaction was successful. He spent 6,000 gold coins, leaving him with 545 gold coins remaining. The Magical Capital Order uniform has now been packaged into a card, which can be activated to obtain the item. A card appeared in Lin Ziluo's hand. This was the store's mechanism, regardless of the item purchased. It would ultimately be transformed into a card. This is to prevent the purchased items from being excessively large, which would lead to insufficient storage space. May I inquire if the player, Yazi, requires any further purchases? None, Lin Ziluo replied. There remain 545 gold coins. It is better to save them for the Magic City Guardian's emblem. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your next visit. After this customary expression, the metal chamber's door slowly opened. Lin Ziluo stepped out of the metallic enclosure, stretching his body. Dashin sat quietly on a chair. Indeed, Dashin must also possess a few gold coins. Although Dashin's slaying of zombies does not yield experience, he can still acquire gold coins. Lin Ziluo glanced at Dashin's panel. Well, there are just over 700 gold coins. It makes sense. Dashin has truly only killed this few zombies, as most were finished off by Lin Ziluo. With only 10 minutes remaining in their time at the shop, Lin Ziluo took out the card for the Magic City Orderer's uniform and chose to activate it. A set of black uniform appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands. The fabric of the uniform felt exquisite, akin to silk. Lin Ziluo began to examine its attributes. Magic City Orderer's uniform, diamond-level special equipment. Description: an exceedingly precious uniform, crafted with exceptional artistry, exhibiting outstanding effects. Available solely to those who have made remarkable contributions to the Magic City. Abilities: 1. Transformation. Upon equipping the Magic City Orderer's uniform, all your clothing type equipment can be concealed by the uniform. Effects still trigger. 2. Comfort. The uniform possesses self-cleaning capabilities, can regulate certain temperatures, automatically repair, and isolate blood, among other functions. 3. Authority. As long as you are within the Magic City, all players whose reputation does not exceed yours will have their attributes reduced by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes if they attempt to engage you. 4. Order. You can establish the order of the Magic City. Each day, you may issue a task to one player within the Magic City, excluding yourself, which can be verified by the system. The rewards and penalties of the task will be determined by your reputation and the task's difficulty, with no need for you to pay rewards. One must admit, this is truly an exclusive piece of equipment from a city Lin Ziluo has yet to encounter. These attributes are indeed unique and rare. However, what most captivates Lin Ziluo is the phrase special equipment. This signifies that this piece of equipment will not occupy his inventory slots. The transformation attribute. Although Lin Ziluo has not witnessed its specific effects, he has surmised its function from the description. It is undeniably a coveted effect. Chapter 63, Magic City Orderer's Uniform. Lin Ziluo unfurled the uniform. It was a black robe with a hood, accompanied by pure black trousers and shoes. The garment was adorned with silver stripes, and there was a distinctive emblem on the chest. Anyone who has spent time in the Magic City would recognize this emblem. It represents the iconic structure of the Magic City, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Beyond that, there were no other remarkable features. Lin Ziluo removed all of his gear and donned the uniform. The fabric was remarkably soft, offering an exquisite comfort against his skin. Moreover, perhaps sensing Lin Ziluo's warmth, the attire emanated a gentle coolness. Impressive. It truly lived up to its reputation for comfort. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo retrieved a full-length mirror. As he gazed into the reflection, his eyes widened in astonishment. The image staring back at him bore an uncanny resemblance to the Reaper clad in a black cloak, complete with a hood trailing behind. From this moment on, he could embody the essence of the Grim Reaper. Lin Ziluo mused contentedly, tossing the mirror outside the shop. He was now poised to validate his hypothesis regarding the transformation attribute. He picked up the Guardian chestplate. System detected, preparing to equip the Guardian chestplate. Shall the transformation effect of the orderly uniform be activated? The command was initiated. In an instant, the chestplate vanished from his grasp. Yet he distinctly felt an enhancement to his attributes. Indeed, this transformation functionality aligned perfectly with his expectations. By merely wearing this uniform, all his other equipment would be absorbed, with their effects seamlessly transferred to the uniform itself. This meant that he could achieve maximum flexibility, lightness, and stealth with just one garment. Lin Ziluo experimented further and discovered that once an item was unequipped, it reappeared in his hands. Furthermore, for instance, after equipping the chestplate, the area of the uniform at his chest inherited the chestplate's robustness and defensive capabilities, alleviating any concerns about the uniform's ability to withstand assaults. This feature could only be described as extraordinary. To elaborate, one might say it was as if a young calf were weeping for its mother. Astoundingly impressive. As he noted that his time in the shop was dwindling, Lin Ziluo exited with the simple-minded companion in tow. He intended to employ the uniform's orderly function on him. After all, it was a once-daily opportunity, not to be wasted. Lin Ziluo was eager to explore the utility of this feature. Annihilate the world. Mission did not pass system review. Eliminate a legendary foe. Mission did not pass system review. Defeat the library of the Demon City with a single punch. After some experimentation, he gleaned the gist of it. Absurd, unrealistic, illogical, such tasks were swiftly dismissed by the system's scrutiny. Peep at a girl changing. Mission pass system review. Would you like to proceed? Ahem, merely jesting, not to be taken seriously. Lin Ziluo hastily canceled the mission. As a gentleman, such pursuits were not befitting. After considerable contemplation, Lin Ziluo issued a credible mission. Eliminate those within the library of the Demon City. Mission pass system review. Would you like to proceed? Excellent. Lin Ziluo promptly selected to publish it. He also discerned a hidden aspect of this function. It could ascertain the actual existence of the targets based on the system's judgment. Naturally, one must not take this information at face value. For instance, if a location was exceedingly formidable, the mission would not succeed, as one cannot simply claim it does not exist. Desha successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo glanced over the mission details. The reward consisted of 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 supply cards. The reward was meager, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. However, he did not dwell on it. Any reward was better than none. It was an excellent opportunity for him to continually utilize Desha to earn task rewards. The shopping phase was now complete. His next objectives were to level up and eliminate the zombies within the library. Lin Ziluo remembered that upon reaching level 10, he would be able to draw a super cheat card. With determination, he aimed to slay 200 to 300 zombies in the library. With a stroke of luck, he might even level up sooner. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo wasted no time. He called out to Desha and headed to the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the 4th floor. They would sweep through each level, confident that they would uncover the hiding fiend. Away, I'm scared. A girl trembled as she spoke to her boyfriend in a small compartment of the Magic City Library. Away quickly covered her mouth, whispering urgently, Xiaomei. Keep your voice down. We can't let that thing hear us. Xiaomei nodded, though tears continued to flow from her eyes, driven by fear. Away, too, was frightened. His body shook uncontrollably. He cautiously reached for the light switch on the wall and turned it off. The once bright compartment was suddenly engulfed in darkness. Without light. That thing shouldn't be able to find us. Let's stay quiet for a while, Away reassured her. Yeah, we'll be fine, the girl replied softly. Snuggling closer to Away, they huddled together in the corner of the compartment, offering each other comfort. Deep down, Away understood that their assurances were merely for consolation. Even if they managed to evade detection by the monster, prolonged starvation and thirst would gradually lead them to their demise. Xiaomei trembled once more, her voice quivering as she spoke. What's that? Away gently stroked her back, trying to soothe her. Look, under the doorframe of the compartment. Isn't there a pair of eyes? Chapter 64. Crawling zombies. As soon as Away heard Xiaomei's words, his body went rigid. An overwhelming sense of terror flooded his heart. He cautiously turned his head to look beneath the doorframe of the compartment. The darkness inside allowed the light from outside to seep through, illuminating a pair of blood-red eyes fixated on him. In that instant, Away's mind went blank, and breathing became increasingly difficult. The blood-red eyes narrowed, seemingly mocking Away and Xiaomei for their foolishness. Then, the iron door of the compartment emitted a grating sound, indicating that the owner of those eyes was attempting to force it open. Realizing they were at the brink of despair, the previously panicked Away suddenly found a sense of calm. After the door was forced open, Xiaomei, you must run outside with all your might, Away urged. No, I cannot, Xiaomei suddenly realized. What about you? It's all right, be brave. You run outside, and I will hold it back, Away replied. Rising to his feet and groping through the darkness until he found a broom. He lifted the broom defensively to his chest, attempting to bolster his courage, though a hint of disdain flickered in his bloodshot eyes. In the next moment, with a clang, the iron door swung open. Run, Away shouted, charging forward with fierce determination. The creature that had been clinging to the door finally revealed itself, a grotesque zombie. Its emaciated form was alarmingly thin, the outline of its bones starkly visible beneath its skin. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, with a long, crimson tongue lolling about. The zombie clung to the door like a gecko. As Away lunged toward it, the zombie chose not to strike, instead opting to taunt him by turning away and crawling up to the ceiling of the compartment. Away swung his broom, but struck nothing but air. He looked up at the zombie perched above, despair flooding his eyes. The courage he had mustered moments ago was extinguished in an instant. Could this creature truly be vanquished by humanity? The zombie, observing Away's lost spirit, saw the mockery in his gaze fade. Another toy had been discarded. Disappointed, it redirected its attention to Xiaomei, who was still huddled in the corner, struggling futilely against her fear, unable to even stand. Xiaomei, run, Away cried, regaining his senses at the sight of the zombie fixating on her. But alas, it was too late. The zombie's claws lunged toward Xiaomei's head, crushing it instantly. Blood and brain matter spilled forth. The zombie eagerly extended its foul tongue to savor the gruesome feast. Thud, Away collapsed to his knees, the horrific demise of his girlfriend extinguishing all hope within him. Disgusting creature, I shall fight you, he gasped, struggling to rise and brandishing the broom once more. Charging defiantly at the zombie, the creature, displeased by the interruption of its meal, swiped its claws, and Away departed this world alongside Xiaomei. The zombie, now satisfied, gleefully picked up Away's head to indulge in its feast. The compartment remained shrouded in darkness. The light from outside barely illuminated the doorway, leaving the corner where the zombie feasted in shadow. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. The zombie's expression soured. Another toy to disturb my meal? It decided to take the initiative, dropping Away's head and crawling toward the wall to exit the compartment. Just as the zombie's head peeked out, an exultant voice rang out. At last, I found you. Lin Ziluo, panting heavily, pointed at the zombie's head. He had been tirelessly battling zombies alongside Dasha. They systematically eradicated an entire floor of zombies. It was evident that their experience points were nearing the threshold for level 10. Lin Ziluo heard the startled exclamation from Away, signaling the emergence of something significant. Anxious to eliminate the threat, Lin Ziluo hurriedly descended the stairs, following the sound. Eventually, he found himself outside a compartment, where he caught sight of a zombie's head. Ah, a zombie in the assassination form. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized the type of zombie before him, much like humans undergoing class transitions. Zombies also exhibit distinct developmental trajectories during their evolution. The speed of their evolution is remarkably rapid, with variations in types appearing as early as the onset of the apocalypse. The assassination form Lin Ziluo referred to resembled that of an assassin among humans, possessing extraordinarily high mobility and formidable attack capabilities. Moreover, this class of zombies is particularly adept at consuming human brains, as doing so enhances their intelligence. This particular zombie exuded an air of heightened intellect. With its blood-red eyes fixated upon him, Lin Ziluo cautiously examined the zombie's attributes. Crawling zombie, bronze level, 10 base attributes, strength, 23 spirit, 15 constitution, 8 agility, 23 talent. Crawling, you can freely traverse the surfaces of non-smooth objects such as walls. Skills, backstab, you can unleash a claw strike, inflicting 110 points of damage based on strength. If the attack lands on the enemy's back, the damage is doubled. Phantom ambush, you can briefly merge with the ground or wall to evade attacks or maneuver towards the enemy. Upon re-emergence, you will launch a forward assault, dealing 80 points of strength damage. Lin Ziluo merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Although each assassination-type zombie possesses unique talents and strengths, their skills generally adhere to a familiar pattern. A single glance at the skill names was sufficient for Lin Ziluo to discern their effects. It must be said that this particular zombie was formidable, with its talents and skills forming a seamless synergy. Today's curiosity revolved around the distinction between the communication styles of the Apocalypse game and the Golden Finger system. All information enclosed within brackets pertains to the Apocalypse game. Ding. Such information is flagged by the Golden Finger system. The two must not be conflated. Chapter 65, The Ascension Method of Treading Left Wall and Right Wall. The foolish Dashin arrived late. Lin Ziluo had already gone ahead, leaving him behind to handle the last few zombies. The crawling zombie observed Lin Ziluo and Dashin before it, a flicker of confusion evident in its blood-red eyes. It could not comprehend why these two toys did not flee. In the past, whenever it was spotted, toys would scream and scatter in terror. The fearful expressions and shrieks of the toys were the sources of delight for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazzie has encountered a bronze-level crawling zombie. Triggering the quest, the grievance of the crawling zombie. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected the host activating the quest, the grievance of the crawling zombie, and is currently optimizing related issues. The vengeful crawling zombie. Task description. The librarian, wrongfully accused of stealing books from the library, finds himself berated by his superiors. In the midst of the apocalypse, he transforms into a zombie and exacts revenge upon his tormentors. He vows to annihilate all book lovers. Task requirement: eliminate the crawling zombie. Task reward: 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Task rewards have been optimized. Task duration: 12 hours. Task penalty: none. Abandoning the task or failing will incur no penalties. The moment has arrived. Lin Ziluo has been eagerly awaiting this task. Why not seize a free opportunity? You simpleton, just block its path, Lin Ziluo suggested. In truth, both Lin Ziluo and the simpleton could easily take on this crawling zombie individually. However, given the multitude of zombies lurking on this level, a swift resolution is imperative. Should 100 or so ordinary zombies converge, significant trouble would ensue. Upon hearing this, the simpleton charged ahead. The corridor leading to the small compartment was even narrower than that of the restroom. As the simpleton advanced, he nearly blocked the passageway entirely. The crawling zombie, sensing a challenge in the approaching simpleton, felt provoked. In the next moment, the zombie swiftly began to crawl along the wall of the corridor. The simpleton raised his heavy iron rod and swung it at the crawling zombie. The zombie, unfazed by the impending strike, did not flinch. Just as the iron rod was about to descend upon it, the zombie seemed to meld away, seamlessly merging into the wall. Shadowy phantasm. Instantly, a dark silhouette appeared on the wall, moving with remarkable speed. The simpleton's iron hammer struck the wall with tremendous force, creating a deep dent. Yet the shadow remained unaffected. The shadow darted away and soon re-emerged from the wall behind the simpleton. Before he could turn around, the shadow sprang from the wall and swiftly coalesced into the form of the crawling zombie. Gazing at the clumsy simpleton ahead, the crawling zombie's eyes glimmered with mockery. A foolish and awkward plaything. The zombie's claws radiated a sinister black light. Observing the simpleton's unguarded back, it was the perfect moment for a backstab. A flash of darkness ensued. A cry of agony echoed. The crawling zombie stared in terror at its shattered claws. Just as it was about to strike the foolish toy, a black longsword descended from behind. The zombie swiftly turned, using its claws to block the blow, albeit at the cost of several of its sharp talons. The crawling zombie quickly ascended to the ceiling, casting a glance back at the wielder of the black sword. Lin Ziluo wore an innocent expression. Everything that had just transpired was within his calculations. On the surface, shadowy phantasm appeared to be a divine technique, capable of burrowing into walls and rendering itself immune to damage. In truth, this skill possesses a peculiar side effect. Employing this ability instills a sense of psychological discomfort if one does not circumvent others. This phenomenon can be succinctly termed as obsessive-compulsive behavior. Hence, Lin Ziluo dispatched the clumsy Dasha to compel the crawling zombie to relinquish its phantasmal stealth. When the crawling zombie, in its impatience, approached Dasha from behind to launch a surprise attack, Lin Ziluo, who had been waiting patiently, stepped forward to deliver a decisive blow. As anticipated, the effect was remarkably pronounced. That single strike nearly incapacitated half of the crawling zombie's attacking prowess, ensnaring both of its abilities in the process, thereby eliminating any chance of escape. The crawling zombie, observing Lin Ziluo from the ceiling, was filled with anger, yet ultimately, fear prevailed. Consequently, it twisted its body to flee in the opposite direction. Would Lin Ziluo allow the crawling zombie to escape? With a powerful push against the wall, he left a dent before leaping onto the opposite wall. The passage was sufficiently narrow, allowing for such a maneuver. With another push, he shot upwards with great force. Executing the legendary technique of ascending through the walls, an upgraded version of the left foot right foot method. After 2 vigorous pushes, Lin Ziluo reached a height ample enough to decisively activate the brief hovering skill of the white wing cloak. With this ability, he could momentarily disregard the peril of falling and charge forward. During this sprint, the gale boot swiftness was also unleashed. The retreating crawling zombie had no opportunity to glance back at Lin Ziluo's extraordinary prowess. It merely focused on crawling forward. However, its speed paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo, who had fully activated his skills. Gradually, Lin Ziluo closed the distance. Sensing something amiss, the crawling zombie slightly slowed its pace and glanced back. This mere glance revealed a flash of black blade light before its eyes. With a thunderous strike, the severing blade cleaved through the crawling zombie's hind leg, triggering the intimidation effect of the lion's bracers. The crawling zombie's body abruptly halted, plummeting towards the ground. At that moment, the second strike of the severing blade was unleashed, accurately striking the triangular head of the crawling zombie. Chapter 66, Soaring to New Heights. The second super golden finger the head of the crawling zombie flew off, and its body was marked by the imprint of the severing blade. Upon activation, the crawling zombie was shattered into countless pieces. In an instant, a deluge of blood and shredded flesh surged towards Lin Ziluo. With a graceful flourish of his robe, he shielded himself from the onslaught of blood. Strangely, despite being crafted from fabric, the robe repelled the blood and debris, which slid off without a single drop staining its surface. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his robe before slowly descending from the ceiling as the system's notification chimed relentlessly. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating a level 10 bronze crawling zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the quest The Grudge of the Crawling Zombie. Congratulations to player Yazzie for receiving quest rewards, 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a piece of bronze level equipment. Congratulations to player Yazzie for leveling up to level 10, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie has now reached level 10. However, without a class change, further leveling will not be possible, and all experience will accumulate until the class change channel is opened. The acquisition of 350 experience points propelled Lin Ziluo to level 10, with a surplus of experience remaining. As indicated, without a class change, leveling up is not possible, but experience will still accumulate. The opening of the class change channel will occur only after the 7-day novice protection period concludes in the city, excluding hidden job class changes. Lin Ziluo is determined to complete the class change trial during the novice protection period, thus becoming the first player to successfully change classes, earning a global announcement. There is no need for excessive haste, as the first player to successfully change classes did so on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Prior to that, even with a class change scroll, it was useless without reaching level 10. Currently, it is only the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse, leaving Lin Ziluo with just over 3 days remaining. With keen eyes, Lin Ziluo noticed a white treasure chest drop beneath the crawling zombie's body, a silver treasure chest. However, Lin Ziluo chose not to approach it, as more pressing matters awaited him. System, where's my super golden finger? Lin Ziluo inquired joyfully while standing still. The golden finger system promptly appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10. You have gained an opportunity to draw a super golden finger. Would you like to draw now? Draw, Lin Ziluo thought, feeling a surge of excitement. The previous super golden finger had yielded an incredible drop rate, allowing him to surpass all other players significantly. What kind of super golden finger would he draw this time? Ding! The second super golden finger is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, player, for drawing the super golden finger, Yin-Yang Duality. Ding! Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess two professions. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, feeling a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was this truly happening? With a slight tremor in his voice, he asked, could you repeat that? Ding! Congratulations, player, for drawing the super golden finger, Yin-Yang Duality. Allowing you to possess two professions, the golden finger system reported obediently. Is this real? This is incredible! I can change to two professions. Lin Ziluo was overwhelmed with astonishment. What does this mean? He could wield the skills of two professions. With every level up, he would gain double the attribute points. If I were to transition into a warrior profession and subsequently into a mage profession, I would truly achieve a remarkable balance of both physical and magical prowess. This is simply extraordinary. No wonder it is referred to as a super cheat, each one potent enough to leave one breathless. In a fleeting moment, countless possibilities surged through Lin Ziluo's mind. However, rather unfortunately, the zombies on this floor, alerted by the recent commotion, came knocking. In a state of excitement, Lin Ziluo showed no mercy. After directing Desha to take cover, he utilized the narrow corridor to unleash the recently cooled down spike assault. Dozens of spikes erupted from the ground, piercing through a multitude of zombies. The notifications of zombie kills flooded the screen once more. Lin Ziluo stepped forward to seize the silver treasure chest dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of silver treasure chest can be moved. Unlike the wild treasure chests, Desha, retreat, let us head upstairs, he called out, and without hesitation, he dashed up the safety passage. Desha followed closely behind. After a brief chase, the duo successfully evaded the zombies and arrived at the already cleared 5th floor. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly examined the details of the Yin-Yang Duality. Yin-Yang Duality. The host can possess two professions. Notes: 1. Among the host's two professions, the first acquired will be displayed externally. 2. There are no restrictions on the contents of the two professions, however. If the fixed attributes are of the same kind, only the highest value will apply. 3. The free attribute points from the second profession will only receive 50, rounded up. After reading the notes, Lin Ziluo finally grasped the specific application of this cheat. Although it was not as outrageous as previously imagined with direct stacking, with proper manipulation, it would still prove advantageous. He contemplated. For instance, the second note stating that when fixed attributes are the same, the highest value is taken, implies that seeking professions of the same type is rather foolish. Instead, one should pursue two professions that enhance different fixed attributes, correct? A warrior class boosts strength and constitution, while a mage class enhances spirit and agility. In this case, the second note essentially imposes no restrictions, allowing for diversity in professions. The third note is also promising. If both professions provide 3 points of free attributes, calculated with rounding up, one could actually obtain 5 points of attributes. Chapter 67. Post-war rewards. A myriad of profession combinations began to materialize in Lin Ziluo's mind. Wait a moment. The Phantom enhances strength and agility. Does that mean he needs to find a profession that boosts constitution and spirit as well? There are indeed options. But the only top-tier choice would be the hidden profession of Holy Sword Knight from across the ocean. It seems there are no particularly strong professions of this type within the Dragon Kingdom. Should he abandon the Phantom and select another profession? Lin Ziluo found himself in a bit of a quandary. His meticulously planned development strategy had been disrupted, all because he could simultaneously transition into two professions. What a delightful dilemma this is. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo would still pursue the Phantom class change, as it represented an unparalleled hidden vocation, priceless beyond measure. Even if he chose not to transition, he could retain it or engage in trade. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo temporarily set aside his musings on this matter. He resolved to first acquire the Phantom class change scroll before contemplating anything else. He began to organize the rewards from his prior endeavors, which included clearing a layer of zombies and vanquishing crawling undead. The first order of business was to claim the quest reward, a piece of bronze-level equipment. Player Yazzie has obtained a bronze-level item, the Bronze Great Hammer. Bronze Great Hammer, a bronze-crafted colossal hammer, remarkably hefty. It is advisable to ensure one can lift it prior to use. Attributes: 2 strength. Attacks possess a shattering effect, providing a certain advantage in destruction. Lin Ziluo hefted the Bronze Great Hammer in his hand, noting its considerable weight. There was no need to say more. Big Fool was in for a treat. Oh, and Big Fool still had double-layered quest rewards. However, the quests he undertook could not be optimized by the game's enhancement system. Glancing at the quest rewards, aside from the usual reputation, gold, and experience, the remaining reward was a bronze-level item. Lin Ziluo took a look and discovered that Big Fool's item reward was the Eye of Reconnaissance. It appears I have been outdone in luck. Meanwhile, the quest reward he had bestowed upon Big Fool was rather mundane, merely yielding a few extra coins for him. Excellent. He was now one step closer to the Guardian-S mark of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo handed the Bronze Great Hammer to Big Fool, who accepted it with a smile, seemingly quite pleased with the equipment. Such a reaction was rare. Big Fool's smiles typically only emerged when indulging in roasted chicken. Subsequently, Big Fool began to swing the Great Hammer joyfully. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo opted to open a silver chest. In the apocalyptic game, there existed a creature that would drop only a single item. Upon defeat, it would either yield one item or a chest. This chest was not a wild one, as it was movable, yet, in terms of the items obtained, it was somewhat inferior to wild chests. Player Yazzie has successfully opened the silver chest. Player Yazzie, upon opening the silver chest, received a boon from it, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.3 cubic meters. Player Yazzie has gained an enhancement in experience, acquiring 50 points. Player Yazzie rummaged through the silver chest and successfully extracted 270 gold coins. As the silvery light dissipated, 2 items emerged before Lin Ziluo. One was a pair of shimmering white pants, and the other, a resource card. Not a loss at all. Obtaining a piece of silver-level pants from this chest was more than sufficient. Lin Ziluo picked up the pants. Resilient battle pants, silver-level equipment, crafted from a highly resilient material, capable of greatly assisting players in combat. Attributes: 3 Constitution, 1 Agility. The duration of negative effects endured by players has been reduced by 20. The trousers possess commendable attributes. Negative effects, such as blindness, dizziness, and defense depletion, will have their duration shortened, potentially turning the tide of battle. Lin Ziluo delightedly donned the trousers. Having reached level 10, he had a point of freedom to allocate. Without hesitation, he invested it in mental attributes. Now, he possessed the unique ability to engage in dual professions, necessitating a comprehensive development of all attributes. At this moment, Lin Ziluo's fundamental attributes exhibited significant changes. Basic attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. Perfect. Additionally, there were items obtained from previously vanquished zombies, 2 pieces of equipment, and several items. Those 2 pieces of equipment were inferior to what Lin Ziluo already possessed, yet they were precisely the components missing from Dashu's arsenal. Lin Ziluo generously bestowed all of them upon Dashu, ensuring that Dashu's strength would not lag too far behind his own. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ziluo lost interest in further zombie hunting. He instructed Dashu to retrieve the items dropped by the zombies he had just slain with his spike assault. Meanwhile, he sought refuge in a room on the 5th floor with a table. After placing the reconnaissance eye on the ground, Lin Ziluo reclined atop the table. Upon posing several inquiries to the Golden Finger system, he solidified his intentions. Before the 9th day of the apocalypse, if he could not find a suitable profession, he would temporarily transition to the Phantom class to secure a global announcement. As for the other profession, there was no rush. The Golden Finger system had previously clarified that upon successful transition to the second profession, any unallocated attribute points from prior levels would be restored. At this juncture, Dashu returned, clutching items retrieved from downstairs. Lin Ziluo inspected them, finding nothing particularly valuable. Very well, let us rest for now, he said. And later we must return to the Death God Club. I hope the numbers will be sufficient to expedite the extermination of the museum. With all considerations addressed, Lin Ziluo blissfully succumbed to slumber. The time was now the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68. Ready for action on the sixth day of the apocalypse, at 2 in the afternoon, Lin Ziluo awoke from his midday slumber. It had been a day since his return from the library in Magic City. On the fifth day, having slept late, he rose later than usual. After some contemplation, he resolved to dedicate the day to eradicating all the zombies within the library. It was evident that even if he returned to the Death God Club now, the numbers might still be insufficient. Surely, it would be more advantageous to eliminate additional zombies during this time. Although he could not level up, accumulating some gold and acquiring items would still be gratifying. Thus, Lin Ziluo and Dashu devoted the entire day to cleansing the Magic City library of the remaining 600 or so zombies. The experience accumulated in Lin Ziluo's experience pool was sufficient for him to level up once more. However, in terms of items, he did not unearth anything particularly useful, as his current equipment was already quite luxurious. Significantly, I have equipped the majority of the necessary gear for the Big Fool, with the exception of trousers and shoes. On the item front, a new artifact has emerged, the Healing Spell Scroll, a bronze-level disposable item that, when utilized, can unleash a healing spell to restore a specified unit's injuries, the extent of recovery being determined by the mental prowess of the individual activating the scroll. This is indeed a commendable healing item, particularly beneficial for Lin Ziluo. After sweeping through the library of the Demon City, night fell. Lin Ziluo opted to remain in the library for another night, retiring early to bed. Consequently, at 6 in the morning, he and the Big Fool set off towards the Zyrunfa shopping mall. Upon reaching the top floor of the mall, Lin Ziluo once again stirred a commotion among the crowd, this time due to his remarkably dashing appearance. Clad in an extraordinarily stylish black robe, complemented by an enigmatic mask and the formidable presence of the Big Fool behind him, he exuded an aura of unparalleled charisma. Had it not been for the haunting memory of the Big Fool spinning a man's head 180 degrees just 2 days prior, many would have already approached Lin Ziluo. Nevertheless, some newcomers, imbued with youthful bravado, dared to step forward, eager to inquire about the origin of his attire. However, they were promptly restrained by a group of seasoned members. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would not have hesitated to assert his authority over the new recruits. With an air of confidence, Lin Ziluo strode into Gao Dong's office. Since Lin Ziluo effortlessly dealt with their most formidable rival, Gao Dong's circumstances had considerably improved. Upon entering the office, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find Gao Dong playfully engaging with a young girl, initially intending to reprimand the intruder for interrupting his private moment. Gao Dong's expression transformed into one of radiant delight upon seeing Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool. The contrast was so striking that it left the young girl momentarily speechless, questioning if this was truly the president she knew. When Lin Ziluo inquired about the timing of the assault on the Demon City Museum, Gao Dong proudly proclaimed that he had recently dispatched individuals to recruit members from outside. The Death God Club was rapidly expanding, boasting over 200 members, and preparations were underway to launch an attack on the museum in the afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily consented, recognizing that an afternoon offensive would provide ample opportunity to conquer the zombies by nightfall, allowing him to proceed directly to the professional trial. This encapsulates Lin Ziluo's experiences over the past 2 days. Fully awakened, he rose from his bed, made a slight adjustment to his attire, and exited his temporary abode, which he had chosen for its proximity to Zyrunfa. In the living room, he spotted the Big Fool, who was currently brandishing his bronze giant hammer with fervor. Since Lin Ziluo gifted him the colossal bronze hammer, he has become utterly enamored with it. Whenever he finds a moment of leisure, he engages in vigorous swings of the hammer. Lin Ziluo has also observed that Dasha possesses a certain innate talent in this regard. Within merely 2 days, his hammer-wielding skills have become quite impressive. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo emerge from his quarters, Dasha wisely ceased his hammer practice. "Let us depart." With a grand gesture, Lin Ziluo donned his mask. The thought of finally avenging himself against the individual who marred his visage filled him with anticipation. This residence is in close proximity to the Shaoruanfa Mall, and the surrounding area has been thoroughly cleared of zombies by the members of the Reaper Club. Lin Ziluo made his way to the top floor of the mall without any hindrances. As soon as the freight elevator doors opened, he beheld the towering figure of Gao Dong passionately delivering a speech in the center of the hall. "Dear esteemed members, today marks a significant day for our Reaper Club. As we are on the brink of a grand battle, we shall mobilize our entire force to eradicate the zombies within the Magic Capital Museum and reclaim the cultural treasures that have been the heritage of our Dragon Kingdom for generations." Gao Dong faltered, as he noticed the gaze of Lin Ziluo through the mask, which resembled the stare of a corpse. Moreover, Desha stood behind him, brandishing the intimidating bronze hammer that evoked fear even in Lin Ziluo himself. It was evident that should Gao Dong continue his speech, that hammer would soon descend upon his head. Ahem, to keep it brief, everyone assemble and prepare to attack the Magic Capital Museum, Gao Dong wisely proposed. The audience, initially drowsy from the long-winded speech, suddenly regained their vigor upon his abrupt change of demeanor. Charge! I shall annihilate every zombie in the museum. I am destined to acquire a piece of bronze equipment. The day I have awaited has finally arrived. I, De Huangmao, am poised for greatness. I am not boasting. This time, I shall ascend to level 5. This time I intend to slay 10 zombies. Please do not misunderstand. This is merely my excitement manifesting in exuberant shouts. Chapter 69. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain, Lin Ziluo surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Indeed, it was a gathering of players spoiled by the novice protection mechanism, having survived the turmoil of the apocalypse. They began to swell with arrogance once they acquired a modicum of strength. They have truly mistaken the apocalypse game for a leisurely endeavor where slaying monsters equates to effortless gains. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., once the novice protection period concludes, it remains uncertain how many unfortunate souls will meet their demise. Despite Gao Dong's repeated attempts to maintain order, the members of the Reaper Club ultimately gathered together. Though lacking in discipline, they were united in their willingness to assault the Magic Capital Museum, at least temporarily accepting some semblance of management. The freight elevator on the top floor of the mall began to operate swiftly, transporting groups of members downstairs for assembly. Brother Lin, how do you propose we launch our attack? Gao Dong inquired, peering through binoculars at the throngs of zombies outside the museum, seeking Lin Ziluo's counsel. Lure them away. Lin Ziluo replied. At that moment, they found themselves in a CAF directly opposite the Magic Capital Museum. On the ground floor, members were taking a moment to rest. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Gao Dong, along with 2 other leaders, Lin Ziluo and Desha, were formulating their strategic approach before the operation. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's words, Gao Dong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He sensed that this tactic had considerable potential. The primary concern was the overwhelming number of zombies congregating at the entrance of the Museum of Magic City. Charging in recklessly would leave them outnumbered and easily encircled. The plan involved sending agile individuals to lure the zombies using raw meat contaminated with the zombie virus. Once successfully baited, they would guide the undead into a prearranged encirclement. Even if all the zombies from the museum were drawn away, they would not suffer losses, as this would elongate their line and facilitate an offensive. Lin Ziluo meticulously explained the baiting strategy, and Gao Dong, along with the other leaders, gazed at him with admiration. Brother Lin, your brilliance is truly remarkable. This plan is flawless, Gao Dong exclaimed. Indeed, Brother Lin's wisdom leaves me in awe, echoed the other leaders. The sincerity of their flattery mattered little to Lin Ziluo, as he was preoccupied with a different agenda. It was crucial to recognize that once all the zombies were lured away from the museum, it would be devoid of threats. At that juncture, Lin Ziluo could enter the museum unimpeded and access the scroll. This tactic is akin to drawing the tiger from its mountain lair, he mused. Gao Dong and the 2 leaders unanimously endorsed the plan, which was swiftly approved. Gao Dong descended to the first floor CAF to relay the combat strategy to the assembled members, who unanimously agreed, appreciating the reduced risks while still reaping the same rewards, a proposition that any reasonable individual would endorse. Soon, several agile members were selected. The Death God Club had access to sufficient raw meat for the task. Ultimately, they decided on 2 of the swiftest individuals to entice the zombies with the meat, while the others would assist in relay along the route. Once the bait was relinquished, its allure would diminish significantly, alleviating concerns over potential complications. The final destination for the bait was designated, a relatively secluded park. Fortunately, the zombies in that area had been eliminated the previous day by members of the Death God Club, rendering it an ideal site for their ambush. With everything in place, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. In truth, my agility is the highest. Allow me to take the lead in luring the zombies, he proclaimed with conviction. Both seasoned and new members regarded Lin Ziluo with admiration. Goodness! Who is unaware that being the first to lure the zombies is the most perilous task? Brother Lin is willing to face this danger to fulfill the mission, truly a warrior. No one doubted Lin Ziluo's agility for this endeavor. If they were aware that Lin Ziluo merely wished to be closer to the museum, perhaps to facilitate the first leg of the relay and discreetly infiltrate the institution, one might wonder if it would cause them to bleed profusely. Lin Ziluo held the card presented by Gao Dong, inscribed with the words fresh flesh infected by zombie virus. The primary reason for assigning 2 individuals to the task of seduction was that the entire Grim Reaper Club possessed only 2 cards of fresh flesh. A glance at Lin Ziluo's storage space revealed a conspicuous stack of fresh flesh. Clearing his throat, he acknowledged the significant disparity. As for the fool, Lin Ziluo chose not to take him along. It would be futile to have him accompany him into the trial space alone. It would be more beneficial for him to remain outside, accumulating gold coins and contributing to the Guardian of Magic City insignia. Just slay the zombies. Heed no one but me. If anyone provokes you, eliminate them immediately, understood? Lin Ziluo instructed the fool. The fool nodded, indicating his comprehension. Lin Ziluo was not entirely indifferent to the fool's well-being. He could sense the fool's emotions. Should any real trouble arise, he could exert direct control over him, thus allowing him to relax somewhat. The fool followed Gao Dong and the others to the ambush site, while Lin Ziluo and a few responsible for the seduction remained at the CAF, awaiting the signal to commence their actions. Aware that the trial demanded considerable energy, Lin Ziluo promptly closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard a voice say, "Lin, we can move." Chapter 70. The familiar scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who called him was Chao Yang, who, like him, needed to take the first action. "All right, let us depart," Lin Ziluo replied. He stepped out first, with the others following closely behind. Soon, they reached their designated positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a card of fresh flesh as they advanced. "Lin, are we not at risk of being overwhelmed?" Chao Yang inquired, swallowing nervously. Lin Ziluo did not wish for his plan to be undermined by this man's trepidation. "You run ahead, and I will pause for a moment," Lin Ziluo instructed. Chao Yang remained apprehensive. "But, esteemed one, wouldn't that put you in danger?" "Danger? Remaining behind makes it easier to vanish. I intend to slay more zombies. After the baton is passed, I will take a different path to attract a few zombies, and you can follow them. Understood?" Lin Ziluo's tone was frigid. "Understood." Chao Yang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Even if he were to disappear, it would pose no issue. Thus, the two arrived at the small square in front of the Magic City Museum, where a throng of zombies had gathered. "Activate in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo declared. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang positioned themselves at opposite sides of the square. Chao Yang's position was significantly distant from the path they intended to escape. Therefore, he needed to lead the zombies on a lengthy detour. As the 30 seconds elapsed, Chao Yang trembled as he activated the card. A piece of raw meat materialized in his hand. Instantly, the nearby zombies reacted, turning their heads towards him. Moreover, even those zombies beyond the enticing range were stirred by the commotion of their fellow undead. A growl echoed as one zombie began to approach Chao Yang, gradually quickening its pace. Soon, all the zombies started to converge rapidly towards him. "Run," Lin Ziluo urged. With the raw meat in hand, Chao Yang began to circle around. Lin Ziluo, exhibiting remarkable audacity, ventured forward a considerable distance, successfully attracting a portion of the zombies. He then activated the raw meat, amplifying its allure. His position was strategically chosen to draw the remaining zombies in the small square, as well as some from the outer areas of the museum. This was precisely why he delayed activating the meat until now. Only he could accurately discern how to maximize the attraction of the zombies. As the zombies approached within 2 meters, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A horde of zombies followed in pursuit. At that moment, Chao Yang had also completed his circuit with the zombies. The two converged, with Chao Yang leading and Lin Ziluo trailing, as they sprinted towards their predetermined location. Behind them, a dense swarm of zombies pursued with increasing fervor, even prompting another mass of zombies to emerge from within the museum. Success. Lin Ziluo's agility was undeniable. And with Chao Yang's entire attribute points allocated to agility, the two had no trouble luring the undead. Lin Ziluo even found himself frequently pausing to allow the zombies to catch up. Soon, he spotted their waiting companions ahead. Now was the time to escape. Lin Ziluo slowed his pace to join Chao Yang, shoving the raw meat into his embrace. "Keep running. I'll handle the zombies," Lin Ziluo declared. "It's all right, brother Lin. You can rest assured," Chao Yang began. But before he could finish, he watched in as Lin Ziluo suddenly accelerated and vanished from his sight. Wow. The prowess of a true expert. He must have been holding back earlier, Chao Yang exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. At that moment, he successfully reunited with the remaining members. Their next task was to take turns holding the raw meat and escape in relay. Lin Ziluo, meanwhile, was sprinting at full speed. He did not head directly back towards the museum. Such a route was impossible, as the entire road was congested with zombies, numbering at least in the thousands. Instead, Lin Ziluo opted for a narrow path, employing a tactical maneuver. After a vigorous run, he soon returned to the small square of the Magic City Museum, where a few stray zombies lingered. With a swift strike, he dispatched one that blocked his way and then entered the museum. The layout of the museum had long been firmly etched in Lin Ziluo's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the familiar exhibition hall. After effortlessly dispatching 2 zombies, Lin Ziluo finally laid eyes on the scroll he had been yearning for. This ancient scroll, crafted from the hide of an unknown beast, found its place within the Museum of Magic City precisely because its origin could not be discerned. Intricate symbols adorned its surface, accompanied by 2 distinct figures, one resembling a bull and the other a bird. With the onset of the apocalyptic game, a glowing hexagram, reminiscent of a wild treasure chest, appeared beneath the scroll, continuously spinning, indicating its extraordinary nature. It was no wonder that in a past life, it had deceived many into peril. Lin Ziluo approached the scroll with determined strides. The protective shield that once encased the scroll shattered under his repeated strikes. A piercing alarm echoed through the hall. Yet, Lin Ziluo calmly placed his hand upon the scroll. Chapter 71. The First Trial. The Blood Sea. Player Yazai has discovered a peculiar scroll, seemingly harboring immense secrets. Player Reputation 500. The scroll is summoning the player. Will Player Yazai accept the scroll's call? Accept, Lin Ziluo declared. Player Yazai has accepted the scroll's call and is about to enter the scroll. The scroll began to emit a blinding light, enveloping the entire exhibition hall. Lin Ziluo's vision gradually succumbed to the radiance, compelling him to close his eyes. His body felt increasingly weightless. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness washed over him. As this feeling faded, Lin Ziluo slowly regained his sight. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself within a completely sealed stone chamber. The walls of the chamber were illuminated by floating flames, precisely as he had envisioned. Lin Ziluo had suspected that the entirety of the trial unfolded within a cave, and he pondered the source of the air. He approached a stone wall and extended his hand. A miraculous scene unfolded as his arm effortlessly passed through the stone barrier. Indeed, he was still in the same place. It had taken him considerable time to discover this spot initially. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo advanced towards the stone wall and vanished into it. Congratulations, Player Yazai has successfully activated the trial. Mysterious trial. Trial description. This scroll appears to contain certain secrets, patiently awaiting a worthy inheritor of its power. Trial requirements. Complete 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and skills will be disabled during this period. Trial rewards. Level increase. Special profession. Illusionist. Trial time limit. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. Do not concern yourself with it. Trial penalty. Failure will result in the immediate annihilation of the player. Ding. The Golden Finger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating the modification program. Ding. The host will not face any penalties for failing the task. The system will ensure the host's departure from the trial space. Ding. The system has confirmed that the host is engaged in a trial, successfully triggering the ancient task. Ancient trial. This is a legacy that has existed for thousands of years, awaiting a sufficiently powerful individual to inherit it. Task requirements. Through the trials presented by the scroll, inherit the true power of the scroll. Task rewards. A random ordinary golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. Task duration. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. There is no need for concern. The apocalyptic game and the golden finger system have successively issued their messages. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat bewildered. Although the information from the apocalyptic game mirrored his experiences from his previous life, the assertions made by the golden finger system seemed questionable. Thousands of years? Sufficiently powerful? While the phantom profession could be deemed top tier, it hardly warranted such claims. Lin Ziluo was filled with doubt. He was more aware than anyone of the phantom's origins, which trace back to a legendary assassin from Longgua's ancient times, amounting to merely 1,000 years of history. Furthermore, the phantom's second job transfer at level 50 and third job transfer at level 80 did not align with the golden finger system's assertions. Attempting to inquire with the golden finger system, Lin Ziluo received no response. Something felt amiss. He swiftly heightened his vigilance. Even though the trial thus far consisted of familiar scenes, after accepting both tasks, Lin Ziluo proceeded forward. Ahead lay a hollowed-out cave, at the center of which stood a stone platform. Upon the platform rested a soul-colored orb. The content of the trial appeared straightforward. Simply place one's hand upon the orb. First trial initiated. Please, player, place your hand upon the orb of dawn. Lin Ziluo walked directly to the yellow orb and placed his hand upon it. As soon as his hand touched the soul-colored orb, it began to transform. The orb's surface, once a muted yellow, gradually displayed red lines. These red lines varied in length and continued to multiply. Once they reached a certain quantity, they began to intertwine, swiftly covering the orb's surface entirely, transforming it into a blood-red sphere. Here it comes. Lin Ziluo tensed, becoming alert. A flash of red light forced him to close his eyes. After a moment of disorientation, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted him into full awareness. At this moment, he found himself no longer in the previous cave but rather in an endless expanse. The space above was suffused with a dark crimson hue, imparting an oppressive sensation. Prolonged gazes toward the ceiling resulted in a stinging pain in his eyes. Lin Ziluo stood upon a rocky outcrop. The reason it is referred to as a reef is that, apart from this solitary stone, Lin Ziluo's field of vision is filled with an endless blood-red ocean. This diminutive rock, enveloped by the sanguine sea, merely reveals enough space for Lin Ziluo to stand. It resembles a solitary vessel adrift on an infinite expanse of water. Lin Ziluo reached out to scoop some of the crimson liquid surrounding him. A potent metallic scent assaulted his senses. Indeed, this so-called seawater is nothing but blood. It is unfathomable to contemplate how such a vast ocean of blood could have come into existence. If this blood were sourced from humanity, how many lives would need to be extinguished to yield such a scale? Kill! A resounding cry reverberated from above, as if imbued with an enchantment, causing Lin Ziluo's blood to boil instantaneously. Kill! The voice echoed again, intensifying the fervor within him. His heart began to race, and the color in his face deepened. Veins bulged beneath his skin, yet despite the transformation of his body, his expression remained resolute, his eyes shining with clarity. Chapter 72. The Second Trial. Endless Darkness. Kill. 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 The voices continued to resonate. The blood-formed ocean began to ripple in response to the cacophony. With each utterance of the command, waves of crimson surged toward Lin Ziluo. He stood his ground, allowing the towering tides of blood to crash against him. As the cries persisted, his body underwent further changes. His skin became suffused with red, as though he had emerged from the very blood itself. The thunderous beating of his heart and his labored breaths attested to the unimaginable torment he was enduring. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had relied on his hatred for Yao Jinghan to endure this ordeal, having contemplated surrender countless times. He had resorted to hiding on the reef, covering his ears to block out the sounds, engaging in various despondent actions. Yet this time, regardless of how his body reacted or the relentless waves of blood that assailed him, Lin Ziluo maintained his unwavering expression. He stood resolute upon the rock, akin to a tenacious pine tree. Countless times, dozens, hundreds, thousands, the cries of kill echoed like thunder, and the blood waves crashed endlessly. Lin Ziluo remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. After an indeterminate passage of time, the cacophony suddenly ceased. The waves also fell silent. A faint smile finally graced Lin Ziluo's face, for he knew he had triumphed in this trial. Moreover, the nightmares that had plagued him from his previous life dissipated with the conclusion of this ordeal. Good, good, good. After 3 affirmations, Lin Ziluo's consciousness faded once more. When he regained awareness, his hand rested upon the bead, which had reverted from its blood-red hue to a muted earth tone. The surroundings remained as tranquil as the cave he had previously encountered. Lin Ziluo found himself entirely cleansed of blood, as if nothing had ever transpired. Congratulations, player. You have successfully passed the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, beginning to adjust his state of mind. Time was not of the essence here. The flow of time in this realm differed from that of the outside world. Though he had spent a considerable duration, perhaps only an hour had passed beyond this domain. After a long period of recalibration, Lin Ziluo finally restored himself to his prior condition. He cast a glance at the earthy-hued orb, pondering how such a diminutive object could ensnare one in such terrifying illusions. Retracting his hand, he straightened his attire and made his way towards a newly appeared opening. This entrance was unfathomably deep, devoid of the previously floating flames. Lin Ziluo took a lingering look at the light within the cave before resolutely stepping inside. Upon entering the cave, he received the notification, "The second trial has commenced. Please proceed forward." player. As the prompts from the apocalyptic game concluded, Lin Ziluo glanced back, only to be met with an endless abyss. He turned his gaze forward, where darkness reigned supreme. Lin Ziluo found himself utterly engulfed in shadows, devoid of any light or obstacles. This was the second trial. He must walk perpetually forward, never pausing. He need not heed the fatigue of his body, nor require sustenance or hydration. He must simply continue onward. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo could not recall how long he had persevered. Initially, he pressed on fueled by vengeance until exhaustion overtook him, collapsing to the ground. Upon awakening, he found himself at the third trial. In essence, this trial was a test of willpower. Once one's determination met the requisite standard, passage would be granted. Lin Ziluo began his forward march. The profound darkness seemed interminable. All he beheld was blackness. His steps were resolute, striding confidently into the void. He had no idea how long he had traversed this obscurity. Perhaps a month, perhaps 3, perhaps a year, or even several years. The darkness was terrifying, fearsome enough to instill dread. It was an abyss of despair. In this realm of shadows, there was no direction, no aim, no life, no scenery, nothing but endless solitude. Lin Ziluo needed only to mechanistically move his feet, relentlessly advancing. Give up. After all, should you faint, you would reach the next trial. This thought echoed in his mind countless times. Yet, each time it surfaced, Lin Ziluo resolutely dismissed it. Why surrender? He had already endured this once in his past life. Given the chance to start anew, why not persist? Gradually, his steps grew heavier. Yet his gaze hardened with renewed determination. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000,000 steps. In this darkness, time had lost all meaning. Gradually, Lin Ziluo was horrified to discover that his consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred, and his thoughts began to dull. Such is the terror of time. It gradually ensnares one within this abyss of darkness. No, I refuse. This time, I will persevere until the final moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle. He delved into his memories. A decade's worth of experiences surfaced relentlessly in his mind. The gear he had acquired, the tasks he had completed, the people he had encountered, the zombies he had vanquished, the dire straits he had endured, and so forth, year upon year, every detail replaying in his mind. Yet, he continued to advance. He was unceasing in his progression. Was this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. How absurd it seemed. He was indeed experiencing hallucinations. In this space, there existed a radiant white light. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo found the brilliant white light ahead still shone brilliantly. Was this not an illusion? Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt disbelief wash over him. Was this the end? This was indeed the end. He had truly persevered until the very conclusion. In that fleeting moment, Lin Ziluo nearly burst into tears from overwhelming emotion. Trembling, he moved toward the white light, gazing at the blinding glow that lay before him. Having been engulfed in darkness for so long, his eyes felt no discomfort, only an overwhelming warmth. Cautiously, he took a step forward and entered the luminous embrace of the light. Chapter 73. The Third Trial. The Cat Demon. A stone chamber, stone walls, floating flames, and a wooden rack filled with numerous weapons. He had truly emerged. He checked his body once more. Externally, he appeared unchanged compared to before entering that passage, as if his lengthy journey had never transpired. Lin Ziluo sat down heavily upon the ground, beginning to rest. The stone chamber he now occupied was no different from the one prior to the trials. To enter the next phase, he merely needed to traverse the stone wall. Congratulations, player, for successfully passing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game notification chimed. Lin Ziluo finally let out a genuine sigh of relief. This path indeed had an end. He had truly persevered to the finish. The first 2 trials, as Lin Ziluo had previously noted, did not require him to exert excessive effort to succeed. A mere demonstration of his capabilities would suffice. Yet, Lin Ziluo was unwilling to settle. In his previous life, his unsatisfactory performance in the 2 trials left him with profound regrets. In this rebirth, he sought a true resurrection to rectify all his past grievances, including the next trial involving that cat, the one that had left him with an indelible scar that could never be mended. The thought of facing that cat once more ignited Lin Ziluo's innate desire for vengeance, unleashing newfound strength within him. The constraints of this trial forbade the use of equipment and skills, yet did not restrict his talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground, having rested for quite some time before finally shaking off the lingering effects of the darkness that had previously engulfed him. He rose to his feet, and approached the wooden rack of weapons. These arms were prepared for the next trial and the feline adversary that awaited him. Unable to retrieve his own weapon, he selected one from the array, ultimately choosing a hefty iron blade that he wielded with great proficiency. With determination, he strode towards the stone wall. As he passed through the barrier, he entered a vast cavern. The third trial commences. Players are tasked to slay the guardian beast. The announcement echoed, prompting Lin Ziluo to raise his long knife. The cavern was presently devoid of any peculiarities, an empty expanse stretching before him. Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the silence. Meow. This sound was not the soft mewl of a domestic pet, but rather a chilling, sharp, and jarring wail that sent shivers down one's spine. In the previously vacant cave, ripples manifested upon a rock wall, and a cat emerged. This feline was larger than the average cat, though not as monstrous as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had encountered before. Its most terrifying feature was its face. If one were not to pay close attention, they might mistake it for an elderly visage, riddled with wrinkles. Lin Ziluo had dubbed it the human-faced cat. The human-faced cat possessed a pair of eerie blue eyes, reminiscent of the spectral hues described in ancient legends of the Dragon Kingdom. Its body bore no distinction from that of ordinary cats, cloaked entirely in pure black fur. In the dimly lit cavern, illuminated solely by floating flames, it appeared particularly sinister. Upon the sight of the human-faced cat, Lin Ziluo's wariness heightened, for upon encountering an enemy, one's animosity intensifies. The attributes of this feline were inscrutable, yet Lin Ziluo, having battled it before, gauged its strength. It was not overwhelmingly powerful, merely a notch above himself without equipment. However, its agility was formidable. When it sprinted at full speed, it even left afterimages in its wake. Since its appearance, the human-faced cat had been fixated on Lin Ziluo with its ghostly blue gaze, seemingly contemplating the most effective means to dispatch him. Under the cat's unsettling scrutiny, Lin Ziluo's demeanor remained unchanged. He exhaled deeply and unexpectedly closed his eyes. What on earth? The human-faced cat was momentarily taken aback. After all this time, it had awaited the arrival of a lunatic? Yet, Lin Ziluo was not mad. He was merely preparing himself for the impending battle, recalling the wealth of experience he had amassed. In the seemingly interminable journey through that passage, Lin Ziluo had sought to maintain clarity of mind. Reflecting upon his 10 years of experience, memory surged forth, replaying battles and dissecting every detail of his actions. Among these recollections, the most prominent were those of his strategic maneuvers and the nuances of his strikes. At this moment, Lin Ziluo finally recognized the profound correctness of the decisions he had made. The protagonist had reached an extraordinary level in combat. After countless recollections and simulated battles, Lin Ziluo's combat prowess experienced a remarkable breakthrough. Detected that the player's talent, vengeful gaze, has transcended to a new realm. The epic grade talent omniscient mastery has transformed into a legendary grade talent all-knowing and all-powerful combat. All-knowing and all-powerful combat. A legendary talent that grants you an unimaginable mastery over combat. You can effortlessly wield various fighting techniques and weaponry. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to the prompts from the apocalyptic game, for he sensed the movement of the cat with a human face. Even though its actions were subtle and swift, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes closed, perceived its position through the shifts in air currents. He raised the iron blade in his hand, emanating an indescribable aura. In the ancient Dragon Kingdom, there existed a mystical technique known as sword nurturing, which involved concealing a sword within its sheath, carrying it throughout one's life, and focusing one's essence and spirit upon it. After decades of nurturing, the sword would harbor a terrifying energy. Those who practiced sword nurturing had but one opportunity to draw their sword in their lifetime, choosing to do so only in moments of dire necessity. Upon drawing the sword, their life would draw to a close, unleashing an unparalleled power that had been cultivated for years. Sword drawn, life extinguished, leaving behind a single, breathtaking strike that would resonate through eternity. This story is purely a work of fiction. Readers are advised not to imitate. Chapter 74. The Phantom is within reach. What trials await? If sword nurturing derives its terrifying power from decades of concentrated essence, what of Lin Ziluo? In the sea of blood, steeped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter countless times, he remained utterly unmoved. In the darkness, his will and spirit endured what felt like centuries of relentless forging, steadfastly pushing forward. This focus and perseverance far surpassed the mere decades of practice in sword nurturing. Now, it was Lin Ziluo's moment to draw. As he heard the movement of the cat with a human face, so close at hand, Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. In that fleeting instant, he swung the blade in his hand. This strike appeared ordinary, as though Lin Ziluo had swung it aimlessly. Yet, it was this very strike that unveiled fear, panic, shock, astonishment, and despair upon the creature's countenance. For it realized that its body had been completely ensnared by this blow, as if bound by invisible shackles, utterly immobilized. It could only watch helplessly as it offered itself to the edge of the blade. Moreover, as its body drew ever closer to the blade, an overwhelming dread surged within its heart, tormenting its very spirit. It was as if the face cat was compelled to relive the torment endured by Lin Ziluo during these two trials. The blade glided smoothly across the abdomen, neck, and ultimately the forehead of the face cat. Strangely, no wounds were visible where the blade had passed. Only when the face cat crashed heavily to the ground did small droplets of blood begin to seep from the wound. A creature that had once caused Lin Ziluo immense distress in a previous life was instantaneously vanquished by him in that fleeting moment. Its visage bore a lingering expression of profound terror, distorting its very face. It was utterly inconceivable. Lin Ziluo sheathed the iron blade. His emotions at that moment could only be described as exhilarating. The strike, long awaited, had severed the negative emotions accumulated throughout his past experiences, allowing the face cat to endure the very despair that could drive an ordinary person to the brink of collapse, ultimately succumbing in hopelessness. Player Yazai has successfully slain the guardian beast. Congratulations to Player Yazai for successfully passing the third trial. Congratulations to Player Yazai for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to Player Yazai for receiving trial rewards. Level increased by 1. Phantom Class Change Scroll, as the player has not completed the class change. The level increase reward will be accumulated upon completion of the class change. Notifications from the Doomsday game continued to appear. A scroll materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand. By merely unrolling this scroll, he would successfully transition to the hidden class of Phantom. However, Lin Ziluo did not hasten to open it, for he was astonished to discover that he had not exited the cave. What was happening? The last time he had painstakingly slain the face cat, he had been teleported out of the trial. But this time, there was not a single sign of movement. Could it be that he was trapped within the trial? No. The Doomsday game system had confirmed his completion of the task. So why hadn't the ancient trial rewards from the Golden Finger system been dispensed? Lin Ziluo sensed something was amiss. He quickly summoned the Golden Finger system panel. It clearly indicated that he had not completed the task of inheriting the true power of the scroll. This meant he had not truly inherited the scroll's power at all. Unbelievable. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation. Ding. Detection confirms that the host has successfully passed the trial. Please proceed to accept the true power from the scroll. The familiar voice of the Golden Finger system reassured Lin Ziluo, allowing him to exhale in relief. Thankfully, he was not trapped within the cave. But how should he proceed? Lin Ziluo inquired of the Golden Finger system. Yet, the system remained unresponsive, behaving just as it had when he first entered, feigning silence once more. Curiosity began to stir within Lin Ziluo. What kind of scroll could render the Golden Finger system mute? Or perhaps the system and the scroll are old acquaintances. Lin Ziluo retracted the Phantom Class Change Scroll into his storage space and proceeded to follow the Golden Finger system's guidance. Soon, he arrived at the cave's end. It was only when he approached closely that he noticed tiny fissures on the stone wall. These cracks were so minuscule that, without Lin Ziluo's keen observational skills, even pressing his face against the wall would hardly reveal them. Goodness, if it weren't for the Golden Finger system's reminder, I would never have fathomed this twist. But what purpose do these fissures serve? They seem to converge into some kind of pattern. Lin Ziluo reached out to touch the cracks. The moment his hand made contact, a transformation occurred. A yellow light began to emanate from the fissures, which started to shift, as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, the cracks finally completed their assembly. To his astonishment, the yellow light revealed two distinct patterns, one of a bull and the other of a bird. Were these not the very images depicted on the scroll he had seen earlier? Lin Ziluo understood that the truth of this ancient scroll was about to unfold before him. As the patterns solidified, the wall began to tremble, and with its quaking, an archaic stone door emerged. Chapter 75. The Hidden Class from Antiquity. Once the stone door appeared, the wall ceased its trembling and fell into tranquility. Lin Ziluo stepped forward and attempted to push the door, which yielded effortlessly. The scene beyond the door truly materialized before his eyes. A stone chamber, reminiscent of the one encountered when entering the trial space. Yet this chamber contained a stone platform upon which lay several items. First was something Lin Ziluo recognized all too well, the earthy-hued orb from the first trial, referred to as the Dawn Pearl in the Doomsday game. The second item was also familiar to him, the scroll displayed in the museum. The walls of the chamber were adorned with the familiar patterns of a bull and a bird. Beyond this, there was nothing else. Lin Ziluo entered the stone chamber and approached the stone platform. He was reluctant to touch the Dawn Pearl, so he first picked up the scroll. The patterns and text on the scroll were identical to those in the museum, which Lin Ziluo could not decipher. Just as he pondered this, a warm current surged through the scroll and into his hand. To his astonishment, he found himself able to comprehend the text on the scroll. The initial two characters stunned Lin Ziluo. Chiyu. This scroll is connected to Chiyu? He was profoundly shocked, a realization he never anticipated. Chiyu, the legendary chieftain of the tribes from the ancient era of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who respect him refer to him as the god of war, while those who despise him call him the source of calamity. Chiyu led the Jiuli clan in the cultivation of agriculture, the smelting of copper and iron, the crafting of weapons, the creation of various arts, the elucidation of celestial principles, and the propagation of moral teachings. He also engaged in a cataclysmic battle against the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, Emperor Xianyuan and the divine farmer, Yindi. Although the Jiuli tribe was ultimately defeated by the united forces of the two factions, even Emperor Xianyuan had to admire the terrifying prowess of Chiyu, bestowing upon him the title of Master of Arms. Thus, Chiyu was immortalized in the annals of Dragon Kingdom history as a divine warrior. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, he comprehended the significance of the recurring images of the bull and the bird. The totem of the Jiuli tribe was indeed the totem of the bull and the bird. Lin Ziluo finally unraveled these enigmas and hurriedly continued to read. The subsequent content was even more astonishing. Historical records stated that Chiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who beheaded him and buried his head, which transformed into a blood maple forest. This was indeed accurate. However, Chiyu's spirit was preserved due to an encounter with the legendary cat demon, capable of retaining souls. The man-faced cat he defeated in the third trial was a descendant of this cat demon. Ultimately, Chiyu's spirit would dissipate, yet before its dissolution, he created this trial scroll. The scroll's trials tested unwavering will, enduring perseverance, and flawless combat. One must meet the highest standards in all three trials to inherit the greatest power of the Jiuli tribe. It was evident that Lin Ziluo had achieved this. He could inherit Chiyu's strength. His breath became somewhat labored as he reached the conclusion of the scroll's contents. The finale instructed Lin Ziluo to place both hands upon the totems of the bull and bird depicted on the scroll to fully activate it and inherit the supreme power of the Jiuli tribe. Resolutely, Lin Ziluo placed the scroll upon the stone platform and pressed his hands onto the respective totem images. In an instant, a radiant light erupted. An endless stream of energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands. A tremendous force surged into his body, initiating a profound transformation. The agony of this metamorphosis made Lin Ziluo's body tremble involuntarily. Nonetheless, he remained steadfast, unyielding in his stance. Detected that player Yazi is undergoing an unknown energy inheritance. System is analyzing the unknown energy. System successfully identifies the unknown power as originating from Blue Star. Matching unknown power with Blue Star culture and the apocalyptic game system. Matching successful. Gamification complete. Player Yazi is undergoing a class transition. Congratulations, player Yazi has successfully transitioned. This profession is named Master of Arms according to Blue Star culture. In the apocalyptic game, player Yazi is urged to complete the trials promptly, as the Master of Arms requires further data integration. As the final prompt of the apocalyptic game appeared, the power of the scroll finally ceased its transmission. Lin Ziluo, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted yet exhilarated, he reveled in the success of his transition. With heartfelt intent, one may plant flowers that fail to bloom, while inadvertently, a willow may flourish without intention. Initially, my sole desire was to acquire the Phantom's class change scroll. To my astonishment, I ultimately triumphed over Chiyu's trials, gaining the might of the Jiuli tribe, a power revered in the apocalyptic game as that of the warlord. Throughout the annals of Long Kingdom's history, only Chiyu had ever been bestowed such an esteemed title. But now, it belongs to the player Lin Ziluo, the newly anointed warlord. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo comprehended the significance of the orb resting upon the stone pedestal. Its true name was the Jiuli Pearl, an essential artifact for the warlord. The Jiuli Pearl functions akin to the fabled life-bound artifacts found in immortal cultivation novels, serving as the warlord's weapon. The warlord must continually allow the Jiuli Pearl to devour energy, enhancing its capabilities. In doing so, the Jiuli Pearl can unleash devastating power in conjunction with the warlord. Rising to his feet, Lin Ziluo grasped the Jiuli Pearl. This orb had already acknowledged him as its master upon his inheritance of the warlord's strength. With a mere thought, the Jiuli Pearl vanished from his grasp, materializing within his sea of consciousness. Chapter 76. The profession deemed terrifying by the apocalyptic game ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of ancient heritage. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the task reward. A random selection of a common golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The notification from the golden finger system resonated. The task was complete. However, Lin Ziluo found himself preoccupied with the more pressing matter of understanding the warlord profession. Previously, when the apocalyptic game urged him to return, a button to conclude the trial appeared on Lin Ziluo's interface. He pressed the button, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the museum exhibition hall from whence he came, surrounded by darkness. The moonlight filtering through the window indicated to Lin Ziluo that it was now nightfall in reality. The location where he stood mirrored that of his entry into the trial. The difference, however, was the hall now lay strewn with the bodies of zombies, drawn here by the earlier alarm. Subsequently, the members of the Grim Reaper Club had entered and vanquished these zombies, retreating only as night approached. The scroll upon the display still remained. But now it was merely an ordinary scroll for observation. Player Yazzie has completed the trial. Datification of Player Yazzie's class, the War Master, is underway. Player Yazzie's base attributes without equipment or title enhancements: Strength, 18, Spirit, 16, Constitution, 12. Agility, 19. Player's base attributes are being enhanced according to the War Master class. Player Yazzie's current base attributes are Strength, 30, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 25. Agility, 30. Datification of the War Master class is complete. For each level gained, Player Yazzie will receive 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes, based on the experience previously acquired and the calculation of task rewards for leveling up. Player Yazzie has successfully reached level 13. The information was overwhelming. Lin Ziluo could only focus on the essentials. He opened his panel. His final attributes, considering his level up alongside equipment and titles, were astonishingly extraordinary. Base attributes: Strength, 49, Spirit, 24, Constitution, 46, Agility, 36, Terrifying. This was without utilizing his 9 remaining free attributes. Compared to before, the increase in attributes was monumental. This was the stark contrast following the job change in the apocalyptic game. One could only describe it as worlds apart. Congratulations to the player for being the first to successfully change class in the apocalyptic game. Earning the unique global achievement, Pioneer. An announcement will soon be made across the server. Whether or not there would be an announcement was of little concern to Lin Ziluo. He was eager to open his class panel. Class, War Master description: the master of all warriors, the god of war. This formidable class is forged from the unimaginable powers of Chi-Yu and the treasures of the ancient Jiuli tribe, attainable only by those who have endured harrowing trials. Attributes: for each level gained, 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes will be awarded. Abilities: 1. Master of all warriors. You can manipulate the Jiuli Pearl to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby acquiring the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Jiuli Pearl. You can enhance the attributes and tiers of the Jiuli Pearl by infusing it with energy. 3. Specific abilities not yet activated. Lin Ziluo could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Shocked? No, it was beyond mere shock. The magnitude of this astonishment could not be encapsulated by a mere calf. It warranted an old cow. In his decade-long apocalyptic journey, Lin Ziluo had never encountered any description from the apocalyptic game that included the phrase terrifyingly formidable. Yet, for the War Master class, such terminology was entirely fitting. Lin Ziluo summoned the Jiuli Pearl. Jiuli Pearl, a bronze-grade item, the treasure of the Jiuli tribe. 1. Capable of freely shifting forms according to the player's intent, bestowing the abilities of the corresponding class. 2. Can devour energy to enhance the attributes and capabilities of equipment. Lin Ziluo took out the decapitating demon blade and, without hesitation, chose to devour it. The decapitating demon blade swiftly transformed into a swirl of black energy, ultimately merging into the Jiuli Pearl. The 9Li Pearl absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a silver-tier artifact. An endlessly growing item, it was truly terrifying. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. The moment had come to reveal the true capabilities of the 9Li Pearl. Under his mental command, the 9Li Pearl began to gradually alter its form, ultimately resembling the appearance of the decapitating demon blade. Blade of 9Li, silver-tier equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 constitution, and possesses an armor-piercing attack value of 10. Attached skills: 9Li Slash releases a blade aura forward, inflicting 130 points of strength-based damage upon hit, with the accompanying pain reaching 200. 9Li Heavy Slash, a powerful strike aimed at the enemy, capable of dealing 200 points of strength-based damage, but inflicting a 2-second immobilization on the user. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo could not acquire skills through the warrior class was that these abilities would change along with the form of the 9Li Pearl. He began to mentally activate the Blade of 9Li once more. The appearance of the blade began to transform again, ultimately taking the shape of a bow. Bow of 9Li, silver-tier equipment. Attributes: for strength, 2 agility, capable of condensing mental energy to form arrows. Attached skills: Flame Arrow, fires a flaming arrow forward, with a power of 120 in strength attributes, inflicting a continuous burning state upon hitting the enemy. Ice Arrow, fires an icy arrow forward, also with a power of 120 in strength attributes, causing a brief slowing effect upon impact. Lin Ziluo could hardly contain his excitement. Was this equivalent to possessing the full spectrum of warrior classes? 9Li Spike corresponded to the assassin class. 9Li Shield corresponded to the tank class. 9Li Sword corresponded to the swordsman class. No, he couldn't dwell on this any longer. Even contemplating it left him dizzy with happiness. Lin Ziluo regained his composure and eagerly attempted to condense an arrow. However, nothing materialized. To his astonishment, he discovered that his mental energy was completely depleted. The transformation had consumed an extraordinary amount of mental energy. Just one transformation had nearly exhausted all his mental reserves. No wonder he felt dizzy. Chapter 77, A New Golden Finger, Limitation Breakthrough World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to reach level 10 and successfully change classes. The speed is astonishing. Awarded the globally unique achievement, Pioneer, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to strive diligently. While Lin Ziluo was alone in the exhibition hall of the museum, studying the warrior class, the tranquility of the starry night was shattered. It was late at night, and most players were already asleep. Yet, the world announcement resounded clearly in their ears. Except for a few players who remained undisturbed in their slumber, the vast majority were awakened by the commotion. What on earth is this world announcement? Will it ever end? A patient plagued by insomnia finally succumbs to slumber, only to be abruptly awakened by a cacophony. In a fit of despair, he exclaims, "Damn it! I was just dreaming of collecting numerous resource cards. And you had to wake me up. Return my beautiful dream." A famished player, on the verge of collapse, cries out in frustration. The familiar name, Yazzie, resonates in his mind. What? It's him again. When will this end? A drowsy player suddenly rouses, bewildered. What does class change mean? I was clearly speaking the language of the Dragon Kingdom, yet I cannot comprehend it. One player feels as if he is not participating in the same apocalyptic game as others, as each region hears different languages. Level 10. The player gazes at his own status, which reads level 6, and is instantly overcome with shame, recalling how he had proudly boasted to others earlier that day. So that's it. After reaching level 10, one can change classes. No wonder it's Yazzie. I must catch up to you. A robust man from the beautiful country interjects, translated by the author himself. Almost forgotten, the little dog remains alive, simply too deep in slumber to be disturbed. Congratulations. The player has received the global announcement of the Pioneer. Congratulations. The player has been awarded 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an additional 2 cubic meters of storage space. At this moment, Lin Ziluo sits on the ground, adorned with a meditation necklace, wielding a small magic wand, having just consumed a small blue potion to swiftly restore his mental strength. The lack of mental energy is indeed unpleasant. Fortunately, after a brief period, Lin Ziluo regains his composure. The 9Li Bao has been reverted back into 9Li Pearls, safely returned to his consciousness. The reversion does not consume mental energy. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would have truly struggled. As for the 9 stingers and 9 spears, perhaps those can be studied later. First, let us claim the rewards. The rewards from the world announcements have become rather routine. Alas, such is the burden of excellence. Thus far, all 3 world announcements have been attributed to Lin Ziluo. These rewards have become familiar to him. Aside from himself and the charming readers, it is likely that no one else knows what the world announcement rewards entail. The only element of anticipation lies in the title, Pioneer. Pioneer, a unique title bestowed only upon the first player to change classes in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. All attributes increase by 2, though players with a profession will experience a suppression of 5 attributes. Lin Ziluo gazes at it with disappointment. What is this? The Pioneer title is not even as good as the Bronze Sorrow attribute. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo realizes. It seems the normal sequence is to change classes first before one can defeat bronze-level foes. I see where I went wrong. Next is the reward from the Golden Finger System's task. It had already been distributed during the trial. Thus, Lin Ziluo directly states, "Give me that silver-level equipment." Ding. A silver-level equipment is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the silver-level equipment, Mask of Evil. A black mask materializes in Lin Ziluo's hands. From the front, it resembles the visage of a demon. Seemingly noble yet replete with malevolence, the exaggerated curve of the mask's corners harmoniously melds with its overall design. Lin Ziluo felt a profound satisfaction. His face had always been concealed by a hidden mask, which was merely a prop rather than true equipment. Now, this mask of malevolence serves as a perfect substitute. Mask of Malevolence, a silver-tier item imbued with the sinister power of demons. One must not succumb to the servitude of evil. Attributes: 3 to Spirit. Skills: Illusory Mask. When equipped, it conceals the player's basic information. Unless the observer's level exceeds the player's by 5, they cannot perceive it. Demoness Gaze. Within 3 seconds of activation, anyone gazing upon the mask will fall into a state of terror, reducing their attributes and impairing their bodily coordination when they attempt to act against the player. Remarkable. Lin Ziluo was enamored with this mask. Not only was its appearance pleasing, but its attributes also aligned perfectly with his needs. He removed the hidden mask and donned the Mask of Malevolence, opting not to activate the transformation effect. Thus, an image clad in a black robe and adorned with a demon mask emerged, accentuated by the dark ambience of the museum. Who would not scream in fright upon encountering such a sight in the dead of night? Lin Ziluo was thoroughly pleased with the equipment draw. The subsequent ordinary golden finger would surely be a spectacle. Now, let us draw the golden finger. Lin Ziluo exclaimed with anticipation. Ding. The ordinary golden finger is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have drawn the ordinary golden finger. Break limit 1. Break limit? What limit? Hearing that another new type of ordinary golden finger had been drawn, Lin Ziluo eagerly examined its attributes. Break limit 1. Overcomes the restriction of wearing only 1 ring. Effect. Increases the number of keepable rings by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This meant he could wear 2 rings simultaneously, both functioning at full capacity. Astonishing. This was utterly absurd, granting him an additional equipment slot compared to others. He suddenly envisioned the image of his 2 hands adorned with 10 resplendent rings, battling against others. The vision was so beautiful that he dared not to imagine further. Chapter 78. Lin Ziluo's astonishing entrance. Currently, Lin Ziluo wore the Ring of Bloodsucking too. He had given the Nightfall ring to Da Xiao, leaving him without any surplus rings. He would await the emergence of another ring. After claiming all rewards, Lin Ziluo blissfully pondered how to allocate his 12 free attribute points. He must certainly invest in spirit, though not excessively. The fixed attributes for a warrior class are strength and constitution, which he could fully achieve through the 9 pearl. Therefore, his other class would undoubtedly be a mage, augmenting spirit and agility. By then, he would not lack in either attribute. After contemplation, Lin Ziluo allocated 3 points to strength, 3 to constitution, and 6 to spirit. With the additional 3 points from the Mask of Malevolence, his attributes surged dramatically once more. Basic attributes: strength, 52, spirit, 33, constitution, 49, agility, 36. The dawn of the 7th day of the apocalypse arrived at 1:00 a.m. Due to prolonged neglect, the power system of the bustling metropolis had suffered a complete breakdown 3 hours prior, plunging the grand city into utter darkness, save for a few self-sustaining areas. Fortunately, The Shao Ruinfa shopping mall was equipped with a diesel generator, illuminating its top floor and ensuring the normal operation of the freight elevator. A multitude of supplies was hastily transported from the warehouse, as people indulged in hearty feasting and drinking to celebrate their hard-won victory. In the words of Gao Dong, it was a battle worthy of being recorded in history, the onslaught of the Grim Reaper Club against the Museum of the Metropolis. In the center of the hall, many were lost in joyous dance, accompanied by the melodies of a renowned 19th-century violinist, Makabaka, whose music had been liberated from the museum. Amidst this chaotic revelry, the greatest hero of the battle, the simple-minded Desha, was engrossed in a feast in a corner of the hall. Desha paused for a moment. Come, step onto the stage so I can introduce you, our esteemed champion. Gao Dong approached with a beaming smile, eager to curry favor. It was essential to do so, for Desha's valiant stance during the day had left Gao Dong in awe, who in attendance did not gaze upon Desha with admiration. Even a few bold girls ventured to express their interest in him. Alas, Desha's attention was solely devoted to his meal, not sparing a glance in their direction. Gao Dong's words did not captivate Desha. He continued to stuff his mouth with chicken legs. Brother Desha, could you perhaps set aside that vacuum-sealed chicken leg for a moment and showcase your heroic demeanor to the brothers? Gao Dong urged, ready to take the chicken leg from Desha's grasp. Yet, just as Gao Dong's hand was about to make contact, a chill ran down his spine. He turned rigidly to glance at Desha. Despite the sunglasses obscuring his view, he felt an undeniable sense of dread. The moment he touched that chicken leg, his life would be in jeopardy. Recalling how effortlessly Desha had dispatched zombies as if they were mere chicks, Gao Dong swiftly withdrew his hand. Just a joke, he stammered. Suddenly, Desha set down the chicken leg and stood up. Gao Dong, bewildered, assumed that Desha was willing to join him on stage. At that moment, the freight elevator emitted a chime, startling everyone present. It was now 2 a.m. The zombies outside were in a state of frenzy. Who could possibly be riding the freight elevator at such an hour? The door slid open to reveal Lin Ziluo, cloaked in a black robe. Truly, he was a man capable of creating a sensation with every appearance. While everyone recognized Lin Ziluo's signature black robe, the blood-red demonic mask adorned with sinister runes sent a shiver through the crowd. Wow, absolutely stunning, exclaimed a player nearest to the elevator. Incredible! I refuse to believe anyone could surpass the charisma of Lin, the Great. Chao Yang couldn't help but express his admiration. The author, addressing the readers who are still engrossed in the book, depicted Lin Ziluo striding directly towards Gao Dong. Desha rapidly positioned himself behind Lin Ziluo. Brother Lin, I have finally found you. You have no idea how long we searched for you. Those rascals thought something had happened to you, Gao Dong exclaimed, his mouth stretching into a grin that nearly reached his ears. This statement was no exaggeration. After resolving the zombie crisis at the Death God Club's museum, numerous individuals had indeed sought out Lin Ziluo. Although they were unsuccessful in locating him, they never entertained the notion that he might be in peril. For Lin Ziluo had left a profound impression of strength upon them. Observing the chaos within the hall, Lin Ziluo proposed, "Let us discuss some matters in your office." Although taken aback, Gao Dong nonetheless escorted Lin Ziluo to his office. "I wonder what you wish to discuss, Brother Lin?" Gao Dong inquired with curiosity. "How did today's battle fare?" Lin Ziluo initiated the conversation. "The battle? Today's outcome was remarkably favorable," Gao Dong replied with enthusiasm. "Once I start recounting this, sleep will elude me. Today, including the traps we set, we eradicated over 500 zombies," Gao Dong proclaimed with pride. "So many?" Lin Ziluo expressed his surprise. "Indeed. There was a small group near the park we chose. Witnessing our valor in combating the zombies, nearly 100 individuals joined us on the spot," Gao Dong elucidated. "Of course, the credit primarily goes to Desha. He single-handedly dispatched over 100 zombies," Gao Dong added flatteringly. Lin Ziluo's understanding deepened as he began to calculate the implications. What did he intend to achieve by posing such inquiries? Clearly, there was an opportunity to exploit. Chapter 79. Engaging in a transaction. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been somewhat muddled, primarily due to an ingrained notion from his past life that necessitated personal involvement. He had been contemplating the prospect of amassing gold coins alongside Desha. Upon reflection, he realized he might have been rather foolish. What resources did he possess? He held several hundred resource cards. They were in such surplus that he had no place to utilize them, as storing them took up valuable space. Yet, other players did not share this abundance. Despite their low drop rates, every player still possessed some gold coins. He could easily leverage these resource cards to exchange for their gold coins, or even for equipment and items. There was no alternative. He currently possessed the Jioli Pearl. The energy indicated by the Jioli Pearl necessitated the provision of equipment and items. To cultivate the Jioli Pearl expeditiously, Lin Ziluo required a substantial accumulation of gear and items. As for why the Death God Club, despite having an abundance of resources, still sought to exchange resource cards, the answer would become clear this afternoon. At precisely 7 o'clock p.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, the end of the novice protection period would be officially revealed. Lin Ziluo subtly probed further, gaining a general understanding of the equipment, items, and quantity of gold within the Death God Club. Once he had gathered sufficient information, he stated, "Let us engage in a transaction." A transaction? What do you mean by that? Gao Dong responded, perplexed. Brothers Lin and Desha have made remarkable contributions during this encirclement. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Gao Dong, with sincerity written across his face, thumped his chest with a resounding sound. I need a substantial amount of equipment, or gold will suffice, Lin Ziluo replied, clasping his hands respectfully while gazing at Gao Dong. Oh, you're trying to play the wealthy one with me. Gao Dong coughed awkwardly. My dear brother Lin, I can indeed provide you with a piece of equipment. However, I am uncertain about your definition of substantial. Gao Dong spoke, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Alas, I have boasted too much. What I mean is, I want as much as you can provide, Lin Ziluo stated plainly. Ah, very well. By the way, brother Lin, to express the gratitude of the Death God Club, please accept this gift, Gao Dong suddenly exclaimed, smacking his forehead. He then opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, Gao Dong is quite astute. He claims this is a token of appreciation from the Death God Club, but in reality, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision made once Lin Ziluo expressed his need for equipment. If he had truly prepared a gift, would he have kept it in his personal office drawer? Thus, this ring belonged to Gao Dong himself. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo chose not to expose this fact and graciously accepted the ring offered by Gao Dong. This time, Desha had indeed rendered them significant assistance, and Lin Ziluo had willingly lured the zombies for them. He had also successfully passed the trial, saving at least a dozen members of the Death God Club from certain death. Although his intentions may have been ulterior, the outcome was undeniably beneficial. Lin Ziluo did not rush to examine the ring's attributes. Instead, he stood up and declared, I will accept the ring, and I shall return at 8 o'clock this evening. 8 o'clock this evening? Gao Dong questioned, somewhat puzzled. Isn't 7 o'clock when the novice protection period ends? I need to see what new rules are in place first, Lin Ziluo explained. After familiarizing myself with the new regulations, I shall return around 8 to conduct the transaction with the members of the Death God Club. At that time, you should gather more people. On the surface, these words were merely Lin Ziluo informing Gao Dong of today's trade. However, Lin Ziluo was also offering Gao Dong an opportunity. This evening at 7. Once the novice protection measures cease, the capabilities of the zombies will significantly increase. Players accustomed to battling zombie babies will generally struggle to adapt. Many who venture outside to confront the zombies will likely meet their demise. By setting the transaction location on this rooftop, it is likely that Gao Dong will remain here until 8, potentially saving his life. The novice protection period is ending? Gao Dong countered. Oh dear, I almost forgot. But it should not pose a problem. Our current strength far exceeds that of novices, he said with a confident smile. Lin Ziluo shook his head and smiled in response. When a person has not experienced certain events, no amount of persuasion will lead them to absolute belief. Only through the experience of suffering and pain does one come to realize the truth. Gao Dong, being a perceptive individual, offered a subtle reminder. Whether to heed it or not is entirely his own affair. However, brother Lin, rest assured, if you wish to engage in commerce, I shall certainly ensure everything is arranged, and the brothers will prepare any surplus equipment and items. Gao Dong continued. Yet, I wonder what kind of trade you have in mind? Gao Dong inquired. Resource cards. You may want to notify them in advance, Lin Ziluo suggested. A flicker of disappointment crossed Gao Dong's eyes. The Death God Club is not lacking in resources. Very well, I shall inform the brothers. Gao Dong quickly masked his disappointment and continued with a smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led the big fool out of the office. Resource cards. It won't be as simple as you think when the time comes. The revelry outside continued unabated. The members of the Death God Club were thoroughly enjoying themselves. In their eyes, life had never been more exhilarating. The supplies in the warehouse were sufficient to sustain their small group for a considerable time. The hordes of zombies outside were continually being dispatched. Their strength was steadily on the rise. This could be deemed the most blissful experience in the apocalypse. Yet, is the doomsday game truly that uncomplicated? Lin Ziluo, without pause, took the freight elevator down from the top floor. Chapter 80. Golden level items. Lin Ziluo arrived at the apartment where he had previously taken a nap. After placing the surveillance eye and assigning the big fool to stand guard, he entered the bedroom. He retrieved the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Ring of gold coins. Bronze level equipment. A ring symbolizing strength. Attributes. 1 strength. Each zombie killed grants an additional 10 gold coins, minimum of 1 coin. Not bad at all. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled. It exceeded his expectations. After all, true treasures are seldom given away. While the gold coin bonus may be modest, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Lin Ziluo slipped the ring of gold coins onto his finger. At that moment, the effects of both rings activated simultaneously, enhancing Lin Ziluo's strength slightly. Next, he proceeded to organize the surplus items. Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his storage space. The concealment mask, now rendered obsolete with the presence of the evil phantom mask, could be retired. He decided to keep only 1 short-range launcher, discarding the rest. Super flashbangs. 1 by 1. Lin Ziluo extracted items that made other players envious. In his hands, these items felt as commonplace as cabbages. The items were continuously arranged until Lin Ziluo eventually ceased, having found no more surplus. Gazing at the small mountain of dozens of items before him, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the empire I have built." Since the dawn of the apocalypse, with a 100 drop rate, Lin Ziluo had managed to amass such a wealth of items. He did not linger any longer. Directly extracting the 9-li pearl, he activated its devouring ability. One item after another was inserted into the 9-li pearl by Lin Ziluo, and red lines began to manifest across its surface. Once these lines enveloped the pearl entirely, it would undergo a transformation, advancing to a golden tier item. Lin Ziluo discarded only the most ordinary items, which contained minimal energy. He hesitated to part with more valuable objects, such as the fireball scroll or the horn of the zombie cat. Soon, the red lines gradually covered the surface of the 9-li pearl. However, at this moment, dozens of items were nearly exhausted, and Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed. Was this item truly so energy-hungry? Only someone of his wealth could afford to offer such an abundance of items, yet it still failed to satisfy the appetite of the 9-li pearl. As he observed the pearl, it was just shy of being entirely enveloped by the red lines. Gritting his teeth, he cast aside the discarded equipment, the meditation necklace, into the pearl. Finally, the red lines completely enveloped the 9-li pearl, which then emitted a radiant crimson glow. The 9-li pearl has absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a golden tier item. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. He had not anticipated being able to access a golden tier item so swiftly. Typically, one would need to reach around level 30 and defeat silver tier opponents for even a slim chance of obtaining such a treasure. The 9-li pearl transformed into the 9-li blade. Its original attributes were 4 strength, 2 constitution, and an attack with 10 armor-piercing properties. Now, its attributes had improved to 7 strength, 3 constitution, and an attack with 20 armor-piercing properties, along with a chance to inflict rapid bleeding effects. It could be said that its attributes had nearly doubled. The skills remained unchanged. It seemed that only class advancement could unlock new abilities. Task accomplished. Lin Ziluo retracted the 9-li pearl and contentedly laid down on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. The 9-li slash. Lin Ziluo wielded the golden 9-li blade and swung it fiercely forward. A golden blade aura materialized along the edge of the blade. As Lin Ziluo swung it, the aura detached from the sword, rapidly expanding and cleaving horizontally ahead. 5 zombies lunging towards Lin Ziluo were instantly severed in half by the blade aura. Blood, entrails, and intestines spilled onto the ground. However, the zombies behind them quickly surged forward to fill the void. The 2 halves of the slain zombies, along with their entrails, were trampled into a pulpy mass by the advancing horde. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his brow. At that moment, he found himself on the 3rd floor of a large office building. Since arriving there at 9 in the morning, he and his companion had fought their way from the 1st to the 3rd floor, pausing only for a meal and a brief hour of rest, without ceasing their efforts otherwise. Were it not for the stamina replenishment from the blood-sucking ring, he would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. It was no wonder Lin Ziluo was so relentless. This was the final revelry. Such low-level, weak, and foolish zombies would be scarce in the future. It was best to leverage his current overwhelming attributes to farm experience and gold diligently. Under the relentless efforts of Lin Ziluo, the rewards have been remarkably gratifying. Together with his companion, the simple-minded Dasha, they successfully vanquished over 500 zombies, with nearly 400 of those dispatched solely by Lin Ziluo himself. Such impressive accomplishments yielded substantial returns. Not only did he amass 3,000 to 4,000 gold coins, but he also achieved a significant milestone, ascending to level 14. The plethora of items and equipment that dropped was beyond count, unless particularly precious or of exceptional quality. The majority of these items became mere nourishment for the 9-Li Pearl. However, the endeavor to elevate the golden tier 9-Li Pearl to diamond tier proved to be an arduous task. Despite his diligent efforts, Lin Ziluo had only managed to add a few delicate lines to the surface of the pearl. As the clock approached 7, he realized it was time to withdraw. Casually dispatching another zombie, he glanced at his watch. It was already 6:50, and the hour was drawing near. Dasha, retreat, Lin Ziluo called out. Emerging swiftly from the throng of zombies, Dasha adhered to a strategy of striking while retreating, and they began their descent towards safety. Just before the clock struck 7, they finally found refuge in a secure building. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm that Lin Ziluo had set earlier blared to life. The apocalyptic game was about to shed its guise, revealing the true despair of the end times. Chapter 81. The true apocalypse has arrived on the 7th day of the apocalyptic game, as dusk fell at 7 o'clock. Many players had forgotten the notion of a beginner's protection period. With nightfall not yet upon them, they figured they could continue to slay zombies for a while longer. The sky was awash in a dim yellow hue as the sun gradually descended, heralding the imminent arrival of night. Yet, before the darkness enveloped the land, a blood-red hue had already saturated the sky. Many players looked up in astonishment, and it dawned on them that this crimson sky bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the day the apocalyptic game commenced. Had the beginner's protection period truly ended? It was a realization that came too late. This time, the blood-red sky was not as benign as before. Its scarlet color was far more jarring, making it nearly impossible to gaze upon without discomfort. A lingering sense of dread began to creep into the hearts of numerous players, prompting them to prepare for a hasty retreat. At that moment, the familiar announcement panel appeared, but instead of its usual blue, it now glowed a menacing crimson. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. This game operates on the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will evolve autonomously, impervious to any form of interference. In what felt like a brief yet joyous interlude, I trust you have all grown accustomed to this delightful and warm environment, dear novices. Now, the true apocalypse has arrived. The beginner's protection period has concluded. Here are the new updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Growth rates have been comprehensively accelerated. Senses of smell and hearing have been optimized. A portion of the zombies will be endowed with various forms, such as the hunter form, the berserk form, the venomous form, the overweight form, and the cursed form. Zombies will organize themselves at random intervals to launch large-scale assaults, known as zombie tides. The infection attribute of the zombies will only affect players whose total attributes fall below that of the zombies themselves. Night will become synonymous with death, as the enhancements to zombie attributes will be further amplified during this time. Zombies will actively seek out players under the cover of darkness, during which players' attributes will experience a decline. The geological structure, buildings, construction materials, and natural environment of Blue Star will gain various enhancements, including increased hardness. To ensure a quality gaming experience, all non-game produced food will significantly increase in rates of spoilage, decay, and mold. Prolonged consumption of non-game food and drinking from non-game water sources will gradually diminish players' base attributes, which will become permanently irrecoverable. Resource cards will undergo a comprehensive upgrade. The higher the level of the zombies, the greater the satiation value of the food produced from the resource cards they drop. Environmental and climatic conditions will deteriorate on a large scale, with higher-level equipment providing better resistance against adverse weather. The class transition channels have been fully opened, organized by city. Each city will feature 2 class transition stations for warriors and mages. Players designated to a city will need to visit the transition stations to change their class to warrior or mage. A national leaderboard feature has been launched, currently displaying national-level rankings, reputation rankings, and equipment rankings. All individuals listed will enjoy substantial rewards and can participate in subsequent regional competitions. The dungeon system has been thoroughly adjusted to allow for simultaneous matchmaking among players nationwide, with an overall upgrade to dungeon content. Each city will be distinctly delineated, with complete closures between them, preventing cross-city traversal. Future updates will commence upon the fulfillment of specified conditions. The true apocalypse has arrived. Please strive to survive. The blood-red panel and the chilling text convey a stark reality. Gone is the comforting blue interface and the previous tone of jest. It simply delivers these cruel truths in a frigid manner. At the moment the announcement appeared, the entire world began to undergo cataclysmic changes. A multitude of zombies manifested drastic alterations in size and abilities. Many originally slender zombies rapidly shrank, transforming into the hunter form. Conversely, the taller zombies predominantly transitioned into the berserk state, while others became the grotesque venomous form, characterized by festering sores. Some expanded rapidly into the overweight form, while others became the cursed form, cloaked in darkness and emitting ominous black mist. The slime form is marked by a viscous exterior. In this moment, throughout cities, villages, mountains, and structures, wherever zombies existed, their anguished howls echoed. They seemed to have been liberated from all restraints, truly transforming into terrifying creatures. As time progressed, significant disparities in levels began to emerge among the zombies. Simultaneously, the ground, rocks, mountains, and edifices underwent a remarkable transformation. Walls and floors, once vulnerable to the sharpest of blades, now withstand piercing attempts, leaving only the faintest of scratches. Buildings that would have crumbled under severe tremors now stand resilient even in the face of an 8-point earthquake. Moreover, these structures grow increasingly robust with the passage of time. However, the most pressing changes relate directly to the players. Previously, those who had amassed food reveled in the prospect of a stable existence for some time. Yet, despair swiftly enveloped them as they observed their provisions diminishing at a visible pace. Bread began to mold, meats gradually decayed, vegetables wilted, and fruits shriveled. Even vacuum-sealed foods deteriorated, emitting the foul odor of spoilage. It appeared that within 2 days, all native food supplies across Blue Star would be rendered unusable. In contrast, the natural water sources exhibited less drastic alterations. Nonetheless, all confirmed potable items, whether rivers, lakes, tap water, bottled mineral water, beverages, or alcoholic drinks, began to exude a repugnant stench. Drinking them required pinching one's nose, for otherwise, one would inevitably retch. Even if consumed, one's attributes would suffer permanent decline. Essentially, a permanent decrease would occur every 2 days. In essence, before reaching level 10, this equated to a futile loss of an entire level's worth of progress. Fortunately, the food cards had been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo required 4 cards worth of food to feel satiated. Now, merely 2 sufficed. Although this was largely due to Lin Ziluo's elevated attributes, for an average player at levels 5 or 6, 1 card was ample. Furthermore, as the zombies grew stronger, the satiation from food also increased. A single bun dropped by a level 50 zombie could sustain 10 average level 20 players, providing enough energy for an entire day from just a small piece. The climate began to shift towards the inhospitable. At precisely 7 o'clock, players in Magic City could distinctly sense a drop in temperature. Were it not summer, many would surely be shivering. As time progressed, the climate would only grow more severe. Without adequately equipped gear, players might face death from extreme cold or heat. These myriad changes serve to convey a singular message. It is imperative to slay zombies. If one wishes to survive, one must engage in combat against the undead. The blissful solitude of hiding indoors has vanished. Neglecting to actively hunt zombies could lead to demise within mere days. However, the apocalyptic game did not entirely extinguish hope. The subsequent introduction of the class transfer station, leaderboards, and dungeon features aim to empower players to enhance their capabilities in response to these impending challenges. The adjustment that the zombie virus would only infect players with attributes inferior to those of the zombies was a welcome consideration. This implies that one must continuously enhance their attributes to avert the fate of becoming a zombie. It also signifies that players with high attributes can confront zombies with audacity, engaging in direct combat. In Chapter 82, Ascending the 3 Rankings, Lin Ziluo, who remained indoors, closed the announcement panel, deeming its contents unnecessary for his perusal. For the past decade, he had existed in such an environment. Outside, the wails of zombies echoed incessantly, occasionally interspersed with the anguished cries of players who underestimated the significance of the novice protection period. Once the zombies completed their evolution, These players would despair as they discovered that the zombies they once easily dispatched could now effortlessly rend their bodies asunder. Moreover, various types of zombies began to wield distinct powers. The toxic variant of a zombie might suddenly spew a vile, poisonous phlegm at you. Players who had not experienced such horrors would undoubtedly find their bodies or faces corroded by the toxin. Currently, Lin Ziluo's concern was that the mutation of the oaf had yet to conclude. There seemed to be no reason for this. The mutations of the zombies outside transpired within mere seconds. Yet, the oaf had not yet finished. Not only that, but the oaf was now kneeling on the ground, frantically pounding the earth, his entire body trembling incessantly, while he emitted continuous, anguished roars. Fortunately, the connection between the oaf and Lin Ziluo remained intact, allowing Lin to sense the oaf's near-manic emotions, akin to a state of frenzied rage. "What is happening, system?" Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding. Due to a conflict between the player panel on the oaf and the zombie evolution, the system is currently modifying permissions. Alright then, it appears I truly cannot assist, and must simply observe how the system alters the permissions. Thankfully, the system was indeed quite powerful. After a brief interval, the oaf finally calmed down. Ding. Following the system's modifications, the oaf will not develop a new form, and the increase in zombie attributes he enjoys will be limited to 50. Ding. As compensation, the oaf will no longer be compelled by the primal instincts imparted by the apocalyptic game to engage in actions such as zombie hordes. Simultaneously, the oaf's talents will merge with the berserk state that was meant to be transformed, resulting in a new talent, and he will also have the opportunity to change classes. Overall, it seems there are no significant issues. The abilities originally acquired through transformation have been integrated into his talents, and his physical form need not undergo alterations. Although the attributes gained from his transformation into a zombie have been reduced to 50, the prospect of class change allows for the possibility of assigning him a formidable hidden occupation, potentially more impressive than inheriting a level 100. Lin Ziluo contentedly reviewed the oaf's newfound talent. Berserk Titan Strength, Legendary Talent. 1. Your strength will receive an additional super enhancement as your level increases. 2. The higher your rage value, the greater the increase in your strength attributes. 3. Any items or equipment related to strength attributes in your possession will exhibit enhanced effects. 4. The skills you utilize will only consume physical energy, not mental energy, and can accelerate the depletion of physical energy to amplify the potency of your skills. Oh, the legendary talent has emerged. Just as the names of these two tiers suggest, the epic level signifies the capability to be immortalized in history, be it a talent or equipment. The innate strength of the Fool resembles the extraordinary gifts possessed by formidable figures from the ancient Dragon Kingdom, such as Li Yuanba. The legendary tier represents an existence confined to myth. Lin Ziluo's omnipotent combat was attained through a decade of grueling battles, coupled with endless reincarnations and sufficient enlightenment to transcend into the legendary realm. Consequently, with the fortunate endowments of the Doomsday game and the Golden Finger system, the Fool ascended directly to the legendary tier, truly embodying the saying from the Dragon Kingdom, "Fools have their blessings." No, in the case of the Fool, it is more aptly put as the foolish corpse enjoys its fortune. Despite possessing a legendary talent, the Fool has not altered his naive essence. Unperturbed by recent events, he absent-mindedly touched his head, standing still as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of relief. He opened the newly appeared 3 leaderboards on the panel. The instant he opened them, a flurry of notifications inundated him. Congratulations to player Yazi for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom level leaderboard at level 14. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom reputation leaderboard with 3,720 points. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for his diamond level equipment, the Order S uniform of Magic Capital, ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazi for his golden level equipment, the Knife of Gioli, ranking second on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? The notifications for the 4 items, Evil Phantom Mask, White Wing Cloak, Resilient Battle Pants, and Vampiric Ring 2, also appeared simultaneously. This indicated that, out of the 10 available spots on the equipment leaderboard, Lin Ziluo occupied a staggering 6 positions. Do not hide, not a single one, Lin Ziluo declared. Successfully set the leaderboard game name to be unhidden. At last, after digesting this information, Lin Ziluo finally beheld the 3 leaderboards. Ranking list. first place, Yazi level, 14 class, Warlord second place, Zhang Yuanzhong level, 7 class, Nun third place, Desha level, 7 class, Nun fourth place, codename, Pajun level, 7 class, Nun, reputation ranking first place. Yazi reputation, 3720 class, Warlord second place, Zhan reputation, 350 class, Nun third place, codename, Pajun reputation, 210 class, Nun fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhong reputation, 170 class, Nun. Equipment ranking first place, Uniform of the Order of Magic City level, Diamond owner, Yazi second place, Knife of Jioli level, Gold owner, Yazi third place, Mask of Evil level, Silver owner, Yazi fourth place, White Wing Cloak level, Silver owner, Yazi fifth place, Durable Battle Pants level. Silver owner, Yazi sixth place, Armor of War level, Silver owner, Zhang Yuanzhong seventh place, Vampiric Ring 2 level, Bronze owner, Yazi astonishingly. The top position in all three rankings is held by Yazi. In the level ranking, Lin Ziluo's level is exactly double that of the second place. Desha has managed to secure a playful third place. As for the reputation ranking, the disparity is even more staggering, tenfold. The most outrageous is the equipment ranking, where the top 5 slots are entirely monopolized by Yazi. Just when a 6th place appears to feature someone different, the 7th is still Yazi. Truly preposterous. Lin Ziluo gazes at the grandeur of the rankings, envisioning the astonished expressions of others upon seeing them. However, he misjudged the situation. Almost all players in the Dragon Kingdom, upon opening the ranking list and seeing Yazi's name at the top, think to themselves, so it is him, as expected. With 3 global announcements. Who in the Dragon Kingdom is unaware of the name Yazi, steeped in mythic significance? Human nature is simple. Generally, those who are stronger evoke feelings of envy, admiration, reverence, jealousy, or even anticipation of their downfall. Yet, for those who far surpass oneself, leaving one feeling hopelessly inadequate, there is only a sense of profound respect. Yazi tops all 3 lists. Even if every position on these rankings were occupied by Yazi alone, others would readily accept it. Naturally, Lin Ziluo's status as a warlord and his possession of the uniform of the Order of Magic City also garnered attention. The name of the warlord is well known. Accompanied by the Jioli Pearl, one can easily infer a connection between Yazi and Qiyu. The uniform of the Order of Magic City is even easier to discern. Magic City. Yazi resides in Magic City. Chapter 83. Unparalleled. Lin Ziluo is certainly aware that his information would be exposed by the rankings. However, he does not feel the need to be overly concerned. Lin Ziluo had always wished to conceal his identity, intending merely to operate like a venomous serpent, steadily devouring the Li family. At that time, he still harbored some trepidation towards the Li family. After all, in his previous life, the oppressive aura emanating from them had been quite formidable. However, when Lin Ziluo effortlessly faced off against the mercenary group single-handedly, clarity dawned upon him. What was there to fear? Fear a Li family that had yet to come into its own. Fear those 2 war gods whom he could now easily crush. Thus, Lin Ziluo chose to abandon his alias. What of revealing his identity? If not for the potential of exposing personal information and becoming a spectacle akin to a panda, he wouldn't even require a mask for concealment. Lin Ziluo began to hear about the benefits associated with his ranking. Among them were titles. For instance, being first on the level leaderboard granted him the title of overwhelming champion. The top spot on the reputation leaderboard conferred the title of world-renowned. As for the equipment leaderboard, there were simply too many rewards to even contemplate. Alas, with such a plethora of titles, he struggled to choose the most fitting one. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As long as Lin Ziluo remained in his position for a full 24 hours, he would receive a substantial amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These sums were no trifling matter. Merely claiming these rewards could sustain a small team. Moreover, as time progressed, the rewards would gradually increase. The sensation of lounging at home while accruing immense rewards was truly delightful. Just as Lin Ziluo thought the rewards had reached their zenith, the notification sound of the apocalyptic game echoed once more. Congratulations, player Yazi, for achieving the remarkable feat of ranking first in the level, reputation, and equipment leaderboards simultaneously, earning the hidden epic title unparalleled in the world. Lin Ziluo was astounded. He had never encountered such a title before. In his previous life, it seemed no one had ever accomplished the extraordinary feat of topping all 3 leaderboards. He hastily checked the details of his new title. Unparalleled in the world, an epic title, only awarded to those who attain the pinnacle of all national-level leaderboards. Should any criterion be unmet, the title shall vanish. Attributes. All attributes increase by 10. All purchases in Dragon Country shops, hidden stores, and dungeons will enjoy a 10 discount. Drop rate increased by 1. Task reward enhancement by 10. Skill. Unmatched. Upon activation, immunity to all damage for 1 second. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Excellent. Lin Ziluo was astonished. The percentage increase in attributes was already outrageous, and now he could enjoy discounts while shopping. Task rewards would also be augmented. Most importantly, there was a property he had never even considered, an increase in drop rate by 1. What did this signify? His current drop rate was already 100. An additional point meant that, upon triggering the extra 1 chance, 2 items would drop instead of 1. The Golden Finger system promptly clarified this query. Indeed. Incredible. Killing a single zombie could yield 2 items. As for the unmatched skill, need it be said? Immunity to all damage. In that fleeting second, even a level 90 war god would be unable to harm a single hair on Lin Ziluo's body. No, this extraordinary title must remain firmly in my grasp. Therefore, I shall claim the top position in all 3 rankings. Without hesitation, I adorn myself with the unparalleled title, which will take effect after 1 hour. Indeed, with this latest update, the survival of others has become increasingly arduous. Meanwhile, I have acquired an astonishing title, while my companion, Dasha, has obtained a legendary talent. Truly, I have reaped substantial rewards. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, declaring it was time to harvest the dear little leaks from the Grim Reaper Club. I hope they do not perish in excessive numbers. The modest dwelling was opened, and Lin Ziluo stepped outside first. Just as he crossed the threshold, a zombie lunged directly at him. In the face of this sudden assault, Lin Ziluo remained calm and responded instantaneously. He conjured a translucent shield from his chest. The protective barrier, though shattered, successfully fended off the zombie's claws. Seizing the moment, Lin Ziluo withdrew the knife of Jioli. With precision, he targeted the zombie's head and executed a devastating double strike. The impact of the blows triggered an explosion of energy, successfully vanquishing the zombie. Fortune did not favor him, as he encountered a stealthy, predatory zombie right upon exiting. Lin Ziluo glanced at the attributes of the fallen creature and remarked, at this stage, all zombies have experienced a 50 enhancement in their attributes. Coupled with their evolved forms and talents, one can only imagine the extent of their newfound power. Moreover, the commotion from his recent conquest attracted the attention of other zombies, their enhanced senses drawing them toward Lin Ziluo. Zombies surged down the street towards him, among them a particularly conspicuous one covered in grotesque green pustules. By the heavens, a toxic zombie. Dasha, retreat. Upon sighting the toxic creature, Lin Ziluo's composure faltered. Although its combat capabilities were feeble, it possessed a remarkable talent for repulsiveness. Its phlegm, foul beyond measure, was corrosive in nature. Of course, retreating was merely a strategy to increase distance from the toxic zombie. It was still necessary to eliminate it. Lin Ziluo hurled the knife of Jioli, skillfully arcing it to pierce through 2 or 3 zombies before striking the neck of the toxic one, ending its life just as it had completed its transformation. The knife returned to Lin Ziluo's hand, free from the repugnant pus. The other zombies continued their frantic pursuit, their numbers swelling, becoming more animated than before. Lin Ziluo, having no desire to linger, knew the leaks awaited his harvest. He led Dasha back inside, then leapt out through the window on the opposite side of the door, successfully arriving at a secluded street behind the house. Phew, fortunately, this street had been cleared of zombies previously. Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. Suddenly, he heard the door of the dwelling being violently assaulted by the zombies. Despite being reinforced, the door could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the door was successfully breached. The zombies surged into the house, meticulously searching for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had already departed with the simple-minded Dasha. The dwelling Lin Ziluo occupied was not far from the Shao Ruinfa Square. Before long, he arrived at the loading dock behind the square. However, just as he was about to enter the freight elevator lobby, he heard distant cries for help. Turning around, he noticed at a street corner a hunting zombie pursuing a woman. Although the distance was considerable, Lin Ziluo recognized her. She was the one who had danced passionately in the rooftop hall earlier that morning. Help! Help! The woman was still several hundred meters away from the lobby, but her pace was gradually slowing. Unfortunately, she had overexerted herself the night before, leaving her in poor condition that day. Before she could utter another plea, a zombie pounced upon her, sinking its teeth into her flesh. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, the woman soon became a bloody mess. Despair filled her cries as she struggled. Yet her efforts were in vain. Before long, she was discarded by the first zombie, left to lie quietly on the ground, awaiting her transformation into one of the undead. From a distance, Lin Ziluo observed this scene with an unsettling detachment. Such occurrences had become all too frequent on this journey. Many young individuals had paid the ultimate price for their complacency and arrogance. As a few zombies charged toward him, Lin Ziluo disregarded them entirely and pressed the button for the elevator, ascending to the rooftop. As the elevator neared its destination, Lin Ziluo could hear the sounds of weeping and commotion from outside. The rooftop must have been in chaos. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the somber state of the Death Club members. The hall was shrouded in an atmosphere of sorrow, starkly contrasting the celebratory mood from merely hours earlier. In the corners of the hall, numerous individuals were weeping openly, having just returned from a harrowing escape. Witnessing those they held dear fall victim to the zombies filled them with guilt and grief. Many others sat silently on the floor, engulfed in a profound stillness since receiving the apocalyptic game announcement. The despairing words of the message had struck them with a crushing blow, leaving them bereft of hope for survival. A portion of the group, however, was indulging in food, eating, and drinking heartily. No one dared to intervene, as it was understood that even if they refrained from consuming the provisions, they would ultimately become mere refuse. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie. I watched helplessly as he transformed into one of them. It's all my fault. I suggested we venture further to hunt zombies today, and now my brother is gone. What good is effort? They lamented. After all the struggle, a single announcement has turned what was once prey into our predators. Indeed, why persist in our efforts? In a matter of days, all resources will be depleted, and we shall await our demise. Curse this apocalyptic game. If you possess any courage, confront me now. Exquisite morsels await. Come, everyone, indulge while you can, for soon it shall be unattainable. The hall resonated with a cacophony of voices. Lin Ziluo's arrival failed to incite the usual commotion. The crowd had succumbed to a state of numbness. In the span of a mere hour, they had experienced the stark transition from paradise to hell. At this moment, Lin Ziluo halted, for a familiar scent wafted through the air. His gaze swept across the hall, and those who felt the weight of his stare shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps rising on their skin. Soon, his attention fixed upon an individual huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards the figure, drawing the attention of many in the vicinity. The person in the corner sensed Lin Ziluo's unwavering gaze and trembled even more violently. Lin Ziluo approached and inquired, "What are you doing?" The individual, still averting his gaze, replied timidly, "Please, don't hurt me. Raise your head. Let me see how many bites you've sustained from the zombies," Lin Ziluo said calmly. His words ignited a wave of panic among the onlookers, who feared that the individual might transform into a zombie at any moment. "How dare you claim someone has been bitten by a zombie? You are speaking nonsense," the man protested, still refusing to look up. "Indeed, it is impossible for us to have been bitten by zombies," echoed another voice from the crowd. With the support of others, the frightened man found his voice, declaring, "I have not been bitten. I will not be bitten." Lin Ziluo surveyed the hall, and an immediate silence fell upon the crowd. The malevolent glint in Lin Ziluo's eyes instilled dread in all present. "Big fool, execute him," Lin Ziluo commanded, weary of further delay. No sooner had he spoken than Big Fool brandished his bronze warhammer. The man, catching sight of the hammer, was struck with sheer terror. He hastily exclaimed, "I never wished to be bitten. It was all Zhang Yi's fault. I merely pushed her to fend off the zombie, and she clutched me, resulting in my being bitten." With his gaze finally lifted, the crowd beheld a horrific, deep bite mark marring his flesh. Yet, it was too late. Big Fool heeded no pleas for mercy, adhering solely to Lin Ziluo's orders. In an instant, the hammer descended upon the man's head, crushing it and part of his body into a gory mess. Blood and brain matter splattered across the floor. The crowd, once enveloped in sorrow, was jolted into a state of terror, fixating their eyes on Lin Ziluo. But the spectacle was far from over. Lin Ziluo then advanced towards the one who had made the false accusations. "Why insist on jumping out? Are you afraid that once he is discovered, you will be next?" Lin Ziluo remarked with evident disdain. His meaning was quite straightforward. This individual had also fallen victim. In an instant, Big Fool struck, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, Lin Ziluo's observation held merit. Such individuals are truly repugnant, concealing the fact that they have been bitten. Regrettably, they are not in short supply. Frequently, small enclaves suffer catastrophic losses due to individuals who hide their bitten status, ultimately transforming into zombies. Lin Ziluo did not pause in his stride. Like the Grim Reaper, he approached one person, and Big Fool delivered another blow. In just a few minutes, he identified 5 individuals among the members of the Grim Reaper Club who had been bitten and were on the verge of zombification. The strong scent of blood pervaded the entire top floor of the Zyrunfa Mall. Fortunately, the zombies within had already been extensively purged by the members. Otherwise, they would surely attract more zombies. However, it must be said that the previously somber atmosphere had been completely dispelled. The gruesome imagery had jolted everyone into a state of acute awareness. Lin Ziluo nodded. That's enough. The atmosphere has been set. It is now my turn to perform. Look at yourselves. You are nothing but a bunch of muddled fools. What? When the apocalypse first dawned, were you not in despair? Did you not experience suffering? After a couple of days of good fortune, upon encountering dire circumstances, are you prepared to wallow in despair and cease your efforts? How can you face the brother who sacrificed his life for you? How can you reconcile with the effort you have exerted over these days? In truth, all we need is to strive a little harder, to be a tad braver, and to exercise more caution. We can indeed survive in this apocalypse. In order to assist everyone in living better and to offer a glimmer of hope, I have decided to sell my hard-earned resource cards at a fair price. You heard me correctly. For just a few gold coins, or of course, equipment and items, you can acquire enough food to sustain yourself for an entire day. Why not hurry and seize this opportunity? Chapter 85. Accumulating gold coins. All right, 299 gold coins. Fine, I'll take a slight loss and offer you 3 resource cards. That makes it 110 gold coins. Then how about this? I'll give you a Peking duck, which tastes exquisite, for just 10 extra coins. Surely that is not unreasonable. No, 80 gold coins is far too little. Go borrow another 20 coins from someone and return. As for this bronze tier equipment, let me see. Decayed dagger. It's appealing enough. I'll say it's worth 15 resource cards. Oh, you're being picky now? Let me tell you, regardless of the type of resource card, the energy replenished is ultimately the same. At best, it's a matter of taste and texture. If you desire something better, it will cost you an additional 10 gold coins. That's right. You must rally yourself. It's all right that your brother is gone. Bravely seek vengeance for him. What? You only wish to buy 2 cards? I shall check how many gold coins you possess. There are still 300. So will you purchase 2 cards? Without a full stomach, how can one muster the strength to avenge their brother? Here is the plan. I shall reserve 10 gold coins for you and provide you with 3 supply cards. Lin Ziluo was conducting a supply card sale event. After a thorough motivational speech to the members of the Death God Club, the sale commenced smoothly. He casually brought over a small table and placed a substantial stack of food cards upon it. The members, who had previously lost all hope in life, were invigorated by the motivational talk and clamored to purchase the supply cards. Suddenly, Dashin approached Lin Ziluo, wielding a bronze giant hammer, still dripping with the blood and brain matter of those he had just slain. In an instant, the chaotic purchasing scene transformed into an orderly affair. However, their fear was not solely due to Dashin's terrifying prowess. When he ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, he became a veritable celebrity. Who would dare to act recklessly with the 3rd most formidable individual in the Dragon Kingdom standing right there? Lin Ziluo, with his legs crossed, delightedly accumulated gold coins, finally indulging in his merchant aspirations. Yet, he prided himself on being an ethical trader. The food cards sold in the Magic City store were priced at 100 gold coins each, and Lin Ziluo matched that price. This, as the saying goes, was fair and just, ensuring that both young and old were treated equitably, while also sparing customers the time and dangers associated with purchasing from the Magic City store. What? You claim he engages in coercive sales without allowing card selection? Ahem, that is merely to account for the costs incurred. Is that excessive? Not at all. As Lin Ziluo continued selling cards, he watched his gold coins multiply. A smile nearly broke across his face. In just this short span, including his 6,000 gold coin savings, his total had reached 15,000. This was gold that would typically require one to risk their life against zombies, now effortlessly acquired. No wonder it is said that commerce is a lucrative endeavor. As a solitary individual, he had never experienced such a sensation before. This newfound success made him contemplate becoming a middleman in the future. After all, purchasing items from the store grants a 10% discount. and reselling them at full price could yield a 10% profit. With each card earning him 10 gold coins, 100 cards would net him 1,000 gold coins. 100,000 cards would be an exhausting endeavor. Stop. That is not the priority. Improving strength remains paramount. Despite today's bountiful earnings, were it not for Dashin, the overt third strongest in the Dragon Kingdom standing there, one could only imagine how many would resort to theft, not to mention the lurking threats that could arise. Thus, strength is the undeniable truth. It is through power that such a harmonious and prosperous scene can exist. Ultimately, under Lin Ziluo's fervent selling, the members of the Death God Club were left utterly drained of their gold coins, as if swept away by an autumn breeze. Even the last few coins each person had left were encouraged by Lin Ziluo to pool together, resulting in a group of over 10 individuals purchasing a supply card. Lin Ziluo glanced at his coin balance. Lo and behold, he possessed 16,000 coins, having earned a substantial 10,000 coins. Based on the previous calculation that each zombie yielded 45 coins, this was akin to slaying nearly 2,000 zombies. Alas, it was regrettable that too many lives had been lost. In Lin Ziluo's estimation, during these days of scavenging numerous locations, coupled with their siege of the museum and a portion of the small supermarket, they should have collectively eliminated 3,000 to 4,000 zombies. As for equipment and items, very few were exchanged, as everyone recognized that these were essential means to enhance one's strength in the apocalyptic game. Consequently, Lin Ziluo had only acquired 2 pieces of particularly subpar equipment and a few useless items. The sole item that piqued his interest was the Decayed Dagger. Decayed Dagger, a bronze-level weapon. This dagger had long since fallen into disrepair, with a blade that was uneven and a hilt covered in rust. Attributes. The pain inflicted by this dagger would be increased by 200. Any wound inflicted by it, if left untreated for an extended period, would gradually rot. It offered no enhancement to attributes, which explained why others dismissed it. However, Lin Ziluo found it appealing. With this, his tetanus dagger could finally retire with honor. Regarding the supply cards, Lin Ziluo had expended less than 200 cards, while still having over 1,000 stored in his inventory. Truly, a wealth befitting a tycoon. Realizing that no further profit could be extracted, Lin Ziluo rose and announced, "This sale has concluded successfully. You may disperse. By the way, keep the noise down. It's already late at night. If anyone attracts zombies with loud commotion, don't blame me for letting Big Fool smash you flat." The crowd nodded vigorously, eager to express their determination, fearful that a slow nod might lead to a hammer from Big Fool. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo then entered Gao Dong's office. Gao Dong had just been in line to purchase supply cards. Remarkably, he was concealing a considerable amount of good items. He exchanged 3 bronze-level items along with coins to acquire 20 supply cards from Lin Ziluo. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo enter, Gao Dong immediately donned a broad smile. "Brother Lin." "No, Lin the Great, I truly appreciate your willingness to assist us by sharing your supply cards," Gao Dong said. "Enough of that. Others may not know. But you surely understand my true identity," Lin Ziluo replied, casually taking a seat. Gao Dong's expression turned awkward. As long as Gao Dong was not a fool, he would surmise that Lin Ziluo was Yaji, especially after today's leaderboard, with Big Fool's name and the orderly uniform of Magic City making an appearance. Considering Lin Ziluo's black robe, Big Fool's obedient presence beside him, and the numerous supply cards in Lin Ziluo's possession, it was entirely plausible to deduce that Yaji was indeed Lin Ziluo. Indeed, I hesitated to call the esteemed figure by their nickname, fearing it may come off as disrespectful. Gao Dong quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. Chapter 86. The Guardian's Mark of the Demon City. Why are you so anxious? I assure you, I have no intention of harming you, Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of amusement, though Gao Dong appeared cheerful on the surface. It was evident his legs were nervously fidgeting. "And no, it's just that I am uncertain about what you mean," Gao Dong inquired. "There's no hidden meaning. I simply find you rather agreeable, and thus I wish to offer you an opportunity." Lin Ziluo feigned mystery. "Please, no more talk of opportunities. If there's something you need, just tell me, and I will certainly comply," Gao Dong replied with a wry smile. "It's quite simple," Lin Ziluo continued, as he spoke earnestly in Gao Dong's office, which Gao Dong attentively listened to. After a lengthy discussion, Lin Ziluo eventually took his leave. Gao Dong hoped he was indeed a wise man, however. Even if this endeavor were to fail, he would suffer no loss, thus incurring no detriment. The first day following the conclusion of the novice protection period in the apocalyptic game came to a close. On the 8th day of the apocalypse at noon, outside the Demon City Library, Lin Ziluo, and the Big Fool had fought their way here. It is noteworthy that the attributes of the zombies had been significantly enhanced, leading to increased rewards. For each zombie slain, the acquisition of gold coins and experience rose by approximately 20. However, dispatching zombies was far from an effortless task. The new breed of zombies was manageable, often appearing individually, allowing Lin Ziluo to dispatch them with a single blow. Ordinary zombies, however, were a different matter, as they tended to swarm in groups. Particularly in the open streets, they would frequently encircle their prey. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool's formidable strength, traversing this area would have been nearly impossible. It was also unfortunate that players were too fearful to venture outdoors, leading the aimless zombies to pursue only Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool. Upon entering the familiar entrance of the Demon City Library, Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of homecoming. After all, he had eliminated most of the zombies within, rendering it relatively safe. However, due to a power outage, they could not take the elevator, forcing Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool to ascend to the 5th floor via the emergency exit. Just before pushing open the door, Lin Ziluo overheard voices from the other side. I propose we treat this place as our base. With that extraordinary shop here, there will surely be those in need of purchases, and we can charge a toll, ensuring our prosperity and peace of mind. Indeed, with all the zombies eradicated, we need not worry about hordes of them. While that may be true, I do have a concern. What could possibly worry you? We have no need for food or drink. Consider this. Who do you think eliminated the zombies here? The bodies of those on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled high. It must have been a team of considerable strength. They surely cannot be unaware of the Demon City shop. If we occupy this place, what will happen when they come seeking retribution? The creaking door of the secure passage swung open. The individuals engaged in conversation instantly rose to their feet, directing their gazes toward the entrance. Lin Ziluo stepped inside. Who are you? Did you not notice that there are people here? A man with a bushy beard responded impatiently. Wait, brother, check that fellow behind him. Another. A bald man abruptly interjected, blocking his companion and gesturing toward the large, simple-minded man behind Lin Ziluo. The elder brother swiftly examined the large man's panel, exclaiming in astonishment. Goodness gracious, isn't this the second-ranked player on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? A living person, no less. Second-ranked on the leaderboard? Lin Ziluo realized with clarity. It seemed that the large man had amassed experience from the zombies throughout the night, surpassing Zhang Yuanzhong in experience points. As the group recognized the identity of the large man, their demeanor shifted dramatically, the bravado they had just displayed evaporating. My goodness. The second most formidable individual in the nation. How dare we discuss tolls in his presence? We should consider ourselves fortunate if he doesn't eliminate us. Lin Ziluo paid them no mind. Self-awareness was preferable. Their intentions to claim this place for themselves were of no concern to him. Such was the nature of the apocalyptic game. With sufficient strength, one could choose to seize a location, whether it be shops or dungeon entrances. Occupying a point could yield substantial rewards. Even a class transfer station could be claimed. However, should one be ambushed while attempting to seize a point, they had no one to blame but themselves. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next objective was indeed to occupy a point. His visit to the library was solely to acquire the coveted Guardian of Magic City insignia. Lin Ziluo entered the room housing the shop, bringing the door to a close behind him. A subordinate immediately approached his leader. Boss, do you have no thoughts on this? Though the large man is powerful, we have the numbers. He clearly appears to be a wealthy individual, the subordinate whispered nervously. Get lost. The boss exclaimed, striking the subordinate on the head. Are you foolish? Do you think someone who has achieved the second rank in the entire Dragon Kingdom could be an ordinary person? He has surely slain more zombies than we've ever encountered, and he could effortlessly dispose of you like a mere zombie. Ah, I see now. You are indeed wise. Boss, the subordinate replied, admiration evident on his face. Of course. Otherwise, how could I be your leader? The boss declared proudly. Inside the shop, Lin Ziluo remained unaware of the commotion outside. He had already entered the shopping pod. The inventory of the 3 hidden items remained unchanged. Lin Ziluo gazed longingly at the Guardian of Magic City insignia, though its price of 200,000 coins was exorbitant. No way, 200,000 is a mere number. Something at this price must be extraordinary. If I push myself a little harder, perhaps I can gather the funds before the city opens. With that thought, he pressed the purchase button for the Guardian of Magic City insignia. Player Yazzie, are you certain you wish to purchase the Guardian of Magic City insignia? Due to the unique 10% discount privilege of the unparalleled player, The cost will be 90,000 coins. The mechanical voice echoed. Purchase, Lin Ziluo commanded. The purchase of the Guardian's emblem of the Magic City was successful, costing 9,000 gold coins, leaving the player with a remaining balance of 7,544 gold coins. The Guardian's emblem has now been packaged within a card, which can be activated to obtain it. The Guardian's emblem appeared in Lin Ziluo's hands, who curiously chose to activate it. The Guardian's emblem is a diamond-level special item. Upon activation, it will attach to your equipment. Please select the activation location. Weapons are invalid. A special item? Lin Ziluo pondered for a moment and decisively chose to activate the emblem on the uniform of the Order of the Magic City, perfectly completing the set. Moreover, the lifespan of the uniform of the Order undoubtedly exceeds that of other equipment. The Guardian's emblem has been successfully activated, as the uniform revealed a circular insignia, etched with the same pattern as that on the previous uniform. Lin Ziluo finally exited the shopping pod. Once outside, Lin Ziluo examined the effects of the Guardian's emblem. Guardian's emblem, diamond-level special item. Description: an extremely precious emblem, reserved solely for those who have made significant contributions to the Magic City. Attributes: 1. Restoration. The equipment bearing the emblem will greatly enhance the speed of automatic restoration. Unless the equipment's damage exceeds 40, it can be restored to its original state. 2. Dignity. While within the Magic City, if any player whose total attributes do not exceed yours attempts to attack you, their attributes will be reduced by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. 3. Guardian. While within the Magic City, you can summon a Guardian robot to assist you in battle, limited to once per day, with each summon lasting 10 minutes. The attributes of the Guardian robot will adjust according to your own attributes. Let me emphasize, there is no female protagonist. Longtime readers will recall that I previously had a book that generated substantial revenue. However, due to issues related to female characters, it was permanently banned and can never be released. The culmination of months of effort was ultimately lost. This has cast a shadow over me, making me hesitant to delve into that realm again. Thus, such elements will not appear in this book. Chapter 87. The Horror of the Job Change Station. The Guardian's emblem truly possesses remarkable qualities. Like the uniform of the Order, it has a dignified effect and can be stacked. This means that as long as one is within the confines of the Magic City, all players who attempt to attack will instantly have their attributes reduced by 20, an appreciable reduction. Regrettably, upon activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that each player may purchase only one emblem. If only one could acquire multiple emblems with sufficient gold coins, it would be possible to summon a legion of Guardian robots. Additionally, the information regarding the Guardian robot is rather incomplete. It states that its attributes will vary based on the player's attributes, yet does not specify the exact ratio. Never mind, it will come in handy this afternoon, and then the specifics will be revealed. Having completed his shopping, Lin Ziluo felt quite pleased as he exited the store with Dasha. Magic City People's Square, geographically speaking, can be regarded as the heart of the Magic City. It serves as the political, economic, cultural, and tourism hub of the Magic City, and stands as one of its most significant architectural landmarks. Overall, it is an expansive open square, covering an area of 140,000 square meters. Since the update of the apocalyptic game yesterday evening at 7 o'clock, tremendous changes have transpired here. The structures, pavement, greenery, and facilities that once adorned the center of the square were instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind. Even the players and zombies present were unable to escape this fate of annihilation. One could only lament the misfortune of being unable to survive even a few days in this dystopian world. After everything was turned to ash, the ground began to sink, forming a square pit. Shortly thereafter, 2 stone sculptures emerged from the earth. One sculpture is a colossal cylindrical pillar, its surface intricately carved with an array of weapon designs: knives, guns, swords, polearms, axes, halberds, hooks, and bows. Almost every conceivable weapon has been etched into this magnificent column. Beneath the pillar lies a recessed area, intended for players to place their hands, thus allowing them to embark on the process of class advancement to become warriors. The other sculpture is a grand sphere, its surface adorned with a multitude of colors, while various elemental orbs float around it in midair. It is unmistakably the work of Newton's illustrious sibling. These elemental orbs include red flames, blue water, and green plants. In front of the sphere, a small crystal ball is placed. Players must rest their hands upon this crystal ball to initiate the process of transitioning into mages. Between the 2 stone sculptures, a vast expanse is shrouded in a veil of black mist, from which eerie sounds occasionally emanate, sending chills down one's spine. Along the edge of the sunken ground, a circle of exquisite runes is inscribed, seemingly indicating that this area has been fortified. The significant transformation of this region undoubtedly captured the attention of nearby players. When combined with the update announcement from last night, it becomes clear that this is a newly established class advancement platform within the city. A spark of curiosity ignited within some players, especially as the surrounding zombies had been reduced to ashes, rendering the area considerably safer. A few of the boldest players conferred and ultimately resolved to venture into the pit together. Upon their descent into the abyss, nothing immediately altered. However, when one player dared to touch the crystal ball before the spherical sculpture, a shift occurred. The black mist between the two sculptures rapidly expanded, accompanied by a piercing crackling sound. The players gazed in terror at the encroaching mist, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping them, making it difficult to breathe. Outside the pit, those too fearful to descend began to retreat, anxious to avoid being caught in whatever was unfolding. As the pressure intensified, the players could no longer withstand it and began to flee towards the edge of the pit. In that very instant, the runes surrounding the pit emanated a radiant glow. A translucent protective shield arose at the edge of the abyss, enveloping it entirely. The swiftest among the players had already reached the precipice, desperately attempting to climb out. However, the moment his hand grazed the shield, he was instantly rebuffed. In despair, he beheld the ominous message from the Doomsday game. The class transfer area is completely sealed. Only by defeating the guards can one escape. Simultaneously, a quest prompt appeared. Yet, who could afford to heed such notifications? At that moment, several other players had also arrived at the edge, trying to ascertain whether they could breach the protective barrier. After a futile struggle, the shield remained unyielding. "Look behind you," a player outside the pit shouted. The group hastily turned to see an enormous figure emerging from the depths of the black mist, towering nearly 4 meters. Its jet black skin and grotesque visage were terrifying. The crimson eyes and white fangs stood out starkly against its dark exterior. Before them loomed a colossal zombie. The players attempted to inspect the creature's attributes. Bronze rank level, 18 talent, skills, base attributes. Unbelievable. The vast disparity in levels rendered its talents and attributes concealed. However, the revelation of its 18th level and bronze rank left the players pale with dread. Was this a foe they could possibly challenge? As the gigantic zombie charged towards them, its massive form caused the ground to tremble, leaving deep impressions in the earth. Panic ensued among the players. They abandoned their escape and scattered in all directions. Yet, how could they, mere level 5 to 6 players, outrun an 18th level zombie? Within mere seconds, the first player was ensnared by the creature. Gripping the player in its hand, the zombie squeezed with ferocious strength, contorting the player's torso and sealing his fate. The zombie began to tear the player's body apart, savoring the flesh as if it were a delicacy. When the creature bit into the player's skull, a sickening crack echoed, and blood and brain matter exploded forth, prompting the zombie to close its eyes in a blissful indulgence of the gruesome feast. The remaining players, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly engulfed in terror, crying and pleading for escape. But was that even possible? Once the zombie had relished the first player's remains, it swiftly turned its attention to the next target. 1, 2, 3. Though some players attempted to resist, the strength disparity was insurmountable. In mere moments, they were rendered half-dead, becoming the creature's next meal. After every player had been mercilessly slaughtered, the zombie finally paused, casting a longing glance at the players lurking in the distance, who had not yet entered the abyss. It lunged forward, but upon contact with the protective shield, it too was flung back, realizing that it too was trapped. After a few moments of furious roaring, he returned to the original location of the black mist. Ultimately, he transformed back into that very mist, vanishing from the player's sight outside the deep pit. At the instant the mist dissipated, the protective shield at the edge of the pit also fell. The area within the pit returned to tranquility, with only a few pools of blood and some scattered flesh bearing witness to the horrors that had transpired. Additionally, there remained 2 azure objects. Chapter 88. Activating the Class Transfer Station task. If my memory serves me correctly, the guardian of the Class Transfer Station in the Demon City should be a rage-infused zombie. Interestingly, in my previous life, it was the hunting mercenary group that eliminated that creature. As Lin Ziluo walked, he contemplated this matter. At this moment, he was making his way towards the People's Square of the Demon City alongside the simple-minded Dasha. In his haste to reach their destination, Lin Ziluo took obscure paths, encountering very few zombies along the way. His purpose was abundantly clear: to eliminate the Guardian of the class transfer station. His understanding of the Guardian's capabilities was rather limited, as he had not personally dealt the killing blow before. In fact, due to his own class change to Phantom, he had scarcely visited that location. He had, however, seen the class transfer stations in other cities. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo was well-versed in the process of activating the class transfer station. It essentially involved defeating the Guardian. Moreover, this Guardian was safeguarded by the Doomsday game. Upon triggering the activation task for the class transfer station, the protective shield would rise. At that point, neither players nor zombies inside could escape, while players outside would be allowed to enter until the number reached 30, at which point the barrier would be fully sealed. One might wonder if avoiding contact with the crystal ball or the indentation for handprints would prevent the task from activating. However, there exists a hidden condition. Once the player count in the class transfer station area reaches 30, the protective shield will automatically rise. At that moment, the task will be forcibly activated, and one must face the Guardian. In essence, the Doomsday game conveys a clear message. Attempting to overwhelm the Guardian with sheer numbers is futile. A maximum of only 30 players can engage. Furthermore, if one fails to defeat the Guardian in a single attempt, it will consume the corpses of those players, subsequently increasing in level and strength. Lin Ziluo recalled an instance where a Guardian in a small 4th-tier city was stubbornly raised to over level 40. The inhabitants of that city were unable to successfully transfer until the city boundaries opened, allowing them to transition to another city. Reflecting on this information, Lin Ziluo could now discern the outline of the People's Square not far ahead. He paused momentarily to adjust his state, ensuring he was in optimal condition to confront the Guardian. He also took a glance at the belle, which had been prepared in advance to avoid excessive mental strain during the encounter. Once everything was set, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards the People's Square, with Desha closely following him, wielding a massive bronze hammer. As they approached the square, Lin Ziluo distinctly felt the scrutiny of numerous eyes upon him. It seemed that many players had gathered in this vicinity. A casual glance around confirmed the presence of several players lurking in the shadows. Their concealment methods were so crude that Lin Ziluo could see through them at a glance. However, he did not pay them much attention. Instead, he began to observe the sunken area in the People's Square. The transfer platform was no different from what he had seen before. The black mist was a first for Lin Ziluo, but it was evident that it was the lair of the zombies. The blood and scattered flesh on the ground certainly did not escape his keen eyes. He quickly deduced that 8 people had perished, and that just within the previous hour. Moreover, 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment lay strewn across the ground. No one is picking them up. This is quite the boon for me, Lin Ziluo thought. It was clear that the previous individuals had been so traumatized by the brutal slaughter at the hands of the zombies that it deterred other players from approaching. Furthermore, they were entirely unaware that as long as they did not recklessly activate the quest, and with fewer than 30 people, venturing into the pit to retrieve the equipment posed no danger whatsoever. Since the equipment was right there, it would be unreasonable not to collect it. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo leaped down into the pit, followed closely by Desha. How dare they? In the shadows, a girl gasped. Haha. Look at those fools rushing to grab the equipment without a clue. They are already dead, a man remarked gleefully. Indeed, just imagining them being devoured by that monstrous zombie is exhilarating, his companion chimed in. The figure in the black robe, shrouded in mystery, was one thing. But it was a pity about the player named Desha. His equipment looked quite splendid, another person lamented. Desha? That name sounds familiar. A man furrowed his brow. Wait, isn't he one of the notorious players on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? His friend suddenly realized. No way. Is Desha also one of our formidable players in Magic City? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think Desha has any chance of killing that zombie? The girl suddenly questioned. How could that be? The 8 who just died were experts in our area. Not even a layer of skin was scratched off that zombie. No matter how strong Desha is, it's impossible, the man immediately retorted. That is not it. They seem to have picked up the equipment. Why hasn't the zombie appeared yet? His friend remarked, watching Lin Ziluo happily assessing the attributes of the gear. Damn it. Could it be that as long as they don't touch that orb, they're safe? Damn, I've been duped. That lucky fellow just struck gold. Or else those 2 pieces of equipment would be mine. The man seethed. The woman beside him glanced at him, wanting to say that she had urged him to collect it earlier, but he had been too afraid, now criticizing others for their good fortune. Lin Ziluo, blissfully unaware of the rich dialogue occurring in the shadows, was enjoying himself as he stored the 2 pieces of equipment in his inventory. While their attributes were not remarkable, they were indeed acquired without cost. As the saying goes, a good start brings fortune, and merely walking around had allowed him to claim 2 pieces of gear. Surely, this would lead to something extraordinary. Lin Ziluo hurriedly approached the crystal orb, casually placing his hand upon it. In the shadows, gasps of astonishment erupted, as all eyes were intently fixed upon him. Undeterred by any trepidation, Lin Ziluo glanced at the swirling black mist and drew forth the bow of Julie, advancing towards the edge of the deep pit. As he moved, a translucent protective barrier materialized around him, and a roar echoed from the encroaching dark fog. Dasha stood in the position previously agreed upon with Lin Ziluo, brandishing his bronze war hammer vigorously. Detection of player Yazi initiating the Mage class transfer crystal. Forcibly accepting and activating the task for the Magic City transfer platform. Current player team comprises 2 individuals. Task rewards will be significantly enhanced. The Guardian of the Magic City transfer platform is about to awaken. Players are advised to prepare ding. The Golden Finger system detected that the host activated the task for the Magic City transfer platform, optimizing task-related issues. Chapter 89. 2 arrows. Activate the Magic City transfer platform. Task description. In response to the terrifying onslaught of zombies, every city has established transfer platforms that allow players to acquire professions. However, to initiate a transfer, it is essential to demonstrate that the city possesses sufficient quality talent. Please activate the capabilities of the Magic City transfer platform by defeating the guards. Task requirements. Eliminate the guards' task rewards. 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. 1 random advanced hidden profession scroll. Task rewards have been optimized. Task time limit. 12 hours task penalty. None. There will be no penalties for abandoning the task or failing, even in the face of impending battle. Lin Ziluo could not help but glance again at the task rewards displayed on the panel. He was well aware that completing the activation task for the transfer platform would yield a hidden profession scroll, which was precisely why he had eagerly chosen to participate. However, it was crucial to note that the hidden profession scrolls drawn were entirely random. Should fortune be unkind, some hidden professions might only marginally surpass ordinary ones in attributes. As a result, the Golden Finger system's optimization appended the term advanced, ensuring that he would at least avoid the more mundane hidden professions. This was indeed a compelling incentive. Drawing a mage class profession would be for his own use, while a warrior class profession could be bestowed upon Dasha. A perfect arrangement. At that moment, from the limitlessly expanding black mist emerged a colossal zombie, entirely shrouded in darkness. Titan zombie, bronze level, 19 base attributes, strength, 56, spirit, 30, constitution, 55. Agility, 30 talent, pseudo, Titan's body, an epic level talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reduces physical and magical damage taken by 10, and significantly boosts recovery capabilities. All attacks that hit the enemy will inflict a brief, stunning effect. Skill, Titan's Fist. A single punch strikes the ground, creating intense tremors that subsequently inflict 120 points of strength damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. After a thunderous bellow, sound waves reverberate through the surroundings, enhancing one's attributes by 20 while diminishing those of nearby foes by 10. Such attributes are indeed formidable. Typical bronze-level entities of the same rank cannot attain such prowess. This must be attributed to the enhancement of the epic talent. It is evident that anything bearing the name of the Titan is extraordinary. This aligns perfectly with the strength required for a guardian. Although Lin Ziluo only needs to level up twice more to fully surpass the Titan zombie, he finds solace in understanding the Titan zombie's attributes. Even without Big Fool, he would be capable of defeating it in a solo endeavor. Indeed, a solo endeavor. A creature that necessitates a 30-person team for its downfall can now be vanquished by Lin Ziluo alone. This is not a testament to the weakness of the Guardian. The Titan zombie has only been in existence for a day and has consumed merely 8 individuals thus far. How could it possibly compare to Lin Ziluo, the one leading the entire server in rewards? Ding. Detection of the host facing the Titan zombie has successfully triggered the mission to slay the Titan zombie. Kill Titan zombie. Mission requirements. Eliminate the Titan zombie serving as the guardian of the class transfer platform. Mission rewards. 1 random ordinary cheat item and 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Mission duration. 24 hours. Accepting the mission, Lin Ziluo cast a glance and spoke. Simultaneously, he drew the Jiao Li Bao in his hands. The freshly manifested Titan zombie was in high spirits, not anticipating that it would soon feast once more. albeit with only two adversaries present. However, upon casting its gaze towards Big Fool, the Titan zombie's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Such a robust physique. Such well-defined muscles, surely this body would be delectable. This guardian could not discern whether Big Fool was a zombie, as their directive was simply to eliminate all players. While the Titan zombie was lost in its daydreams, Lin Ziluo, at the edge of the deep pit, had fully drawn the Jiuli bow. An arrow, ablaze with flames, appeared knocked on the string. Focusing intently, Lin Ziluo locked onto the Titan zombie. In that fleeting moment of aim, he decisively released the arrow. The fiery arrow soared directly towards the Titan zombie's head. In the blink of an eye, the arrow reached the Titan zombie. Just as it emerged from its craving for Big Fool's body, it noticed the incoming projectile. Nevertheless, its reaction was swift. It raised its arms to block the arrow. The flaming arrow penetrated the Titan zombie's left arm. The searing heat scorched the Titan zombie's limb, instantly charring the entry point. Regrettably, its dark exterior obscured the evidence of the burn. The Titan zombie let out a roar. Although it felt no pain, this injury was a profound humiliation. At this moment, Big Fool, positioned close to the Titan zombie, also sprang into action. He raised his bronze warhammer and brought it crashing down upon the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was compelled to raise its other hand to block the attack. It was daytime, and the Foolish One's attributes did not benefit from the enhancements of the night, rendering it far inferior to the Titan zombie. Naturally, had it been night, the Titan zombie would have enjoyed even greater advantages. Thus, the Foolish One's hammer was effortlessly caught by the Titan zombie. However, Lin Ziluo intended for the Titan to intercept this strike. The moment the flame arrow was loosed, Lin Ziluo had already prepared the ice arrow. As the Titan zombie's right hand caught the Foolish One's bronze hammer, the ice arrow was also released. The arrow, emanating a chilling aura, struck directly at the Titan zombie's right arm, which was gripping the hammer. The point of impact rapidly became encrusted with frost. Excellent, my aim remains impeccable. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but commend himself. While lacking the exhilarating satisfaction of a warrior's grand confrontations, he relished the ability to exhaust his enemies from a distance, employing a cunning tactic of kite flying. At this moment, the Titan zombie could no longer contain its fury. It raised its head, unleashing a deep, resonant roar that sent invisible sound waves radiating outward. Lin Ziluo, at a distance, was momentarily taken aback by the roar, experiencing a brief bout of dizziness. Indeed, it was this extraordinary innate ability that classified sound waves as an attack, triggering the Titan's body's disorienting effect. Lin Ziluo remarked, although his dizziness was fleeting. The Foolish One was not so fortunate. Engaged in a strenuous contest against the Titan zombie's right arm, the Foolish One suffered a longer period of disorientation due to their proximity. Ignoring the arrows embedded in its arms, the Titan zombie swung its left arm with great force, sending the Foolish One flying. Subsequently, the Titan zombie forcefully extracted the arrows from its arms and turned its gaze towards Lin Ziluo, charging madly in his direction. Chapter 90, A Second Bloom. Observing the Titan zombie rushing towards him, Lin Ziluo remained unperturbed. With a flick of his right hand, he released an arrow formed from concentrated mental energy. Unfortunately, this arrow lacked the potency of those shot through skills, and the advancing Titan zombie easily grasped it. If one arrow could be caught, what of 10? Lin Ziluo began to channel a substantial amount of mental energy into the chilly bow. In the blink of an eye, arrows were formed. This time, Lin Ziluo did not bother to aim. Relying solely on instinct, he unleashed a flurry of rapid shots at the Titan zombie. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Arrows flew forth continuously. Even without aiming, Lin Ziluo's shots remained remarkably accurate, striking true at the Titan zombie. After intercepting 3 arrows, the Titan zombie appeared momentarily bewildered, passively enduring the onslaught of arrows. One struck its thigh, another its arm, and yet another its waist. The final arrow grazed the Titan zombie's forehead, shearing away a significant tuft of hair. At that moment, the Titan zombie's head resembled a concave shape, bald in the center, yet lush on either side. The Titan zombie exhibited a sense of trepidation, seemingly unable to grasp the elusive human. After a brief chase, it found itself lagging behind, while the human had already darted around a corner, increasing the distance between them. Consequently, the Titan zombie resolutely ceased its pursuit, choosing instead to excavate the ground. Excavating? What profession did this zombie have in life? A construction worker, perhaps? Lin Ziluo once again drew his bow, aiming at the Titan zombie. Before long, the Titan zombie revealed the purpose of its digging. It hoisted a hefty clump of hardened earth to shield its chest, successfully deflecting the arrow. This earthen block effectively obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Desha, unleash your berserk rage. Lin Ziluo immediately summoned Desha. Having just risen from the ground, Desha promptly received Lin Ziluo's command and instantly entered a state of furious frenzy. With a resounding roar, Desha's head flushed crimson. The anger surged to its peak, fueled by the recent experience of being sent flying by the Titan zombie. Yet, that was not enough. Lin Ziluo added fuel to the fire. Desha, while you were unconscious, that dark fiend devoured 5 of your roasted chickens. 5 roasted chickens. That's my sustenance for an entire day. No mercy. Attributes maxed out. Fueled by boundless rage, Desha charged with full force towards the Titan zombie. Its speed was such that Lin Ziluo felt it rivaled that of a hunting form zombie. At this moment, Desha had reached the rear of the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie found itself in a predicament. There was an archer before it, and this young fellow behind seemed to have gone mad, rushing in to strike. Empowered by the frenzy, Desha's attributes closely matched those of the Titan zombie, posing a significant threat. Faced with this menace, the Titan zombie had no choice but to hurl the large clump of earth to the ground, turning to confront Desha. Splendid! This was the moment Lin Ziluo had been waiting for. The Jiuli bow in his hands was drawn taut once more, and an arrow imbued with flames appeared on the string. The cooldown for the fire arrow had elapsed. With the Titan zombie now turned away from Lin Ziluo, this shot was bound to hit. The flaming arrow was loosed towards the Titan zombie. However, as is often the case, unforeseen events transpired. Desha collided directly with the turning Titan zombie, which was caught completely off guard. It was pushed back a couple of steps by Desha's force. Then, the Titan zombie began to exert its strength. Its tense posture resembled that of a sumo wrestler, with its rear elevated. In this back-and-forth exchange, by a stroke of misfortune, the fire arrow pierced straight into the Titan zombie's posterior. At that moment, Lin Ziluo and all the observing players felt a tightness in their chests. Hisses! Lin Ziluo gasped sharply. He swore he had not intended to shoot there. Indeed, it was Desha's fault. It was the great fool who propelled the Titan zombie forward to intercept the arrow. At that moment, the latter half of the arrow was still engulfed in flames. As if it were roasting something unseen, the Titan zombie erupted with an unprecedented force, shaking off the great fool and trembling as it extracted the arrow. It did not hurt, but the purity it had preserved for decades was lost just like that. At that moment, the Titan zombie felt a flicker of grievance. Indeed, it was grievance. Just look at Lin Ziluo, capable of evoking such emotions even from a zombie, albeit one of higher intellect. Truly, what a remarkable talent you are. After the grievance came an overwhelming fury. The Titan zombie snapped the flaming arrow in two and turned its gaze towards Lin Ziluo. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in his hand. The Titan zombie, now disregarding everything else, was solely focused on tearing Lin Ziluo apart. However, in its moment of rage, it had completely forgotten about the great fool who had been flung away. The great fool quickly scrambled to his feet. Witnessing the Titan zombie fixating on his master while ignoring him, which only fueled his anger further. How dare it forget him after consuming the roasted chicken? With fury surging through him, the great fool lunged toward the Titan zombie. As he charged, he stomped his foot, seizing the moment when the Titan zombie was caught off guard, leaping onto its neck. Using the momentum, he locked his legs around the Titan zombie's throat, his muscles quivering with intensity. Then, with a powerful tug upwards, he managed to unbalance the Titan zombie, causing it to topple over. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo decisively released the ice arrow. The arrow, imbued with frost, flew forth. Yet, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As the Titan zombie flipped over, it found itself in a position with its rear facing up and its head down, precisely where Lin Ziluo had aimed. Thus, the ice arrow again, unexpectedly and predictably, embedded itself into the same spot as before. Lin Ziluo lamented, asserting that this time, it was entirely unintentional. The sound of hissing breaths filled the air, resonating with the shock of all present. A second strike. One flaming arrow, one ice arrow. A clash of ice and fire. How could that particular region withstand such assault? The Titan zombie, having completed its tumble, crashed onto the ground face down, which accentuated the half-exposed ice arrow protruding from its body, standing proudly like a flag in the wind. The great fool, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and rage, plopped down on the ground, entering a dazed state. Chapter 91, Absurd. Evolution. The Titan zombie lay on the ground, trembling all over, its hands fiercely clutching the earth beneath it, seizing the moment of its weakness. Lin Ziluo was not one to relent. He stood firm, launching arrow after arrow towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie remained with its head bowed, showing no intention of evasion. It permitted countless arrows to embed themselves into its body, blood ceaselessly flowing from the numerous wounds inflicted. Just as it seemed that the Titan zombie was on the brink of demise, an unexpected transformation occurred. In an astonishingly brief moment, it dispersed into a swirling mass of black mist. The arrows that had once pierced its form fell to the ground, their tips stained with blood and flesh, bearing witness to their previous connection with the Titan zombie. However, the reason for its metamorphosis into black mist remained a mystery, even to Lin Ziluo, who had never encountered such a phenomenon before. He had been on the verge of subduing the Titan zombie. Undeterred, Lin Ziluo loosed a few more arrows into the black mist, all of which passed through without any hindrance, accomplishing nothing. Player Yazi, please take heed. Player Yazi, please take heed. Suddenly, the system of the apocalyptic game materialized. Due to your despicable tactics that deeply insult the Titan zombie, its fury has successfully surpassed its limits, fully activating its Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved to silver rank. Evolution. Lin Ziluo recalled a hypothesis he had heard in his previous life. It was widely recognized that levels could be elevated, contingent upon meeting certain conditions or acquiring specific abilities. This led to the speculation that one might evolve during battle. However, this hypothesis had never been validated, as players had never encountered such a situation. Now, Lin Ziluo could assert that it indeed existed. What on earth have I done? I merely shot a few arrows, dozens of them. Although a couple of them might have been a bit excessive, it was entirely not my fault. I am an upstanding citizen. Regrettably, the Titan zombie was not inclined to listen to Lin Ziluo's explanations. It had reformed from the mist. The already towering Titan zombie, standing over 3 meters tall, expanded to nearly 5 meters, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Its ebony skin remained unchanged, yet it was adorned with numerous silver runes, each radiating a silvery luminescence. Titan zombie, silver rank, level, 19 basic attributes, strength, 70, spirit, 30, constitution, 65, agility, 45 talent, true Titan body, 30 a legendary talent that significantly enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 20. Simultaneously, your recovery ability experiences remarkable enhancement. All attacks that strike the enemy will induce a stunning and shattering effect. Skills, Titan's Fist. A powerful punch to the ground generates violent tremors, inflicting 140 points of strength damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. A resounding roar sends shockwaves through the surroundings, increasing your attributes by 20 while diminishing those of nearby enemies by 15. Titan's Fury. The Titan zombie relentlessly assaults the target before it, with each strike increasing in power by 10 compared to the last, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. Should the target attempt to flee, the Titan zombie's pursuit speed will surge by 50%. Is this a legendary talent? The magnitude of this evolution is utterly outrageous. With such attributes, one might question its classification as merely silver tier. Even gold tier entities of the same level pale in comparison. Though a torrent of expletives surged through Lin Ziluo's mind, he remained fixated on the Titan zombie, unwilling to relax his guard. This is the apocalyptic game. Luck plays a crucial role. What? You wish to file a complaint about encountering such absurdly evolving zombies in battle? Is there even a channel for grievances? Ding. The Goldfinger system has detected the successful evolution of the Titan zombie, significantly increasing the task's difficulty, and is enhancing the rewards for activating the Magic City class transfer station and defeating the Titan zombie. Indeed, there is. Lin Ziluo scarcely had time to contemplate the extent of the reward increase, as the freshly evolved Titan zombie charged at him like a mad bull. Its nearly 5-meter frame thundered with each stride, leaving deep imprints in the muddy ground. Lin Ziluo attempted to shoot 2 arrows. While they struck true, the Titan zombie effortlessly wrenched them free, and the minor wounds inflicted healed at an astonishing rate. Is this the remarkable regenerative capability? Such a noble lineage, indeed impressive. It seems the lethality of arrows will not suffice. Thus, it is time to draw the blade. The Jiu Li Bao rapidly absorbed a substantial amount of Lin Ziluo's mental energy. Within a second, it transformed into the Jiu Li blade. Lin Ziluo exhaled, feeling a significant drain on his mental resources. The 4 attribute arrows, in addition to numerous ordinary arrows, had already consumed a considerable portion of his mental energy. Now, with the transformation into the Jiuli blade, if he had invested heavily in his mental attributes, he might have struggled to endure. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo maintained his peak condition. As the Titan zombie bore down upon him, he decisively swung his blade. The Titan zombie, undeterred, raised its fist to strike the edge of the blade. The clash between the Jiuli blade and the Titan zombie's fist resonated with the sound of metal colliding. A small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist, and confusion flickered in its eyes. Its fist was supposed to possess shattering capabilities. How could it not obliterate this sword? Lin Ziluo suddenly retreated a few steps. The disparity in their power attributes was considerable. He cast a glance at the distant Dasha, who remained in a dazed state. No help there. However, I am not solely relying on Dasha. The Magic City Guardian emblem on Lin Ziluo's chest illuminated, summoning a robot before him. Clad in silver and radiating a metallic sheen, wielding a shield. The appearance of this robot bears a striking resemblance to Ultron from the Avengers, though it distinguishes itself by wielding a shield. But that is not the end of the tale. After hastily retreating to evade a punch from the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo retrieved the horn of the zombie cat from his storage space. Upon sounding the horn, a zombie cat, the size of a lion, materialized beside him. 10 minutes. The Guardian robot can only sustain itself for 10 minutes. Thus, within this brief window, the Titan zombie must be vanquished. Lin Ziluo raised the Jiuli blade in his hand. Chapter 92. Astonishing Skills. Captivating the entire audience. Jiuli heavy slash. A dazzling white radiance coalesced, pulsating upon the blade of the Jiuli, as if a layer of white flame were ignited atop it. This was Lin Ziluo's inaugural use of this skill, which, after all, entails a 2-second period of immobility, ample time to execute numerous actions in the heat of battle. Fortunately, the Guardian robot and the zombie cat stood resolutely by his side. From the moment he summoned the Guardian robot, Lin Ziluo comprehended its prowess. It inherited 70% of his fundamental attributes, with a significant enhancement in defensive capabilities, thus serving as a formidable bulwark. The Titan zombie seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of this strike. Its fists glimmered with a dark light as they surged toward Lin Ziluo. As the energy reached its zenith, Lin Ziluo unleashed this formidable blow. The radiant arc of the blade collided with the Titan zombie's fists, creating a visible disturbance in the air at the point of contact, accompanied by a deep, resonant sound. This time, victory belonged to Lin Ziluo. Could the Jiuli heavy slash, imbued with 200 points of strength, possibly be resisted by the attributes of the Titan zombie? In the fleeting moment of contact, the previously impregnable fists of the Titan zombie were cleaved, leaving a massive gash. And the Titan zombie was hurled backward by the sheer force, crashing to the ground not far away. Although Lin Ziluo remained momentarily immobilized, the Guardian robot and the zombie cat, fully under his conscious command, sprang into action. The Guardian robot raised its shield and charged into the Titan zombie, who was attempting to rise, successfully causing it to lose its balance once more. The nimble zombie cat darted out from behind the Guardian robot, its claws sinking into the Titan zombie's hand, precisely at the site of the recent gash inflicted by the Jiuli heavy slash. The wound that the Titan zombie was attempting to heal not only widened but also experienced a significant reduction in its recovery speed, thanks to the zombie cat's claw talent, which diminishes healing rates and enhances bleeding. The Titan zombie's regenerative ability was effectively suppressed. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's immobilization finally dissipated. Observing the Titan zombie poised to rise, he resolutely activated his swift movement ability, swiftly closing the distance to the Titan zombie. He aimed for the palm that was braced on the ground, striking decisively at that very wound once more. Against such a remarkably resilient foe, Lin Ziluo understood profoundly that concentrating his efforts on a single point of attack was the optimal strategy. With a decisive strike, he landed a blow that struck true. The already difficult-to-heal wound became even more grotesque, extending into the arm. The blood gushed forth with renewed vigor. The bloodletting effect of the 9-Li blade had been triggered. The Titan zombie let out a furious roar. The relentless barrage of attacks left it unable to respond, relegating it to a state of passive suffering. Remarkably, all of this was orchestrated by Lin Ziluo himself, who deftly executed a series of maneuvers with unparalleled skill. Ordinary Guardian robots and zombie cats could not achieve such seamless coordination. It was Lin Ziluo who took control of their bodies after their momentary rigidity. The shield strike of the guardian robot broke the Titan zombie's defenses, while the zombie cat delivered a precise hit, allowing Lin Ziluo to execute the final blow that rendered one of the Titan zombie's arms utterly incapacitated. Your legendary talent has greatly enhanced your attributes. My legendary talent, in turn, has maximized my operational prowess. The Titan zombie grew desperate, channeling all its remaining strength into its one functioning fist, and violently slammed it down towards the ground. The earth trembled violently. Lin Ziluo had anticipated this move. With a gentle leap, he momentarily suspended himself in the air, evading the damage and disorientation caused by the tremors. The zombie cat, agile as ever, leaped onto Lin Ziluo's shoulder. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's powerful aerial suspension, the lion-sized zombie cat would have surely pinned him down. The guardian robot, too heavy in stature, could not leap and was left to endure the tremor's impact. Fortunately, being mechanical in nature, it was sufficiently robust and immune to disorientation. The most unfortunate was the distant big fool, who, having finally recovered from the dizziness induced by his own furious rage, was once again plunged into disorientation by the tremors, collapsing to the ground. As the tremor subsided, Lin Ziluo's brief moment of suspension ended, and the zombie cat leaped down. The moment Lin Ziluo landed, he charged towards the Titan zombie. Seizing the opportunity presented by the recent ground shake, the Titan zombie had risen, its demeanor bordering on madness. Ignoring its nearly crippled fist, it unleashed a newly acquired ability, Titan's Wrath. A dark mist emanated from the Titan zombie's body as its arms swelled in size. However, the injured arm bled even more profusely as it expanded. The Titan zombie swung its massive arms toward Lin Ziluo. He chose neither to absorb the blow nor to flee. To withstand it would only amplify the punch's potency, soon overwhelming him. To escape would grant the Titan zombie a 50 increase in pursuit capability, making genuine evasion exceedingly difficult. However, given that one of the Titan zombie's fists had sustained severe damage, its swinging speed would not reach its full potential, rendering Lin Ziluo unafraid. This was precisely the plan devised by Lin Ziluo long ago, utterly terrifying. Prior to engaging in combat with the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo meticulously calculated all of the Titan zombie's skills and attack patterns, ensuring that each action was executed with utmost precision. In the face of Titan's wrath, Lin Ziluo chose a most audacious strategy, dancing upon the edge of a blade. As a colossal fist descended upon him, Lin Ziluo swiftly twisted his body, evading the blow with an extraordinarily peculiar posture. The next horizontal strike followed closely behind. Lin Ziluo gently bent forward, rising at an oblique angle, narrowly escaping this punch as well. Only a few strands of hair were disturbed by the fierce gust generated by the fist. Another angled punch. Once more, Lin Ziluo showcased his uncanny and agile movements, narrowly dodging this attack with a sidestep. Of course, what others perceived as perilous was merely a calculated maneuver for Lin Ziluo, whose success rate in evading the blow stood at a perfect 100%. The fourth, fifth, and sixth punches came in rapid succession. The Titan zombie remained undeterred, launching each strike from increasingly unconventional angles. Yet, Lin Ziluo evaded each one with even more bizarre grace. Each attack instilled in the Titan zombie a false sense of certainty that the next blow would surely connect. Alas, after 8 punches were thrown, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed. Save for a few hairs blown away by the force of the punches, he hadn't even shifted his stance. Despair flickered in the Titan zombie's eyes. It was utterly defeated. From the onset of battle, it had fallen entirely into Lin Ziluo's rhythm. After exhausting all its offensive capabilities, it had merely succeeded in displacing a few strands of Lin Ziluo's hair. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo swung the 9-li blade with determination. With the first strike, a gash appeared on the Titan zombie's neck. The second cut deepened the wound, reaching nearly a quarter of the way through. With the third blow, the Titan zombie would surely perish. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply, channeling all his strength to deliver the decisive blow. Detected an increase in the player team by 1. Task rewards have diminished. Detected an increase in the player team by 1. Task rewards have diminished. Chapter 93. The gaze of the demon. The notifications from the apocalyptic game rang out in succession. At the moment the blade of the 9-li struck the Titan zombie's neck, Lin Ziluo deftly redirected its trajectory, cleaving into the Titan zombie's other shoulder. Fury. An overwhelming rage. He glanced toward the edge of the pit, where 2 players stood at the bottom, while several others prepared to leap down. Come quickly. It's truly safe to enter, and you can enjoy the task rewards. So bountiful. Come inside. Previously, those who claimed Lin Ziluo was merely courting death now quietly urged those outside the protective shield. Wow. The first to activate the class transfer platform will undoubtedly make it to the world announcement. I will be famous. One of his companions exclaimed. Is that true? Then I shall join as well. With that, a man stepped through the protective barrier and jumped into the pit. You all must come out. That esteemed player is on the verge of defeating this terrifying zombie. A woman standing by the edge implored repeatedly. Silence, woman. I have endured your presence for far too long. Even in this apocalypse, you continue to feign strength. Just wait. Once I step outside, I shall make you pay. The man spat venomously. At that moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the 9-Li blade. The guardian robots and the zombie cats were suppressing the Titan zombie. Suppressing it was merely a guise. They were merely ensuring that the Titan zombie did not perish too swiftly, allowing the players to reap the rewards. Lin Ziluo had effectively incapacitated the Titan zombie, severing both of its arms to prevent it from posing any further threat. The leading man noticed Lin Ziluo's advance, his frigid gaze piercing through the mask he wore, accompanied by the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. Conquering his fear, he stepped forward. Great One, you must be Yaji. Your strength is unparalleled. I have always been your devoted fan. Witnessing your battle from afar compelled me to rally my brothers to assist you. What can we do? He exclaimed. Indeed, Great One, I too am your fan, chimed in the two men behind him in unison. Fans, assisting me? Lin Ziluo murmured, before swiftly slicing through the air with the 9-Li blade. The blade gleamed brilliantly under the sun's rays. The man opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent as he glanced down at his waist. A pronounced gash marred his midsection, crimson blood oozing from the wound. In terror, he reached to touch his waist. The moment he did, he realized it was dislocated. With a thunderous crash, his severed upper body collapsed to the ground, his lower half unable to sustain itself, crumpling beside it. Blood, intestines, and organs spilled forth from his torso. Yet, in his fear, the man continued to crawl, horrified. Cut in half. He has been cleaved in two. The once boisterous scene fell into an eerie silence. The two men who had flanked him now found themselves in a state of panic. Lin Ziluo seized the head of the crawling man, forcing him to gaze upon him. The devil-esque stare emanated from beneath that mask, the exaggerated curve of his lips seeming to come alive in that instant. The man, along with those behind him and the onlookers outside the protective barrier, simultaneously envisioned a sea of blood and mountains of severed limbs. Their deepest fears materialized before their very eyes: claustrophobia, acrophobia, and thalassophobia. Every terror they harbored was perfectly manifested within this phantasmagoria. Such an all-consuming dread plunged them into despair. Some attempted to move, but found their bodies trembling uncontrollably, paralyzed by fear. Others could muster no strength at all, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to rise. The man's gaze, once filled with defiance, now lost its focus in agony. Detected a decrease in the current player team by 1. Task rewards have increased. An involuntary entry into the task, thus allowing for the division of rewards. The most despicable and unscrupulous tactic within this apocalyptic game. This course of action not only fragments a considerable amount of rewards, but also poses a significant risk of endangering players within tasks that escalate in difficulty alongside the challenger's prowess. Such individuals, upon emerging in the apocalypse and having their actions exposed, shall face the most severe of penalties. However, if it is orchestrated by powerful clans or influential factions, there is little that can be done. Lin Ziluo discarded the remnants of the man's body without hesitation. Were it not for the imminent threat posed by the Titan zombies, he would never have allowed this individual to perish so easily for the sake of expedience. Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the remaining 2 individuals. One was still in shock from the demon's gaze, visibly trembling and having lost control of his bladder. The other, more coherent, shouted in a frenzy as Lin Ziluo approached, "Stop! I was wrong. It was that cursed thing that summoned us down here. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Ziluo continued his advance, seemingly impervious to the man's desperate pleas. The individual retreated until he reached the precipice of a deep pit. Realizing his previous arguments were futile, he quickly shifted tactics and implored, "Yazi, your reputation as a hero in Dragon Country is well known. As a hero, it is your duty to assist us. We merely wish to follow in your wake for a morsel of sustenance, nothing more. You must think carefully if you slay us. The world will no longer regard you as a great hero." The man could utter no further words, for he beheld Lin Ziluo hurl the 9-Li blade. With a swift, spinning strike, the blade cleanly severed the man's head. In its return arc, it also claimed the life of the other individual. 2 heads thudded to the ground. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. Mission rewards have increased. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. Mission rewards have increased. The current mission can accommodate an additional 25 participants. Players are advised to manage their quotas. Lin Ziluo caught the returning 9-Li blade and casually flicked the blood from its edge. He regarded the onlookers beyond the deep pit, who were visibly shaken by the recent display of brutality, as well as those lurking in the shadows. Under his penetrating gaze, all averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet Lin Ziluo's stare. Remember my name, Yazi, the Yazi who exacts vengeance. Spare me the drivel about being a great hero. Spare me the so-called moral coercion. And certainly spare me the nonsensical rhetoric about serving humanity. I live solely for myself. Anyone who provokes me, obstructs me, or disgusts me shall be annihilated. Chapter 94. 3 consecutive world announcements to discuss humanity with Lin Ziluo. Such self-righteous hypocrites, spouting about virtue. When the Li family hunted him down, where were the advocates for humanity then? When powerful factions trample upon lives and oppress players, who dared to speak up for humanity? In truth, they are merely cowards, pretending to be righteous while fearing the strong. Speaking of reputation with Lin Ziluo, he eagerly anticipates the spread of his notorious reputation for bloodshed. This approach significantly minimizes the likelihood of attracting individuals who are unable to comprehend the situation or those who are mentally challenged. With a light-hearted chuckle, Lin Ziluo expressed her sentiments loudly, causing an immediate silence to envelop the entire venue. The few individuals outside the pit, along with dozens of onlookers, etched Lin Ziluo's words into their memories. It became evident that vengeance is indeed a relentless pursuit. These remarks were gradually disseminated among the crowd, and the style of Lin Ziluo's actions became widely recognized. However, these matters are merely subsequent developments. At the moment Lin Ziluo spoke, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations. Player Yazi has successfully slain a level 19 Silver Titan zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations. Player has become the first in the apocalyptic game to kill a silver-level entity, earning the unique global achievement, Silver's Grief. A server-wide announcement will follow. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo felt grateful for her swift actions. Had she delayed, the Titan zombie might have perished first, drastically diminishing her rewards for the task. Ding. Congratulations, host has successfully defeated the silver-level Guardian Titan zombie, exceeding the task requirements. Ding. Congratulations. Host has received the enhanced task reward, 2 random ordinary golden fingers and 2 pieces of random silver-level equipment. The golden finger system promptly chimed in, bringing Lin Ziluo immense joy. This reward had effectively doubled. Indeed, the golden finger system proved to be the most reliable. Casting a glance at the lifeless Titan zombie, a resplendent golden treasure chest materialized before her. She swiftly stored the treasure chest in her inventory and hurried towards the 2 class transfer stations, the very locations where she had previously conjured the Titan zombie using dark mist. She needed to activate the task of activating the Magic City class transfer station without delay. Otherwise, the 2 world announcements would lack coherence. Following the Titan zombie's demise, a pedestal approximately 1 meter tall emerged, adorned with a scroll made from an unknown animal skin and a white feather quill. Lin Ziluo skimmed the contents of the scroll, then seized the quill to inscribe the name Yazi upon it. In an instant, the scroll vanished. The 2 class transfer stations simultaneously radiated brilliant light. Player Yazi has successfully defeated the Guardian of the class transfer station, activating the transfer station. Congratulations. Player Yazi has completed the task to activate the Magic City class transfer station. Congratulations, Player Yazi has earned 500 prestige points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the class transfer scroll, Overlord. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. To advance to level 16, 2,800 experience points are still required. Congratulations, player Yazi has become the first in Blue Star to activate a class transfer station, earning the unique global achievement, Master of Class Transfer. A server-wide announcement will follow. Is this the reward enhanced by the system? Lin Ziluo gazed at the dazzling rewards, his thoughts somewhat disarrayed. The substantial rewards from both game and system tasks, the activation scroll for the class transfer station, coupled with the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie, overwhelmed him. It was too much. This place was not suitable for claiming such gifts. Lin Ziluo decided to first retreat to a tranquil spot to meticulously assess his gains. As for the Titan zombie's corpse, it had transformed into a wisp of black mist after the agreement was signed, ultimately dissipating into the air. Just as Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the rejuvenated Da Xiao, sought a concealed location, the once bright sky quickly dimmed. The darkness deepened, and before long, it was akin to a night where one could not see their own hand before their face. Although he had encountered such scenes numerous times before, some players gazing at the sky were astonished to find that this darkness was more profound than any they had previously experienced. What could be the reason for this? In the heavens above, a deep, resonant yet crystal clear voice echoed. World announcement: congratulations to player Yaji for becoming the first individual to independently slay a silver-tier creature in the apocalyptic game, astonishing the globe with remarkable strength and earning the unique global achievement, Silver's Lament, along with a plethora of rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn eagerly. Just as the crowd prepared to be astonished once more by Yaji's deeds, the deep, resonant voice resounded again. World announcement: congratulations to player Yaji for being the first player in the apocalyptic game to activate the class transfer station, unlocking the shackles for the city of Magic Capital, and earning the unique global achievement, Master of Class Transfer, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn eagerly. With the city of Magic Capital being the first to activate the class transfer station, its players would receive a citywide reward, including an increase of 1 level for all players within Magic Capital, a doubling of zombie drop rates within 24 hours, and a 10 increase in experience and gold earned. 3 consecutive announcements. A total of 3 world announcements. As the last proclamation concluded, the world erupted in excitement. The entire Magic Capital, including the surrounding small towns within its jurisdiction, became the focal point of the world. The invisible barrier isolating the cities at the borders of Magic Capital shimmered with a golden hue. This golden barrier stood out brilliantly against the surrounding darkness, continuously ascending. From a distance, it resembled a golden beam of light piercing through the heavens and the earth. Simultaneously, all players within Magic Capital found their levels elevated by 1. Members of the Grim Reaper Club, the individuals at the Magic Capital Library, those around the People's Square, and all others within the vicinity experienced this elevation. In that moment, everyone held Yaji in the highest regard, even though Lin Ziluo had previously cast a shadow upon them, leaving them trembling with fear, such as human nature. Once tangible benefits were obtained, any grievances would be swiftly forgotten. Even when encountering individuals from other cities, they would proudly exclaim, "Have you heard of Yaji? He is from our Magic Capital, utterly remarkable. He even helped me level up." Chapter 95. The Concealed Profession Overlord. Who can enlighten me as to why I have yet to encounter a bronze-ranked individual, while others, like Yazi, have effortlessly dealt with silver ranks? A weary soul, who has tirelessly battled zombies in this apocalyptic game, began to succumb to a sense of despondency. He could not fathom how the disparity among humans could be so vast. If memory serves me correctly, the class transfer station appeared just yesterday evening, and within it was an exceptionally formidable bronze rank. We lost a total of 30 individuals without managing to defeat it, yet it was activated this afternoon. A leader of a minor faction questioned incredulously. His subordinates, rendered speechless, fell silent. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that the illustrious Yazi was no longer content with mere mundane world announcements. He delivered 3 in total. 3 full announcements. A fervent admirer of Lin Ziluo exclaimed, "Let me tell you, Yazi is akin to the divine beasts of our nation's ancient mythology. So this player named Yazi is, in fact, our hero, who was merely trapped in the Magic City during a trip, yet his heart remains with our homeland." A senior leader from a certain nation was animatedly explaining to his counterparts. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yazi belongs to us. The Dragon Kingdom merely had the fortune of encountering him during his travels. Isn't the Dragon Kingdom an evolution of our own nation? Upon uttering these words, all the leaders gazed in astonishment at the speaker. After a brief silence, they all echoed in unison, "Indeed." The little dog barked joyfully, its tail wagging furiously. Will we feast on 1 bone tonight? Or perhaps 2? Congratulations, player has reached level 16, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, as well as 3 points in free attributes. The player requires an additional 3,100 experience points to ascend to level 17. Congratulations. Player has obtained the global announcement of Silver's Lament. Congratulations, player has been awarded 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 points in free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Congratulations, player has received the global announcement of the Master of Class Transfer. Congratulations. Player has been awarded 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 points in free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Lin Ziluo stepped into an expansive room, while the Shah stood guard outside. Alas, level 16. How is it that my rate of advancement surpasses even that before the novice protection period? Lin Ziluo felt a sense of helplessness. I wish to remain low-key, but my prowess does not permit it. Gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, Lin Ziluo was filled with a bittersweet joy. As per usual, he first claimed his gaming rewards. The experience was, of course, substantial. The significant boost in experience propelled Lin Ziluo to a new level, complemented by the collective rewards from the third announcement. His level precisely reached 16, with the experience bar still at 0. The gold coin reward was also noteworthy. A total of 6,500 gold coins, combined with his previous savings, had reached an impressive height of 12,000. Reputation matters. Lin Ziluo glanced at the reputation leaderboard. Excellent. 6,220 points of reputation. Originally 10 times that of the second place, it now nears 20 times. How can the disparity continue to widen? His storage space had surged from 52 cubic meters to 72, freeing up a substantial area. With 6 points of free attributes, Lin Ziluo had yet to determine how to allocate them, deciding to wait and assess the impending rewards first. Next came the most anticipated reward from the apocalyptic game, the class change scroll. Lin Ziluo had previously glimpsed the information, revealing a class known as Overlord. The very name prepared him adequately. Class, Overlord description, with strength that can move mountains and an aura that dominates the world. When conditions are unfavorable, swift steeds do not depart. If they do not depart, what can be done? Alas, what can be done? Attributes. Each level gained grants 4 points of strength, 3 points of constitution with no free attributes. Abilities. Strength that moves mountains, 1 force breaks myriad loss. Aura that dominates the world, 1 force transforms myriad loss. Indeed, Lin Ziluo was not mistaken. It was indeed the Overlord, that legendary figure. Burning boats, the banquet at Hongmen, the farewell to the concubine, watching from the sidelines, and traveling in splendid attire by night. These well-known tales all pertain to the Overlord. If one were to categorize classes by tiers, the Overlord would undeniably rank among the pinnacle of epic-level classes. Furthermore, this class aligns perfectly with Dashin. Lin Ziluo was exceedingly pleased, truly. It was a reward from the system's twice-enhanced tasks. Regrettably, Dashin was currently at level 9, unable to gain experience from completing tasks. He would have to wait until Dashin reached level 10 to bestow it upon him. At that moment, Lin Ziluo already possessed 3 class change scrolls, the Phantom Overlord and the Butcher. The Butcher scroll was, of course, a reward for Dashin's task, lacking the system's assistance. Dashin's task reward consisted solely of a class change scroll and some gold coins. The task Lin Ziluo assigned to Dashin through the Order of the Demon City yielded merely some gold coins and a bronze-level item. All of this had been reviewed on the journey. The Butcher's hidden class was rather ordinary, gaining 2 points of strength and 1 point of constitution per level, along with 2 free attribute points, quite an unremarkable profession. Nevertheless, for the average person, it remains a coveted acquisition, as it could only be attained through the completion of joint tasks. If one were to factor in those who entered to seize rewards, at most, only one individual might gain some gold coins, items, or equipment. Lin Ziluo carefully stored the Butcher class change scroll, intending to either trade it for items or sell it later. Thus, all tasks from the apocalyptic game had been meticulously organized. Next awaited the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan zombie. He hoped it might yield a piece of golden-level equipment. Lin Ziluo placed the golden chest upon the ground. As usual, its overall shape remained unchanged, yet it was decidedly more exquisite than the silver chest, its golden exterior particularly dazzling. Lin Ziluo opened the golden treasure chest. The player Yazi successfully unlocked the golden treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, Yazi received a boon that expanded his storage space by 0.6 cubic meters. After unlocking the golden treasure chest, Yazi gained an enhancement to his experience, acquiring 104 points. While rummaging through the golden treasure chest, Yazi successfully extracted 560 gold coins. As the radiant light dissipated, two items materialized before Lin Ziluo. Chapter 96. An extraordinary equipment before Lin Ziluo lay a watermelon knife and a potion in a white bottle. A watermelon knife? A golden-grade watermelon knife that sparkles with golden light? This is utterly absurd. As Lin Ziluo spoke, he picked up the watermelon knife. Remarkably, it felt quite pleasing in his hand. Huaqiang watermelon knife, golden-grade equipment, once wielded by a formidable warrior named Huaqiang, exuding immense intimidation. Attributes: 3 strength, 3 constitution, 1 agility. When aimed at an opponent's head, it enhances slashing speed by 20. Skill: is this watermelon right? Shouting, is this watermelon right? While brandishing the watermelon knife triggers a 2-second intimidation effect, reducing the enemy's attributes by 10. Skill cooldown: 1 hour. This? Lin Ziluo gazed at the watermelon knife, lost in contemplation. It is indeed a fine blade. However, uttering such a phrase in combat seems rather peculiar. Perhaps I shall let the Julie Pearl devour it later. Lin Ziluo stowed the Huaqiang watermelon knife and turned his attention to the potion. From its appearance, he discerned its properties. Stamina potion, a one-time silver-grade item. Consuming it instantly restores 24 stamina, with an additional recovery of 5 stamina per minute for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 28 minutes afterward. Quite impressive. An upgraded version of the bronze-grade stamina potion. While it only enhances attributes by 4 and reduces the duration by 2 minutes. When considering the shared nature of similar potion items, one realizes its potential to sway the tide of battle in evenly matched confrontations. Nonetheless, to be frank, the contents of this golden treasure chest are rather mundane. Let us examine the newly acquired titles. Silver's Grief, a unique title, awarded to the first player to slay a silver-grade entity in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes, weakening the base attributes of silver-grade or lower beings by 8. Master of Class Change, a unique title, bestowed upon the first player to activate the Class Change station in the Doomsday game. Attributes: 3 to all attributes. Any player who undergoes a class change will have their inflicted damage reduced by 8. Both titles possess decent attributes. However, they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title. Thus, there is no need to change titles. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Could it be that his luck was exhausted after unlocking the Overlord class, resulting in these 2 rewards failing to bring him joy? It is indeed not the case. It is merely a reflection of Lin Ziluo's lofty aspirations. The Huaqiang brand watermelon knife is, after all, a weapon of golden caliber. Had it not been for Lin Ziluo's acquisition of the Julie Pearl, it would undoubtedly have been his primary choice. He even ventured out to inquire if the simpleton Desha might have need of it, only to find Desha clinging resolutely to his bronze giant hammer. Well, if you refuse such a fine item, so be it. The 2 newly acquired titles are equally unremarkable. The effects of these titles are undoubtedly coveted by other players. However, they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title, which is not only exceedingly demanding, but also prone to vanish at any moment. Of course, in his possession, this title shall never fade away. Moreover, Lin Ziluo has now obtained a class-changing platform that can continuously generate gold coins. He recalled the agreement he had signed. Upon activation of the class-changing platform in each city, that very agreement would materialize. By signing it, one could activate the platform and simultaneously reap a wave of benefits. Lin Ziluo enjoyed numerous advantages. Firstly, the class-changing platform would forge a statue of Lin Ziluo the following day, signifying his exceptional contributions to the city. This is a permanent honor. As long as the city does not fall completely, he shall be revered for eternity. Naturally, Lin Ziluo is not particularly concerned with this aspect. Secondly, to utilize the class-changing platform, players must complete specific class-changing tasks, typically involving the extermination of a certain number of zombies or a particular type of zombie. Furthermore, each task acceptance necessitates the payment of a fee. For every player who pays, Lin Ziluo will receive a small commission. Though modest, approximately 5 gold coins each time. One must not underestimate this commission, especially in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Even if there are merely 100,000 players needing class changes, Lin Ziluo could amass 500,000 gold coins. Though this will require considerable time, it is improbable that the vast Magic City has dwindled to just 100,000 players. Without a doubt, the badge of honor for 200,000 players is already within Lin Ziluo's grasp. He merely awaits the requisite amount of gold coins. The third feature may hold little value for Lin Ziluo, which is the increase in contribution points to Magic City. The hidden items within the Magic City shop have already been deciphered by the Golden Finger system, rendering these points unnecessary. He shall await to see what further utility this contribution value may possess. Lin Ziluo contemplated why the rewards he received seemed rather mundane. The realization dawned upon him. It must be due to his lack of divine worship. Thus, Lin Ziluo once again employed his grand ritual of celestial reverence. Infinite Celestial Sovereign, Amitba. May the Lord bless me, Amen. And now, Golden Finger System, grant me those 2 pieces of silver tier equipment. Lin Ziluo hastily proclaimed. Ding. Extracting equipment for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the silver tier equipment, Shadow Enigma Battle Armor and Shadow Enigma Trousers. Ah, a set. I told you, this prayer does hold significance. Lin Ziluo retrieved the 2 pieces of equipment he had just drawn. Shadow Armor, a silver-grade armor crafted specifically to counter mages. It is a source of great distress for every sorcerer. Attributes, Strength 2, Constitution 2. Shadow Effect, reduces spell damage taken by 10. Shadow Pants, a silver-grade garment designed to thwart mages. It similarly torments every wizard. Attributes, Agility 2, Spirit 2. Shadow Effect, reduces spell damage taken by 5. Set equipment is a rare occurrence, typically only obtainable from treasure chests. One can only imagine the improbable luck required to acquire a piece of set gear from a zombie. The individual attributes of set equipment are generally quite mundane. The true power lies in the combined set bonuses. Lin Ziluo hastily removed the Guardian chestplate and Stalwart pants from the Orderer's uniform, activating the illusion for the 2 new pieces. Congratulations. Player Yazai has successfully equipped the Shadow Armor and Shadow Pants, activating the 2-piece effect of the Shadow set. Shadow set 2-piece bonus, 1 to all attributes. Reflects 10 spell damage taken. Chapter 97. Big Fool, time to work. Ah, this feels delightful. Lin Ziluo examined his current attributes. Base attributes, Strength, 56, Spirit, 34, Constitution, 53. Agility, 36, not accounting for the unique 10 all-attribute bonus. As his level increased, Agility and Spirit had fallen behind considerably. Lin Ziluo now possessed 12 free attribute points, with 6 points from the world announcement and an additional 6 from leveling up twice. Thus, he allocated 6 points each to Spirit and Agility. Base attributes, Strength, 56. Spirit, 40, Constitution, 53, Agility, 42. With the 10 bonus, his attributes were now quite impressive. After admiring his stats, Lin Ziluo promptly stated, System. Let us draw both ordinary golden fingers at once. He had begun to relish the bliss of receiving all rewards in one go. Ding. Drawing for ordinary golden finger is in progress. Ding. Congratulations. Host has successfully drawn automatic pickup 1 and information breakthrough 1. Ding. Due to the host already possessing the golden finger automatic pickup 1, the automatic pickup level has been upgraded to 2. Automatic pickup 2 can collect items dropped by zombies killed by the host, entering the storage space within a 15-meter radius of the host. If the remaining storage space is insufficient, pickup will not occur. Information breakthrough 1. Previously able to view attributes of zombies no higher than level 5. Now can view attributes of zombies no higher than level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared before Lin Ziluo. He was left speechless, only able to marvel at the unwavering strength of the golden finger system. The automatic pickup range had increased by 1 meter. In the future, when Lin Ziluo slays zombies with the 9-ly blade, he would no longer need to step forward to trigger the automatic pickup. The breakthrough of this entirely new golden finger is particularly advantageous. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. This was exemplified during the confrontation with the Titan zombie, whose level was precisely 5 levels above Lin Ziluo. This allowed Lin Ziluo to comprehend the Titan zombie's complete attributes, including its skill effects, thereby devising a flawless strategy to vanquish the Titan zombie with relative ease. Had the Titan zombie ascended another level, Lin Ziluo would have been compelled to explore its skills while engaged in combat. At this juncture, all rewards had been fully claimed, resulting in a substantial gain. Lin Ziluo meticulously organized the contents of his storage space and stowed the Huaqiang brand watermelon knife into the Julie Pearl. The energy within the Julie Pearl had accumulated to 1/3 of its capacity. Once filled, it would transform into a diamond-grade item. Subsequently, he inquired of the system. By the way, what does the world announcement regarding the double drop rate entail? Is it akin to each person receiving an additional 1? Ding. Not quite. It directly doubles the existing drop rate, in addition to the 1 added by the host's title. In other words, my current drop rate is 201. Lin Ziluo suddenly realized. Goodness, there's no time for rest. It's merely been 24 hours. I must seize this opportunity. Lin Ziluo promptly extracted a bottle of bronze-grade stamina potion from his storage space and gulped it down. Having consumed the stamina potion, Lin Ziluo forcefully kicked open the door. Big fool, it's time to work. Today, all injured zombies are to be preserved for me. For every 20 zombies, I will reward you with a roasted chicken tonight. Lin Ziluo proclaimed loudly, intending to attract nearby zombies. Upon hearing of the additional reward of roasted chicken, Big Fool's eyes practically sparkled with excitement. He raised his bronze giant hammer and bellowed in agreement. Lin Ziluo transformed the Julie Pearl into the Julie knife and charged out with Big Fool, searching for nearby zombies as if they were bandits entering a city. Not far away stood a heavy zombie, immobile, its body enveloped in fat, with the excess flesh from its belly dragging on the ground. However, its head resembled that of any ordinary zombie, making the sight of its small head embedded in a mass of fat quite bizarre. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo paid no heed to its grotesque appearance and approached with a swift strike. Drop for me. Drop for me. 2 pieces, no, 3 pieces of equipment. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie, earning 12 experience points and 13 gold coins. Continue. Big Fool, hurry and draw more zombies. 10 will suffice. Just smash the ground with your hammer to create some noise. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating a level 6 hunting zombie, earning 12 experience points and 12 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating a level 7 war zombie, earning 14 experience points and 15 gold coins. Over here, Lin Ziluo had plunged into a frenzy of slaying zombies, reveling in the continuous acquisition of resources. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber, 3 individuals convened a meeting specifically for him. Equipment rankings, first place, Orderer Uniform of Magic City level, Diamond owner, Yazzie second place, Knife of Gioli level, Gold owner, Yazzie third place, Mask of Evil Illusions level, Silver owner, Yazzie fourth place, White Wing Cloak level. Silver owner, Yazzie fifth place, Shadow Battle Armor level, Silver owner, Yazzie sixth place, Shadow Trousers level, Silver owner, Yazzie gazing upon the equipment rankings. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit could not restrain himself from speaking. It appears that this newly emerged equipment is something Yazzie acquired after vanquishing a silver-level foe. Is there any doubt? Certainly not. I am merely curious about the identity of this Yazzie, remarked another young man, casually lounging in a chair with his legs crossed. The boy from the Yin family should show some respect, were it not for your unfortunate father turning into a zombie. You wouldn't even have the privilege to be here, interjected an elder, visibly displeased. Haha, masterly, you can't expect me to heed you. Do you think I am like your 2 sons? The youth from the Yin family jested. Then, as if recalling something, he quickly added, Oh right. I remember that fellow Li Haobua is in Magic City. Look at how far away he is. You cannot assist him. Given his temperament, I suspect he may not last a few days. Master Li's complexion darkened momentarily, but he soon regained his composure. There is no need for the Yin family head to worry so much. Let us focus on today's topic, Yazzie. Seeing the conversation shift back to the main subject, the man in the Zhongshan suit promptly took the lead. Yazzie, I have never heard of this name in the Dragon Kingdom before. Yet I cannot believe that an obscure individual could rise to such prominence. We must locate him. With his current reputation and influence, he would greatly aid our 3 families' plans. Indeed, this apocalypse presents us with a grand opportunity. The world is in chaos. Why should we not carve out our own path? Chapter 98. The Surge of the Sewers on the 8th day of the apocalypse in Magic City. Following the world announcement, a day of tranquility was abruptly shattered. This day offers double the drop rates, with experience and gold bonuses. Such special benefits are typically reserved for significant events in online games. If not now, then when? Although the strength of zombies has markedly increased, couldn't a group of individuals simply overwhelm a single one? Moreover, at this stage, all players in Magic City have leveled up. Thus, players who were previously holed up at home began to form teams, employing their wits and teamwork to hunt zombies. They experimented with enticing tactics, surrounded their foes, strategized positioning, and maneuvered around attack ranges, all enhancing combat effectiveness among players. Remarkably, numerous tactics that would typically be developed later made their appearance today. It is undeniable that Lin Ziluo single-handedly propelled the evolution of combat prowess among Magic City players, enabling them to adapt to the apocalypse more swiftly. The butterfly effect instigated by Lin Ziluo extends far beyond this. Zhang Yuanzhong, that fellow, is indeed putting in considerable effort now, Lin Ziluo remarked. Meanwhile, he also realized the magnitude of the influence he had brought about. Before his rebirth, Zhang Yuanzhong appeared to be at level 8 during this time frame. It would only be tomorrow that he reached level 9, and the day after that he could complete his hidden job transfer. Yet, he had already ascended to level 9. Moreover, he had monopolized all the world announcements in this lifetime. Consequently, those formidable individuals who were originally slated to receive world announcements, would they be deprived of their rewards? Without the titles and attribute bonuses from the world announcements, would their progress be hindered? It was uncertain whether the individual who could transfer tomorrow would even complete his hidden job transfer. In summary, the trajectory of events was increasingly diverging from its original path. Soon, it would surely deviate from Lin Ziluo's previous memories. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo felt no fear. No matter how swiftly circumstances shifted, as long as he possessed sufficient strength, he need not worry. Strength was the fundamental means to navigate all events. Lin Ziluo closed the level leaderboard. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been engaged in continuous combat with the Shah for over 2 hours, slaughtering their way northwest from the People's Square of the Demon City. Ordinary zombies were mere trifles for Lin Ziluo to dispatch with ease. As for the more formidable zombies, a modicum of seriousness on his part was sufficient to fell them with a single stroke. After all, in terms of attributes, aside from their specialized traits, the others were less than half of Lin Ziluo's. He had lost track of how many zombies he had slain, only knowing that the spoils had filled his storage space to capacity, forcing him to pause and have the excess equipment and items devoured by the Jioli Pearl, propelling its evolution progress to halfway. Concurrently, he was on the verge of leveling up, requiring merely a couple hundred experience points to reach level 18. Oddly enough. Why say again? Nevertheless, it was true that Lin Ziluo's mental fortitude was waning. The intense battle with the Titan zombie earlier in the afternoon had drained a significant amount of his energy, coupled with the prolonged skirmish. He was acutely aware that his current state would not suffice to withstand the onslaught from the more ferocious zombies that night, especially considering the possibility of being besieged. Thus, he and Desha sought refuge in a hotel with its doors still ajar. The hotel was modest but boasted a pleasant environment. Well, it had before the apocalypse. Now, all that remained were dried bloodstains on the ground and numerous corpses of both zombies and humans. Lin Ziluo observed that these bodies seemed to have been slain by zombified beasts, as the bite marks were distinctly serrated. After meticulously inspecting the inn, he found nothing amiss. Let us hope there truly is nothing. Lin Ziluo selected a relatively clean room and deployed his eye of reconnaissance. Lin Ziluo retrieved 2 cards for bottled water supplies and treated himself to a cold shower, finally allowing himself to relax. Ah, how I have fallen, he mused, reflecting on how he used to bathe once a month. In the desolate reality of the apocalypse, who has the luxury of time or sufficient water for such indulgences? Aside from the elite, every individual is enveloped in unpleasant odors, sweat, blood, and decay mingling in a symphony of stench that defies description, save for the word acrid. The surroundings mirror this decay, with places piled high with corpses and scarred by battle, shrouded in a choking haze. Yet, in time, players would acclimate, even becoming immune to this olfactory assault. Thus, humanity's remarkable adaptability shines through. With his reflections concluded, Lin Ziluo pondered the futility of change. His efforts to grow stronger were solely for the purpose of survival. He must not lose sight of that. Draping himself in the uniform of the Order of the Demon City, Lin Ziluo lay down to sleep. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the silence within the sewers of the Demon City. In the distance, a dark, dog-sized figure scurried swiftly. Only when it reached a moonlit area could its true form be discerned. A rodent, grotesquely transformed into a zombie. Goodness, have the undead rats grown to such a size? Its blood-red eyes glimmered ominously in the moonlight, and its jagged teeth were enough to send shivers down one's spine. This was merely the beginning. As the first zombie rat emerged, the sewers reverberated with more shrill cries. An increasing number of these undead rodents crawled forth from the shadows. While the proportion of animal zombification remains low, the sheer number of rats is overwhelming. Their bloated bodies soon filled the sewer, and they continued to multiply. As if summoned by a signal, they hastened toward a specific location, seemingly drawn by something enticing. Strangely, this destination was alarmingly close to the very inn where Lin Ziluo resided. Chapter 99. the zombie rat tied in the pitch-black night, the demon city, stripped of electric light, became a theater of horror, with the chilling howls of the undead mingling with the screams of the living, sending shivers down one's spine. Yet amid this chaos, Lin Ziluo slept soundly, as if the cacophony of wails served as a lullaby to him. Dasha stood quietly at the door, motionless like a guardian. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, Dasha suddenly turned his gaze toward the far end of the corridor, maintaining his stance. After approximately 2 minutes, a faint tremor resonated through the inn's interior. Lin Ziluo, lying in bed, awoke instantly at the onset of the vibration. The knife of Julie materialized directly in Lin Ziluo's hand, and he had already dressed neatly as he descended from his bed. He opened the door and found Dashan gazing intently in a particular direction. Drawing from his own experience and considering Dashan's reaction, Lin Ziluo arrived at 2 hypotheses: either a horde of zombies had emerged, or a gathering of zombie animals was at hand. The occurrence of a zombie horde was implausible. At this juncture, it was impossible for such an event to transpire. Moreover, even if a horde were to arise, there would undoubtedly be an apocalyptic game notification. Thus, only one scenario remained: the presence of zombie animals. Furthermore, only a few types of zombie animals could create such a scale and commotion. Based on the bite marks he had previously observed on the corpses, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced that the zombie animals were indeed zombie rats. What terrible luck! This area turned out to be a gathering place for zombie rats. However, there was something amiss. In his past life, he had never heard of any reports concerning an influx of zombie rats in the Magic City. To be precise, the number of zombified animals in the Magic City was exceedingly scarce. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, they were mostly scattered and few. Could it be that the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth had already impacted the realm of the undead? Lin Ziluo began to observe the outside situation through the corridor window. The streets lay desolate and empty, strewn with the corpses of zombies. Previously, he and Dashan had exterminated all the zombies in this vicinity. Yet, the ground continued to tremble, and the intensity of the vibrations was increasing. It appeared to be originating from the sewers. Why was it drawing nearer to their location? Was it coming for him? Lin Ziluo felt a sense of perplexity. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, with little likelihood of truth. The tremors persisted, reaching their zenith after several minutes. The severed heads of zombies that Lin Ziluo had dispatched began to roll along the ground due to the high-frequency vibrations. However, Lin Ziluo was indeed mistaken. This swarm of zombie rats was merely passing through, their true intent not aimed at him but rather towards the rear of the street. Lin Ziluo checked the map, noting that his area bore no particular significance. It was simply an ordinary street, with a very commonplace residential community behind it. Therefore, what could be the purpose of these zombie rats? Before Lin Ziluo could delve deeper into this question, a sudden noise caught his attention. He looked up to see the manhole cover on the adjacent street being forcefully dislodged. One by one, the zombie rats began to emerge from the sewer. Why was it one by one? Because their size was too great. Even 2 together would block the opening entirely. The manholes along the street were incessantly overturned, each one spilling forth a deluge of zombie rats. Observing their orderly emergence, Lin Ziluo came to a realization: there must be a higher-ranking zombie rat with commanding abilities orchestrating their movements. After all, only zombie animals possess such capabilities in the early stages. Terrifying. The ability to command such a multitude of zombie rats. Why had he never heard of this before? The sluggishness of the situation may have incited impatience. The manhole covers on this street, where the inn is located, began to be dislodged one after another. A multitude of undead rodents emerged, and as they passed by the corpses of their fallen kin, they did not hesitate to gnaw at them, swiftly devouring the remnants. Lin Ziluo stifled his presence, concealing his form. If given a choice, it would be prudent to avoid this horde of undead rodents. As it stands, the number of those emerging from the sewers has already surpassed 1,000. The quantity lurking within the sewers remains unknown, but is unlikely to be fewer than those above ground. A conservative estimate suggests there could be 2,000 to 3,000, or even 4,000 to 5,000 at most. It appears that an entire district's worth of undead rodents has congregated here. Thousands of these creatures, each the size of a typical wild dog, would be impossible to vanquish, even if one were to wield a weapon tirelessly. Soon, the entire street was teeming with undead rodents. Their overwhelming numbers and the grotesque stench emanating from their writhing bodies would induce anxiety in any who suffer from claustrophobia. As these undead rodents began to infiltrate the buildings lining the street, Lin Ziluo decisively led Dasha to the top floor of the inn. The door to the rooftop was locked. However, Lin Ziluo adeptly severed the lock with his blade and ascended, feeling the chill of the wind at the summit. He donned his mask and began to survey the situation below. As the horde of undead rodents multiplied, even the distant howls of the zombies faded into silence, perhaps silenced by their ravenous consumption or paralyzed by fear. After a 10-minute wait, the last of the undead rodents finally crawled out from the sewer. At this moment, the first through third floors of the inn were completely filled with these creatures. Lin Ziluo stood atop the building, observing the actions of the undead rodents. Shortly thereafter, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Among the horde, 10 bronze-tier undead rodents emerged. So that was the case. He had thought only one controlled the swarm. But now he realized there were 10. This was indeed a revelation. Yet, where could these 10 undead rodents have come from? Lin Ziluo felt a stirring within as he contemplated the potential of slaying a few more. However, the purpose of this gathering remained unclear. Before long, the army of undead rodents began to move, marching with great fervor into the residential area behind Lin Ziluo. He discreetly signaled Dasha to remain in place, aware that his large frame and clumsy movements could easily betray their position. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo removed the Nightfall Ring from Dasha's possession and adorned it himself. Its attribute of reducing presence in the night was precisely what he required. Thus, he set forth alone. Chapter 100. Unknown instance. The buildings surrounding the inn where Lin Ziluo resided were not particularly tall, averaging 4 to 5 stories in height. The hotel stands as the tallest structure in the vicinity. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the advancing tide of zombie rats before sliding down the water pipe from the rooftop of the hotel. He descended to the rooftop of an adjacent residential building, leaping gracefully and landing silently, rolling to conceal his presence. His stealth skills had not diminished since his previous life. Any disparity was merely due to variations in attributes. The series of row houses that followed were of similar height, allowing him to traverse effortlessly between rooftops with minimal exertion. The gaps between the roofs were small, requiring little energy for his agile movements. The only caution he needed to exercise was to avoid making excessive noise. At this moment, the horde of zombie rats was nearly all inside the community. Lin Ziluo could hear the anguished screams of several players from within, likely those who had been hiding in their homes, discovered by the zombie rats, and swiftly eliminated. Thus, he quickened his pace. Before long, Lin Ziluo encountered a minor obstacle. The distance between the rooftop he occupied and that of the buildings within the community was considerable. Mere jumping would not suffice. Although he could use his sprinting and brief levitation abilities to cross to the opposite rooftop, he deemed such a tactic wasteful for the situation at hand. After observing the rooftops for a moment longer, Lin Ziluo noted that the tide of zombie rats eventually surged into a seemingly unremarkable villa within the community. However, after the horde had filled the villa to capacity, an eerie silence followed. This indicated that the zombie rats had vanished into thin air, an indication of a hidden dungeon. A thought sparked in Lin Ziluo's mind. The villa must conceal something akin to a portal. Otherwise, it would be impossible to accommodate so many zombie rats. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon an unexpected opportunity. He pondered what kind of portal could attract such a multitude of zombie rats. Yet, knowing their objective was to enter this portal, Lin Ziluo felt no urgency. He summoned Dashan with his thoughts, intending to wait until the number of zombie rats diminished to a manageable level before dispatching the remaining creatures. As Dashan approached the building where Lin Ziluo stood, he noted that only a few hundred zombie rats remained outside the villa. It was time to act. Just as Lin Ziluo prepared to execute a swift descent via the pipe, he suddenly heard a hoarse cry from the distant sky. Following the sound, a shocking scene unfolded before him. Thousands of zombie birds were soaring toward the villa. These were not merely one species of bird. The undead avians came in a variety of types. Their flight could only be described as a darkened veil obscuring the heavens. What on earth was happening? Lin Ziluo halted his movements and instructed Dashan to find a concealed spot. As the zombie birds soared above the villa, they gracefully descended onto the vacant ground in front of it. Following closely behind the zombie rats, they formed an orderly queue and entered the villa alongside the main group. Even with Lin Ziluo's robust mental fortitude, he found himself questioning reality. How could such an absurd phenomenon occur? Zombie rats and zombie birds coexisting peacefully, dutifully lining up to enter the villa? Although his plan to hunt the zombie rats had been thwarted, Lin Ziluo felt an exhilarating thrill. This instance was truly extraordinary. Had it not been for the zombie birds blocking the entrance, he would have eagerly ventured inside to uncover the mysteries within. Thus, he lay in wait, patiently observing as the zombie birds made their way into the villa. As time passed, Lin Ziluo noted that only a small fraction of the zombie birds remained outside the villa. He steeled himself, for at last. Nearly all the zombie birds had entered the instance. Yet, his attention was drawn to the far end of the street. The tremors and commotion emanating from that direction surpassed even the previous wave of zombie rats. Was this never-ending? Soon, the creatures from the street came into view. Zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits were familiar sights, while zombie chickens, zombie ducks, and zombie squirrels were decidedly rarer. The sight of zombie monkeys was particularly unusual. Behind them trailed zombie tigers, zombie lions, zombie wild boars, and zombie brown bears. Lin Ziluo recognized the tattered garments draped over the brown bear, emblazoned with the words Magic City Zoo. So, these zombie creatures had escaped from the zoo. As Lin Ziluo watched the zombie animals approach the villa's entrance, he felt a sense of numbness wash over him. If someone were to suggest aliens were next in line, he would believe it without hesitation. The sizable zombie brown bear inadvertently damaged the villa's door as it entered. At last, Lin Ziluo caught sight of the interior. A golden-hued portal hovered in the center of the villa's grand hall. The zombie animals streamed toward the portal, ultimately vanishing within its shimmering confines. No wonder the population of zombie animals in the Magic City was so sparse. They had all entered this portal. Yet, the existence of such a portal was something he had never before encountered or heard discussed. What purpose did it serve? Why did it captivate these zombie creatures? How could something so apparent remain unmentioned in conversation? The lengthy queue of creatures continued to funnel into the portal, a process that would undoubtedly take considerable time. Concerned about any unforeseen developments with the portal, Lin Ziluo resolved against sleeping. He retrieved his phone, connected it to a power bank, and engrossed himself in a novel, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on the portal's activity. Time slipped away. Finally, as dawn broke around 5 o'clock and the sky began to lighten, only a few zombie animals remained in the lengthy line. Lin Ziluo stowed his phone, cautiously surveying his surroundings, ensuring that no other zombie creatures would emerge. He slid down the pipe to the lower level, guiding the simpleton towards the portal. Once all the zombie animals had entered the portal, Lin Ziluo decisively stepped forward and placed his hand at the threshold of the portal. Congratulations, player Yazzie, you have discovered an unknown dungeon. Do you wish to enter? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. An unknown dungeon? No specific hints? Generally speaking, dungeons in apocalyptic games fall into two primary categories. One involves direct confrontations among players. To be frank, regardless of the nature of the confrontation, Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation whatsoever. The other category involves transportation to specific locations, accompanied by assigned tasks. These dungeons typically provide hints regarding their nature prior to entry, tailored to the player's capabilities. However, this unknown dungeon was peculiarly enigmatic, offering not a single clue.